Break with a blowout win over Washington. Triple-double by Nikola Jokic. Double-double by Michael Porter Jr. in Denver. Destroys Washington tonight by a final of 130-110.
Well, that's exactly what that game should look like against a team that is as bad as the Washington Wizards, who are 9-46 now on the year. I think that everybody who laced up their shoes and put on a Nuggets uniform last night was really good, with the exception of maybe Reggie Jackson. The issue that you had, if there's one problem, KCP leaves the game again. Now it's something else. It's a finger issue. Shouldn't be that big a deal. He jammed it. He's going to be okay. But he did leave, and I was like, good. He doesn't have to play. You're going to be fine. So Christian Brown with some extended minutes. Peyton Watson played incredibly well. When he plays that way, like, all I can think about is this guy basically hasn't played consistent basketball since high school. And the more minutes he gets like this and the more opportunity he gets to strike, he said in an interview after the All-Star break, his goal is to be the best defender in the league. And he could totally do that. Like, there is so much potential we all were like, what if you got like a Draymond Green and threw him on this team? Well, you might have one of those. Aaron Gordon's a really good defender. So is KCP. But his ability to defend literally anybody, like he can defend 1 through 5 to a certain extent, he'd probably have some trouble, as most do, against guys like Embiid or super big bodies. But he's so fast and so lanky. I mean, he had 4 blocks in 22 minutes. So did Zeke, by the way. He had 4 blocks in 17 minutes. And have you noticed something? I wonder if this is going to happen. I'm getting into like really tiny details as opposed to the bigger ones. We'll get to the bigger detail in a second. But sticking with the tinier things from last night, I think you might see a lot more Zeke here in these final 26 games as opposed to DeAndre Jordan, because I think they want to see, can he be a contributor if we need him to in the playoffs? Like, DJ's easy. What does he do? He goes in, he gets rebounds, and he dunks and blocks a couple of shots. Okay, got it. Can Zeke bring you something? Because he plays aggressively. He just looks, how do I describe it? Zeke sometimes looks like a, you ever saw one of those kids in like high school that grew like 6 inches over a summer, and then he comes back and he doesn't really know what his body is? You see him run, you're like, that looks entirely uncoordinated. Like, he just has some moments like that. Certainly got ability, but whatever.
Maybe he'll benefit from consistency. I mean, he's been playing 2 games, sitting a month. Like,
that's why I think they're going to give him a lot more run here in this final stretch until the postseason. Let's get to the big detail. Not only did Nikola Jokic get a triple-double to finish off the 29 teams in the NBA, all those are done. The only team that's left to get a triple-double against is the Nuggets, and we all pray to God that day an opportunity never arises. That he's a Nuggets lifer, and he'll never get that shot. Maybe somebody, you allow him to sign a 1-day contract when he's 41 years old, and you just let him get a triple-double against you. Maybe you just do that after he like retires for a year. But not only did he get a triple-double on 21 points, 19 rebounds, and 15 assists, he does it perfectly. 10 of 10 from the field. The only shot that he missed was a single free throw, one of his 2 that he took last night. I don't know how many people get perfect triple doubles. You know what I mean? Like, how do you get one of those and not miss? According to StatMuse, Marty, Nikola Jokic is the first player ever to get 20-plus points, 15-plus boards, 15-plus assists on 100% from the field. Because, of course, if I told you somebody had that stat line, you'd be like, who? Who the hell does that? Jokic, one of the greatest ever, does it. And I hope that they keep this same intensity. Remember, this is a bad Washington Wizards team. 9 wins on the year.
Some lean times in Washington. That roster stinks.
I was hearing the players taking shots, and I'm like, I have no idea who this is. And all of those people, I didn't know who they were, like Koulibaly.
Next.
They were playing 32 minutes as Jordan Poole was coming off the bench. And Jordan Poole was coming off the bench, shooting 4 of 17 from the field. Thank God Monte Morris is out of there. I mean, Kuzma is by far their best player. That's not good news.
I think Landry Shamet was like, I don't have good memories here. Can you just not play me tonight, please?
Seriously.
I lost something here, and it was my dignity.
I think everybody feels that way. They're like, I might just retire before I come back and play for this team again. Because you're right, lean times. But the point I was getting to, Marty, was it's lean times. I've seen the Nuggets on a whole bunch of occasions play against a team like that and not bring it because they know they're better. The Nuggets from the start were like, we're going to bury this team. And they should. I mean, it's our first game post-All-Star break. They should be champing at the bit to get out there. Is it champing or chomping?
I thought it was chomping, but I've also seen champing.
Look it up, Marty.
It feels like chomping. Doesn't chomping feel right?
Well, I chomp, but a bit is something for a horse, and I think a horse champs.
Webster's dictionary says champ at the bit.
Yes,
Do we really-
CHAMP.
Do we really trust Webster's, though?
It's got a sorted past, that guy or gal. Wait, is Merriam the first name of Webster, or is Merriam another guy who has the last name Merriam with Webster? Marty, look it up. As he's doing that.
Who is...
It's like, I can't remember who did this, but they said, you know that guy Holland Oates? No, it's Hall and Oates, not Holland Oates. Is it Merriam/Webster, or is it Merriam-Webster?
Looks like it's the last names of 2 different people.
That's what I figured.
George and Noah.
George and Noah. I think those guys are shady characters that we can't trust.
You guys learned something today. Use it. Impress your friends.
Jokic was great. Murray was great. Porter was great. They all played barely 30 minutes. Gordon only played 21. It's exactly what you wanted to see. Also, let me tell you the people who had double-doubles last night. So Jokic obviously did because he had a triple-double. Michael Porter Jr. had a double-double. 22 points, 11 boards on 9 of 16 from the field. Really good on the offensive glass, by the way. Porter with 5 offensive boards. You know who else had a double-double last night? Take a guess. Take a guess. Don't look at it. Don't look. Look at me.
Who did you say at first?
Jokic obviously did. Porter had a double-double. Who else?
Jay Huff.
Christian Brown had 12 and 10. Christian Brown was great. I hope he keeps that mentality from last night going, where it's, I just bulldoze my way to the hoop and finish, because that's what he did last year that made him so effective. But Christian Brown is actually a really good rebounder for his smaller stature compared to some other people out there, because he's aggressive. So keep the aggression going.
I just keep falling more in love with Peyton Watson. It's like Torrey Craig level, but he's just better than Torrey Craig.
Okay, I wrote something down about Peyton Watson, and I don't want people to yell at me, okay? I wrote down last night, after one of the blocks that Peyton Watson had, he brings energy in a way that Bones Highland did. Obviously, not the same guy. But you tell me, Marty, Peyton Watson with one of those blocks, does that crowd erupt in the same way that like a Bones Highland crazy three?
Sure.
It's the same thing.
It's just energy.
But not
Bones
everybody
Highland doesn't own energy. He just hit threes. It's okay.
See, but we've been through this before. There's quiet production and there's loud production. Jokic is quiet production. The most you see a crowd roar when Jokic does something is what? It's a crazy pass, which was on full display last night, by the way. He had like 3 insane passes. Aaron Gordon gets the dunks. Porter's threes don't usually do that. Peyton Watson blocking a shot does. Like, that does it.
Speaking of loud, can I play you a highlight from Kaz?
Please.
Watch your headphones.
Layup on the other end. Missed dunk by Avdia. Loose ball, Ty Jones to Kispert. Blocked at the rim again by Peyton Watson. And then the primal scream. Ah!
I love Kaz. That's what it was. It was a primal scream. Anyway, that game was damn near perfect. The Avs played a good game against a good team, just couldn't find a way to finish. I got that issue that's bugging me again. I'll explain what it is next. I didn't think the Avs played bad or anything like that yesterday. It was just one of those, you had a great first period. You couldn't find a way to put one in the back of the net. You get a goal from McKinnon in the second, which was, by the way, great sequence there. Roaring 20s line starts out. They keep the puck in the offensive zone, tire out the wings. Then McKinnon jumps on and finishes. You have other opportunities to try and close things out. Line was good last night. Goalie was good for Detroit. Made a whole bunch of big saves. As did Anunen, by the way. I thought Anunen was really good last night. But what's continuing to bother me is I need the power play to actually hit here. You got 3 power plays last night. You came away with no goals. The Wings had 4. They did get one in a clutch moment. I thought you played better than the Wings, in some cases far better, for both the first and second period, and then they kind of turned it up a little bit in the third. You were a little bit slow to respond. They get the power play opportunity and finish, and now it's a tie game. And good God, the end of that third period scared the hell out of me because with about 7 seconds left, you almost lost the game. So you're able to come away with a point on the road, which is good after the loss in OT. But there was just some tiny, I can't have that happen moments that did happen. Druin taking the penalty. Can't happen. LOC late in the third as you're trying to finish the game. Can't happen. But I think I can point directly to the power play and say, if that's working, the Avs probably roll in that game. And it usually does. That's the frustrating part. But something about this month of February and them going on the power play is you're getting nothing out of it. And it's not a coincidence. It's more of a fact. Val being missing from that hurts a lot. We've seen in these cases for a whole bunch of last year, and especially in the postseason when he left, but he was hurt for a lot of last season, and now he's gone taking care of some personal things. I said this at the beginning of the year. I still remember, I'm looking at the roster, I'm like, you're never going to find that team that won the cup again. With the amount of good players that you have, you just won't be able to afford it. You had to make tough decisions on who stays and who goes. And the funny part is the main decision that offseason came down to Naz Kadri or Val Nichushkin. And for the player, the Avs absolutely made the right choice because Val is such a difference maker. You give me a healthy Avs lineup with Val Nichushkin in it, I think they win a Stanley Cup. That's how good and how much of a difference maker I think that guy is. But it's obvious. When has this team ever struggled with the power play over the past couple of years? That guy missing, doing the things that he does because he's kind of a do-it-all guy. 200-foot game, does the dirty, grimy stuff, plays physically, is fast enough to get by guys. All of that gets rolled into this ball when you're missing him. And I know there's especially one guy, I think every day, who complains about 3 D-men being on that second power play. And he almost yells at me, Marty. I'm agnostic to it. I'll trust Bednar's judgment. I don't know what other combination you'd go with. Maybe you could throw a couple of guys from the Roaring 20s line on there and just to switch it up and see. But Bednar made a decent point. Your number one power play unit, they keep them out there for a minute and a half of the 2 minutes. Those guys get basically one rush down the ice, and if you don't score in 30 seconds, then they don't get a goal. But either way, what Val does is he gets infused back to the lineup. Maybe you push somebody down and you can switch that one up. Who knows? I see a direct correlation here with struggling on the power play, which equals you having a little bit harder time scoring goals, which equals you having a little bit harder time winning hockey games with Val Nichushkin's absence. And if you're wondering why we didn't ask him, Jared Bednar, a couple days ago about Val, the answer's simple. Because there is no update to give.
I asked him 2 weeks ago about him, and he didn't have anything.
I did 2 weeks ago, and he goes, I'm not going to know anything about Val until he shows up. That's how this thing goes. So I didn't see the point in asking him about Val again just for him to say, yep, no update, because when he gets here, he gets here. I won't know anything prior to that. And I'm sure Bednar's done this before, actually. When they get big news, Marty, remember when they had McKinnon coming back? Like, he saved that for our show. Maybe he'll throw us a bone whenever it comes, and he'll let us know. But until then, they just got to keep grinding away. And again, the power play, it's not like it's been bad. It just hasn't been able to finish. But if you get one of those, I mean, it completely changes the fabric of that game because you were dominating for a huge portion of it. But a couple of mistakes allows Detroit to get back into it. Then overtime, 3-on-3 hockey, it's anybody's game. And you get this result. But you're still able to come away with a point. I'm not like super pissed about last night. Just a bummer because I thought you had it. So they'll get back at it tomorrow as they take on Toronto. In a big game. Toronto virtually like a very similar record to what you have. 32-16-8 is the Maple Leafs. You're 35-18-5, but you're back at Ball Arena where you just don't lose.
See, Austin Matthews has 52 goals already.
I know.
You know who's next? Somebody with 39. 39, 36, 36.
Where's McKinnon?
He has 34.
34. Who's got 39? Who'd you say?
Sam Reinhart. And then Kucherov has 36.
Yeah.
Austin Matthews with 52.
Where's he at in points? Like, the point leader has been Kucherov and McKinnon the entire year. How far off is Matthews if he's got that many goals?
He's sixth overall with 76 points total. Not much of an assist man.
Just give me the puck and let me fire, huh? Well, Texter says it's because Mikko won't shoot the puck. Well, look, Mikko is amazing. I think he's one of, if not the best passer in the NHL, the way that he can find passing lanes. But he does, especially on the power play, there's going to be a couple of times a game when they go on the power play where I'm like, Mikko, shoot it. Or he tries to fit a pass into a window with like virtually no success rate. And every once in a while he does it and it works and it ends up in the back of the net. But it's like, he's like Brett Favre. This is a dangerous pass, but I can do it. Like, there's that mentality there. But they get a little too pass happy. And I know the laziest thing that you can do when it comes to hockey analysis is say, shoot the puck. But especially on the power play, they get a little bit too cutesy with it, I think, sometimes. And it's just like, bodies in front, throw it at the net, get a rebound, do that. Especially in a game like it was last night, where it's not 5-4, it's 1-0. Find a way to put one in. As dirty as you have to. Again, I'm not super upset or anything about last night. What really weirded me out about the game, why was Riker having a line of autographs to sign before the game? Did you see this video?
I did, yeah. I don't get that. In Detroit?
It was in Detroit and Riker had a line? Which, good for Riker. You know what would have been really funny is if Marty found his way into that line just to see if Riker would have known the difference.
Mr. Rycroft.
What is the movie? Is it it's Talladega Nights, right? Where he signs the forehead of his assistant. Hey, when I'm in autograph mode, you got to get the hell out of the way. Hey there, little kiddo. Who do you want to make this out to? You want a picture?
Yeah, why in Detroit would he have fans? I don't get that one.
I don't know either. Well, we'll ask Moj here in about half an hour. Speaking of Detroit, I told you a story that just like it kind of blew my mind because I've never heard of this. I've never heard of a guy getting arrested, detained, whatever you want to call it, before a game starts and not being able to play. But that's what happened to Isaiah Stewart a few days ago because he just saw Drew Eubanks in the tunnel. The story goes, Marty, they were both carrying like their bags on the way to the locker room, and Stewart just dropped his bag and punched him, which sounds like it hurts. So he has been suspended for 3 games, according to Shams. My question is, you punch a guy in the face in the tunnel, you get 3 games. What do you think is going through Draymond's head right now? What if Draymond just reared back and punched Drew Eubanks in the tunnel before the game started? He's probably in prison, correct?
Yeah, I would say because of his priors, but it's not like Isaiah Stewart has a clean record.
No. Stewart was ready to kill LeBron James. He also waited in the tunnel to try and get LeBron James later that day.
I think Draymond's looking at that like, I could do 3 games for a punch. 3's not that bad. I do 3 all the time.
But I wonder, is it different because nobody saw it? Like, if that was in the middle of a game, like the same way the LeBron thing was, and he rears back and he hits Eubanks, is that a larger suspension because it's on TV and it's in front of a whole bunch of fans and all of, like, is that more?
Yeah, probably. How is there not video of this? It was in the arena. There's cameras everywhere. We can't get a grainy, like, video of it?
Well, you've been in the tunnel, like, pregame before Nuggets games.
Yeah.
If it's like an hour before, nobody's really got their phone out recording things.
No, I'm saying the arena probably just has, like, security cameras everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
We can't
for sure.
get some footage?
They probably don't want it out.
The NBA is all about drama, baby. Come on.
That is true.
Release the tapes.
I would love to see it because I don't. Here's what's not explained. Was there no words exchanged between those two? And he's just like, I don't like that guy.
Yeah, the way you tell the story doesn't make any sense. They're both walk in, hold up, let me put this bag down, pop.
But I'm like,
Have a good day.
I was looking for. Did they have like a prior altercation in a game where something happened? They got into it, started pushing and shoving. You know, like Jokic and Marcus Morris. If Jokic didn't go back and just drop him in whiplash fashion, and let's say that he had the hard foul and they just got face to face and they started pushing and shoving. And they did the "you don't want to see me again" thing, and then they saw each other again, and then he hit him. Like, is that the story behind this? What if Drew Eubanks was just walking in there playing Candy Crush? What's up, Stu? Have a good game tonight. Pow! Like, how does that work?
Eubanks still played in that game, by the way. How bad was the punch? I mean, come on. Played 18
Another
minutes.
great question. Does anybody have video of his face? Was that game recorded?
That and the Wilt 100 game both did not get recorded.
Look, I'm kind of with those people, by the way. You see videos of like, this is what London looked like in 1887, and you like have video of it. Nobody's got Wilt's 100-point game? I don't buy it. What, do I got to rely on the 10,000 people that were at the game? Nope, don't trust it. Somebody scored 100 points. Nobody thought, this guy's at 60 at half. Let's get a camera out here. Marty, texture says, Eubanks literally had a punchable face. Can I see the face of Drew Eubanks, please? I feel like we are well suited to make judgments like this. We do this constantly. But I need to judge this for myself. All right,
Yeah,
here is
you guys
Drew
not wrong. Look at
Eubanks.
that.
Ooh, boy, yeah, I'd like to hit that
Just
one.
begging for it.
I'd like to hit that guy. You know what? He actually seems like a nice guy. Like, the look tells me he seems nice. but you want to hit it.
It's the hair, I think. It's too tall.
Yes.
Too tall.
And that's not like a beard either. That's just a lot of stuff underneath with no mustache and nothing connecting to the ears.
Nothing on the cheeks either. It's all just like a thin line
Like
on,
that
on
little-
the end there.
You got to be like a biker to pull that thing off. And that hair does not tell me that's a biker. So Texture says they confirmed it's on video, just not released yet, basically waiting for TMZ to get it. You know what, TMZ?
Do your thing.
You do what you got to do. We need to see this video. 303-504-0925. So, there was something that was mentioned to us yesterday by Jeff Legwold that was just like blew my mind. And it made me more convinced than ever that I think the Broncos need to trade back. We'll get to it next. Something that happened yesterday. We talk to Jeff Legwold every week. He is a wealth of knowledge and information. And he was talking about the Broncos, and we were going through a whole bunch of scenarios of like what. First of all, we got to the bottom of what the money really means, that next year, no matter what, like this upcoming season, Russell Wilson is going to get paid regardless. We wondered the year after that, it's going to count against the Broncos cap, but does Russell get that money? The answer is no, he doesn't. Because he already got his guarantees through signing bonuses and blah, blah, blah. But we took it a step further. I was asking about the draft, and this was not about trading up at all. It was just about what do you do with the 12th overall pick when you need so much, and does the starting point have to be, I have to decide whether I'm rebuilding or not first before anything else can happen? And he took this in another direction and gave us a number that will tell you exactly why the Broncos have struggled as much as they have over the last 4 years. Listen.
The Broncos have made 3 draft picks inside the top 45 picks in the last 4 drafts combined.
Jeez.
You want to know why they're in trouble? That's it right there. And people want them to send a boatload of picks to move up in the draft? Are you kidding me? This team has made 3 picks inside the top 45 in 4 drafts. And they don't have a second rounder this year. So the total is going to be 4 picks inside the top 45 in the last 5 drafts. So
3 in the last 4 years have come in the top 45. Now, do you know who probably has a similar number to that, Marty? The Chiefs. But that's because they pick 32nd every year. That's why they only have a small number of picks in the top 45. It's because they're already good. And they had Mahomes. Now, that number wouldn't be an issue if the Russell Wilson trade worked, but it didn't. Can you name, by the way, the 3 picks in the top 45 over the last 4 years off the top of your head, Marty? I was able to do it when I was writing this down, but I did double check. Give me a guess. A couple shouldn't be that hard.
Is Javonte part of that, or is that too
Javonte
old?
is. That was, I think, the toughest one to name. Javonte is, yes. Who are the other 2?
I can't remember.
Think of first-round picks on the Broncos. They're both first-rounders. Pat Surtain.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry Jeudy was the one 4 years ago.
Those were easy. I got the hard one.
Yeah, you did. Here's what's funny. George Payton's had 2 picks in the top 45 since he's taken over as GM. 1 pick is perhaps the best cornerback in the NFL. The other pick was a very promising running back until he had a knee injury, in which he still got some promise. But I'd be lying if I said I haven't waned a little bit on my excitement about Javonte Williams. And yet again, this year you're going to have 1, unless you do something. And that's where I'm convinced. Do something.
You've been convinced to do something.
Take that pick, move back. Acquire more. Get as much as you possibly can. The only exception, you sit there at 12 and you love somebody who sits there. And I'm not even talking necessarily quarterback. If you think there's a franchise tackle in this thing that's the same thing as Trent Williams or Rashawn Slater, Penei Sewell, or Tristan Wirfs, or somebody like that, then fine. You've convinced me. If you think that if you get lucky and one of these wideouts like a Malik Neighbors for whatever reason drops, which he won't, but if he drops that far in the draft, you're like, that's a difference-making offensive player, take him. cool. If you think that Brock Bowers is Rob Gronkowski, fine, then take him. But if not, call somebody who thinks one of those guys is that kind of player and move back and acquire more. The NFL draft, the way I look at it is this, okay? You have to be good in the draft. If you're not, your team's going to stink. See the Denver Broncos over the last X amount of years. But my general philosophy, if you have a pick in the top 10, you should be guaranteed to find a player who's a difference maker. Doesn't always work that way, but God, your odds are really good. If you don't, and I know that 12 is close, but if you're in that area where you're not convinced, I love the idea way more of let's chuck more darts at the board and see what we can hit.
So how many top 45 picks can you get for the 12th? Are you thinking?
Well, you can certainly, like, if somebody's at 25, you can move back and you can just do a first round swap and maybe grab their second rounder. Like, now you can have a second round pick. You aren't going to get some king's ransom for 12th overall, but you can certainly be like, hey, a second this year and a fourth next year, and we swap first. Like, you can just start to stockpile a little bit. You could also move players for picks in that area. You could maybe, for a Justin Simmons, try and get somewhere, maybe not top 45, but in that 55 to 60 area.
So you think a first and a second is worth more than just the talent you get at 12?
Yes. Yeah, I do. There's teams that have made those moves. Hell, the Lions did this last year. They moved back. They were at 6. They moved back to 12, Marty. They got Jahmyr Gibbs. You know what they did with the pick they acquired? The second rounder? They got Sam Laporta. Like, you can find ways to get a 2-for-1 special, if you will, by moving back a few picks in the draft. Now, again, 12 is not going to get you a king's ransom. That is not going to be the phone calls that the Bears and the Patriots and teams like that are going to get if they want to trade it. But you can still get something where you get more darts to throw. Like, I look at the draft, you know those carnival games that you see? It's a wall of balloons, and you got a dart. Well, now you got 2 of them. And who knows, maybe you miss both, or maybe you hit both. The balloons might be smaller if you play this game, but you have more chances to hit.
The strategy does make sense considering they need help at pretty much every position.
Literally, if we were to go through it, quarterback, yes. Running back,
Not a priority.
not a priority. I'm generally okay with the idea if you have Javonte and P. Ryan and Jaleel all coming back.
That's fine.
That's okay.
That's one of the positions that's like
Way
tops
down the
for
line.
them.
I also think that'll look better if they improve offensive line. They need a receiver. They definitely need a tight end because I can't trust Dulcich to stay healthy. Edge rushing is okay, can improve. Interior, sort of same story. Linebacker, sort of same story. They need another corner opposite of Surtain. I can't do the Damari Mathis, Fabian Moreau, that whole back and forth again.
What about Jaquan?
He's a nickel. I'm talking outside corner. No, the nickel's fine. McMillan, totally cool. But I watched Moreau get picked on a lot towards the end of last year. And I watched Mathis get picked on a lot at the beginning of last year. And safeties is a pretty good position unless you feel like you're going to move somebody. Like Justin Simmons. Because K-Jax is already gone. He went back to Houston at the end of last year. But I like Caden Stearns, given that he comes back healthy. PJ Locke was great. You got Skinner, who you drafted last year, who's a little bit of depth. Like, they got some guys, but that question is, are you going to move Simmons or not? My guess is they probably won't. But you hear that number, you're like, that's how you get to the point that they're at. And a texture says, it sounds like the Broncos need a new GM. Well, most of this is because you traded for Russell Wilson and it didn't work. And we can play hindsight 2020, Monday morning quarterback on that thing and say, well, that's a stupid move. I'm not going to say all, but I'll say Marty, a bunch agreed with it at the time, including myself. I can't fault him for it because I would have done the same thing.
The actual players he selected have been pretty decent. I mean,
They have.
Marvin Mims is a Pro Bowler.
Think of what Marvin Mims could be if they actually played him at wide receiver. What a weird concept. Anyway, I got to thinking about that. I was like, dude, that is crazy. By the way, just quickly, we didn't get to this part. Here's the picks in the top 100 from Peyton. Because you just mentioned, Marty, the picks that he's made are pretty good. Here's the top 100 picks, not 45. Top 100 is Mims, Javonte, Riley Moss, Nick Benito, Greg Dulcich, Surtain, Javonte, Quinn Miners. That's a good group of players that you selected in the top 100. Maybe try and get more of those. Oh, Vic, you're not at home today? You just came here to make faces and push buttons.
He's going to take it a
Weird.
break.
Well, you got to wait a little bit because you can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. Very good. Yes. Look at you mixing, DJ. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Safeway. Oh, now he's leaving. Now the game's over. All right. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Nuggets lead it by 20. Shot clock is turned off, and all Denver has to do now is just get this thing across the timeline. They do that with 10 seconds left to go in the basketball game. Thank Alan Baca, Dan Collins, Jordan Berg, Jesse Trujillo on the broadcast tonight. Here's the horn in Denver. Nuggets start the postseason All-Star break with a blowout win over Washington. Triple-double by Nikola Jokic, double-double by Michael Porter Jr. in Denver. Destroys Washington tonight by a final of 130 to 110.
Well, that's the start post All-Star break that you want to see from the Nuggets, where I think everybody played well. Everyone. Including Nikola Jokic, who had his second perfect triple-double of the season, his fourth of his career.
Do you understand what perfect means?
Well, I can explain it to you through numbers. It means that
No. I can explain it to you through body parts.
Okay.
It wasn't quite perfect, by the way.
He missed a free throw.
He had 3 turnovers, too. Perfect. He's had triple-doubles where he hasn't missed a shot, missed a free throw, or had a turnover. He's had those. That's perfect. Understand what perfect is, son.
Look
I
at
also,
this.
I
Hold
also
on.
think that 19 boards and 15 assists maybe makes up for
That's
a few
pretty
of those.
good. That's pretty good. Look at this nose.
Okay.
Look at Vic, look.
Yeah, that's a good nose.
That's a good Now, the rest of it, to go along with it, sucks. Okay. But the nose,
So you got really shiny rims on a beat up Pinto?
1,000%. It's like Cheech and Chong putting the Rolls Royce grill on the VW Bug.
So it's your nose. What's the best attribute you have on your body? The best body
My
part?
nose is one of them.
Okay, that's fine. What do you got?
My calves are the other.
It's not your skin. I mean, you
My
can
little dingy.
You ever get hit in the little dingy?
No, this is the trust tree, man. This is the trust tree. What are you most proud about? What part of your body that you'd say, okay, I'll put myself up against anybody? And I'm not talking about that part either. Let's keep that out of it.
Shoulders. There.
Good broad shoulders.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Marty, you got. Nah, Marty, that's a waste
Oh,
of time.
boy.
Marty, you got anything?
You've seen me, Vic. You've seen all of me. I got nothing.
You got something. Your hair is great.
Yeah, you do have good hair. You do.
Beautiful.
You abuse it.
It's like a flowing mane on a lion.
It is very good hair. I mean, you don't really do with it what I would do, but that's fine. To
No.
each his own.
Now, Vic, you would say
He's going to say all of it.
everything. Yeah.
No, I can't. It's hard to pick just one.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Here we go.
That's what I thought was coming.
Hey, what a game, though. I mean, again, I jumped in at halftime once our game was over, and they were already up by, 23 or so? I don't know. It was something huge.
That game did exactly what you wanted them to do.
It was exactly. I mean, it was over at halftime by a million miles. Hey, Washington sucks.
That is the worst team in the NBA. That's worse. That team is worse than Detroit.
Yeah,
I don't
Washington.
know how you assemble.
But it's funny because right outside the Avalanche locker room, you got to walk down this carpeted hallway, and literally it's 25, 30 feet away is the entrance to the Pistons locker room, right, at Little Caesars in Detroit. And they have all the players in these giant murals on the wall, every single guy with a photograph, right? And they're like all in game action. And I'm looking around at the Pistons. I'm like, I know like 3 guys on the Pistons.
Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Isaiah Stewart, who's now,
That's
I think,
what-
locked up at a
Right.
correctional facility.
Yep, there you go. That's 2.
And
there
Can I
were-
see the video of that?
There was
Just
maybe
let me
one
see
other
the
guy.
video.
they had Bogdanovich, but they traded
He's
him.
gone. And they threw a new. They have 17 players on the wall. I'm like, well,
Killian Hayes is on that team.
I don't remember him. Anyway, the point is that
Wait, who is your boy that's like, does he still play there? Who's the guy? Was it Rodney Magruder? Is that who you were obsessed
he's not
with?
there. He is
He's
not there.
Anyway, I think that everybody played a great game. The only bad news is KCP leaves the game again with an injury. He's going to be fine. It's a finger, but
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, before you jump to, oh, he's going to be fine, understand that those things are gnarly, dude. When you mess up a digit on your shooting hand, and you saw it last night, it happened early in the game. It happened 2 minutes in, and he jammed his left hand, right? And that's his pinky finger. People think, oh, I'm sorry, right hand.
yeah, I was
right
going to
hand.
say, yeah.
People think, well, what's the big deal? Just tape it up. When you're a shooter, and he's a 3-point shooter, and You don't have all your digits working
Well,
properly?
what I'm saying is it's different. Like, it's not broken, right? It's just jammed.
Well, they call it sprained.
Okay.
So that's a jam. And sometimes those things can linger for the rest of the year. That doesn't go away. You ever jammed a finger?
Sure.
Well,
Right,
why
you
don't-
dislocated a finger?
Let's be positive. You know, these things, they last a lifetime. I swear to God, when you're 60, you can't even grip a golf club.
You see this finger right
Well,
here?
I know it's gross.
You see this one right here?
Look at my ring finger here. See how
Yeah.
crooked it is?
Yeah.
Same thing.
But-
Jam digit, it never was straight
It
again.
never worked.
got straight. Nope. It never.
So he's got to
Playing-
learn. What I'm
playing-
saying is he's got to learn to play with that and shoot with that. It's not going to heal anytime soon.
Playing football, and I was tackling a guy, and I had him from behind, and then the left hand slipped off, and it went straight into the ground and bent sideways. They put me like in a splint that did nothing. My finger's sideways. It'll never be straight again. Look.
Do you know what's funny is that when I was in college, I was on first, pick off, I dove back in. I was like, ow, that hurt. I looked down, my finger was laying over my middle
yeah.
finger, my
Yeah.
index.
Yeah.
So popped it back into place. They said, can you still play? I'm like, well, I can't bend this. They put a splint on my finger, and I go, I can't throw the ball. My coach said, your arm sucks anyway. Can you hit?
Oh, my God.
I hit for a month with a splint on my index finger
You
like
just held
this.
it out like that.
You know
Yeah.
who also did that? You're going to recall this, and this is for the olds out there.
Mm-hmm.
Former Los Angeles Dodgers shortstop Bill Russell could
Oh,
never
God.
straighten his finger again. And he had to bat with his index finger sticking straight out.
Weird, man.
It
Anyway,
is a weird thing. Anyway, okay,
So-
there you go. So
KCP
hopefully
leaves.
KCP is going to be okay.
but let's talk about the things that were good last night. There were 3 double-doubles. Vic, I'm sure you know who they were, Moj. I want to test you, so don't look, okay? Name me the guys who had double-doubles last night.
I don't know because I was, again, on the
Oh,
bus
yeah.
and I was on the...
Not fair.
Joker's
On the
easy.
airplane.
Joker's easy.
That's an easy one.
Okay.
Hey.
Christian Brown, I thought had his best game of the season.
He had a double-double, 12 points, 10 boards.
MPJ the West.
MPJ's the last one. Yep, he had 22 and 11.
Christian Brown's bounce is back.
Yes.
fellas. His bounce is back.
So what's
Did
he
you
got?
guys
He's got a
notice
little something going on.
that? Well, he just needed a break. His body was beat up.
Okay.
Bounce is back.
You know, and I think he's always seemingly played with confidence. I'd like to see him play with confidence.
Yeah.
Like, hey, listen, I've been here and done that. I won a championship. Being a factor
Yeah.
for a championship team, I can do this.
Moj, I know you didn't get a chance to watch the game closely,
I
having
did not.
done the Avs game. Peyton Watson had 4 block shots. Zeke Naji had 4 block shots. The variety, it weren't like little taps either. These are the kind of block shots where if somebody were in the way, they'd be hurt.
Okay,
They hit him so hard.
let me say something about both those guys. And first of all, I don't need to say anything about Peyton Watson. You can just let Kaz please describe Peyton Watson in his game last night.
Boy, Reggie just throws that away right to Rashawn Holmes. Layup on the other end. Missed dunk by Avdia. Loose ball, Ty Jones to Kispert. Blocked at the rim again by Peyton Watson. And then the primal scream. Ah!
Kyle's getting all
It's
crazy.
exactly what happened. But I'm telling you, man, I have to remind myself that Peyton Watson hasn't played consistent basketball since he was in high school. And now that he's getting consistent minutes, I am so damn excited about what that guy can be. I know he said in an interview post All-Star break before this game, Vic, he said, I want to be the best defensive player in the league. He said that was a goal of his in his career. And I'm like, I can kind of see it because you're fast enough to guard pretty much anybody. You're long enough to bother a bunch of people. Like, he's got such a unique skill set.
Did you notice last night the second unit played with that same tenacity and just crazy pace that they did the first couple weeks of the season? Remember the first couple of weeks we're watching the Nuggets and we're like, hey, don't you worry about that second unit. These boys can go.
Mm-hmm.
And then they sort of tailed off and they stopped playing that way.
Well, see, that's the thing is I want to give the second unit. And again, I jumped in at halftime. I saw Dempsey's halftime report. I'm on the bus down in the bowels of Little Caesars, and the interwebs
lot
come
of
and
detail
go.
there.
Yeah, interwebs.
Here's how you do that. I watched starting at halftime.
Okay, but the interwebs came and went, so it'd be buffering, and then game, then buffering. And then we got out. I'm on the bus to the airport, and then it started to flow a little bit. Then I got onto the plane, and then they won. Okay, all good.
A lot of detail.
Yeah, there's a lot of detail
So
there.
when
but,
do we actually get to it?
But my point is this, is that I want to be able to trust the second unit. And all I need is some evidence that they're ready to kick ass. Excuse my language. All I need is evidence that they're ready to go. Okay, and playtime is over. Playing in the sandbox and goofing around and making little sandcastles, that's done. Now it's time to go, all right? So if you're going to show me evidence that you're going to go, then I'm going to feel fine when April rolls around as long as you have a top 3 seed. Fair?
Fair.
Okay.
The other person, though, I wanted to talk about was Zeke Najee. And I wonder if this can happen. Vic, would you agree or disagree with this assessment? I think Zeke might get some run here in the last 20-some games. 26 left now? I think he might get some run because they know what DJ is off the bench.
Yeah.
He's a veteran. He comes in, he rebounds, he blocks shots, and he dunks. Okay, got it. But do they kind of want to see if we need Zeke in the postseason? Let's give him some minutes here down the stretch to see if he can handle that.
You'll know a little bit more tonight. Second game of a back-to-back. Now, was the strategy last night, let's get Zeke these minutes against Washington and save DJ for Portland? Or is the strategy, let's really see what Zeke can do?
Yeah.
You'll find out tonight. You really will. The Nuggets, it's scoreboard watching time, right? I looked up the scoreboard for both teams, the Avs and the Nuggets last night. You know they're both 5th overall in their respective leagues. 5th best record in their respective leagues.
I know for the
right
Avs it doesn't feel like it, but they still are. They're
They're
built
right
up,
there.
Yep.
Yeah, they've built up a little equity, right? So when you fall 2-1 in overtime in Detroit, that Patrick Kane, he's not what he used to be. Bet man, he can still bury the puck. That
I
guy.
felt bad for Annunen last night, man. I thought he played well.
He did.
I thought he
Yeah.
played well. And
He played great.
Yeah.
And you know what? Connor, after the game, walks into our booth. And he goes, who the hell is Alex Lyon?
Great point, because he was amazing.
Well, he's 31 years old. He's never had a permanent job in the league until this year. And he didn't even have a permanent job. He took over in mid-November and became the number 1. But if you recall last year, he's the guy, due to major injury, that had to get the Florida Panthers into the postseason, and he did. And then they went all the way to the Stanley Cup final. And then he signed a free agent deal, but he, again, bouncing around. God, did he play his butt off, too.
what is
Played his Batuski-Rydovsky.
hey, listen, you get a point on the road.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, do you want 2 of them? Yes. You get a point. What is up with the pee-pee?
Okay.
Hey, you ever get
No.
hit in the little tingy?
The power play.
I think it's a valid question. I have a thought on what could fix that very, very quickly, and I say that we get to that in just a couple of
I
minutes.
agree with you. Final thoughts on the Nuggets, though. That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
I wish they could play Washington more often. I mean, if I were to construct a schedule for the Nuggets, seriously, in an 82-game season, I don't see why I wouldn't put Washington on that schedule 18 times. Sort of like baseball does.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have said 80, and then one against the Lakers,
One against the Pistons.
and then yeah, one against the Pistons.
No, but you know, it was a get-right game. We called it yesterday. Remember, it was 15.5 points, the spread. I said to Vic, if they don't win by 20, I'm going to be pissed.
They got 20.
They got 20. Now, remember he attacked me. Oh, what are you saying? If they win by 19 and you're going to be incensed? Remember that? He got all over me early in the morning. I said, well, just settle down a little bit, Jack, because I think we all thought that I just wanted to see a performance, and you guys did too, of a very weak opponent who's got 9 wins on the season, a bunch of dudes, we don't even know who the heck they are.
Where they didn't play down to the competition,
Correct.
by the
Go
way.
stick it to those
Yeah.
guys. I mean, stick it right in their stick hole. That's exactly what they did. That was a very satisfying performance.
Hey, Marty, I'm reading the Twitch feed. Lagfen2 says the little dingy soundbite's being overused. Tell them what we do to people who try to produce this show when you're the guy who produces the show.
We scramble their radio.
And you know what? Hit him with that soundbite 3 or 4 times in a row now if he thinks it's overused.
Let's go to break on those.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you think it's overused, listen to this.
Hey, you ever get hit in the little tingy? Hey, you ever get hit in the little tingy? Hey, you ever get hit in the little tingy?
Hey, Kaner. I'm
Hey,
glad
Mosier.
I'm glad to be with you guys today. I like to be here when I can with my friends, my colleagues, my co-hosts.
The only reason I came in today is because I knew you were coming.
And I appreciate that, and I thank
That's
you
the only
very
reason I
much.
came in, too.
I mean, I'm being totally honest. I said,
I know.
I texted Marty. I said, "Is Mosier coming in?"
I'm in.
Had you
Yeah,
said
why
no,
would you ask me? Why
Because-
didn't you just ask Moj?
because Mosier doesn't return texts or emails till like 2 days later.
Oh.
That's kind of true. But I'm teetering today. I'm a little teetering.
It's okay.
I got a little baby nappy on the plane.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, here comes
they
the
mad?
sun. Do 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 do.
Are they mad?
Who?
The Avs, are they mad, or when you come away with a point on the road and you're in control of the game early? I thought early they
Oh,
were
yeah,
like,
you
oh,
kick some serious
are they
butt.
mad, or are they like? Where
I
where
think
are
the
A good
Probably-
team you faced, too?
Yeah,
Good team.
Yeah, I know,
mean, it's a
but
playoff
I'm
team
just
right
curious
now. I
what-
think they're probably disappointed. Yeah, because I think you played good enough to win.
Yeah.
I do. Detroit, man, they started getting their cycle going, and they started to play good. Like in the middle of the second period, I'm like, oh, here they come.
Yep.
Here comes their push because they were out on the road for 4 games. That was their first game back home. You know, you have that little heavy legs when you get back home. Kind of like I do right now. I got heavy legs this morning. Troy Tulowitzki all the way.
Yep.
But I'm sort of teetering right now. Just letting you know.
Okay.
I can go goofy angry. I can be happy go
Good to know.
lucky. I'm just teetering.
All right.
So whenever you use your mouths today, just I would say please use your mouth in a positive way if you don't want me
try.
to tip over on the wrong deep end side.
All right,
I'll
we'll
try.
take that.
Okay,
Okay.
Boomer.
Vic
Thanks,
asked,
Martin. Appreciate that.
Vic asked the question, though, about what's going on with the power play. They're over 3 again last night. That has to be the worst in the league for the month of February now.
2
they
for
were-
the last 29, I believe.
It is.
So-
Well, it's funny. I mean, there are other teams that are like Boston. You wouldn't believe is struggling. This Tampa, they're struggling on the power play as well. I mean, all these teams that are really good teams are sort of all lumped together after the bye week / All-Star break. They're like, hey, we left our power play in Cancun.
But maybe this is an oversimplification. But if I had to guess,
Over what?
oversimplification.
Simplification. Did you
Yes.
just skip 3
I
words?
did.
He forgot the F, dude.
He
Hey,
just
He's like, hey, today I made a
You
vow.
know what's-
No F's in any word.
You know what's funny?
All the
Did he-
F's are gone. I don't give any F's.
you
had
just
me-
called it oversimplification.
Oh, yeah. Like, nobody gives an F.
Hold on a
Well,
second.
it's totally done. What?
Heavy legs. Second of all, you had me repeat it, and I said it again. I was like, yeah, that ain't right. Is it? Did you hear me like hit the speed bump? Simplification. Is this oversimplifying it to say they just need Val back on the power play?
I think they do.
Like, is it just literally they've been bad for a month? Val's been missing for a month. It's not a coincidence that this is all happening at the same time.
I think of Big Val in front of the net. I mean, Lecky plays that Val role, yet he's not the same size guy. He's and it's not that he's easy to move up because Arturi Lekkonen's a 5'11 guy that plays like a 6'3 guy. I mean, he plays a bigger game. He can be totally physical. You know, he's going to plant himself in front of the cage. He's just not the same physical stature as a Val Nichushkin. But again, I'm going to go back to all power plays are not created equal. The power play we saw last night, it was sort of a hybrid of the 2 previous games. The 2 previous games, the Arizona game and the Vancouver game, the Avs were 0 for 7 with 22 shots on goal.
Miko
I mean,
needs to shoot the puck.
He does. He needs to pace
Miko
that
needs to
mother.
shoot the puck.
Because Miko,
You could see him thinking, he's like that golfer that's just sort of frozen on the box, just
Yeah.
waiting to swing.
Yep.
Let's go.
yep. And so it was sort of a hybrid. It wasn't like the power plays, when the power play got into a rut, a lot of perimeter, what did Coach Bednar say? A lot of sort of mundane predictability. And it made
Yeah.
it easy to defend. Not a lot of shot total. And then crashing in. Now, I mean, they changed it over the previous 2 games. I mean, they were getting volume and they were crashing and it just wouldn't go in the damn net. And then last night, you kind of got back to the perimeter-ish, looking for the pretty pass-ish. You know, the hot potato on the seam pass from circle to circle. You know, guys are just firing it at guys' skates. You're like, dudes, you're off here.
Right.
Don't get crazy. Go low to high. Go low, kick it to McCarr, let him pound it down the slot.
They It's funny about Miko because I do think that Miko's somebody that I don't know why he doesn't shoot more on the power play. Like he's this really elite level player who, and I know he's a great passer, but Moshe, he's like what I say he was in the appetizer, Marty? Brett Favre. Like he'll have the pass where he's like, I can do this. And it's this big of a window.
Yeah.
And he does it a few times to make him think I can do it again, but then other times it can just get lost and knocked away. And then, another texter is bringing up the second power play unit. He hates the 3 defensemen thing. But Bednar, I think, made a great point a couple days ago about that. They basically get like 30 seconds. The number one unit's out there for like the first minute 30. You basically got one rush down the ice. And if you don't score in 30, then you don't get the result. I think that puts a little bit too much, I guess, blame on them for some things, but no doubt about it, it's got to be better than that. If their power play was just normal, they win that game easy, don't they?
Oh, totally. I mean, you look at the road trip. If their power play is just normal, they're right in the Carolina and Florida games.
Yeah.
And the Tampa game, right? Last night they win that game 4-2 or 4-1,
Right.
whatever. I mean, you had a chance there in the third to come on out and be up 2-0, and you couldn't do it, man. So they work on it every single day. They're just off kilter. Jared Bednar, though, if you watch him, if he feels the top unit is sort of in la-la land, I mean, he'll give him, even 45 seconds a minute, off.
Right.
But if he thinks, okay, you're not being taxed, and you're looking like you should look, okay, I'll leave you out there for a minute and a half, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then put the second unit on. So, yeah, what do you suggest? Switch it up, let the second unit go out first, and then
No. No. I just want to see it go in the back of the net. That's all I want.
I think they're in that too precise stage.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and that's what I see. Like everything's got to be perfect. Well, nothing's perfect when you're in the middle of a game like that.
Yeah, they do miss Big 13, Vic.
Yeah,
they do.
Everybody plays a role. It would be like, all right, so they're having issues in front of the net on the power play because 13's not there. I get it. It would be like the Nuggets having issues with defense, perimeter defense without KCP.
Correct.
Everybody's got a role.
Yep.
And he does so much. Like, that's what's mind-blowing to me is that Val, you go back to the decision that was made 2 years ago. They win the cup. They got a choice. It's Kadri or Val, right? And there was no hesitation. They were taking Val. And it's the right decision because when Val plays, he is such a difference maker.
Ultimately,
he's just missed a lot due to injury initially last year and then whatever happened in the playoffs.
Yep.
And now he's got this thing going on.
And you'd love Suds Bucket in that regard. You can't Suds Bucket. You can't do
Right.
both because of the cap. You got to pick one. And I think when Val's there, obviously that's the right decision. The guy's a unique son of a gun. He's the best back checker on the team, or one of them, if not the best. He can do it all. Playing great hockey. You just want him to be a healthy person. And that however long that takes is however long that takes. Here we are getting close to March.
And that's why, for the people who are wondering, we didn't ask this to Bednar a couple of days ago about Val
Because there was no
2
update.
weeks ago, he told us, I will know when Val's back when he shows up. There's no updates during this.
That's exactly right. He's back when he's back.
There's no reason to ask him anything. He doesn't know anything. When he's back, he's back. He doesn't get updates throughout this process.
And by the way, that's not lip service. That's flat out the Players Association and the program. That's them, right?
It's probably so coach can't pressure a guy to come back early or something like that.
Yeah, it's just when he shows up, or you get a phone call, hey, I'm on the plane, I'm getting on the plane, I'm coming home, or whatever it is.
What was the shelf life of, how long did Gerard spend in that program?
He was about a month and a half.
Okay.
He was there a month, which is the minimum.
But he missed in total about a month and a half.
Almost a month and a half. But then when he came back, he had to start ramping up, and then
Right.
came back. His first game was December 31 at home.
Can I ask you another question that really confused me about that entire situation in Detroit last night? Why was there a line of people getting autographs from Riker in Detroit?
Well, there were people there from Nova Scotia. And it was their first National Hockey League game.
Oh.
They came from Nova Scotia. And then
So why do they?
well, but there's one guy who's just an autograph hound who's got every St. Louis Blues player ever known. And Riker's part of that list.
Gotcha.
So I think he's probably checking off different teams and whatnot. The guy that wanted the picture with me is for the Nova Scotia guy. Him and his gal came down.
Somebody asked a picture with you and and Riker.
Yeah.
Like said, gave you the camera. Like, can you take this picture?
Yes, exactly right.
One of them was Marty, actually. I thought it would have been so funny if Marty showed up in Detroit, got in that line, and
Right.
Riker had no idea
Sure.
who Marty
Hey,
was.
sure,
again.
long hair. Come on over here. I'd love to. Hey, you know what's funny is we were in, God, where were we?
I
Kyle's
did
on the
that
trip.
story, by the way, at the All-Star game once. Marty,
What?
I did that story at Media Day with like Kevin Durant and all those guys. I said, hey, can we have a picture? And he goes, sure. And I go, hey, take a picture of me and my photographer.
Nah. We were in
I did it like
You're
3 times.
You're so silly, man.
You little rascal.
We were in, was it New Jersey or Carolina? It must have been New Jersey. And Kiefer and I were going to walk, we're kind of bored. And we're going to go get a little bite. We're on the concourse, get one of those little tickets to get a little chicken fingers or something.
Great detail.
I hear this, Moja. I'm like, whoa. These people had come all the way from England to see the big Avs fans.
I was
from
wondering what accent
Right,
that
right,
was, so
right.
thank you.
And so that was the gal, right? She literally shouted at me. I guess they saw us walking by, which is cool. But there are people from all over. I mean, they come from all over to see their Avs because they don't get a chance that often. If you're in England, when you get to see your team live, never unless you make the trip. So this was their first trip ever, right? And then her husband comes over, and he's one of these Peaky Blinders guys. Like I can kind of understand him because his accent is so thick. But I super can't as well. You know what I mean? Like, that was right, mate. Is that process for the photo? Sure, whatever you want, man. It was really cool. It was so that
A lot of
happens on
detail.
occasion.
That was a long story. I've started reading the Denver Post sports section.
Hey, Martin, don't do this wrap it up thing. I'm just telling you. I'm trying to explain.
What was the question to start this segment? I don't even remember where we
Me
started.
taking photos with people. Sometimes, if they watch us from afar.
Did you knew what you were getting into when you asked that question?
Well, what I said was, why was there a line for Riker? I thought that Riker had
turned
some
into him.
special thing with Detroit, and then
it turned
and then it turned into England.
about him.
Oh, I'm sorry to try to educate you. My bad to try to educate
Well,
you.
and let me ask the listeners: how educated do you feel now about Mosier's story? Is that going to change your views on education? Is that going to alter your day? I'm just curious. How much more educated and smart do you feel now?
303-504-0925. You guys tell me. By the way,
Thank you,
Marty. Let me
Professor.
know when you have this because it wasn't quite like
I'm
what just
I'm
happened.
teetering. I swear to God, now you got me teetering, Vic. Which way do you want me to go?
I want to play for you a clip that I saw yesterday. Arnold Schwarzenegger was on a British morning radio show for some reason. I don't know what the detail is behind this, but I want you guys to hear what it sounds like when Schwarzenegger tries to tell a joke. Go ahead.
The easiest way to make money.
Well,
Which one?
The first and most important thing is, everyone tells you that the first million is the hardest to make.
Yeah.
So start with the second million.
Right.
Huh?
Hello. It was supposed to be funny, guys. Come on, wake up.
That's got to be a death feeling, doesn't it? When everybody's just like, and?
Nope. That was
And?
the punchline.
Yep, that was it.
That's
That was the one.
So
I thought it was pretty decent.
So you're
it's-
saying that's a Mosier story?
I probably would have
what,
chuckled.
What I think is funny about that is I get the joke. Ha ha. Don't start with the first million, get to the second.
right,
Ha ha.
right.
Did it not land because of his accent, is what I'm wondering here. Is that what happened? And because he's a large man. I know he's an affable guy, but yeah, something about your story in Britain reminded me of Arnold Schwarzenegger not landing on a joke.
Well, it's kind of like, I forget who the player was. Says, how much is a cup of coffee? It's $2.99. How much are refills? Well, they're free. He goes, good, I'll have a refill.
That's actually really
Isn't
good.
that, isn't that
I like
good?
that. Yeah, I like
Riker,
that one.
Riker told me that story of a guy that when he was a young player said that.
You know,
Good, I'll have a refill.
It reminds me though, dead air. Right. So that was about what, 3 seconds, 2 seconds of dead air.
How much, Marty? Give me the exact number.
Dead air is in this business. I don't think there's anything that gives you more nightmares than dead air.
Oh, it's tough. Yeah.
You like some people love it. Some people can deal with it. It gives me anxiety.
It's
like right there, just that pause
Oof,
right there.
that was 4 seconds.
That was 4 seconds. Hang on. Let me just live in swim in this 4 seconds again. Let me hear it again.
Important thing is, everyone tells you that the first million is the hardest to make.
Right.
Yeah.
So start with the second million.
Right.
Hello.
Yeah, that was 4 seconds.
Dude,
Yeah.
dude, that's you know what that was.
But how, as a host, are you just staring at him when he's not talking? You feel like you need to pick it up. It's your show. If he's not going to speak, you got to pick something up in the middle. They're just staring at him
Rank
like,
amateur. Rank
That was like
amateur.
dance, clown.
That was Giannis at the foul line, the 10-second
yeah.
count.
Dude, Kuzma got called for
I
that.
know.
I timed it, Vic. I'm not kidding. Okay.
That was not a 10-second count.
I timed it. It was like 10.2. And I'm like,
Giannis
out
is
of
like
all of
13.
the ones from Giannis, the guy who barely misses the cutoff is the one that gets hit with the 10-second
Yeah, because
violation.
Kuzma's not as good a player. That's why.
But I'm like, I'm totally fine if you let guys slide on a 0.5 seconds on that rule.
Yeah,
when
but-
Giannis
okay.
hits 12, it's different.
Brett, here's the problem. First, you let all the jaywalkers jaywalk. Then you let all the speeders speed.
End of society. It's
then
coming.
you start to let all the money launderers money launder. Then you
where
start
does
to
it
let
end?
all the druggies drug. Then you start to da-da-da.
Did you say where does it end?
Yeah.
At 11 seconds.
I mean, it was just,
That would be my line.
Vic, it was just a little murder. You know, I mean, it wasn't like the big.
It wasn't that
like
big
it
a
wasn't
deal.
like the big Giannis murder of 13.8 seconds. It was a 10.5 murder.
Now, this isn't dead. I'm sorry. I saw both these stories yesterday. I think they line up here. This isn't dead air necessarily, but I love Zach Greinke stories because he's weird. So
That guy is definitely on the spectrum.
Yeah,
right?
he's the weirdest of the weird.
he's
And,
got
I
a
mean, no
social
offense.
anxiety
Yeah,
thing.
no offense if he's got a social anxiety thing.
He
but
does.
when he turns into a real dill hole.
No, I think it's
I
funny.
think it's hilarious. So listen to this story. This is like real life dead air. So he was in AAA with he was with the Royals. So it was the Omaha Royals, I think. Their manager calls him in, says, Zach, I've been told you're going to do one more start down here. Then they're calling you up. Congratulations, kid. You've earned it. I'm happy for you. Greinke, after a long pause, I don't know. Do you think if we asked them, they would let me go back to single A and be a shortstop? I think I can be a pretty good shortstop. The manager, what in the world are you talking about? Greinke, I think I want to play shortstop. I was thinking I could start at single A and then, work my way up.
He can't hit.
Zach, this makes no sense. What are you talking about? They're calling you up to the big leagues. This is your dream. This is everyone's dream. Greinke, oh, okay. To this day, Mike Jersley, the manager, doesn't know if he was kidding with him or not. Does not know. But could you imagine? You bring somebody in, your dream has come true, and he goes, I feel like I want to start over and make $2 playing shortstop.
What a weirdie.
And so matter of fact, too.
Yeah.
Without a smile or anything.
And he just goes, oh, okay. I guess I'll go to the bigs.
Yeah, he's got that sort of just deadpan delivery. Hey, real quick before we break. I got back-to-back the 0707. This is Eric. I liked Mosier's story. Thanks, Eric. And then immediately, like milliseconds later, the 6528. We're all stupider for listening to that story. So really, we run the spectrum here.
You're
on
teetering.
people.
You're
I'm,
teetering.
Well, just like me, I'm teetering. Our listeners, actually, our listeners aren't teetering. They either like it or they hate
They
it.
have teetered in one way or the other.
And I thought
303-504-0925.
I thought the accent was fair.
Yeah, that's
Right?
fine. Back after this.
Right.
All right, so yesterday, Jeff Legwold said something to me that surprised me. And it was, we were talking about money and draft picks and all the Broncos things that is for this time of the year. But he convinced me, not even on purpose, accidentally, into solidifying a stance about what their approach should be to the draft. Because he said this to us about what the last 4 years have been in the NFL draft for the Broncos. Listen.
The Broncos have made 3 draft picks inside the top 45 picks in the last 4 drafts combined.
Jeez.
You want to know why they're in trouble? That's it right there. And people want them to send a boatload of picks to move up in the draft? Are you kidding me? This team has made 3 picks inside the top 45 in 4 drafts.
That's staggering.
That
dude.
number right now, because they don't own a second-round pick, will be 4 in the last 5 years if everything remains the same. I know of a team who's made 3 picks in the top 45 of the last 3 years. You know what that is?
Rams?
The Chiefs, because they pick 32nd every year.
Well, the Rams gave away a lot of draft
Them
capital in order to get themselves stocked for a Super Bowl, and they ended up winning the damn thing.
Can you guys name them? The 3 picks in the top 45 of the last 4 years for the Broncos are?
Well, it's easy. Pat Surtain and Jerry Jeudy are 2 of them.
Yes. Who's the other?
Top 45.
It has to be a second rounder. Has to be.
It's got to be a lineman.
No lineman. The Lord was what?
3rd.
Where was Miners?
3rd.
Okay, those are 3rd round guys.
Who else?
Nobody.
Christian Perry might have
It's
been
not
4th.
Josie. Josie's been around.
The other, the guy that drafted out of Oklahoma, the wide receiver.
No, it's the running back. It's Javante, right?
Javante
Yes.
is the only other
Woo!
one. Sertan,
I started
Javante,
thinking about
and Judy.
my second round pick Rolodex.
So I was trying to think, okay, top 45. The only way you get multiple picks is if you trade back.
Yeah.
Easy does it.
I
Is if you
swear to God, Lombardi.
is if you trade back. And I think that's the most viable strategy they have now, unless they love somebody at 12, and it doesn't need to be a quarterback. Maybe you love a tackle, and you think he's going to be the next Trent Williams. Maybe you love Brock Bowers because you think he's going to be Gronk. Like, if you think that, then fine. If you don't, move back. Get as much as you can. You can't get a king's ransom for 12 overall, but you can pick up that in maybe a late second rounder, maybe another 4th the year after. Like,
Well, did you hear Tyler Columbus on the show yesterday, 12 to 3, PhD? He noted that this year's draft has the lowest volume of players in the history of the draft that have committed to the draft. In the history of the
Really?
draft.
NIL probably, yeah.
NIL and COVID year.
Yep.
So players are they're just staying in college. That has really hurt this draft, the depth of this draft. It's not there. So the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds, they're not there.
Well, these dudes can play in college till they're 29 now. Why come out?
Well, no kidding.
So a 7th round pick, what is a
that's
7th round
funny.
pick worth this year as opposed to other years?
Well, and let me put this another way. They haven't had the opportunity. The 2 picks that Peyton's made in the top 45 have been Surtain and Javante. It's a pretty good couple of picks. I mean, Surtain is the best corner in the league.
And Judy.
He wasn't there for the Judy draft. That was Elway.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. Surtain was his first.
Surtain was his first. Javante was his
Those are pretty
only
good.
other pick. And Javante was really good and then got hurt, and we'll see.
Right.
So I was like, this is how you evaluate GMs, though, is drafts. I mean, yeah, it's free agency pickups and trades and stuff like that, too, but it's mostly through the draft. So I go, okay, let's eliminate top 45. Let's say top 100. Here are all the picks that George Payton has made in the top 100 selections, okay? Mims,
I think that's going to be good if they use him.
Riley Moss,
Okay.
Nick Bonito,
Fine.
Dulcich,
See, now you're not getting the payoff yet. The injuries, you can't predict injuries, so I can't stick it to him because I think Dulcich is a player if he's healthy.
I forgot. Drew Sanders was another one.
Okay.
Surtain,
Yeah, easy.
Javante,
Mhm.
Quinn Miners, and Baron Browning was pick 105.
I think those are all pretty damn good picks.
That's a pretty good track record
Yeah,
for the top 100.
Vic, are those not I think with what you had to work with, those are pretty good.
The only ones that I think are still like iffies out there, like Riley Moss, we have no idea. Drew Sanders, we have no idea.
And they're still young players.
Dulcich looks like he could be good. We just can't really see it. And then all the other guys are at least decent players, if not pretty damn good ones, like Quinn Miners and Surtain and those guys.
But you know what this gets back to, Vittorio? I know what the prudent thing to do, you and I both know this, is to get capital. Get some draft capital and draft and develop.
I
That's
want
the
darts.
prudent thing.
And I just want to start
You know
chucking.
what's interesting?
And so trade back, right? And gather some more picks and start building your roster to compete, like really compete in 3 years.
I feel defeated.
Yeah,
feel defeated.
and right now it feels like you have to eat it,
Well, let me tell you why.
and you have no choice, and it stinks.
I feel defeated because we're talking about these moves and what the Broncos can do and how these draft picks need to mature. And we got a team that's in the middle of a dynasty run, a dynastic run in Kansas City. That's what they are. They're a dynasty. Is that fair?
Yes.
Dynasty. Did you see what they did when they really didn't have to do anything at that position? Did you see what they just did yesterday?
Matt Araiza.
Yeah. This is what great teams do.
Patriots did this stuff
This
all
is
the
the
time.
Patriots would always, whoa, what was that all about? Oh, right.
Now,
This is
Matt
what-
Araiza, elite punter
Elite.
who had a big-time scandal.
Yes. They
that he
figured
was
it out.
that he was not
Exonerated.
involved in, right?
But did they have to do this, is what I'm saying.
No.
Did the Chiefs have to make this move?
Nope.
No. Look at when they make the move at the height of their success, right? A week after. It's remarkable to see what dynasties can do and how they continue to maintain that dynasty. They make the right decision all the time.
Well, and I was just looking at ESPN today. They're like, what if the Chiefs sign Mike Evans? And I'm like, well, then I'll want to burn everything to the ground.
But it feels like you feel powerless, right? When you're in Denver.
Of
You're
course.
saying to yourself, you're trying to field a competitive team here. We're talking about guys just to make this team a playoff team. They're on a level about making that a dynasty of 8 to 10 years.
Did you read the article about the Chargers and new offensive coordinator Greg Roman? You realize that Harbaugh cherry-picked him away from his brother in Baltimore, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like, what's the plan for Justin Herbert? And everybody thinks that Herbert's a stud. I mean, all the in-the-know people. He says, you know what we're going to do? We're going to run the football. Vic, think about this when Shanny finally got what he wanted and TD emerged, right, with Elway.
Made Elway's job easier.
Oh,
more
my God,
efficient.
it did. Yes, it did. And they kicked so much major butt. So Roman says, can you imagine Justin Herbert with a great running game? We don't know, but I can imagine what it might look like. So that's the vision.
I could tell you right now, Austin Eckler is going to have either some company or he may be gone.
You're damn right.
I think he's out.
They finished 24th in rushing yards per game. Eckler averaged the fewest yards per carry at 3.5 of his career.
Yep.
So here's Roman, last thing. And this is what is scary, too, because all of a sudden you've been leapfrogged easily by the Chargers, in my opinion. Quote, I think in this league you can really help dictate the defenses if you have a strong running attack. This is Roman talking. If you really talk to most defensive coordinators in this league, you get them off to the side when they're playing a really good running game. They're sweating a little bit. They're sleeping a little less that week. And so if Greg Roman gets that offense cranked up with Herbert.
Yeah, they're not beating Kansas City.
They're not. But the Broncos ain't beating them either.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm going back to Kansas City.
And that's
here,
where the problem
and
lies.
I'm going back to where we live in the AFC West. This is where we live. This is where we reside. We're in. You know what it's like? You're in that cul-de-sac where you're banging away to make your house look nice. You're doing whatever you can. But then there's a dude in the corner house that, I don't know, owns a ridiculous company and makes so much money you can't keep. There's nothing you can do to keep up with his landscaping. It's just too nice.
Yeah.
It's just too. And that is what Kansas City has become. What is it? 3 Super Bowls in the last how many years? 5, 6 years?
3-6.
6 years.
Mahomes
Yeah,
played
that's-
6 years.
That's a dynasty, right? That's a AFC Championship game,
course,
6 years.
yeah.
That's a dynasty, right? We're not parsing words here. This is not a debate, correct?
They're doing the same thing the Patriots did, which I never
Yes.
thought would happen again.
But they're doing something that the Broncos never even did. The Broncos were never this good at any 5 to 6 year period. Never.
Right. By the way,
Ever. And I hate to say that, and Bronco fans may not like hearing that, but nowhere in the history of the Denver Broncos have they been that good over a 6-year window.
Yeah.
Ever.
that's true. People will say, "Hey, Roman got run out of Baltimore." He did. He was there for what, 5 seasons? In his 5 seasons before John said, "We better part ways. I want to do something different with Lamar." They led the league in rushing,
Hey.
and part of it was Lamar, obviously, but they led the entire National Football League.
Greg Roman took a
So
Joe
in-
Flacco offense
in
into
rushing.
a Lamar Jackson.
That is correct.
What is my conclusion when we speak of all this stuff? The now is not going to happen. We're focusing too much on the now.
So is that not the? So then, am I wrong or am I right? The prudent thing to do would be what Brett
Stockpile.
so eloquently.
That's
yeah,
it.
Trade back and stockpile.
Fill your cheeks with. Well, I was going to say, never mind.
Fill your what with
I
what?
was going to do a squirrel reference, but I knew you guys would take it completely out of context, and I wasn't going
Us?
to go there.
We wouldn't
fill
do
your
that.
cheeks with these. Is that what you're talking about?
I was going to say,
Yeah. Got
Just-
him. High five. Got him.
you know
Yeah,
how a
it's good
squirrel
one.
does that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course.
He takes
I don't
his time.
understand anything that you said.
Squirrel takes his time.
Yeah.
Take your time. You're not going anywhere anytime soon.
But again, boys, this gets back to the question, and I'll let you guys answer before we get to break. How patient is Sean Payton? How patient is he to be 3 years?
Still the main question to me.
3 years into his command of the Broncos, and they're still not even ready to compete with the Chiefs yet. I mean, there's going to come a time, even if he's patient right now, where he's going to get impatient. I'm fascinated by this.
Would there be anything that they could do, just quickly here? Let's say they stay and they make the pick at 12. They don't trade back. What would piss you off? Is there any position, if they took it, you'd be like, what are we doing? Because they need so much.
If they did something, if they made a defensive pick,
Like a linebacker?
if they did something that wouldn't change the game, and it's like, okay, what is going on here?
Like the Daniel Jeremiah mock draft had him taking that Jared Verse edge rusher out of Florida State, and I'm like,
What are we doing there?
We need some high-end talent.
and maybe he is. Like maybe he's a really good pass rusher, but
Well, either way, if they stay at 12, they're going to get
I
a
want-
very, very good position player. Very good.
yeah. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Nuggets. Elite level game yesterday, as it should have been, because you're playing a terrible, terrible team.
Worst team in the league.
But
Fill your cheeks with what?
Well, as I
D's.
had that vision come through, I said, God, what that is just brilliant, Vic. And then I did a double take and I looked at you guys. I said, I can't say that because of the audience I'm sharing here.
Of course. We'll get to the Nuggets next.
Back the other way is Ty Jones. Reverse side layup won't go. Rebound Christian Brown. Outlet pass Watson by himself. Dog! Hard! 2 hands! Right on the melon of Kyle Kuzma. Denver leads it by 27. A foul as well on Kuzma. Sheesh.
Sheesh. Kaz was on one last night. I like that.
Well, it's fun when your team puts up 130 and they stick it to a dog meat club. I mean, you gave up 110 to the Wizards. That's not exactly something that... He sounded like Howard Dean right there, kind of.
He did.
Hang on, Marty. Have it queued. We're going to Vermont, and then to Michigan, and then Oregon, and then we're going back to D.C. to take back the White House.
That's exactly
pretty good.
it. Yeah, that's exactly it.
But
you know what? But I think it's fun when you stick it to a stickhole team. And again, I don't like giving up the 110, but you put up 130, man. Everything went your way. You didn't really have to lock down any D. You kind of bounced around that third quarter, but it was an easy win the way it should have been against a 9-win basketball club. And so if you're Kaz and you're coming out of the break and your team had steady struggled before that, hey, man, watching that offense flow like that, you feel pretty dang good.
That was the
although KCP, Vic, Ofer, and Reggie Jackson, not a great shoot. Those two guards, not great shooting nights, but other than that, everything was great.
that was the easiest game the Nuggets would play all season.
yeah, that team's terrible. God, Washington's bad.
It's the easiest game coming off the All-Star break, rested, raring to go. A team, by the way, how bad are the Washington Wizards at 9-46? They're so bad that they benched their highest paid player, Jordan Poole. He's off the bench now.
Yeah, what?
Marty,
he played 30 minutes,
can you
though.
put
He
on
was terrible, though.
Put on the screen behind me the turnover he had in that game because
We
Jordan
just-
Poole is
he gave
so
it to
bad.
Christian Brown, I think. Was that the one right in, like he
Yeah.
just said here? I think the ball slipped.
I want you guys to all witness, if you're watching on the Safeway Twitch feed or if you're watching on Altitude Television, this turnover from Jordan Poole, who got a whole bunch of money from Washington now to come off the bench, and guys who I never have heard of are starting for them. Look at this turnover.
Yeah, the ball slipped. He's trying to pass it and then just.
He does those little alligator arms like, it's one of those natural reactions like, I messed
But
up.
I mean, then again, what was he trying to do there? All right, so he's got a guy inside. I think that's Corey Crisper. Is that Crisper? Is that who that was?
Sure.
Okay, so
Corey Kispert?
Kispert. I'm sorry. What did I call him?
Crisper.
Crisper.
Crisper cream.
So he's going to Kispert.
Wait,
What-
Kispert starts jumping up and down too, like, no.
But think
no,
about this.
No.
What is Kispert going to do right there? He's got two
Exactly.
shot blockers behind him. Where's he going to go? God, they are so bad.
They are so bad. So
Rob Perez put that out on Twitter, by the way.
he did.
He goes, Jordan Poole.
Moj, I'm a movie and TV guy. I like them. I'm a connoisseur. Not like I don't watch Citizen Kane and stuff like that, but I like what I like. And what I really like are guys who are never like the main characters, but they're so good. Like Sam Rockwell. I love Sam Rockwell.
Sam Rockwell's a great actor. But let's
Ben
take
Foster's another one. I
Okay.
love Ben Foster.
For example, The Green Mile. Sam Rockwell's character, Wild
Yes.
Bill character, right?
Like every movie he's
Did
in.
you ever see Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when he was the president with the
I
head
didn't
that
see
fell
that.
off? Okay, he's a pretty damn good actor.
But like supporting actors, even like if you're big names, but in movies like Morgan Freeman as Red in Shawshank, supporting actor.
Freeman.
who played? I mean, when you look at like,
Christoph Waltz in Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah.
J.K. Simmons in Whiplash is really good, right?
was it Tom Hardy in Peaky Blinders who played the Jewish jeweler?
Yes.
The Jewish mob boss.
Yeah, what a great role, that kind of thing.
Aaron Gordon is that guy for the Nuggets. He is so perfect in
I
every
talked-
single way
I talked
without
to Aaron
being the
last
main
night.
guy.
I talked to him in the locker room last night. I said the synergy between you and Nikola Jokic right now is off the charts. I don't think I've ever seen such synergy from a power forward and a center, right? You usually see that between guard and center, guard and forward. But a power forward and a center,
Yeah.
those two positions with that kind of synergy, you tell me, give me another combo that plays like that. There was that pass.
LeBron AD-ish?
No,
Not like this.
no,
Not like this.
no,
Did you see that
no.
pass that Joker had behind the back to Gordon,
Yes.
who decided to dive at the rim? Now, if you go back and
Jokic
look,
was in his passing bag
but
last night.
go back and look at that. Joker had the beautiful pass, but Gordon made the play by diving at that very moment.
Yep.
Some people won't dive there. They won't go to the rim there. They won't cut there. They're looking at that saying, why would I go here? He knew. He knew what Joker knows. And to have two guys on that level right now, how
Right.
about that full-length pass that Joker had? By the way, if you missed it, Joker had a triple-double, one of the greatest triple-doubles I've seen.
19 boards, 15 assists.
Well, he was
21
under
points.
under his own bucket and made a touchdown pass to the other end.
But in that event, right when he's making that touchdown pass, he looks up. He knows that Gordon's already there. So, watch this play through. He knows Gordon is there before he pulls the rebound.
Yep.
He can sense it. He knows it. So he turns with the pass, and Gordon knows it and senses that he's going to get the ball. So what does AG do around the three-point line as he's approaching the rim? He boxes out his guy. He stops. To give Joker a passing lane. It's like a
It
receiver.
was Kuzma, I think he boxed out, right?
So if he keeps going, if Gordon keeps going, that pass never happens because now you have to put it in a pocket that the defender's going to get.
Yeah.
But if you stop and you force Kuzma to stop, now Joker's got more room to work with. I'm telling you, they're on a different level. It's different plane right now, the way they think alike.
I don't think there could be a better person at that spot than Aaron Gordon on this team. I really don't. Because it's not just his skill set, right? Because he does so many things well. He plays defense well. He crashes boards. He has that synergy, as you were mentioning with Joker. But also, Vic, he's got no ego to him either. Remember, this guy was the man in Orlando.
Yeah.
He was the dude. And now he's, at best, the third option on this team?
Did you see him bully ball Kuzma last night when Kuzma decided to get fancy with him? And he said, okay, what are you doing? He knocked him into Arvada. I mean, if one of the doors were open at Ball Arena, he would have popped out that door.
I just feel like AG, in times when MPJ has been a little bit up and down, and even Jamal's been up and down, I just feel like AG's always just been that guy.
Yep.
And there's no denying the chemistry between him and Joker.
I think he's been the second most consistent player on the team this year.
I completely agree. And I just think that it's cool that he's got that worked out. And that's like, it's not a back pocket thing because you'll need it to win.
Yeah.
But it's really cool. We always talk about the two-man game, Joker and Murray. AG's got something to say, too, in a helping way.
So they go to Portland tonight, second game of a back-to-back. If you noticed last night, KCP did not play the second half. He wasn't even on the bench. He was getting his finger tended to, his pinky finger on his shooting hand that he jammed early in the game. They call it a sprain. He was listed as questionable. If it's me, and I don't know what they do tonight, I know he made the trip. I know he was on the plane. If it's me, I don't play him. I don't play KCP tonight.
but can we get serious about this game?
They may indeed play him if he says, "Nah, I'm ready to go." But something like that, let it have a couple more days to chill before you go to Golden State.
But this game again, like last night, and I know when you play at home and then you go on the road for the back-to-back, that is not easy at all. But the Blazers stink.
They do. Yeah, these
the
are
Blazers
two
are a
gettable games.
poor team. You're almost a 10-point favorite.
Who's their best right now? Best player on the Blazers is
Anthony Simons,
Simons.
or you could say Jeremy Grant.
I was gonna say, is Grant still there?
Yeah.
Oh, Marty.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, you okay?
Uh-oh. Right. DeAndre Ayton's there. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
But
Let's hope we can make it to the game today.
Hey. Well, there's no what? Snow, ice storm or whatever?
I would hope not.
He's literally on thin ice.
Oh,
I like it.
No, but the idea is that
Thank you, Avs chumps. I just saw that.
last night I needed you to win by 20 for the Nuggets, and they did. Okay, 15.5. I needed the over on that. Tonight, the Nuggets are a 9.5-point favorite as of right this second. I don't need 9.5. I just need a win, Vic. I need a win. I need a serious.
I've never been about winning at the spread. I don't.
Okay, I don't care either. I'm just saying. What
that.
I'm saying is, I need a serious win. I need you to be serious, and I need you to win. All the funny stuff, all the monkey business, all that junk, that's in the past.
Yeah.
Now it's time to, hey,
Okay.
let's go to Portland and win a basketball game against a team that's not very good.
OKC took care of the Clippers last night, so mere percentage points separating the Nuggets and the Clippers. Clippers have the advantage because they've played fewer games. But they're both
OKC
in
stuck
third.
it to them.
Yeah. Minnesota returns to action tonight. We'll see what happens the rest of the season. I want you to know a couple things. Number one, the Nuggets have the third easiest remaining schedule in the Western Conference. Third easiest according to what's on paper. Number two, of those games, only 4 of those games are against teams in front of them in the standings. Only 4. But 3 of those 4 are against Minnesota. You win all 3 of those, you're in first place.
Absolutely.
You if you take care of the other business.
Right.
So they've got fate in their own hands. They can control their own fate here. And what Nikola Jokic did last night, now that he's scored a triple-double against every team in the league, I want you to consider these numbers for a second because he makes them seem so ridiculously easy. Christian Brown said it after the game last night, guys. He looks at the stat sheet, Christian, as he's addressing the reporters, and his eyes just get really wide. His eyes get wide. He's like, I hope you guys understand that this shouldn't happen. Yeah. I mean, he's looking at us going, I hope you guys understand that what he's doing and the way he goes about his business, making it look like it's just, he was 10 for 10, Nikola Jokic from the field. He didn't miss a shot. That alone, if you go, find anybody in the league last night that was perfect from the field, double-digit point or shot attempts. I would say, I'm going to guess right now, not a single player in the NBA was perfect from the league, from the field, outside of Nikola Jokic, shot attempts. Not a single player in the league last night. Not one. He is the only player in the NBA that was perfect. Did not miss a shot.
Wait. I mean, I'm sure some guy in scrub time is 1 for
No.
1.
No, he's saying double-digit shot attempts.
Okay, copy.
If you give me at least 10 shot attempts, you will not find another player in the National Basketball Association last night that could equal that mark.
I think you're probably right about that.
So that's one thing. That's one. Now, on top of that, and not only that, I'm going to give you 21 points. I'm going to give you 19 rebounds, and I'm going to give you 15 dimes. So not only am I perfect from the field in double-digit attempts, I'm going to give you everything else that comes with it. Do you realize how preposterous that is?
It is preposterous. It's almost as preposterous as how you're saying, I'm going to give you.
Thank you.
I'm going to give it to you.
I've got to agree with them. You sound stupid.
That's fine. But that is a stupid stat line. It's not impressive. It's stupid. So
it really is.
I am tired of talking about Nikola Jokic as impressive, fantastic, phenomenal. No, we've gone beyond that.
Okay, so now we're putting pejoratives in there.
We now have to use
Insults.
pejorative and
Guys,
insulting
friggin'
terms.
stupid.
That is just stupid when you do stuff like that.
I'm almost through all of this, Vic. I have nobody who is perfect.
You won't find anybody.
The closest I've seen is Kawhi Leonard and Jonas Valanciunas were 9 of 12 last night from the field.
Hey, last thing. What do you think about LeBron after the All-Star break, not playing in that first game back at the Warriors?
Dude, that is weird to me.
And the Lakers are at the Spurs tonight.
Because of an ankle, and you had 4 days off between the All-Star game and tonight.
He was soaring through the air and dunking in that game.
I don't know.
If I'm a Lakers fan,
That's
I'm
so
like,
annoying.
I am really ticked off about that. That's Embiid level type stuff, right? Isn't it?
Especially when you're you're in the play-in right now. You're 9. But the Warriors just got within a half game of you. That just seems kind of weak, doesn't it? I mean, hey, you spend a whole weekend at the All-Star game, and then you had, another 4 days off, and you can't go? I'm not going to deny his greatness or doubt his intestinal fortitude. It just seems weird. Seems like, especially that game against a team that's trying to track you down, you got to play. Whatevs.
For Jokic to have a game like that, and to have 4 of these in his career, by the way, and 2 just this season where he's perfect from the field and has triple doubles, insanity. 303-504-0925. Get back to the Avs. Yes, Moshe.
When we come back, just a quick touch on something that you brought up yesterday. Quick touch, baby. That's only gained more steam and more embarrassment.
What is it, Moj? What's picking up steam?
All right, I'm tired of looking at it. And you can't help if you're on X, Twitter, you cannot help but come across it. And it's downright obscene. As of right now, Major League Baseball players have added the see-through pants to their list of complaints with Nike and Fanatics.
Who's the poor dude from the Padres yesterday that got hit with that? Who is that guy?
I think players are purposely posing
with their junk?
I'm not joking. You sent us a picture, and I said they're doing this on purpose.
I don't think so.
I think they are. I think players know that we can see everything, and
they're making a point.
Yes.
Well, the slug, the headline to the story,
or a bulge.
Major League players add see-through pants to concerns with new uniforms. Well, that would be a concern.
That would be a concern.
Anyway, Tony Clark, who's the executive director of the MLBPA, says it's disappointing we've landed in a place where uniforms are the topic. And the part of the complaint is that all the letters have gotten smaller.
Yep.
They look, quote, amateurish, according to more than one player. Some say the eggshell color of the pants, the fabric is the same as last year's, creating see-through vibe. It's also into question. Well, here's the problem. I can't get on the Twitter machine without seeing guys' junk all over.
That is true. It's everywhere.
And I'm like, okay, I don't need that, right? I mean, it's downright obscene. It's like when Marlowe called Joker's bucket a Serbian hooker shot.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like,
he's since retracted that.
Oh, he did. Well, then he made fun of me. Oh, what'd he say? You know, shooty shoot ain't exactly Shakespeare, you jerk. No, but I mean, these guys have, it's like, I don't know, it's like a lingerie ad, right? And these guys are just doing their major league stuff.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Well, they're stretching, they're stretching, they're warming up, they're taking fungos, and it's all like everywhere.
I really think that this is some sort of amplified, extended April Fool's joke that Major League Baseball is playing on its fans.
It feels like it.
Let's trot out these ridiculous uniforms. They're all jacked up, see-through. And then once the season starts, we'll give them the goods, right? Let's pretend. Let's act like this is all just real.
What's the point of having, this has to be so embarrassing for the apparel company, which I'm confused because people are saying it's Nike, but they just off-shipped it to Fanatics. I don't understand this at all.
Designed by Nike, built by Fanatics. Okay, so Nike designed it. Their designers designed the fabric, designed the unis, and then Fanatics, the jersey company, built them, put them all together. People are saying, Mose, you might want to clear your browsing history. Thanks, Coach Coop. That's not the issue. You can't swing a dead armadillo by the tail without hitting a guy's junk on the Twitter machine. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
Am I wrong? Am I lying? I'm not lying. I'm here to try to do something about it.
But maybe Vic's onto something. Maybe these players are going full
Monty.
Yeah, as a point.
Well, there's
you showed
100%. I believe players are going out of their way to give you poses that normally you would not do. I can give you some poses,
especially
so
the one
you're going to go up to the plate next time, do one of these, stretch the hip flexor.
You guys might think I'm exaggerating.
Let me stretch the hip flexor. Hang on a second.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at this, look at that.
Oh,
hang on, let's really widen our stance here, Moj. Get a little lean up here. Get a little lean.
Yeah. Feel the burn.
You feel
right
it up
in the
here? It's that upper quad to groin.
Oh,
you feel that right there?
Great.
Baseball players are notorious for this anyway. Nobody does more touching than baseball players, correct?
That is true.
Nobody.
I
in
think
any
that's
sport.
Probably
right?
they touch themselves more?
You get bored.
100%
bored out there.
Baseball players touch themselves more than any sport.
I think they do. That one Padres guy. All the memes came out about the Padres guy. Whoever that guy was.
In their defense, you're wearing like sliding shorts. It's compressive. You got to adjust a lot.
Okay.
Who was the broadcaster? He was a previous player for a long time. He basically undressed himself at first base.
Oh, that was
Steve Lyons.
Steve
Steve Lyons.
Correct,
Do you remember
yeah.
that? He forgot he was in a game, and he said, "Take my clothes off."
That
And then he was
funny.
looking around like, oh, there's thousands of people here. Oops.
But it
But
was
I
a
do
very
that
natural
once
reaction.
in a mall.
It was a very natural
Hey,
reaction from Lyons.
if
He was
you're
just trying to
grossed-
get the dirt out of his
If
pants.
you're grossed out now by what these players are wearing with the see-through pants, just wait till the elderly managers trot out with this
Oh,
stuff.
no, Vic. Vic.
Can you imagine the
We
late?
need to change the rules now in baseball. If they're wearing these unis, then why do managers wear a full uniform
Oh,
anyway?
geez. Wait till could you imagine Whitey Herzog showing up today?
I was going to say, can you imagine the late great Don Zimmer donning some of these?
Oh, and
The late great Earl Weaver.
we got some back and forth here between the home plate umpire and Don Mattingly, and he's out on the field, and oh my God.
Google Dave Parker.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to.
And
Google
boom
that.
goes the dynamite.
Anyway,
it's gross.
I just wanted. The problem is for the listening audience out there. I guess I'm trying to be a little bit funny, but I'm also being serious.
It's disgusting.
Every single day, a story is coming out, a news story about these new uniforms, and the latest is the pants are a major problem.
Wanted to ask you something, by the way, about the Avs last night. We discussed some of the game. Look, disappointing, but not angry about the result. I mean, it was a good game. They just couldn't find a way to put it in the back of the net.
Well, sometimes, listen, Justus Sonnen, I thought was terrific.
He was very good.
And I thought that Alex Lyon was also terrific. I mean, he had a save percentage of .968 last night.
Yep.
I mean, and by the way, it's no secret and it's no coincidence that he's become the number one there in Detroit.
By the way, are they playing Eustace a little more now just to test to see will we make a move at the deadline or
Well,
not?
you know what's funny? Do teams play their backup goalies all the time?
Of course
but
they
do.
the Avs have
But
been
the-
inclined not to
Right,
do
but the
that.
funny part is that Jared Bednar, every time Onanen plays, it's like, what the hell are you doing?
Well,
Right?
it's a question only
Okay.
because he didn't start the season as the backup goalie.
That is correct. And Prosvetov, incidentally, was the player of the week in the AHL.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yes. He went down to the Eagles. He's kicking butt.
But I got a question.
But the point is, I thought Lyon played really good. I mean, Byram's got it on his stick on a breakaway in OT.
Well, I'll tell
And
you.
Lyon makes the save of all saves. I mean, great save.
I'll tell you what tripped me out last night. Was hearing you call JT Compher shooting against the Avalanche and not for them. That was weird.
And what a save by Onanen on
Yep.
him I guess it was the final minute of regulation on the power play. My God.
What guy had the shot attempt with like 7 seconds left? That was like,
JT Compher.
That was
that
Comfort,
JT?
Yeah.
So that's like 6.5 left in
That's
the third
Comfort,
period. That was
yes.
Compher?
Timothy. That sure was.
But you're not kidding, man. I mean, that penalty was killer. But the Avs killed it off. We went back to 3-on-3 hockey, and then Patrick Kane. McKinnon and Taves both took Larkin. And that left Kane alone at the top of the circle, sliding down the slot, and he could pick his shot.
How
And
big is Kane in person?
he's
Give me
about 5. I mean, I guess we'll say 5'11", 175.
So he's a little taller than Gerard?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
And-
Same body?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's a thinner guy.
Give me a
than
full
Sammy
description
G.
of his body.
Well, I haven't studied his body.
You're so wrong, Mosh. He's 5'10", 177.
Jesus.
Yeah, whatever. He doesn't do what when he first came into the league, and for the first several years in the league, he had this play where he'd communicate with a puck on his stick and he'd get on his heels and he'd get his legs wide and he'd do this sort of water skiing type of thing. And he's like, shoo, shifty all over the place. I'm like, oh my God, this guy. He doesn't really do that anymore at all. He had the hip resurfacing surgery and all that kind of thing. But man, the hands are still there.
Hey,
the hands are still there.
I don't know if it's out there. I saw some video of Landy skating, like pretty hard,
Yeah.
around cones. And I'm at that point where I get excited about Landy skating around cones. I don't know if you guys do.
This is like when we saw Jamal shooting
Yeah.
the basketball pregame.
I know.
Exactly the
Coming
same.
back from his ACL.
I know, but I mean, when I see it, I'm like, oh, Landy's skating hard. Now he wasn't he wasn't breezing. That's hard in my book.
That's sort of getting around cones type of stuff. Vic, you'll know that he's feeling really good when you get to the burst up the ice, hard stops. Burst hard.
Like those when you produce all that snow.
Correct, but it's exactly right. But when you're at a standstill and you explode up the ice,
So, like, show me.
well, I don't have to show you. You know what I mean?
Is that how snow comes? Does God just
Yes,
go,
God is upstairs, stomping at the
I've
top
always
of the
thought that was
crease.
so cool to do that. I've never been able to do that. I know, like, Raj is our resident skater. I'm sure he can do that. I've never been able to, like, stop and produce
I
snow.
would say that Kim Becker's probably our resident skater.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she too. But, like,
Well, she was a pro. Kim Becker was
I
a
know.
professional.
but I mean, if whether you're skating or skiing, I tried that. I've skied 4 times in my life. I tried that once. When what's that called? What's that called when you produce?
Stopping? Is that
Yeah,
what
but it's fancy stopping. It's the fancy people.
Well, you're not
that do
snow
it.
plowing. You're
No, but the fancy, you're sideways and you give
Everybody
people
knows
a
what
bunch
you're
of
talking
snow.
about,
What's
yeah.
that called? How stupid are we?
I think it's called stopping.
No, it's not stopping. It's something. It's called something. Someone asked
Okay.
me once to do that,
Vic,
and I tried, and I almost
If
tore
I'm in my
ACLs.
car, if I'm in
It's
my
not stopping.
if I'm in my
Somebody
car-
tell us what that is.
and my car stops like this, that's
No,
braking,
it's
I
a
suppose.
sideways stop.
When I do this,
Sideways. No,
That's
see,
still
you-
braking.
You've got this hockey stop, but what do you call it when you ski and you do that?
Vic, why
the
don't you get
side
up and
thing?
show me? I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
you go to the side.
No, get up and actually act it
I
out.
don't
Show
have
me.
skis on. I can't show you. There's a term for this.
Hockey
There's a-
stop.
There's a
Well,
term for it.
Somebody said rooster tail. No,
Stopping with style.
The hockey stop is just the full on breaks both skates, blowing snow. That's the
Okay.
hockey stop.
Try that on skis. Have you ever tried that on skis?
Well, of course,
Can you do it?
yes.
I don't see you doing that.
Well, you asked me if I could. The answer is yes. I can
Have
do
you
that.
really?
Yes,
Dude, I tried that.
dude. I used to ski.
Can you do a 360 shot?
Vic, you missed it.
I used to.
What?
I used to ski a lot
go.
more than I do. I mean, I haven't skied in the last decade.
Dude, I would
No
not
time.
even trust
It's called
you
the cha-cha
on skis.
slide.
I would not trust you for as injury prone as you
Would
are.
you like to race? I'll tell you what. I haven't skied in 10 years. I'll go race you.
Do I look like a
down
skier?
Copper right now?
I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't ski. I've skied
Well,
4
then there
times
should
in
be
my
a
life.
little
I'll
bit more. There should be a little bit more hole shutting than mouthy talking.
I will take you on right now as a 4-time skier on any slope in Colorado. Let's go
Let's go.
to the bottom.
Sounds good.
I can't hockey stop, but I'll go.
Well, I can.
Fearless.
We'll have to bring 2 body bags. As
Yeah,
well.
no kidding.
Well,
we
actually,
would.
we have to pack an orthopedic surgeon.
I can't get off the train, whatever that thing is. I
The
had
lift.
trouble there.
The lift.
I
Just
need
getting
help
off
there.
the lift.
I need help getting off the
What,
train.
a train?
Whatever that is that brings you to the top.
I'll kill you.
There's always a circumstance where bodies are all over, strewn all over the snow when I'm getting off the
Can I
thing.
ask you something? Because I've never skied before, and I don't plan on doing it. It's too expensive a habit for me to pick up at this age. But Vic,
Just ask your wife.
well,
pay
I
for
mean,
it.
look, I get golf. It's expensive enough. I would imagine though, if I was on that ski lift, my feet almost never dangle. I'm kicking.
Dude, it's
I'm
scary.
kicking the whole
no,
time.
when you're up there, though, dude, it's scary because there's support. You're like, at times, 60 feet off the air. You're like,
That
whoa.
is funny. Like we've made everything so much like we've tried
Safer.
to emphasize safety
Oh,
and
ain't
everything.
unsafe about that, bro.
And when it comes to ski lifts, you're like,
no.
well, there's a bar in front of you.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
like, well,
yeah.
is that it?
And you can pick it up. You can pick it up.
I'm
It's
not sure
crazy.
I want to ski anymore. I'd like to get into snowboarding. I've tried it twice in my life.
Dude,
and I
in your
just sort of,
current state,
I just
Moj,
sort of
listen
scooted
to me.
around on my butt the
Moj,
whole day.
Moj,
It
Moj,
kind of sucked.
Listen to us. In your current state, getting out of bed leads to major issues. There's no chance you get up on the train and on the slope and snowboard. Okay? Put it down.
Can I tell you something? I dread the day when somebody starts a sentence with me in your current state.
Do you agree with me on this? Marty, do you agree? Motion's trying to relive his 20s. He's
It's
a
like,
new-
honey, do you want to take our 12-year-old dog for a walk? Well, in his current state, I don't think that's the greatest
Could you
idea.
imagine putting a snowboard under Mosier and saying, get him.
Mosier, as your friend, I don't think that's a good idea. You do you.
Do you know how many,
I don't
how
think
many
that's a good idea.
injuries you would incur, honestly?
I think I would get hurt doing it. Truly. In your current state, though.
That's such a jerkwad.
It is.
That's such a
It's
jerkwad
so
way to start
bad.
a sentence.
It's so demeaning. It's so demeaning.
It's so demeaning. You know what? In fact,
Who could you do this with,
Brett,
like in
do me a
sports,
favor.
where you could
Do
say,
me a favor.
At his current state.
your current state?
Do me a favor, and I'll pay you good money, or I'll give you a 12 of IPAs.
Uh-huh.
Videotape your wife secretly,
Okay.
and say, and
What?
say,
Jesus.
what? Listen to me, and say, start a sentence and say, "Honey, in your current state, I don't know.
That is, you know what?
I don't think we should blah blah
Would
blah."
be funny. Would be
and
funny.
see what her reaction is. That would be awesome. Because I can tell you what what my wife would say.
Do I look good in these jeans, honey, at your current state?
I could tell you right now, there would be a lot of F's. A lot.
Hey, Vic. The story that I've never heard before of a guy who gets in an altercation before a game starts and gets put in handcuffs, at least for a short amount of time, and is not allowed to play, Isaiah Stewart.
Mhm.
He has been suspended for 3 games. And all I could think of when I saw that report from Shams was, is Draymond Green throwing everything in his house right now because he only got 3 games for punching somebody? Does he wish he could get that? It's not like Isaiah Stewart doesn't have a prior. He went after LeBron.
Yeah, but Isaiah Stewart seems to be the guy that does it in the dark of the night, right? Behind closed doors.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, do you think, honestly, do you think the punishment would be harsher if you guys don't know Isaiah Stewart before a game against the Suns saw Drew Eubanks in the tunnel, dropped his bag, and punched him? I don't know what led up to this. I don't know why it got to that point. But that's like all the details that we know. And I need more details, by the way, Vic. Why did he just haul off and punch this guy in the face before the game?
Obviously, there was an altercation or an incident that happened during a game somewhere where this dude doesn't forget. You know how, everybody has other people that rub them the wrong way, right? I'm sure me specifically, rub a lot of you the wrong way. And you're always like, man, I'd love to take that person out some. Isaiah Stewart literally does it, though.
Have you seen a picture of Eubanks?
He, does it.
We are, we're experts in the punchable faces category.
Yeah.
Take a look at Eubanks' picture. This is a guy that if you just saw him, you'd be like, yeah, I'd like to lay one on there. I mean, look at this guy.
Yeah, I gotta take a shot at that.
Yep.
Now, he's also a
Let me take a
large
look here.
man, so if you take a shot, you best not
Well,
miss.
if I'm Isaiah Stewart, then I'm not scared of that part of it, right? Because Isaiah Stewart's a larger man.
No, he's not. He's not bigger than Eubanks.
He's not?
No. Take a look at them side by side. Give me their
Are you sure?
numbers.
Isaiah Stewart's huge.
Give me their numbers.
Eubanks is 6'10", 245.
Yeah. Top that, sucker.
Drew Eubanks, or
That was a little-
Isaiah Drew Banks.
that was a little-
Isaiah Stewart, Jesus. He is 6'8", 250, Vic.
Okay. My guy's 6'10", 245. Let's go.
Stewart's built different.
Well, mentally, he's built different.
Built different.
Listen, the bigger guy doesn't always win. You got to be crazy. You got to be a little bit crazy, right?
I suppose, yeah.
You think I was going to walk over there and hit you?
I was like,
I was
ready?
wondering what you were doing when
you want to go?
when you get up. When you get up like that, that's a sort of a threatening situation. I'm with Vic. Yeah, one of those. Yeah.
The quick headphone thing. Anyway.
No, if I did
I
that,
saw
if I
one
did that,
time-
nobody'd be threatened.
Wait, but here's my question. Just quickly. If he does that in the game, this is within the game, okay?
Mhm.
So they're jockeying for position for a rebound.
Mhm.
Stewart didn't like some elbow that he threw into the ribs. He hauls off and punches him in the face. Is that more than 3 games?
Well,
If it's on TV, in front of fans, on the court,
yes.
that's more
Yes,
than 3.
Because you have to see it, yeah. Well, Draymond Green, does he even get punished if that video is not released? The one with him punching Jordan Poole, his own teammate? If that video is secure
No,
and
that
never
only happened
released-
after. Because we knew that he got punched for a few days and nothing went down.
And then finally, somebody leaked
Dude,
the video.
I'm of the opinion anybody that is that loose in the marbles that they start punching people without any, like someone says something and you get punched.
yeah.
You're a little loose up there. Do we agree?
Yes.
You got to be a little loose.
Look, there's reasons to hit people.
Yes.
But they have to be extreme.
Now, I've seen, and we've all seen, you've played sports all your life. You've seen it. Playing in a rec game once in Golden. It's a good old Golden rec league.
Oh, I've heard that's one of the good ones.
Mhm.
No, listen to this story.
All right.
Mike
Rucker Park.
Kliss was
Totally.
Mike Kliss was reffing the Golden League.
Mike
back then.
Kliss was reffing?
Yes, he was reffing it. He might be
Wow.
able to corroborate the story. This dude's playing and he goes, don't guard me that close. I don't like people guarding me that close.
Huh?
And we're like, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah, don't get that close to me. And me and the other guy are like, yeah, okay, whatever, dude. You're a whack job. So my backcourt mate, next time down the court, gets right up in him. Guy drops the ball, punches him in the face, breaks his jaw. They had to have the ambulance come in and get him, knock him out.
Jesus.
Loose.
Obviously,
Loose.
dude's banned for
Loose.
life, right? Yeah, screw loose.
Loose. Well, the
Yeah.
entire league folded after that. We didn't play another basketball game in that league.
Wow. Why would he do that?
Why would Isaiah Stewart do what he did? The dude's screwy.
Now that I
He's
think about it,
screwy. He's there's something wrong with him.
Draymond Green should have got way more for that Poole stuff because he ruined his career. Jordan Poole was a good player, and then he got punched,
You know, it's
and
so
then he
funny.
had nothing.
It's so funny you say that. As I'm watching Jordan Poole yesterday, all I could think about, the first thing that comes to mind, oh, that's a dude who took 5 knuckles from Draymond.
But he was good before he got punched. Remember? Like, he was
I know.
a weapon.
Well, he wanted the big contract. Remember, they were kind of debating whether or
The
not.
year Golden State won their last championship,
Yes.
he had ridiculous numbers.
Yes.
Now he's a backup on the worst team in the league.
It's crazy.
I wonder, though, you do that in the middle of a game, that's got to be worse. And I just want to see the video because I want to know what preceded this. I can't imagine they're both walking through the tunnel, and Eubanks is staring at his phone, playing Candy Crush.
Hey,
What's up, Big Stu? And then bam!
What'd you call me?
Yeah, I don't think that's how it went, but by the details, they're just like, yeah, you saw him, he dropped his bag, and he hit him in the face. Oh,
What's
okay.
what's the most vicious, heinous act you've? We've seen some heinous acts.
Rudy Tom. Well, I was too young. Way
Yeah.
young. But
Kermit Washington.
Kermit Washington crushed Rudy
Broke his
Tomjanovich's
face. Yeah, broke his face.
I mean, I've seen in the National Hockey League, who was it? Todd Fedoruk. Help me out, hockey people. Was it Todd Fedoruk who had his face caved in a hockey fight? Literally, his face
Oh my!
was concave. Like it went in.
Are you saying
His
in
face went
person?
in.
But see, in
Are
hockey,
you saying what you've seen in person or
yeah,
no?
No, what you just remember
Okay.
most. But hockey, it's different. That's part of the sport, or it used to be.
Michael
It used to
Westbrook
be.
on the sideline and
Yes.
Stephen.
Smith.
Is it Stephen Smith?
Stephen.
No, Steve. Adam. No, Steve.
No, he was a running back.
Yeah,
Stephen.
Stephen-
Hold on. Stop. Stevens.
No,
Stephen Hill.
No, it's a
Rams,
simple name though.
Stephen Davis.
Stephen Davis.
Yes!
That's it.
Sucker.
Michael Westbrook one punch Stephen Davis. Damn near killed him, dude. On the his own
Yes.
teammate on the sideline in practice.
That's another guy. Sorry to offend. Michael Westbrook.
Yeah.
What's going on here? I would not mess with a dude like that.
Anyway, but you're talking the bowels of the NBA arena, and dude just waxed dude.
Yeah.
Who was it that
Who is
again?
wait, who is your
All the Miami
I
Heat
want an
waiting.
all-timer.
All the Miami Heat waiting.
Hold on, hold
Come
on.
man.
I want an
Hold me back, bro.
all-timer most feared athlete that you wouldn't even want to mildly offend. Like you're that scared. Like ever that you can think of. The guy with the screw the most loose.
Romanowski? No.
I don't know if you.
Well, Romo's pretty
Yeah.
nice,
Yeah, I
actually.
guess he is.
See,
yeah.
football's different. They're wearing pads, guys.
Right.
Every time I think about football fights, it makes
But
me
you forget.
laugh.
Wait,
you
I think I
forget-
got
I
it.
think you forget how big Bill Romanowski was. A large
Bro,
human.
Do you remember when
being.
Myles Garrett wielded his
Yeah, it's
helmet
pretty freaky.
at Mason Rudolph?
Yes.
I mean, Mike Tyson's pretty good, by the way. That's a pretty good one.
Well, that guy actually gets paid to use his fists. So,
If I said Charles Haley,
yeah, that guy's. But see, again,
One
football
of the best
is a
defensive
different.
ends of all time.
Football, these guys are they're in pads. They're paid to be violent. It's a violent sport. Pick a sport where violence isn't necessarily part of the
Because
Michelle
repertoire.
Kwan.
There's a lot of
Michelle Kwan.
Yeah, absolutely. Those blades.
Yep.
Hockey. Clearly, there have been scary dudes. Over the
Willie
years.
Shoemaker scares the hell out of me.
Nobody even knows who that is.
Kyle Farnsworth.
Do they know?
No, but-
Farnsworth's a great
That's
answer,
pretty.
actually. That's a
how about
great
Randy
answer.
Johnson on the bump? Randy Johnson.
All gangly.
Dude, but Farnsworth, he would hit guys looking for them to come back to
Barella
the
says
mound.
Tanya Harding. That's a
No.
good point.
Sneaky.
Nobody knows who Willie Shoemaker is, bro.
Let's give it a test.
Another great one here on the text line. Albert Bell was terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Albert Bell
Yeah. You're right.
took
he
a
was
hit
like,
by pitch.
Yes.
And they waited for him to take first.
said
He
no.
looked at the umpire. He goes, I'm hitting.
I'm hitting.
And they go, no, you have
No.
to take your base. And he goes, I'm hitting. And the ump said,
Okay.
okay, fine. Because he's like, you want to stay here, then go ahead.
Ron Artest,
Mm,
Meta World, or is he just crazy?
I mean,
with
he's
that?
just crazy, but he's
Okay.
not intimidating crazy, right?
Dude, Albert Bell is such a good answer. That guy was terrifying.
Albert Bell was a damn fine player.
What about
was.
what about closers? Closers have that intimidating factor about them. They just look at you. Like Goose Gossage back in the day would just look at you. Goose would just stare at you and say,
Colorado's own Goose Gossage, total. What a nice man. Very nice man.
You know what I'd love to see?
Goose, you listening? You're a very nice man. I tell you this though, Brett, when he was on the bump with his Fu Manchu going,
Yeah. Okay, hang on.
Rod Beck.
well, he just
No,
he,
Rod Beck, he was just a
he
big
looked-
guy.
joking.
Rod Beck looked exactly
was
like
jovial.
Danny McBride, Kenny Powers. That was Rod Beck.
Bigger, but yes.
Yeah, bigger than Kenny Powers, but Rod Beck, yes.
I mean, you know what, guys? Joker's probably a pretty good answer to this.
Well, Draymond just
He
came
is
out.
now.
Hold
Joker's a pretty good
on.
answer.
Where's the Draymond thing?
Oh, Charles Oakley's another one, yeah.
When Draymond is picking his other guys for his starting five,
Yeah.
do we have that sound, Martin? I apologize.
What are you talking about? Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Draymond's on a podcast recently talking about if he had to pick his starting five. Joker's one of them, and he called him a bad dude. I'm telling you, the taking out of Morris at half court.
Yeah, that changed the tune.
I'm telling you right now, people in this league, I'm not even kidding, they fear Nikola Jokic.
They should.
He will but I'm telling you, he will never be taken advantage of like that
Hey, I got one
ever
for you.
again.
I got
Ever.
Do you know what's really scary about him?
Ever.
Is if you get into it with Joker, he's one of the guys, he keeps walking forward. Even when you hit each other, he continues to walk.
I got one for you back in the day, and his forearms are bigger than my legs. Karl Malone. Just looking at Karl Malone. You don't
Just-
want to mess with
Yeah,
Karl Malone.
looking at him, yeah.
Okay, Martin, I'm sending it to you right now.
Who's the dude that played for the Pistons, the bad boy Pistons? No,
Lambier?
not Lambier. I'm sorry. Chauncey Billups Pistons. That championship team.
Ben
That
Wallace?
has
Rasheed
Ben
Wallace?
Wallace.
Oh,
Ben
Ben
Wallace.
Wallace is freaky.
Ben Wallace.
Yeah.
Well, didn't Rasheed lead the league in techs that year?
Yeah,
He
he was
did.
out there.
Ben Wallace was like,
No, Ben Wallace is terrifying.
because
Vic's
you know,
right about this.
because not only was he a big stud, but he was stone faced.
I'm telling you, you guys are not giving Willie Shoemaker enough credit for intimidation.
Brett, do you know?
Well, it's because this isn't Granddad's happy hour.
do you know who Willie Shoemaker
No,
is?
you don't know who Willie Shoemaker is. He's the greatest of all time at his sport. Of all time.
You ready for
He's
this?
the race car guy.
He's not a race
He's the
car
racing guy.
No.
No, he's not a race car guy.
F1.
No.
I'll tell you who he is.
F2?
No, Willie freaking Shoemaker. You are a bunch of, you guys are
Brett.
sports people?
Brett, he was a jockey. Swear to God, he was a jockey.
One of the most intimidating figures in sports history.
This guy-
4'11", 122.
This guy looks like he does coke in a house with 40 cats.
Let me see. Yeah, I guess so. That's a pretty good description.
Give me his body structure. Give me his numbers.
Elf. I think that's what it says.
He's got to be 4'11", 122. And that's as big as
when
it
that
gets.
dude walked into a room, I'm telling you, people shook in their boots.
He was
How tall was he? Seriously, give me it. Give me it.
Willie Shoemaker was 4'11", 96 pounds.
96 pounds.
And finish reading his Wikipedia page. What did he do? Greatest in his sport. Ever.
Sumo.
What am I supposed to read in here?
What did he do? What did he accomplish in life that we're looking up William Shoemaker right now? You tell me.
Shoemaker was involved in a solo drunk driving car crash.
Well, he paralyzed himself, yeah.
Oh. I don't know what what am I
No,
looking
Vic,
at?
you can't walk out of here.
Yeah, you
get
did
back
this.
here.
You get back to the mic.
You
get
ruined
back to
this.
it.
It was a fun thing.
It was a fun thing. What am I supposed to be looking up?
Moj, what did he do?
Well, he won every horse race known to mankind.
He took a horse and he said, "Horsey, ride."
All right.
I got one from Charles Oakley. How about that?
Here's what I want to get to next. The playoffs last year had a game that was streamed. There's another one coming. And I want to know where we're at on this thing next. The largest sports book in Las Vegas, Circa Sports, is available now in Colorado. This is Brett Kane, and you should get on that because there's so much with the Circa Sportsbook, especially with March Madness around the corner, that you should jump on, including tonight's game, Nuggets at Blazers, second game of a back-to-back for the Nuggets, but they're still 9.5-point favorites. Circa strives to have tight money line splits, low holds, and high gambling limits. Go check it out for yourself. Download the Circa Sports app or go to circasports.com. There's a streaming service that is going to jump into the playoff pool, by the way, in the NFL. I wonder if this one is more palatable to the NFL audience, because I, like many last year, was very annoyed with the idea that they took it to a streaming service. It was Peacock last year, right? Is that what the playoff game was on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's NBC Comcast's big streaming deal, and they're already in bed. Doesn't try.
See y'all in the morning.
I know where you're going with this.
Peacock, most people didn't have Peacock, so that's what annoyed them, is they had to buy it.
I don't have Peacock.
But this one,
What is the use of? What does Peacock have?
I don't know.
all of the
Office.
the
Parks and
NBC
Rec.
shows.
Okay. All the reruns. Pfft, great.
But this one is Amazon. Amazon Prime is going to have a playoff game, which most people I think already have, especially with Thursday Night
No,
Football
I
and stuff.
totally have Prime.
And that's why it's more palatable.
I'm totally cool with that.
If you say to the public, the next NFL playoff game will be on Netflix, they'll be like, all right, we're good. But if you say the next NFL football game will be on Tubi, what is that, by the way?
I hear that all the time. I have no
You
idea
see that
what
one?
it is. Yeah. No. Freevee. I'm like, I don't know what this
Not
is.
sure what that is.
But they're going to pay $150 million for the exclusive rights to a playoff game next season. And look, I don't care how much money it costs them, but if this starts to affect prices, which it might, or maybe it's
What do you mean
X,
it might? It already is.
no, I'm saying X amount of dollars for this service a month. Maybe it goes $2 more because they got to make up their, you know what I mean?
That's the MLS effect. Like when the MLS decided it was going to go to Apple TV, I was like, sweet, I already have Apple TV. But then you go to Apple TV, it's an additional service fee, like anything else,
Well,
right?
well, they have the MLS
part
does
of-
it like they have a few games a week that are free,
Yeah.
and then the rest of them are on the MLS package, and blah 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 blah. Yeah, but this one doesn't bother me as much because I have this, and I think most people do already. Now, if you were to put it on Paramount Plus or what's CBS's
Paramount.
Oh,
CBS
that is
Paramount. Yeah. Everybody has NBC is owned by Comcast. In case you haven't figured this out yet.
Yeah.
NBC is owned by Comcast. Comcast runs the world in terms of television media. They run the world. They are the big gorilla.
Mm-hmm.
So they can operate and do all these things. ESPN is run by Disney.
Right.
They run their portion. So what happens when, and we're seeing this now, Disney, ESPN, decides they're going to get together with Fox. And then TNT, which is owned by Warner Brothers. And those three decide, let's join forces and start our own streaming sports platform, which is what they're doing.
Which is a precursor to cable.
Which is going to be another version of cable. It's going to be called,
Except more
See, what
expensive.
people don't understand, like about Fubo, what Fubo is. You know what Fubo is? Fubo is virtual cable. It's bundled.
Correct.
So Fubo, when I tell people go to Fubo if you want to watch Avs and Nuggets, here's the retort I usually get. Well, that's way too expensive just to get altitude. You don't just get altitude.
Yeah.
You get every channel in the cable spectrum
Which
outside
is
of
the
TNT.
same. Which is the same as like DirecTV has.
Yes, you get everything.
DirecTV Stream. You don't even need a satellite dish. You can stream everything.
It is virtual cable.
Yes.
It is streaming cable. You get all of it. You want to watch Mr. Rogers? Great. You want to watch
Andy Griffith reruns.
Great. You want to watch
Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. CNN, Fox Sports, everything. It's all right there.
Right.
So I don't think people understand the difference between a virtual streaming cable system and just another app that carries stuff.
This is what's annoying me is I know that the NFL is trying to get every dollar they can. It's why they went to that streaming service last year. It's why they're adding Amazon Prime this year. Like, I understand their business in all of this is they're getting more money. Great. It's transferred down, though. Like, do you want to know why a lot of, at least in my head, it feels like this makes sense.
Sure.
Regional sports networks, things like that, all got out of whack and couldn't afford things anymore. It's because when ESPN and when ABC and CBS and NBC, all those different major cable platforms, when they start paying billions of dollars for live sporting events, you have to charge differently, right?
Oh, totally. 100%.
That's where it comes from.
But what happens
So
now?
Joker makes $60 million his final year, but
Yeah.
you now have to pay
Okay.
a whole bunch more money.
And you could see where this is going. And let me retort to some of the questions being asked. Someone says, again, Fubo. I just get Fubo for altitude. What else am I going to watch there? You don't watch Fox. You don't watch NBC. You don't watch ABC. You don't watch like college football games. You don't watch ESPN Sports Center. You don't watch. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Oh, I've never understood what that meant.
No, it's a cable service.
It's you get every channel outside of TNT, and with that, you get that on HBO Max is where I get it. DirecTV Stream, same deal. DirecTV Stream has all of it, including TNT. All of it. It's just like a virtual cable system.
Could I give you another story about money? I think is it Maisie or Mozzie Smith? I think it was the first round pick, the D tackle for the Cowboys last year. So he had a storage locker that had a whole bunch of valuables in it. And for whatever reason, he stopped making payments on the storage locker.
Why?
I don't know. That part is unclear. But in this storage locker were Jim Harbaugh's Michigan playbook. He had player-exclusive cleats. He had a whole bunch of autographed memorabilia from athletes. He had a whole bunch of very expensive things. And I can't for the life of me figure out why that guy would not be paying that off, making sure that none of that stuff is going to leave.
Have you ever had a storage locker?
Never.
I have.
Would you count a pod when you're in between moves that you have out in the curb?
Wait, what? So what's a storage locker?
Well, you
again?
know, like storage unit. A storage unit.
Oh, okay.
I have. Not a big one, but I've had to store stuff when you combine households and all that kind of thing, right?
What do you put in there? What did you put?
Spare couch, extra lawnmower, just things like this. I mean, stuff.
But
Furniture, usually furniture that you want to keep, but there's not enough room.
But that's what I don't understand. Why would you keep the furniture? Like, is there going to come a time?
Washer and dryer.
Well, that makes
eventually we sold everything, got rid of the storage
But
locker.
I'm saying, like
yeah.
a sofa. I would never think to myself, okay, I don't have enough room for this sofa. I'm going to store it, and when this sofa, I don't like that anymore.
No, it wasn't.
I'll go back and grab that.
No, it was like. No, we're combining houses. I wouldn't have time to sell it right now, so stick it in the storage locker. And I paid, I think, $125 a month.
It's not cheap.
Until the Bear finally said, "We're wasting $125 a month. Let's now sell everything." And I said, "Yes, okay,
yeah,
good."
What's going on here? Why are we in the storage?
Because
business?
the first round pick he didn't pay his storage bill and got everything. They sold his locker.
They sold
like
everything.
Storage Wars. Like,
are they allowed to do that?
If you don't,
yes.
you pay your bills. It's like repoing stuff. Yeah.
Haven't you ever seen the TV show Storage Wars?
I have a lot of channels,
With
and
Barry
I haven't gone there.
With Barry and
I haven't watched that show in
Why
years, but I did.
God's name would I watch that?
It's kind of fun
because
actually.
because it was like this group of people who would go around in Southern Cal and they'd buy these different
Can I
storage. They sell them at auction. So people would bid, and then they start digging through it. All right, what's in
All
it?
right, great. Can I make another
They
statement?
always overvalue.
As long as
crap. I
you're
didn't
talking
like
about that.
Marty, did you watch Storage Wars?
I've seen it, yeah.
All right. There are too many shows that exist today of these house fix and flippers and these house updaters. And
Oh, if you
let's
talk trash
fix
on
this
Chip
guy's
and Joanna, then I'm
house
going to punch you right in the mouth.
Let's go ahead and go buy a house for so-and-so and fix it up. This fix-it-up house thing, it's crazy. Every other channel I'm watching is, let's fix up this house for so-and-so. Enough fixing houses. I'm not fixing my house.
When Chip and Joanna lay that shiplap up in that wall, it looks so pretty.
Oh,
though.
yeah,
God,
it
it looks
does.
good,
Yep.
doesn't it?
Mhm.
Wouldn't you want to be? I want to be the demo guy. I want to come in there with a
Sledgehammer
sledgehammer,
guy.
They
start
make it
knocking
look
things
so
down.
glorious, too. Like, hey,
Listen.
watch this.
Listen, I'll tell you what. You want it done for cheap? Give me a chainsaw, a sawzall,
Yes.
sledgehammer, and a 12er.
Yep.
And you got me for the day. And I'm going to town to get him. This is for Vic being a total a-hole. Bam!
Yep.
Bam!
Vicky, you trying to tell
100%.
me that Chip and Joanna, when they don't flip a house, it doesn't make your heart feel good?
Which one's Chip and Joanna?
The redheaded guy?
The Gaineses.
The Gaines, yes.
The Gaineses.
The
Which
redheaded
one's-
guy and the beautiful woman who's had like 15 kids and still looks remarkable.
Which one's the
great.
hot blondie that they got divorced?
No,
Oh,
she's
no,
actually
no, no.
lame.
She's
That's the rest.
terrible.
She's
No,
lame.
no.
LAME. Garbage.
Thick.
I-
No.
Chip
Love
and
It or
Joanna.
List It is
Don't-
the second best show. Fixer Upper is the first one.
Love it or
I
list, it's a
can't
good
keep
one
up.
too.
Love it, Lover List, it's the twins.
Vic.
Is this
No,
what we
No,
are?
no,
That's
that's
different.
Property Brothers. That's
Property
a different
Brothers.
show.
Is this what we've come to in this country where we consider this entertainment? I mean, watching people fix
Hey.
homes is entertainment.
Listen to me.
What the hell's wrong with you people?
Don't be so superficial. Which the one with the hot blonde? Forget that. Have you seen Joanna's a beautiful person. She's a beautiful
Yeah,
person.
inside and out. The other one, she's just not a beautiful person inside and out.
I don't know what you guys.
She's not in it for the right reasons.
Exactly.
That is correct.
Yeah.
She treated her
100%.
husband like a
She sees
doormat.
dollar signs and that's it.
100%.
He was only there to. And guess what? Guess who's still helping her fix houses? The husband. Because somehow, after the divorce, she's still making him do things.
You know what that's like? It's like Walter in The Big Lebowski still watching his ex-wife's dog when she's out of town with her new husband.
Yep.
Same kind of thing, man. Not a good look. Not
It's you know what
a
those
good
false
look.
advertising, these fix it up shows, because they go in there, they look at a complete
Walter, you're not even
trash job.
Jewish.
they look at a hole and they say, oh yeah, all we have to do is this, and that, and they'll turn it into a gem, and they'll make it look like they do it in 3 days when it's actually 3-year process. And all of a sudden, boom! It's crap. You know that.
Well, I don't
What
know
are you
how
talking
You
about?
fall for it.
Flip or flop. That's what it was.
Okay, how do we get on this?
Storage
Oh,
Wars.
the storage guy, yeah. Okay, so the former first rounder who didn't pay his bill for God knows what reason. That's insane, man.
Vic,
Good talk.
dive into some of these
Paul
shows.
says
good
there's a
talk.
hot blonde in Detroit that buys old houses and restores them. Great show.
Yeah, you're watching it, I'm sure, for the for the shiplap, right? For hey, you know what? What are they doing with the drywall in this one? Uh-huh.
All right, 303-504-0925.
Hey, real quick question, and a very poignant one at this point.
Yep.
What's today?
Today is Friday. It is the, I believe, the
23rd.
final Friday of February. As we can cross this off the list, the final Friday of February.
Thank you, Vic. Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Well, today is Friday. We
You
can
wanted-
cross that
you
last
wanted-
one off the list.
You wanted the-
Well, I sort of got like I got weird this week because I lost track of the days after Monday. And then, you go on the road, so you sort of lose track of what's what. I just know that I'm here after 3 hours sleep.
That's great.
I'm here doing my thing. But do we have drunk takes today?
Yes,
If it's Friday, we do. Yeah.
303-504-0925. Yes, we have that back after this.
Hey, it's Mose. Did you know this? My wife drives a hybrid. Did you know that? In fact, I drove it to work today. If you're looking for an EV or a hybrid, Silterhar Motors in Broomfield is the absolute place, and right now they are blowing them out. It's amazing. Ford, Volvo, Mazda, Lincoln, and much more. All in one place. You can choose from over 25 different models, and the sales staff is perfect. They'll answer all of your charging, all of your range, all of your every questions in regard to these vehicles. They are the EV experts. So why don't you make sure you get on up there this weekend? Go check them out. It's going to be beautiful. Take some test drives and figure out exactly what EVs and hybrids are all about. Highway 36 in Wadsworth, in Broomfield, or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Nuggets and Blazers tonight on Altitude. 8 o'clock tip-off. Second game of a back-to-back. 26 games to go. The Nuggets are in third place in the Western Conference, just percentage points behind the Clippers, who lost in OKC last night. So a lot can happen. Understand this. The Nuggets have the third easiest remaining schedule on paper. Third easiest in the Western Conference. They only have 2 more back-to-backs. I think fewest in the Western Conference. The schedule is made now for them to do some things. If they can stay healthy, they will do some things. I am a bit concerned. KCP left the game last night, did not play in the second half. Wasn't even out there for the second half. Banged up his pinky. They're calling it a sprained finger. He was wearing like a little bandage thing after the game. I don't know if he plays tonight in Portland. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if they sit him another game.
I would.
Because they've got to go to Golden State Sunday night. It's a nice little 2-game set. You know, check out the Nuggets streak against Golden State, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about ownership. You think it's nice against the Lakers? Look at the Nuggets streak against the Lakers and the Golden State Warriors. It's nice. You'll like it.
The reality is this. They're worse than you. They're 9-10 in the West. You should beat them. You should. I mean, we're in a day and age, Kaner, where no matter where you play them, your joint or their joint, you are going to be favored over the Warriors and the Lakers, and you should beat them.
So
Now, I'm not saying you always will, but you should.
Is this what it's going to be like 10 years from now when Mahomes is like 38 years old? Is this like that version of the Warriors that we're saying that was so dominant, a dynasty in the middle of having one of the greatest players ever, greatest shooter ever, but they're waiting, and it's very clearly obvious. Because I'm with you, Moj. They play Golden State, I expect W's now. Never had that feeling before, ever. Even like last year, if they played the Warriors, I'd be like, oh, tough.
Do you remember what they did last time they visited Golden State? Do you remember that game by chance? Do you
That was the
remember
Jokic game winner.
do you remember they were down by a ton? The game felt like it was over.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, like, whoa, here we are.
Let me look up Warriors record with Draymond Green. Because remember, Draymond, when he was asked, what did he learn from his suspension? His response was, that we're really good when I play.
Bro,
That's what he said.
They're red hot.
They beat the snot out of the Lakers last night. They beat them up pretty good.
And I still don't understand why LeBron James plays in the All-Star game and then decides he's going to skip this game because of an ankle.
Yeah, why is that? That just doesn't even seem possible.
It doesn't compute to me.
No. Curry went for 32 last night. Draymond had only 7 rebounds, 5
good
assists.
find
They're
for them.
16-13 with Draymond.
That
this season.
Pajemski kid's a good find.
Yeah, what's up with that
He
little
is. He's
guard?
annoying.
What's up with that
He's
guard?
annoying, but he's a good find.
He's got a silly haircut.
Well, you could say whatever you want. That's a great
Okay,
pick.
but his haircut looks stupid.
Okay.
I mean, as long as we're being honest.
Yep. By the way, Jokic last night, first player ever to have 20-plus points, 15-plus boards, 15-plus assists on 100% from the field. Only guy. NBA history to do that. And I know you told us the story earlier when Christian Brown was at the podium, Vic.
Couldn't believe it.
And he looked and he goes, guys, this is unhuman.
We've run out of accolades. You know you're good when you run out of accolades. I mean, it's one thing to get a triple-double with 19 freaking rebounds, 15 assists, 21 points. It's another thing to not miss a shot. When you don't miss a shot, Moj, do you know how hard it is not to miss a shot?
And you know what it is, too? You look at, what do they call those? Is it just shot charts where the little circles and X's for makes and misses? A lot of Jokic's shots are going to be right near the rim, and you're like, oh, so he's dunking and
But
hitting
they're
those.
not easy
But
shots.
it's not easy shots
And
at all.
And it's not all of them either.
They're turnaround fadeaway hooks and tough floaters and stuff like that.
Let's listen. By the way, I mentioned it. I sent it to Martin. This is what Draymond is saying when he's asked by Gilbert Arenas, pick the other starters around you, to form your team, right?
Like you're just take current players to make the best
it's Jamal
team?
Crawford? It's not Gilbert. Okay. Yeah, but he's talking. He had Steph. He had LeBron. Blah blah blah. Here's what he said about Nikola Jokic. Here we go.
Joker. Man,
You taking
y'all,
Joker.
Man, y'all, they be
That
talking
may
about,
be the most shocking thing I heard today.
man, that dude an animal.
He is an animal.
He an animal, though. Like, he don't talk.
No.
He don't flaunt it. You ain't moving him off his spot.
No, hell no.
You're not rattling him with
No.
nothing.
Nothing.
Like nothing's rattling him.
Nothing.
He an animal. I'm taking him.
Okay.
And
That's Draymond?
Animal, yeah.
That's Draymond. Yeah, he said he's nice though.
I believe that's Gilbert Arenas on the
No,
other
that was
side.
Jamal Crawford.
Oh, is it Jamal Crawford?
Mhm.
Okay.
He said, but he was nice though. He goes, but he's an animal, but he's nice.
No. I
No,
think
that's
he
not
means
what he meant by that. That's
Hang
not.
on.
You understand the
Grandpa, come here for a second.
colloquial?
Come
I
here.
mean, whoa.
slide the chair over.
We're having to
but
teach.
that means he's pretty to watch.
It means he's good.
Good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Mosher's like, yeah, he's a nice guy.
I thought he was
Called him a nice guy.
Yeah, Grandpa, let's
But
get
no,
you
but
to
here's,
bed.
here's the story. I'm telling you, and again, I'll go back to it. We're talking about bad mamma jammas. Busting up Morris was the best thing Joker ever did.
Oh, it sent a message. Message delivered to the rest of the league.
Nobody is going to screw them ever
will not
again.
be mishandled.
And you're so right about it. And again, I don't want to have to see him carry all the weight tonight in Portland against Ayton, although he has done that in the past. But when you come at him, you're seeing the NBA and guys hold me back, bro. He moves one direction, and that is at you.
Forward,
with
constantly.
a steady pace and a dead face.
I will never forget.
That is terrifying.
When the campaign thing happened. Sorry, Marty. Shield your ears.
Well, get 2 garbage can lids and put them over the side of your head.
But
Got him.
when the campaign thing happened, and remember, he goes down, and who was the first guy that got in Jokic's face? You remember?
Campaign. Oh yeah, it was
Booker.
Devin Booker, who decided let's play.
Do you remember what happened right after
He
that?
backpedaled real fast.
He got in Jokic's face, and Jokic just kept
walking
and bumping until they were into a crowd. And then he continued to walk and bump.
Again, this is a man who grew up in Serbia with 2 older brothers who threw knives at his head for fun. Do you remember that story?
That's a true story.
That's a true story.
They thought it was funny.
So do you think
And it was
Devin
kinda funny.
Booker is going to scare him?
Vic, I'm saying tonight, this is where, if we're to believe what the Nuggets say post All-Star break, and they showed it last night, they beat up on a team they should absolutely beat up on, a junk basketball team in Washington with single-digit wins on the season.
Yeah.
Fine. Now, you're going to be tested back-to-back. You go to Portland against another poor team, and you wipe them out.
They've lost 8 in a row, by the way, the Blazers.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you need to wipe them out. You just need to win the game.
Just win the game.
But don't make it interesting. Let's go in there and get a convincing win where, you know what? By midway through the fourth quarter, you've got an 8-point lead, and they're not going to be able to make a run on you.
The
Let's
Nuggets,
make it like that. Are
It's
you
not
cool
what
with
the
that?
That's not what the Nuggets are. It's not what they do. You can. I think if you look back at the schedule, there are a handful of games in which you could say the Nuggets had it won by halftime. They don't exist. They don't.
No,
do
I said
this.
midway through the fourth quarter. If you're up by 8
Okay.
midway through the
Yeah,
fourth,
gotcha.
Just it doesn't have to be a big time win or a blowout. Just be convincing. Just say, you know what, you're taking this seriously. You're not going to slough it off.
I'm a little different.
You're
Just
not
win
going to
the
let
game.
some guy.
I just win.
No, but to Mosier's point, I
This is
think
what-
you're onto something.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you need to beat them by 30 or whatever. Just have the effort from the jump. Like, that's what I'm looking for in basically the last 26 games of the season. You get the effort from the jump. They're going to beat almost everybody on the schedule. Like, that's all it's going to take. As the texture says, don't play with your food.
Yes. Vic, you're very good at saying that. Don't play with your food.
Mm-hmm.
And the Nuggets have taken care of them twice already this year, once by 12, once by 9. The last 2 games, of course, tonight and the next one are in Portland. Go in their joint. You know, don't let Duop Reith go crazy. I still don't know who that guy is. All of a sudden, he just appeared in that first game.
He could shoot threes.
Duop Reith. He's a big fella. Don't let Duop Reith get off for 15 on you. Now let's go.
As far as the Avs, how would you assess their game last night, Moj? Good, bad, okay?
I thought it was okay. Pretty good. Okay to decent, to good. You know, I guess right around in there. The goaltending was excellent. The Red Wings goaltending was excellent. The only thing I really didn't like about that game last night, and they got caught in their own end, and Detroit's got some good players, and they cycle well, and they're a well-coached hockey club. The only thing I didn't like is what everybody didn't like.
Power play.
That's the power play. That's correct. I mean, they're 2 for the last 29. You've got, let's see here, you've got 2 more games in February. Saturday at home. No, but 3 more games in February. Saturday at home against the Leafs, who went to Arizona last night and rocked it. You see what Austin Matthews is up to?
52 goals already. He's
in
ridiculous.
55 games.
He's ridiculous.
So how does he have 52 goals, but he is not near Kucherov or McKinnon in points on the year? He just doesn't pass.
He's
Ball
Carmelo.
hog. He's a ball hog.
It's Carmelo.
Yeah. No,
He's a gunner.
No, his teammates find him a lot. So there you go. But
evidently he doesn't find them a lot.
Yeah.
Well, we call that a Cy Young. When a guy has like 21 goals and 8 assists, you call that a Cy Young.
Like a pitcher's record?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yep. No, I got it. Yep.
Okay.
I understand.
So Austin Matthews is from Phoenix, right?
Scottsdale. Born and raised.
Did he spend juniors and all that business in Canada, or how did he groom himself?
When he was 18 years old, actually he wasn't eligible for the draft. He wasn't old enough.
Mm-hmm.
He left and played a year in Switzerland.
Mm.
And then became the number 1 overall pick in the draft by the Maple Leafs.
It's just remarkable that, again, you're seeing this more and more in this country, especially. We're developing these players, but a dude out of a desert becomes one of the best players in the game. That's just crazy to me.
Well, yeah.
Grew up in the desert.
Yeah, you grew up. Well, I mean, Vic, it's played indoors, bro.
I get it. I get it. But it's just crazy to hear that, because you don't see many great hockey players from Albuquerque or from Tucson.
Well,
from
you are now.
Yes, that's the way the game has changed.
He's a product, and maybe this is
Despite your efforts, Vic, to make it illegal to play hockey in places that are hot.
Well, again, I've had this belief, and it's been my belief for a long time. I think the NHL should limit its cities where they play the sport. If your city cannot produce ice at any point during the year, if it cannot produce ice in a natural climate, you don't deserve to have a hockey team.
Does that mean that Portland gets to have a hockey team because they get ice once in a
ice
while?
all the time. Yeah, if you have ice, listen, give me some ice and you're good. But there's no way Miami, Tampa, what are they doing? There's no ice down there. You don't get a team. That's just a simple rule.
Counterpoint, Moshe.
People who grew up with ice moved to those places. So they've basically imported their love. Do you know how many Canadians have second homes in Arizona?
Oh, I know.
A whole
I live there.
Boatload, yeah. You know how many people from cold weather regions in the United States have moved to Florida?
New York, the entire state of New York lives in Florida.
Pretty much. Del Boca Vista? But anyway, back to Matthews real quick.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a testament to how good USA Hockey is getting. You know, he came through the U.S. National Development Program before he went to play in Switzerland, then was the overall number 1 pick. I mean, he was in the USNDP. I mean, he has that sort of.
I like Toronto. I like the team. I like the Leafs. I
You have
root for
family
them.
there.
No, but I mean, I want them to win because it's just so sad that every year they trot out the pride of Canada, right? This is.
Have you
all
ever
of
had to
Canada.
deal with Leafs fans?
No,
Okay,
you're right.
so
Okay.
then what you do, I'll tell you what, deal with some Leafs fans and their irrationality and then get back to me.
What would you liken them to in another sport? Because, see.
Red Sox fans?
Yeah, but they've won recently. Red Sox have won a lot.
Yeah.
The Leafs don't win. They choke in the playoffs.
That's
all
correct.
they do.
Well, I tell you what, they're a pretty damn good club this year. They're very top
But
heavy.
you know that doesn't matter.
I
You
know.
know that until you get over the hump in the playoffs, if you're a Leafs fan, and until the
doesn't
playoffs,
matter to jack
nothing
squat.
matters
No.
until then.
But the thing is that they got 3 more games in February. Talking about the Avs. Saturday, Dallas is in town on Tuesday, and then they're at Chicago. Excuse me. On Thursday. You can't go 2 for the month of February in the power play. You can't. You can't go 2 for. Now, as of last night, you were still 10th in the league on the power play. But I mean, and I'm not talking going 50%, but let's say you went
just normal
30. Let's say you went 25% of the power play. You're winning.
Everything changes.
More games on the road. Yeah, exact. Everything changes. You win last night and so on.
Just quickly here, Vic, can I play a piece of audio from Moshe and have you explain this to us? Because the St. Louis Blues beat the Isles last night 4-0. They scored 3 goals in 32 seconds, by the way.
Which is insane.
But with under 10 minutes remaining, the Blues, who were trying to build upon their 4-0 lead, thought their defenseman Matt Kessel scored his first goal. They went to review. They called it a no goal because of a high stick. They went to review. This was how the ref addressed the St. Louis crowd.
If he hits it with his stick above his head, you're not going to like it, but the call on the ice was correct. No goal.
I love that. That's
Isn't that
human.
great?
That's great. Hey, my bad, guys. This is not fair, but no goal.
I want more of that from refs.
Yeah, I know which referee that was. Hang on a second.
Give me the typical NFL referee. They all sound like they're from Oklahoma. Go ahead. You do the good NFL referee.
Yeah, you do a pretty good job, Tanner.
Here's an NFL
All right, you'll go
referee.
kick.
Yeah, exactly. Why does every NFL referee sound like he's an Oklahoma pastor?
Holding on the offense, 72. 10-yard penalty, repeat, second down.
Am I right? Is that every NFL
I think
referee?
it's more college. College referees, I hear that a lot, too.
Yeah, a lot of hillbillies, right? No,
I don't know if they're hillbillies.
No offense. I'm just Garrett Rank was the guy, and I saw where some people liked him doing that, and some people didn't like.
Why wouldn't you not like that? The
What's-
people that
what's to
don't
hate about
the
that?
people that don't like that. I want that person. I want to know who that person is. Find it.
By the way, it was not Wes McCauley. It was,
Find the
it was
person.
Garrett Rank.
Find the person that doesn't like the way he delivers.
Well,
that
I think you're pointing at him right now. I don't think Moshe likes it.
Oh, I don't mind it at all.
Mind
No.
it. I think it's great. It's refreshing. It's what we need. Sports is not the end of the world. It's not the end all. We're doing this for fun, everybody.
Okay, how loosey-goosey do you want your officials to get, though?
Loosey goosey.
Well, I'll be the judge of how loosey goosey.
All right, how about this? So on one of these reviews in the NBA, right?
All right,
They
give
have
me
to-
one.
They have to stare into that tiny little camera.
Oh, dude, Bill Kennedy. That's
He has
my
a great
dude. I
time.
love that
I love
guy.
that dude.
What does he say?
He just has fun with it. He plays
The
up to the
call
camera.
Was correct.
Yeah,
Like, he does that.
Plays to the camera.
Upon further review, see, Nikola Jokic got the on the wham, and you look at his arm, and big old scrape there. So there was a foul on DeAndre Ayton now.
Yeah.
You ain't going to like it, Portland. I'm sorry about that. We're putting Joker at the line for 2.
Fine with me.
Hey,
That sounds fun.
That sounds great.
also, a little wordy.
Yeah, I mean
Well,
that's the
little
Mosier
wordy.
version. That's the Mosier version of it. Yeah, I have no problem with the officials if they're going to be part of the game as they are, and they're going to be mic'd up for the game. Let's go. It's an entertainment, dude. You're here to entertain us. The sport is here to take our minds off whatever problems we have away from sports, right? That's what sports is for. So if it's part of the entertainment process, by God, that referee can act it up too. Let's go. Holding.
It says Mosier
All
respectfully
right, you
shut
go
up.
kick.
What did I? Mosier respectfully shut up. What did I do?
I don't know what you did.
You
People
didn't
don't
like
agree with you.
Could you incorporate a song in the call, Moshe?
No, that would drive people mad.
Well, that drive you mad.
Yes,
but I bet the audience would like it.
Marty, give him some like rap music.
I would go
Give
viral.
give me a freestyle on how you'd overturn a
No, that's stupid.
high sticking call. Same thing. High stick call was correct. Now, Moj, do your thing.
The puck came flying through the air. The stick was high, and that's no fair. We're going to wave that a trucker off. Face off in that dot in the trough. Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
I would
I
so
like it.
do that.
Let's go.
I would so
Let's
do that,
go.
Moj. Yes. All right. Drunk takes next. Look at all the hockey boys having their hockey circles.
I think I'm going to be
It's
on.
hockey day.
I
Look at
think
Raj.
I'm going to be on with Dempsey and Company here in a minute, I think. Like at 10:20, right? Like my day's not done. I'm going to be on with them talking hockey jerseys and
The man hasn't slept.
Yeah, but this is hockey week across America. Yeah, and so there's different days. Today's Jersey Day, which is why they're all wearing stuff.
What's another day?
Hockey is for everyone day. Girls hockey. These all different kinds
can you
of
guys
days.
take it easy on all these days?
Why? Trying to grow the game, Dillweed.
I get it, but I mean, let's take it easy.
You know what? This is a Moshe Lombardi and Canis for Everybody Day. I'm going to declare that right now. Okay?
Act
We all
like a
clear?
Dillweed today.
Yep.
We do have more and more people coming to the program all the time.
What's Monday? What's our day on Monday? We need days. If everybody's going to do days, let's do days.
I have to come to studio Monday because we have a meeting after the show. So Monday is show up to work day.
Okay.
No,
got
How
it.
about a silly sock day? That'll be fun.
No. It's bring your shank to work day.
You know what's funny is that real offices do that, don't
I know.
they? They
It's-
actually have like, hey, let's make Friday fun. Where's silly socks?
Can I-
No,
can
we
I
used to
ask
do
you this?
Hawaiian shirt day back in the day at Altitude.
Well, you know, we used
Back
to,
in the day.
They still have these meetings here, right? They have these monthly meetings that, you know, we never attend. I went to it the last one because I wanted to see the passing of the torch, Employee of the Year. But they still do those little games where they give like pens away
Pens, yeah.
to, hey, let's support other people for what they, and you know, I love the camaraderie and I love that. But I hate it at the same time. I just don't like games. I don't like employee game. I don't like games.
Mosher takes a cough drop day. Uh-oh.
You all right?
Hack something up day.
Was that a cough or a sneeze?
It's a cough. This thing's coming and going, man.
I mean, am I like too? Can everybody just come to work and like work? Whatever happened to that concept?
Oh, guess what, Vic? When they give out the pens, never got one.
You've never gotten a pen?
Never
I
gotten a pen.
I got one last week.
What?
I got 2 of them. Mosier, you got one too. I kept yours
What did you guys get them for?
for working 2 jobs.
Oh, you know what it was? Complaining so much that somebody just gave him one. That's
Yeah,
exactly
that
what
could've
it
been
was.
Pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Oh, is it because I got the Authentics gift card? Is that what it was for working here for 5
No.
years?
All I know is I got 2 cheap pens.
2 Bics, baby.
I kept both of them.
All right, so tonight, last thing I need to know about the Nuggets on the road at Portland, Vic. This is my wish. You're a 9.5-point favorite as of right this second.
Mhm.
You don't even have to win by 9.5 or 10. Just win the game where in the final 5 minutes of the game, I'm not panicky.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I'll pass that word on. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, good.
What do you got for the Avs and Maple Leafs? What time's that game?
5 o'clock tomorrow. Early start.
Why 5?
I believe it's the first half of Hockey Night in Canada,
Gotcha.
which the Maple Leafs
So
are
it's another.
never,
So it's
ever
another
on.
day.
I think it's Colorado evening hockey night here.
You guys think you're so fun?
Well, you ever watch every altitude broadcast of the Avs? It's always some version of a hockey night. Tonight, Colorado announcer hockey night here at Ball Arena. Tonight, concession stand hot dog hockey night.
Are you finished?
I think we got a couple more in us, don't we?
You know the Maple Leafs on the road this year. You ready for this?
Yeah.
The Avs have 35 wins. The Maple Leafs have 32. But 17 of their 32 have come on the road. They're 17-6-6, and they busted up
On the road?
the Coyotes last night.
Oh.
They won 7-4 in Arizona.
Maybe there's something to be said that they don't like their own fans and they play better on the road.
They're very similar teams. You remember what happened the first time these two teams hooked up? Remember the Avs were down 3-0?
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Came storming back
Yeah.
with 5 unanswered. Blam! So the Leafs are going to be fired up, and the Avs, again, are still sort of in that, at times, that little funky phase. At times, a little funky. So it's time to bear down against one of the beasts from the East and go get those guys.
So tomorrow is going to be America Hates Canada Day. Is that what it is?
Yeah, but Austin Matthews is American.
Oh, maybe do this, Moshe. Can you start the broadcast as a motto in the text line has suggested? Say, it's Granddad Happy Hour night tonight.
Granddad Happy Hour night, hockey night in America.
What do they call it? Not the blue light special. They call it
Early bird special.
early bird special, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, early bird special. Like, yeah, see, 23 Skidoo.
There's a Golden Corral somewhere that has been raking that in
No
for
doubt.
years
No doubt
and
about it.
years. If you own a Golden Corral in St. Pete, I mean, you
Grandma
gotta
and
be
Granddad are
just
going to dinner.
crushing
They're going to
business.
dinner at 3:30 in the afternoon. There's no doubt about it.
All right. So game tonight, you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets take on the Blazers on the second night of a back-to-back, and then you got the Avs going after the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow, which you can also hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But let's get to our favorite part of the week, please. Drunk Takes. These are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes us sound like we're hammered. I'm saying this slower now because Marty has said, give me a second. So the thing
Let's
that
do
we
this, Brett.
Oh, we're ready. Okay, what's first?
And I'm going to give you 15 dimes. I'm going to give you everything else that comes with it. I don't know. I'm talking right out of my butt here. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't even remember saying
Well,
any
I
of those
don't
words.
either.
I'm going to give you.
I'm going to give you.
And I'm going to give you.
What is that?
15
It's
dimes.
my NFL ref.
I'm gonna
NFL
give
ref
you.
I'm going to give you 15 yards.
I'm going to give you the ball.
I'm fixing to give you 15
Fixing
yards
to,
now.
yeah.
You watch out.
All right, what's next?
I can give you some poses.
Especially
So
the one
you're
for
going
the
to go up to the plate next time, do one of these. Stretch the hip flexor.
Let me stretch your hip flexor. Hang on a second.
Yeah, yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Feel the burn.
You
right
feel
in
it
the
up here. It's
groin. Yeah.
that upper quad to groin.
Oh,
You feel that right there?
Great.
Everybody stretch your hip flexors today. And wear baseball pants while you do it from Fanatics.
How do you stretch your hip flexor?
Way I showed
We
you.
just did it.
You gonna do it again? I'm gonna give you a little hip flexor stretch. All right, what's next? Can we talk about nipples for a second?
Oh, my favorite subject.
We have all been at the pool or a beach and seen shirtless men who have what I will call unsavory nipples.
Jeez.
We all have seen
I
it.
did not like that conversation at all.
I hate to say
Well, it
this
sure
to you
lasted
guys.
a while.
I hate to say this to you guys, but if you want an example of what we're talking about, Google Clay Travis nipples, and you'll know exactly what we're talking about here.
Oh my god! Oh my god, that was disgusting, dude.
That's a regular old nipple. It's not a bad one. It's a good one.
That was like a.
Poked Vic in the eye with that
Oh
thing.
my god! That
Oh,
reminds
would
me
you
like
shut up?
What's that thing when you fill up a tire? What is that thing? The valve.
It's a little chilly in here.
Holy crap!
Drunk takes have been canceled from now on.
Copy.
What's next? Maybe this is an oversimplification, but if I had to guess,
Over what?
oversimplification.
Simplification.
Today's the anti-F day. There'll be no F's in any words today, please.
Let
Thank
me
you.
hear that the second time
Actually
again.
makes sense.
When it hit me,
It
and I'm
makes
like,
sense because you're simplifying it.
go ahead. Guess
Over what?
oversimplification. It's like my head peaked like a dog who heard something. It's like, wait, nope, that's not right. All right, what's next?
Baseball players are notorious for this anyway. Nobody does more touching than baseball players. In
think
any
that
sport.
Probably they touch
man,
themselves more.
100% out there.
Baseball
Yeah, I think
players
that-
touch themselves more than any sport.
I think they do.
That's a fact.
I think it's true too.
That's a fact.
You kidding me?
A lot of touching going on.
Watch a guy in the batter's box.
A lot of self-touching.
What's next?
I can't get on the Twitter machine without seeing guys' junk all over.
That is true.
You can't swing a dead armadillo by the tail without hitting a guy's junk on the Twitter machine.
What are you looking at on the
Dude,
Twitter?
all the baseball uniform posts, man, they're everywhere.
This is true.
Are
in-
they not?
This
They're
is true in
everywhere.
two different senses. It's certainly true with the baseball pants now that it's awful. I mean, it's everywhere. It's also true that any popular tweet just has OnlyFans models promoting their page
Is
underneath
that what's
it.
going on
Yes.
at the end of every tweet?
Yes.
Is that at the end of every tweet?
It's
there's comments?
disgusting.
Like, it wasn't Elon supposed to clean that up? Isn't that supposed to be part of his?
Well, I think it's Elon, and no, he's not doing a good job if that's the case. And I love all of them. They're like, look at this dunk from LeBron James, and it's like, look at this dunk. It's like it's always the same tweet, just with a picture.
Okay, what about the one that always wants to give you free graphics? They want to do your like logos, free logo. I got a free logo for you. Do you get that one?
Yeah, I tried that. It's not very good.
You don't get that one at the end of your in your comments. I have a free logo if anybody's interested. Well, why do I want a logo?
Is this the same company that was trying to sell you those shoes
Could
that
be.
one time? Feel like it might.
Adidas, not Adidas, Adidas.
Yes. Very important distinction. 2 stripes, not 3.
That's right.
All right. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. You can check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find it.
Man, what a week, huh? I'm dead tired.
Yeah, go take a nap.
Actually, I think I'm going to go to the driving range. I got some new wedges. I'm going to go pound those for a little while.
Yeah, you've talked about those wedges for 3 hours.
I'm going to pound me a wedge, baby.
All right.
Pound
Everybody have a
and pound
fantastic
and pound.
weekend. Reminder that tonight you can hear the Nuggets and the Blazers right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and then the Avs and the Leafs tomorrow, same place, 5 o'clock.
Adios, amigos.
Have a great weekend. We love you all. Goodbye.
Adios.
Down low, Sherratt had the overtime winner versus Seattle. Working high in the zone. Leaves it for Larkin. Trying to get around. Taves leaves it for Kane. He scores. Avalanche get a point. They don't get two. And for the first time in 10 games, the Red Wings beat the Colorado Avalanche.
Jokic guarded by Bagley. Jabs at him. Head fake. Spin move. Gets down the lane. Dumps it off to Brown. Layup. Good! 16th triple-double of the year for Nikola Jokic as Denver leads at 82-59. Here's the horn in Denver. Nuggets start the postseason All-Star break with a blowout win over Washington. Triple-double by Nikola Jokic. Double-double by Michael Porter Jr. in Denver. Destroys Washington tonight by a final of 130-110.
Mike, you going to spit bars on Dempsey's behalf? Who's going to do it?
What up, people? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a Friday mid-morning. Dempsey and Company's the program. Demps is off today. He's doing some journalism stuff up in Boulder all day long because he's a rock star. Raj filling in for Demps. Coach Mike Sanford is hanging out with us. We got Steve Nelson behind the glass, Josh Grismer, and as Demps says, you, our friends. Great show on tap for you today. We've got some reaction to the Nuggets blowout victory over the Wizards last night. Avs went on the road to Detroit, lost 2-1 in overtime. Good things and bad things happened. Some really good backup goaltending, but couldn't find a way to score. We'll react to those immediately. But before we get to that, if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR.
I'm over here catching strays right now.
And no, they're not strays. They're directs.
Yeah,
they're not strays.
It's tough. It's getting hot in this studio. It is hot in here.
If you guys are watching on Twitch, on the Safeway Twitch stream, we're wearing hockey sweaters, hockey jerseys. It is Hockey Week across America with USA Hockey, and today's theme is Hockey Jersey Day. So I've got a whole bunch. Nelly's got a quiver of 4. I'm sure Josh Grismer has like a dozen jerseys that he's going to be rocking today. I've started off because it is a USA theme. I've got my D2 Mighty Ducks Charlie Conway Team Hendricks jersey from the Goodwill Games.
Fine player.
Fine player.
A fine player.
Phenomenal player. You could argue maybe one of the best players in American history.
And I have one of the most likable.
Is that PK Subban jersey? PK Subban jersey. See, you're catching strays because it's a Predator sweater. And I guess I understand that. I did it yesterday on Twitter because the Avs were playing the Red Wings, and I think Detroit red pops more than any red in North American sports. And I got fed on Twitter for having that opinion.
And I had my Colorado Rockies throwback Avs jersey ready to roll. And I got a text from you. Okay, I'm just being a good company guy on Company and Company here, the 10 to noon Company and Company on a Friday here. And I just said, you know what? I'm going to go into my closet and I'm going to put a sweater on I haven't worn in 5 years. Because here's why I have a Preds PK Subban jersey, the Subanator. So I was the head football coach at Western Kentucky. It was Western Kentucky night at a Preds game. Actually, a year that they went on to play for Lord Stanley in the Stanley Cup playoffs in the final. And I was the Zamboni driver.
But you actually drove the Zamboni?
I actually did the ceremonial awkward.
Oh, you were the hang with your feet dangling off the ledge like you're a 4-year-old in a high chair?
Yeah.
How's your Queen of England wave? Is that what you
awful.
gave us?
It was the worst, but they did give me this beautiful PK Subban jersey, and I ended up going to a heck of a lot of Preds games that year. I got to go to a Stanley Cup final game. I'm trying to blank on who they played.
They lost to Sidney Crosby's Pittsburgh Penguins that year.
Exactly what it was. So I was a little preoccupied trying to win some football games, but I did get to a couple events at Bridgestone Arena, and actually it's a great place to watch a hockey game.
It is. So again, the whole week is about growing the game in the United States of America. And today is Hockey Jersey Day, and we're going to be giving away $200 to Altitude Authentics today on the show. And all you have to do is head over to Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, and find our profile at AltitudeSR. There's going to be a pinned tweet where you're just going to see tag a friend, post a photo of you in the comments below and you'll automatically be entered. So all you got to do, go to our Twitter profile at Altitude SR, reply to the pinned tweet with a photo of you in your favorite jersey, or if you're not wearing one and you don't have one on your phone, just send us a picture of your favorite hockey sweater. You'll automatically be qualified if you tag a friend in that post. And we're going to be giving away $200 to Altitude Authentics. You might be able to use that to buy a brand new jersey, or if you want to go completely authentic, you'll be able to put $200 towards them. I think you'll end up paying $40 on the outside to complete that purchase. So we want to make sure that you guys are threaded out.
And I was going to say, we can't monitor you. Obviously, we can't track how you spend that $200, but come on. It's Jersey Day. We're all wearing jerseys. We're giving you $200. Buy a jersey with it. Don't buy a bajillion hats. Come on.
I got a whole bunch of them today. I've got an Avs jersey. I've got a couple of Syracuse jerseys from my playing days. So I'm happy to switch them up throughout the day. We'll post some photos on social media. You guys can play along with us. But before we get back into that, Mosier's going to join us at 10:20. We're going to geek out over the best jerseys, best numbers of all time. I got to go back to a Nuggets win last night, which you encapsulated perfectly when we were talking prior to the show. This was a feel-good win. This was a get the bench into the right mindset of, we know we're playing the Wizards, but you can handle it type of win.
It was, and it was also a win where Nikola Jokic wanted to make sure he put an exclamation point on the fact that he has a triple-double now. His final team was obviously the Washington Wizards that he didn't have that triple-double versus, and did so in dramatic fashion. I mean, he didn't keep it close. I mean, he surpassed the rebound and assist total early, and then just continued to do what he does and was just phenomenal. And then just see a double-double from Michael Porter Jr. And most importantly, Raj, just fired up to see health. The 26 games remaining.
After last night, yes, 26 remain.
26 remain, and you see a healthy roster, KCP, MPJ, Aaron Gordon, and then you see healthy and growing confidence from the bench. Christian Brown, that was a big night for him last night to shoot the ball like he did, to have 12 points. Peyton Watson was phenomenal yet again. I feel really good. That was a warm and fuzzy game for the entirety of this Denver Nuggets team going into a stretch run, and really it's all about being ready for the postseason.
Jokic gets his triple-double infinity gauntlet last night. The Wizards were the only team remaining that he had not recorded a triple-double against, and he does it in perfect fashion. Now, the fourth time in his career in which he's recorded a triple-double and shot 100% from the field. He's done it twice this year, and then a single time in 2 previous seasons up until this year. He was a delight to watch. Again, I'm not taking anything away outside of the team looked healthy. Joker got the final feather in a triple-double cap. Washington's a 9-win basketball team. They're going to be picking 1, 2, or 3 this year in the draft. They're terrible. Beating them by 20 largely means nothing outside of getting a few guys into the rhythm. And for me, the 23 minutes from Christian Brown last night and him going 5 of 8 from the field and being a +10, those are the types of games that you need to have him play, because just having Peyton Watson take the next step this year, much like Christian Brown did last season going into the playoffs, isn't enough. You have to have both of those guys going because of how young, how inexperienced your bench is as compared to last year's 16-4 run in the postseason.
Yeah, and I mean, I just see a lot of positives from this. And Michael Malone, I believe you were on the air on Tuesday with him.
Yep.
And it's stated pretty clearly that winning, attaining the 1 seed is not going to be the end-all, be-all for these remaining 26 games. But I do think the way in which this team builds into the postseason is of critical importance to Michael Malone and this Nuggets team, and they accomplished that. And that's every game out has to have some type of intent in order to be at the place that they want to be at when the postseason starts.
Right. The question that I posed to him was, rank these 3 things in terms of importance: overall team health, the number 1 seed in the West, or overall team form going into the playoffs, the momentum conversation. And he didn't hesitate. He went, it's health and health and health, and then largely choose whatever you want. He said, the number one seed would be the third out of those three. He wants his team to be first and foremost completely healthy when the playoffs roll around. And I think the playoffs start in just under 2 months. 2 months and minus 3 days, I think, is when the NBA playoffs kick off. He went, I need my team to be completely healthy. I need them to be playing the proper way. And then if we happen to have home court advantage through 1, 2, even the entirety of the Western Conference playoffs, that's just a bonus. He doesn't think his team necessarily needs it, despite being the best home team in the Western Conference at this point in the year.
On the flip side, watching the Avs last night, and I know you have that prepared to talk about here with Moj in a second. The team form going into the playoffs, and clearly this is a top flight team in the NHL, certainly in the Western side. How do you feel about the form discussion after last night and really after, what's been a fairly uneven, if not somewhat impressive at moments, and a little bit uneven since the All-Star break?
They're still up and down. They're not where they need to be to win the West. Because just look at the box score last night. Look at what's happening with Mikko Rantanen. No shots on goal in a 30-shot performance in which you needed your guys to show up, and you got help from depth players last night. The power play continues to be abysmal. I believe it's either the worst or the second worst in the league, going back to the beginning of February. If you go all the way back a month previous to about January 15th, they're seventh worst in the National Hockey League in terms of power play percentage. They're getting better looks in recent games, but you can't continue to be at the bottom of the league in power play. You can't continue to have a guy who put up north of 100 points last year and scored 55 goals not be a factor, right? That's my big thing with Rantanen this year, is that he's put up points. He's top 6 in the league right now, right? Like, he is producing. He just hasn't impacted the game as much as he did last season. If I had 100 percentage points to put the Avs at, I think they're probably playing at 80 right now. And with how good the West is, I've said that I think there's 5 legit contenders in both conferences. You can expand it to 6 if you can convince me that you can outscore your problems. With 5 legit contenders in both the East and the West, playing at 80% of your potential is not enough.
And I think it's going to come down to the special teams, because if the special teams are where they need to be, particularly obviously on the power play side of things, then I think that you're playing at 90-95% since the All-Star break. But you brought up the point that since mid to late January, this is one of the worst, if not the worst, power play offense in the NHL. But what also coincides with that timeline, mid-January to late January, what happened in terms of the roster at that time in this
You had Val Nichushkin leave the lineup, unfortunately.
Which is a huge component of what you need to get accomplished.
It's everything.
To be a poacher, to be that big presence in front of the net, that's lacking right now. And Mikko Rantanen needs to be the guy that steps up. And
it's odd because he normally is. Like, if you've looked back at the history of Mikko Rantanen, when Makar leaves the lineup, Landeskog leaves the lineup, McKinnon leaves the lineup, Rantanen's the guy that picks up the slack. He historically has been that dude. When someone else is out of the lineup or someone's not performing or producing to what their pay grade is, Mikko is the guy that picks up the slack. And this year, for some reason, it just hasn't been there. He's averaging, I think it's like less than 2 shots per game. I could be messing up that stat, but he's just simply not shooting as much as he used to. The guy he putted 55 last year. He's the best goal scorer on the team. It's not Nathan McKinnon. The best goal scorer on the Avs is Mikko Rantanen, and he's just not shooting the puck. I don't get it.
It reminds me of the December, January of Christian Braun. Like, thinking Christian Braun was just, he was every time he had a look to the basket, it was dish.
But take it the next step further. Christian Braun's a rotational player.
And a second-year player.
Imagine if Christian Braun was expected to produce at the level that Jamal Murray is, and you would be getting what Christian Braun has done up until this point in the season. Then you're looking at the Nuggets and you're going, oh no, can they get this done?
They're an 80%er.
Right.
And they're right there in the conversation with, the Clippers, the Suns, the Timberwolves, maybe even, they're in that conversation as opposed to thinking about who do we have to be concerned with on the East. And right now, I think that this is an exciting time in the National Hockey League, because there's teams that are trending. There's teams that are it's an exciting time to watch how this thing's going to find its final form. And of course, from me, like the reinsertion of Val Nichushkin into this lineup and when that is going to be critical. And then the looming possibility, if there still is, of Gabe Landeskog is, I think that's going to get all of the timing of that. If indeed those two things do come to fruition, are going to have a lot to do with the hopes of this team to win and hoist another Stanley Cup.
It's Hockey Jersey Day across America. Hop on over to Twitter, find Altitude SR, and see the pinned tweet rather. Send us a photo of your favorite hockey jersey, a picture of you, a picture of that jersey. Tag a friend in the comments, and you'll automatically be entered to win $200 to Altitude Authentics. More Avs talk, more breakdown of their 2-1 loss against the Detroit Red Wings, and we'll see what Moj thinks about the future of this Colorado Avalanche team. The voice of your Colorado Avalanche joins us on the other side.
Jack Johnson just trying to solve the puzzle. Nathan McKinnon, can he do it? He misses out for the deflection. Did the puck stay in the zone? It did. McKinnon leaves in the corner. Mikko Rantanen. Back for McKinnon. He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack. If you need to solve a puzzle, McKinnon is your man. Nathan McKinnon gets his 34th goal of the season. Points in 3 straight games. And with 15-12 to go in the second period in Motown, McKinnon moves past Lyon to give the Avalanche a 1-0 lead.
Despite Nathan McKinnon's 34th goal of the season, the Avs fall 2-1 in overtime to the Detroit Red Wings. They do get a point, much needed point on a night in which Dallas gets beat by one of the worst teams in the National Hockey League, the Ottawa Senators. It's National Hockey Jersey Day across America. We're giving away $200 to Altitude Authentics today. Just hop on Twitter, find Altitude SR. $200, Moj, as we welcome in the voice of the Avs. And, well, you've heard him for the last 3 hours, so if you're sick of him, I'm sorry, Mark Mosier.
I would be sick of him. I got to do my tease for the game tomorrow when the Leafs are in town. And so Brett and Vic have been hogging the production studio. So I hung around. I was going to plan on doing this segment with you guys anyway. It's the National Hockey Jersey Day, and I've got my
little JML,
old school Johnny Lyles on. Yeah, this belongs to Josh Grismer, and it's got the fighting strap. I mean, it's the real deal.
I think all 3 of us have fighting straps.
Yeah, your Syracuse Orange has a fighting strap, so it's all the real deal. You got McKinnon on now, Coach, right?
Yeah, with the fighting strap, and I'm ready to throw down, Moj. I am ready, and I know that you're a wounded animal after your road trip. Maybe didn't eat and have the best choices at the dinner table at the bar. I'm ready to throw on this fighting strap and roll.
2 PB&Js last night on the plane, and then I was out. You got to try to sleep on the way back, right? Because I know when I get home, it's going to take me an hour to try to get to sleep. So that's like 2. I'm up at 6. Whatever. It happens that way. But, I'm looking at all these jerseys. They're rad. I have an old New York American sweater from the 20s. It's a sweater.
It's like made of cotton.
Yeah, but it's also, it's sort of itchy too, but it's really cool. It's a little big on me, but it's really, it fit you really good, Coach. So you may, if you play your cards right, maybe there'll be Santa may put a little thing in your stocking. But you were going to talk jerseys today, and you guys all have jerseys. They're really cool. I think, Raj, you said it during the commercial break. I know that you like the Detroit Red Wings jersey. You like their red.
It's a great sweater.
It's a pretty red. The jersey itself is kind of plain. I'm not kidding when I tell you, and I know all the original 6 look pretty damn good. They really do.
They're all very good. Chicago's is excellent. It's another good red.
The best hockey jersey of all time is Chicago. I think the Blackhawks jersey, they do this thing on the Jumbotron in Chicago where they take the stitching of the jersey and they it's like a computer generated, they're stitching the jersey up and all this. It looks killer. I mean, it's just such a good looking sweater, man. I don't know. That's my favorite. Now, there's been some incarnations. The late great Peter McNabb, you know what he loved? He loved the new Dallas Stars neon.
No.
Yes, he did.
Pete.
I know.
What
Isn't that
are
crazy
you doing,
from an original
Pete?
6 guy?
If you're going to choose a Stars jersey, you got to go the Mike Modano, Jason Arnott, star cut, late 90s, early 2000s. That's a sexy Stars jersey, man.
Yeah, it was good looking.
He likes the neon.
He loved it.
How about the Oilers?
The Pop Damali, I'm sweating jersey?
Not a great Oiler guy. I don't know. For some reason, the Broncos blue and orange worked good, but for me, the Oilers didn't. And then they had the one, remember they had the one with the big nut on it? You know what I mean?
Oh, I didn't know we were talking about Major League Baseball jerseys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, the Oilers had a third that was ugly as hell. The Ducks jerseys have always been sort of ugly to me.
Whoa. What about the Mighty Ducks era jerseys?
That was okay, Paul Kariya but era. It was so weird looking with the turquoise and the purple and all that.
I love me some turquoise.
Okay.
Give me some turquoise. Give me some teal in a jersey. I think Seattle's jerseys are phenomenal.
It's pretty cool. But the Preds one you were wearing, the Subban jersey, to me, all the Preds jerseys, and they used to have like a baby poop yellow one. I mean, they've never looked really good to me. They've never floated my boat.
Peter Forsberg had to play in those mustard yellow Nashville Predators jerseys.
And even after the original 6, like the Flyers, I never got into that.
Leafs are sharp.
Super good. Original
Sharp.
6, they're all, I mean, you can't look at a Boston jersey and say that stinks. You can't look at a Leafs and go,
See,
that's
I
ugly.
could look at Boston and say the jersey's great. I hated the fact that they played with yellow socks on top of black
Yeah.
jerseys. I was like,
hear you.
what are we doing here? They
Yeah.
finally changed that. I appreciated it. My favorite ones of all time, 1960s Team USA, which is the USA across diagonally, not the arched font that they won the 1980 Olympics in, although there's a lot of nostalgia to that jersey.
No,
I
it's
think
the boom, boom, boom.
the better sweater is the
and
big
they brought that
USA
back, Raj. They
diagonal.
actually brought that back.
National development
Yeah.
team wears that constantly. Great jersey. Anytime that Canada wears a black jersey, you're puckered up. You know you're in for one when Canada puts on the blacks. That's a great jersey to me.
Honestly, I think the Avs, and they've had different incarnations over the years. You're wearing the third. Okay?
The Rockies.
That's the division rivalry. Yeah, that's the division rivalry jersey. I wasn't a super big fan of the outdoor one down in at the Air Force Academy. But I think the Avs jerseys overall, some people like the piping. Nelly, you got piping on yours?
Yeah, I think I got some piping on the
Yeah,
sides.
you're wearing a kitchen apron is what you're wearing.
Okay, some
It's a
people
bad
like
jersey.
that. Some people don't.
What's
This one I think is really
what's wrong
good.
with my
This Johnny
piping,
Lyles
Raj?
one. And I've seen them all over the years. So I don't know, man. I just to each their own, I suppose, right?
Which logo do you like better in the Avs? The one I'm wearing with the big C on it, and
It looks good. I just think the old traditional one with the A and the avalanche coming down it is a good design. But that one looks beautiful to me too. Coach.
yeah. And I'm
I
a
like it.
newbie, right? Like I'm new to Avs country, I'm not new to hockey, but I'm new to this whole Avs deal that's going on. And just if you take away the tradition of the last 15 years, this to me just looks sharp. The
It does look
C,
good.
I just love the aesthetics of it.
Moj, I want your reactions to last night's loss, to the relative form of the Avs coming off of that miserable 6-game road trip. Last night I thought was a tough luck loss, just one of those games that it probably could have gone either way. Your initial reactions from a 2-1 overtime loss to an 8 seed in the East.
I thought it was a pretty entertaining game overall. I mean, I thought there were chances for both teams. I thought both goalies were good. Raj, it really reminded me of the first game of the road trip in MSG against the Rangers.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you go to overtime. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. It's anybody's game. The Avs had the 1-0 lead. The Rangers tied it late. The Red Wings tied it late. One mistake in overtime, right? Nate and Taves are both chasing Larkin, and rightfully so. Dylan Larkin, it's hard to keep your eyes off him when he's cutting into your zone. But that leaves Kane all alone coming down the slot, and he's just not going to miss from there. His legs are not what they used to be, talking about Patrick Kane, but his hands are still killer. They're still so dang good, and it hurts because you had opportunities too. Bowen Byram on a breakaway, right? I mean, Lyon made the save, and I'm not putting this on anybody, really. Just a hard luck loss. The only thing you can really look at and say, come on, dudes, is the power play.
The power play is atrocious right now.
Yeah, not good.
And
they know it. They know it.
I think they've gotten better looks in their last 2-3 games, but 2 out of their last 30 is simply not good enough. And if you do that going into the playoffs, you will not advance.
There's no doubt about
it.
it.
You can't be either worst, second to worst, or again. I even went out toward the middle of January, which is essentially when, and Coach Sanford pointed this out, Val Nichushkin leaves the lineup. You're 6th or 7th worst dating back to the middle of January.
Yes, that is correct. You were still top 10 in the league.
It also
because
doesn't
you built yourself up some equity, but that's starting to dissipate.
They got to change something, though. Like I feel like they're just banging their heads against the wall and doing the same thing and just hoping it works
Well,
out.
it's interesting because I look last night, the power play was much more reminiscent of the way it looked on the road, or at least more reminiscent. The previous 2 games, Coach, you ready for this? Against the Canucks, and then before that, the Coyotes. The Avs were 0 for 7 on the power play. Yeah. They win both games, but they're 0 for 7. They had 22 shots on goal. I mean, they were pounding the puck to the front of the net. They were there for rebounds. They just can't gather that one rebound. They just can't get that one put back. They just, you got half an empty net. You just miss it wide. I mean, things are just off right now with the extra man.
And it looks like to me that was the adjustment made after the road trip where it just seemed like it was all just a lot of finesse, pass it around, look for the perfect shot. And just watching games, I'm just screaming, just pepper the net. Just throw it in the direction.
You're the guy in the crowd. Shoot!
Yeah, that's what I felt like. And you do see that adjustment. It has been made. And I think that then you get more of those opportunities for the follow-ups.
Well, it's interesting, too, because teams defend the Avs power play different ways. I mean, some teams are incredibly aggressive, and they will chase you all the way to the point. They will chase you all the way to the blue line. They will just attack, right? The Wings were more passive, but when you were kind of by yourself and you're looking to shoot, they stack up in front of their goalie. I mean, they take away so many shooting lanes. It's a philosophy on what you want to try to do. You want to cause havoc and force the puck out of the zone that way, or do you want to let him try to shoot, or at least whatever, but you're going to protect your net at all costs. You're going to put up a fortress, and that's what the Wings did.
Speaking of screaming into the void, shoot. Dude, what's going on with Mikko?
I don't know.
What is I know he's
produced
points. That's not the same player I saw last year.
I don't know. He's deferring a lot. He has opportunities, but he's deferring. I don't know, Rush. I really don't know.
I saw one shift at the beginning of the game last night where he was hard on the forecheck. He counter-checked when he had the puck in the offensive zone, and then it just went away, right? Like that was the big knock on Mikko for many, many years is you're this big 6'4" moose. Why don't you play like Peter Forsberg used to? And you kind of saw it last year.
Yeah, he absolutely has developed a physical part of his game.
But it hasn't happened this year.
I know the reverse hit, the whole 9 yards. I mean, he's really, over the years, put it all together. Coach, when he first came into the league, he was a big gangly guy, kind of like a baby deer. And, he was off balance a little bit, getting knocked. I mean, he's gotten so thick and strong over the years. He's got the big old butt that he uses so effectively. But lately, it just hasn't been that way. And even on the power play, I mean, they're maybe even his teammates at times, Raj, looks like they're trying to get him involved. I mean, I'll see McKinnon over in the other circle looking for the seam pass, right, to set him up on one-timers, maybe to try to build that confidence up or whatever they're looking for. I really don't know because I haven't really talked to them about it, and tomorrow there's no morning skate. But he's deferring a lot. I mean, he's stuff where, he would be and could be, should be, would be a little bit hoggish and throw that puck to the net with, top shelf backhand, one-timers, deflections, whatever. He's looking for his line mates. So I know, I just think everything's out of sync a little bit still, and maybe the confidence is lacking. Even the best players in the world start to lack confidence.
Yeah, when you have players like that are going through these types of skids, it's one of two things. It's either between the ears, and it's just the confidence piece. It's deferring, like you've said multiple times, or there's some type of health issue. Where they're just not themselves, physically not feeling. And do you think that's even part of it, or do you think it's mostly
not that
between
I know
the ears?
Of it all. I think it's between the ears right now. Yeah, I think it's a confidence thing. I just think that, again, they're so talented on that line. When you're trying to force the issue, guys want to make plays, and you want to set your teammate up for plays, and you're like, well, my puck's not going in, so I'm going to find this guy. When all it takes is a couple of good games back to back, and you're right back at it. So there you go.
Trade deadline is like 16 days away, March 8th?
It's a week from Friday. Yeah, so it's 14 days.
14
March 8th,
days.
Friday
Right.
the 8th.
Friday the 8th is trade deadline. Still have 3 holes on this team. Backup goaltender, second line center, and then you could argue depth, like larger bodied defenseman.
I suppose.
How much of the rumors do you think are actually true that they're kicking the tires on one of those guys, Chris Tanev of the Calgary Flames? They've talked about Casey Middlestat with the Buffalo Sabres. Sabre scouts have been in the building for the Avs' last 3 games, both at home and on the road. How much truth is there to McFarland and Sakic actually looking to go fill those holes?
I think, I don't know, because I don't know, obviously, what the private conversations are. And I see the scouts at every game, and I say, who's this team? Who's that team? Who's here? What are you looking at, And I even would maybe go to one of the scouts. Who are you looking at tonight? They won't tell you. They're all mum about it, but nice guys. But I do know this, and this is where I put my trust in Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic. They know what their window is. They know they're in it right now, and they know they have to make hay. That's not sacrificing the future per se, but that is, we owe it to ourselves. We owe it to this team. We owe it to this fan base to try to get it done again. They know that they owe it to that. You got to make hay while you can. Strike while the iron's hot, and their window is open with this group of players, this core. And so I'm sure that there are phone calls going on all the time back and forth. Now, Tanev, yeah, he's a big I don't know if you want to call him stay at home, but he's a defensive defenseman.
He's a shot blocker. He's a mean shot blocker.
Exactly.
That's who he is.
And he's got a haircut and a weird stare. Well, that's his brother. Yeah, it's
his brother beat the wheels off of someone last night.
That's true, yeah. But I mean, I think both Taneevs have that eye thing going on.
The silly star chromosome.
Yeah.
What, they just stare at you in weird ways?
And then Middlestat, he's a guy, Raj, that's still a young player, but he's never really lived up to the expectation of what. It's funny, though, when you look at the guys who got out of Buffalo, I mean, what's Sam Reinhart doing?
Sam Reinhart's got 39 tucks this year.
What did Jack Eichel do?
Jack Eichel won a cup last season.
Oh, is that how you want to call it here? I mean, somehow these guys get out of Buffalo.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Vegas throws Mark Stone on IR. How do you feel about that?
Well, he has a lacerated spleen. So it seems legit, but how long? Peter Forsberg, when he lost his spleen in the 2001 Stanley Cup playoffs, second round against the Los Angeles Kings, spleen gone. Coach, I'm not kidding you when I tell you he argued with Pierre Lacroix to play in the final against the New Jersey Devils. Had to miss the Western Conference final against St. Louis. Your spleen is gone. You got no spleen. Had a spleen, out in the garbage.
What does one spleen do?
It's like it's a purifying agent for your body. You can live without it.
So it's no different than like your fridge at home. With sometimes you don't replace the filter on your fridge,
but you still use the water.
Yeah, and the water's still good.
You have the little light that says replace.
Yeah,
It's a scam.
I'm good.
No, but
just
he
drinking cancer water for 40 years.
He honestly wanted to play and felt he could play. And Pierre Lacroix, the late great Pierre Lacroix, smart, says, "Look, man, I don't care. If we lose, we lose. What you are not playing. Your health, your long-term future as a human being is way more important than putting you in this damn series."
But then Forsberg just looks at him and says, "Ivan Drago style. If I die, I die."
But they didn't let
Guts
him play.
all over the place.
Could Stone play in a month?
Probably.
I mean,
maybe.
That's late March. Playoffs start April 22nd. I mean, are they being look,
just prepare yourself for a Western Conference final in which the Avs play the Golden Knights and you have to say Jake Gensel's name and he's not an Av. Just prepare yourself. Get ready.
Penguin.
Do your work. All right.
I don't know. We'll see.
Two real quick ones to run by you. Almost 10 games. I guess right around 10 games of Zach Parisi's tenure here.
I have no problems with Zach Parise whatsoever. I think in the proper role on this team and not being asked to. I mean, he would be like right now, and no offense, he'd be like a perfect butt-kicking fourth liner. Absolutely would be. Ideally, you know what I mean? If you're talking about slotting in 13 back into the lineup, if you're talking about if somehow 92 could come back in, that's where his role would be, and he would kick some major butt. He's a PKer. He's on the second unit. I like his energy. He still skates really well. I like him.
And then the second one is Cale Makar, pointless in 7, I believe, games.
I would argue
concerns?
to you, Coach, that he's never done this in his life.
Jack Johnson has doubled his point production since the break.
Yeah, but he's going to go off at some point. He's going to go off.
No concerns.
But I just think that right now, this is the funk part of the year. A couple guys are funky. They'll get unfunky. They will get unfunky. But right now, they're funky.
All right, go defunk yourself, Moj. You're yawning. Go take a nap.
I know. I probably need a little nap. I got a new set of wedges.
Woo!
Oh, you might go straight.
I got
some Vokies?
No. I got a look. I'm a Cleveland wedge guy.
Weirdo.
But I bought older models. They're brand new, but they're a couple years old model. So I got a great deal on them online. And what do I care? I mean, I'm not going on the tour, but these are really nice wedges, and I got them cheap. It's great.
Yeah, more on that later. Moj, appreciate you. Coming up on the other side, Coach Sanford is back with us. We will have Coach Mike Sanford's quarterback review. It's Dempsey and Company. Dempsey and Company. Chris Dempsey off today. He's up in Boulder doing some journalism panel things. So Raj filling in for Dempsey today. We've got Coach Mike Sanford hanging out with you. Josh Grismer, Steve Nelson behind the glass today. Our special thanks to Mark Mosier, who stuck around working on like 90 minutes of sleep to talk Avs and Red Wings with us. It is National Hockey Jersey Day across America. Thanks to our friends at USA Hockey and Altitude Authentics. We're giving away $200 before we get off the show to Altitude Authentics. All you have to do, go to Twitter, find Altitude SR, and reply to the pinned tweet with a photo of you in your favorite jersey. Or if you can't get into your favorite jersey today, find it online, screenshot it, reply in the comments, tag a friend, and you'll automatically be entered.
Sweater update.
Sweater update.
Every segment, new sweaters.
We're having new ones.
And Twitch is just hating me right now because I'm wearing San Jose Sharks Patrick Marleau.
Coach started off the program by wearing a Nashville Predators Subban jersey. We're going to Marleau now. I've been appeasing my alma mater. I'm wearing Syracuse jersey number 2.
Just showing off your assistant captaincy. Right
No, we're trying to hide that one.
And
I
Mike,
paid someone for that.
Mike, I'll take some of the arrows. I think it was well documented that I was a Sharks fan in a previous life. So that's my jersey. This is not Mike Sanford owning multiple incorrect jerseys. That's my Marleau jersey. That's from like 2011, 2012.
And that's when I lived in the Bay Area, Nelly. So we crossed over maybe a time or two at a Sharks game.
It's possible, yeah.
I lived in the Bay Area 2011 through 13, and those were some exciting times for Sharks hockey.
Before we get back into some jersey talk later on in the program and give away those $200, I've got you in studio. We have to talk about the conversations regarding the quarterbacks in this year's draft. You're obviously the biggest Michael Penix Jr. guy on the planet. So I said we're going to go through a Coach Sanford quarterback review. There's 4 big stories. The one that I want to start off with is the ballad of the tumbling Penix. Why has he fallen so much in recent weeks? The relative talk about Michael Penix went from could the Broncos actually get him at 12 to I've seen mock drafts having him picked down in the 40s. What's happening with your guy?
Well, first off, who is tumbling Michael Penix Jr.? Talking heads are. Not the scouts, not the head coaches, not the general managers, not the quarterback coaches. So because Mark Schlereth says that he feasted on below average Pac-12 defenses, he's now tumbling because mock drafts that are done by people that many times haven't done any coaching or played at any level of football are now saying that Michael Penix Jr. is tumbling, that we're going to say he's tumbling. He's going to go throw at the combine, and there's a good chance that I'm going to be there. I'm going to witness it, and that's going to be another data set. But the film does not lie. And outside of the national championship game, his film in throwing and showing the portfolios of all the different throws that he can make, it is strong, and it's strong in his 2023 campaign. It's strong in his 2022 campaign. Michael Penix is not tumbling. That is just all speculation by the people that have nothing to do with the decisions.
And do you think the final word on Penix is that at the combine? That is
100%.
He's got to throw, he's got to run, he's got to do drills, he has to go
clear the medicals.
Right. That the biggest thing is clearing the medicals. And if he checks those boxes, is that a guy who you think is guaranteed a first round pick?
I don't. I still don't, because I think that...
Would you select him with a first rounder?
I would, based off of my study of him versus the other quarterbacks. There are not the consistent pocket quarterbacks that can manipulate, move in the pocket, and then make elite throws down the field on a consistent basis in this draft class.
Speaking of the other guys in that draft class, Little Bo Nix peeping into the top 10. Why is he getting so much hype over the past few weeks? Do you think he's a guy that can actually turn into a pro-style quarterback, getting the ball out of the hands quickly, or did he just have 6 years in college, finally find a system that worked for him?
I actually changed my tune about Bo Nix at the Senior Bowl. He had one day that was just awful. I'm saying bad. He was inaccurate. His completion percentage was horrible in one-on-ones, 7-on-7 team. And then I watched him in the red zone. I'm like, this dude can play. He can play on time. He can play on schedule. I think that he is a very malleable product that I think Sean Payton is going to fall in love with at the combine.
Okay, I don't know if Nix feels like one that I didn't see it being a fit immediately. And I don't know if it's because I had a bad taste in my mouth from him at Auburn and bouncing around. He Is it because he looks a little bit like Drew Brees, where he's got that type of stature, he's a little bit of a bowling ball and can make runs or make throws, not necessarily on the run, but with his feet moving outside the pocket? Is that the reason why he feels as though he's a Sean Payton fit?
I think he's a fit because I played against him. I coached against him. I actually wasn't on the field playing, but I coached against Bo Nix in 2022. And what I saw is that he does what the offense asks him to do on time, on schedule, which is very different from what Russell Wilson showed and why we think that this marriage is come to a head. And there's a divorce, an imminent divorce. They're separated. I think that is what Bo Nix can do, is he can play very well on schedule. And then you mentioned the Auburn thing is it'd be a negative factor for Bo Nix. And you even said that he's bounced around. Name a quarterback in this top 5 that hasn't bounced around. There's one. Caleb Williams was at Oklahoma. He's at SC to finish his career. Bo Nix obviously started his career out at Auburn.
Drake May's the only one.
Drake May's the only one. That's it. Jaden Daniels started at Arizona State, finished up at LSU. Michael Penix Jr. started at Indiana, finished up at Washington.
What about J.J. McCarthy?
He'd be the other one. But I don't think he's a top 5 quarterback in this draft class, which we'll talk about.
I mean, we're hearing a lot about him this week. It's been him. He's been the quarterback shooting up the draft boards this week. I know we're very far away from the actual NFL draft, but he's been the guy that, as Penix has fallen with all of these talking heads, McCarthy's been the one that has zipped up top. Because, and again, he doesn't make a spectacular throw, but the dude just takes what's in front of him. And that's what if you show me a Sean Payton quarterback, it's the guy that takes the option in front of him. That's the reason why that the Russell Wilson experiment did not work with Sean Payton, is because I've heard you talk about, you've had these little bullet out routes with either tight ends or running backs outside the backfield that Russ just didn't want to throw the ball to. McCarthy's a guy that would do that for you.
Right now, J.J. McCarthy weighs 202 pounds at 6'3". That is not a body type that is a first-round type of a grade. Second, this is an offense at Michigan he played in that did everything in their power to win the game without having to rely on his right arm, and wanted to rely on Blake Corum's legs, the offensive line. Most of the throws in his 72% completion percentage were throws that were made at or near the line of scrimmage. A lot of screen game, a lot of flats, a lot of quick throws. That was how Michigan was built. I also saw that throwing outside the numbers, so your sideline type throws, incredible inaccuracy from J.J. McCarthy. Incredible inaccuracy. Now, that only comprised so much of what they did offensively, but in the National Football League, you have to be able to make that throw. And he's got to be able to prove that at the combine.
Is that what Sean wants to do, is attack the outside of the numbers? That doesn't feel like a Sean Payton thing, especially with what he has in the wide receiver room going into next year. We assume Patrick won't be here next year. We assume they're going to trade Jerry Jeudy. We assume that they're either going to try and trade Courtland Sutton or maybe restructure the back end of that deal there. How many outside the number deep threats do they really have?
So I wasn't talking about deep threats. I was talking about out routes.
Okay.
So sideline throws, sideline out-breaking throws, which is a huge part of the NFL passing game, especially if you're playing against teams that are going to play cover 3, which is play dividers coverage.
Taking 3 to 4 yard completions.
No, 10 to 15 yard out routes. Those are NFL throws that have to be made, and particularly in the West Coast offense.
All right. We're learning things. We don't have time to get into it right now, but I do want to pick your brain on something that Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC opened up at the beginning of the week. Is does Russell Wilson, when he inevitably gets cut, does he actually have a home in the NFL?
I think it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that there was a birdie on the shoulder of Chad Ochocinco Johnson that told him that it is the Pittsburgh Steelers. And there's a birdie on my shoulder that told me that Chad Ochocinco is probably right. I think he's going to end up at Pittsburgh. I think it's a great fit with Tomlin. I think that it's the dedication to running the football, the model that worked for the Denver Broncos mid-season to get into the playoff discussion. That's a style of football that Tomlin's very comfortable with.
Nelly's NFL notes are coming up at 11:20. We'll get back into Nikola Jokic, a historic night. He completes the infinity gauntlet of triple doubles in perfect fashion. Nuggets with a big win over a crap Washington team. Avs fall on the road yet again. They're amazing at home, terrible on the road. We'll continue to talk about the 2 championship level teams here in Denver. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company, Raj and Coach Sanford hanging out with you today up until noon. PhD will take over noon to 3. Kreckman and Lindahl 3 to 6 tonight before the Nuggets play the second of a back-to-back. They've got a little bit of a cupcake back-to-back going on here, right? Like you play one game against Washington, then you get 15-win Portland coming up. These are two games that if you want to be fully rested going into the playoffs, where you can take a few games off down the stretch run and still guarantee you a 1, a 2, or a 3 seed, these are the games that you have to take care of. And I thought last night that despite the most efficient version of a triple-double that you can get from Nikola Jokic, thought that the starters played a couple of minutes too many last night, knowing that you had another game tonight. I would have liked to have seen them come out a little bit earlier, but it also did seem as though there was an onus on get Nikola to the triple-double, make sure that he's got bigger numbers than what would have been garnered in 24 minutes before you ended up getting to deeper minutes from the bench. 23 from Brown, 22 from Jackson, 22 from Watson.
Yeah, I like the way it played out because I do think that maintaining form, even in a back-to-back cupcake at home, home stand, I think it's important to keep that form, throughout the course of this year and not lose sight of just the importance of these five continuing to play and play together. And then working through all the possible variations of who comes in the non-Jokic minutes with some starters on the floor. I think it's important to maintain the form as you get close to playoffs. 26 games remaining. They've got 2 on the road at Portland tonight, 8 p.m. start, 7:30 pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. They'll take on the Golden State Warriors on Sunday evening on ESPN, which is less of a marquee game now than what it was at the beginning of the season when we thought Golden State was going to be better than what they actually turned out. Did you see Draymond Green had some actually nice words to say about Nikola Jokic? Yeah, it was actually surprising.
It was refreshing to hear Draymond Green not be a jerk.
Yeah, he put together the 4 baddest dudes on in the NBA currently, and he said that do you have that clip, Nelly? And if not, we could definitely play it at some point.
I'm confused.
But it was really good stuff from him, just the respect that he does have. He's like, that's a bad man that can do a lot of things.
And we saw it last night. The fact that he now has a triple-double against every single NBA opponent, there's only 3 guys in league history that have done that, and that's LeBron James and Russell Westbrook, who was the triple-double king before Nikola came about. Nikola will likely lead the league in terms of career triple-doubles by the time he decides to hang them up. It was to watch the efficiency at which he does this. That's the biggest eyesore if you look back at Russell Westbrook, right? Like, Westbrook was amazing. He lived above the rim. He was an athletic freak, but he wasn't efficient. And we're seeing Nikola Jokic go out and do this and go 21, 19, and 15 on 10 of 10 shooting. He's had perfect triple-doubles 4 times in his career. Those are unicorn games. You'd be lucky to have one of those over the course of you'd be lucky to have a perfect double-double over the course of your career. The dude's got 2 this year alone.
And what it shows me is that it's not just Nikola Jokic's talent. It's what's between his ears. The basketball intelligence, the court, the ability to read the court at all times. Like, he has the ability when he's playing against an inferior opponent and he has his road dogs with him on the floor, his starters with him, to just make the most optimal decision with the basketball every single time. And it's so fun to watch.
It's insane. On the other side of the equation, right, the Nuggets are getting back. They're playing poorer teams. The Avs, they played a playoff team last night. They're probably going to be the 8th seed in the East in Detroit, and they are a team that's been built through the draft but insulated by some veteran talent, right? Like, they went out, they got Alex DeBrincat. They went out, they got Patrick Kane, who scores the overtime goal to beat the Avs last night. While I focused on a lot of the negatives today, the power play outage being one of the worst in the NHL since they've come back from the break, certainly since the beginning of February. I've mentioned the fact that you have not gotten any points out of Cale Makar in 7 straight games. Jack Johnson has doubled the output of Cale Makar since the All-Star break. That's not a winning formula for the Avs. On the opposite side of the coin, you've now had back-to-back good games from Justus Annunen, despite not winning either one of those decisions.
And we talked about Justus Annunen, I think it was on the break. This is only, how many times has he started in net in an NHL game?
He has, I believe, 8 total starts.
So he's growing. I mean, that's what you want from a young, was he 22, 23-year-old goalkeeper?
Yeah, he's a kid.
Like he is young in net, and he is growing up. And I saw it in the game against Tampa with some of the saves that he made. I'm like, this dude's got something to him. I like the way that this is developing, and maybe can allow the Avs to potentially focus on other needs as it relates to the deadline.
Right, and you were crap in front of him in Tampa Bay. Like the 6-3 loss where he gives up 4 was not on Justus Annunen whatsoever.
Yeah, you saw some elite goal stopping. I mean, there's some shot stopping that was happening in that game that I think was the most positive signs that we've seen from Justus Annunen.
And last night, he stops a shot with 6 seconds to go in regulation, where the Avs could have very easily gotten out of a game in which they held a 1-0 lead for the majority of the game up until the Dylan Larkin power play goal. They could have left Little Caesars Arena last night with 0 points, yet again on the road. They're now 13-13-5 away from Ball Arena. When they're at home, they're 22-5. They're the best team in the league at home. But as it stands, unless they figure out how to play away from home, I don't know if I have much confidence in this team playing road games in the playoffs right now.
I think that, the Landeskog reemergence is going to be critical for that. Just that veteran leadership, having the guy that dons the C on his jersey on a daily basis, like on the ice, if that's a possibility. And I mean, what are your thoughts? How do you feel? Is there a universe that exists where Gabe Landeskog is playing in the playoffs?
I mean, I was on Vancouver radio when they played the Canucks Tuesday. On Tuesday morning, I think I was on a show early that day, and they asked me the same question. My answer was, I think there is a 60 to 70% chance that Landeskog is on the ice playing for the Avs in the playoffs. But I don't know if that's in the first round. You have to get out of the first round. He needs that extra time. Right now, seeing him skate and do drills around cones where he's far more powerful and more agile than we ever saw him at any point last season. And he didn't go through surgery last year, right? He went through cartilage replacement surgery this season. So that's good news, is that he had a more difficult surgery, much more invasive surgery this time around. He's looking better earlier this year than last year. It still feels as though we're watching Jamal Murray shoot at pregame shoot around coming off the ACL injury, where it's like, oh yeah, he looks good. He could probably play in a game. And then you hear, he's not going, man. And then they get the doors blown off them by Golden State.
And also, Raj, I want to ask you, as a hockey player yourself, it takes a while to get back into game shape. Like even if guys are training throughout the offseason and they're getting healthy and they're doing cardio and they're working out, it seems like when you see players take the ice for the first time in preseason or even that first game of the season, they're in good shape, but they're not in hockey shape. They're not seeing the game at the right speed. They're getting winded after a shift or two. What confidence do you have that Gabe Landeskog can hop right into the playoffs and be in hockey shape after not having played for like 2 years?
He can't hop in and play top 6 minutes. He can't do that. Like, so if you're expecting Gabe Landeskog to come back and be all-star Gabe Landeskog in the playoffs, change your expectations. Can he come back and be a fourth liner? Like Moj said? I think so. Can he give you 12 hard minutes and maybe get some power play minutes net front? Yeah, he can do that. But 20, 22, 24, what Nathan McKinnon's doing, certain games he played 30 minutes this year in a regular season game, no, that ain't it. That ain't it.
What is Gabe Landeskog at 75% of his optimal capacity?
He's better than what they currently have on the fourth line.
But what does that give you? Like, what does that give the Avs, like, any given playoff game? What is it? What tangible or intangible characteristics does a 75% full capacity Gabe Landeskog give you?
Landeskog's off-ice aura, having the captain back, I think, is more important than what he can actually do on the ice. If you look at his best seasons on ice, he played 51 games in 21-22. He had 59 points. The last time that he played a full relative 82-game season, point per game player in 2018-2019, 75 points. So if you're looking at 3 quarters production of that, can you show up and have 15 points, 12 points in the playoffs, if you go all the way, I think that's probably what you're looking at. Between 10 and 15 points, let's say you play, they're not going to go 16-4 if they win a cup this year. They will likely have to go 16-8, something like that. So you're playing 24 games. Can he be a half a point a game per player? That'd be hitting a home run on Landeskog. That's what it would be.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. Hey, it's Hockey Jersey Day across America. Nelly, it's time for a Hockey Jersey update before we hit a break.
When you pull on that jersey, you represent yourself and your teammates. And a name on the front is a hell of a lot more important than the one on the back.
They're called sweaters, Z. Keep up.
All right, we're giving away $200 to AltitudeAuthentics.com, and all you have to do is go over to Twitter, find the pinned tweet, and send us a photo in the comments of you wearing your favorite jersey. If you're not wearing a jersey today, take a screenshot of it online, reply in the comments, tag a friend, and you can walk away with $200. We're going to be giving that away at 11:45. You've worn a handful today. Is this you're now wearing an Avalanche jersey, a Gabe Landeskog Avs jersey. Is this the best reaction you've gotten from our fans who are watching us on twitch.tv/?
No, because it was the outdoor game. It was the Air Force Academy game. I mean, you know what? I enjoy just being the villain right now, especially on Twitch. These Twitchers they're sick and tired of me. I should have just worn a hoodie, just a generic champion hoodie today. Would have been way better off. But you know what? I'm going to stand proud. I'm going to stand tall. And I'm going to keep rotating jerseys as we go through the rest.
What a surprising heel turn from one Mike Sanford.
Nelly's rocking the Letterkenny jersey.
Your spare parts, bud.
We have the Team Finland.
Yeah.
We got Teemu Selanne.
Teemu Selanne. Little former Av. Unfortunately, it was that 04 season in which Selanne and Korea came over and everyone was hurt and it never actually worked. But I'm seeing a lot of replies here to the tweet. We've seen a few Howler jerseys. A lot of people love the old retro throwback to the Quebec Nordiques days for the Avs.
Josh Grismer, stand up, take a bow.
Grismer's wearing one right now. It's a great jersey. I wish the Avs still wore those and rocked them. We've seen the Colorado thirds, the burgundy thirds that have Colorado sprawled across the chest in diagonal font.
It's beautiful.
All big fans.
I mean, let's just call it like it is. Anything Josh Grismer wears, I mean, he is the biggest influencer that we have in our altitude lineup, especially after being confirmed as a celebrity at the Super Bowl media days with Christian McCaffrey being his buddy.
Sexiness.
We need to use our influencers here.
Yeah, we are. I mean, right now he's too far in the background. We got to get him out in the front.
And by the way, we've been talking about all-time great jerseys. We've completely buried the lead here. What song's playing? This was the Hartford Whalers theme song. How have we not mentioned
this? Is
the
Brass
Whalers?
Bonanza, one of the best logos of all time. The
Easily.
Hartford Whalers logo, and you throw it on those bright Kelly green jerseys. Ooh,
I got to witness many hockey games in the Whale at Yale, which is where the Hartford Whalers did all of their training camp. Awesome venue.
All right, all you guys got to do again, go over to Twitter, find @AltitudeSR, find the pinned tweet up there, comment with a photo of you in your favorite jersey, tag a friend, and you can be qualified to win $200. We're going to give those away at 11:45 thanks to our friends at Altitude Authentics and USA Hockey for Hockey Week across America. Coming up on the other side, Nelly brings us through the gridiron. It's his NFL notes. It's 11:20 on Dempsey and Company. Demps out today. Raj filling in alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. And because it's 11:20, that means it's time for Steve Nelson to bring us around the gridiron in his NFL notes. What is first, Steve Nelson?
Earlier in the week, I played a clip from Jameis Winston talking on
My guy.
Pardon My Take.
My
Yes.
guy.
Oh, I can't wait for this segment.
He went on Pardon My Take with the Barstool Boys, and I have another clip from that interview because that guy is just a walking soundbite. Now, you may remember, before he played in New Orleans, Jameis Winston spent a lot of years in Tampa Bay, and he had a good connection with wide receiver Mike Evans. Well, in the interview, Jameis explained that wide receivers from Texas are a different breed. They're built different, but specifically, there's something about Mike Evans that makes him unique.
If you are born around water, you have a different way of life. You function differently. And I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. You know, it doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's going to take you wherever it goes.
Yeah.
So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. They're one with water.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston is known for, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach.
No, they're known for oil. There's it's some of the dirtiest sand in America.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not a pretty beach. So Mike is from that muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It might be oil muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck.
Did you ever coach against Jameis Winston?
Recruited him.
Come on.
At Stanford. Actually, tremendous academics. Unbelievable. He took an official visit to Stanford. So spent a weekend around Jameis Winston as a 17-year-old.
Did you ever think you had a chance of getting him?
He was highly interested. Highly interested.
And he ends up going to FSU.
He did.
Is there any chance he's a Broncos quarterback next year?
I think there's a chance.
I really want him here.
And you know what's funny is I was listening to your guys' segment about the soup, the Campbell's or the alphabet soup.
Eating dubs.
Scraping for the dubs.
Scraping for the dubs. And I texted Nelly, and I had Nelly, I hope he's all ready for this. I don't know if he is, but I talked to Nelly about what makes Jameis Winston so likable is the same thing that make mega churches so mega. He's a mega church pastor. He is an absolute mega church pastor.
Walk that through for me.
Mega church pastors have highly charismatic, just wordsmiths, the cadence and tenor of their voice, just projecting at the right times. Jameis,
Sometimes speaking nonsense.
Sometimes just going, but it's all about connecting with the emotion. Connecting with the emotion and kind of reeling you in. And it isn't by accident that there was a recent clip of Jameis Winston showing up at a local church in New Orleans. I believe it might have been back in Florida, where he all of a sudden just takes the pulpit. Like I'm talking right in the middle of a church service. Takes the pulpit. Listen to Pastor Jabu, a.k.a. Jameis Winston.
With things that you haven't prayed for. How many times has he lifted you off your feet when you didn't ask him to? That's how you know you deserve it. That's how you know that you are worthy. That's how you know that Jesus died on the cross for our sins and gave us the victory. He already gave it to you, so receive it. Pastor already gave it to us, but you gotta receive it. Pastor already did an amazing job with discernment, but you have to take it upon yourself.
I'm not a spiritual guy, but get that dude in the locker room ASAP.
He is a mega church pastor.
He's praising God. Come on.
Again,
Come on.
my argument here is not that I think he's going to be a great quarterback, although had success under Sean Payton. I will always put that in my back pocket. Success-ish. Okay. Would you take success-ish next year in the Broncos?
And like you said,
I would take success-ish.
And it also would be fun. It would be fun.
Compared to what we had to deal with for the last 2 years, listening to the starting quarterback go to the podium and just bore us. We did a whole segment on it the whole season long. How long can you sit there and listen to Russell Wilson? I would sit there and listen to Jameis Winston spout off. Again, I'm not a spiritual dude. I'll sit through an entire sermon to that guy. And you're telling me he can be successful-ish in Denver?
We'll take it.
It's better than what we got.
Because then guess what you could do?
Yeah, our defense has been amazing, the past 7 weeks or plus. I think they've been
You had
unstoppable.
your chance yesterday with Kim
They've
Becker.
gotten turnovers and making plays. We're playing together. I think our leadership on the defense, obviously Justin, obviously Alex Singleton, Josie. There's so many guys.
This doesn't
stepping
scream
up.
pastor to you?
I just think, and also too, you got to credit.
This is a micro church pastor.
I told him in the
not a
Bears
mega
game,
church pastor, a
at
micro
halftime,
church
Coach
pastor.
Joseph, I
And nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a micro church.
Nothing wrong with
Good
micro
community.
anything.
But mega church is when you have that passion, and you bring that fire and that brimstone, and that's Jameis Winston.
Nelly.
I need Jameis to bless my control board there. My bad. All right, Mike, I've been waiting for a day when we have you back in to ask you one simple question. Why did the San Francisco 49ers fire their defensive coordinator? He wasn't the problem. Nothing about what went wrong in the Super Bowl was on the defense. What are they doing?
Of course, I go and look at the stats from the season, the postseason, and the 49ers regular season defense was a top 5 defense in every significant statistical category. But something and someone needed to be blamed for this being the third meltdown loss in Kyle Shanahan's Super Bowl career. End of story.
Is part of this story they've got someone in-house that they wanted to promote for a season or two now, that they say this is a defensive coordinator at some point in this league. We don't want to run the risk of losing them. Let's ship somebody out, and we're either going to take a small step back, or because it's an in-house fill, we're going to stay the course.
And that's the model that the Niners have used.
It feels like it's
Robert
more
Saleh was that.
Right.
That is the model over the course of Kyle Shanahan's tenure. A lot of these coaches come from the Vic Fangio tree. Robert Saleh being one of them. I do think that there is a world where the 49ers go out and get Bill Belichick to be their defensive coordinator. And that might be absolutely mind-blowing to think about, but
it's a great job for Bill to take.
Immediately he goes back into the conversation of being relevant in the 2024 NFL football game, which hasn't been the case since Tom Brady left.
The only thing that it doesn't accomplish for Belichick, though, is adding wins to the Shula record. That's the one that it does not check the mark for him. But it would be a perfect situation in order for them to go back and win. And if that defense is just as nasty, if not elevates Brock Purdy and winless Kyle Shanahan in a Super Bowl to a championship, I think then more teams are knocking on his door being like, hey, you can still do this. Come coach for us for 5 years.
If that all happens, what you just said, he'll have his pick of NFL jobs.
And San Francisco's got to be a nice place to be.
Oh, yeah. It's fantastic. Especially when you got the money that Bill Belichick has, you can pick where you want to live in the Bay Area, which is a really, really nice luxury that very few are afforded as a Bay Area resident. Right, Nelly?
You gotta be a software developer to get a studio apartment.
Or the, greatest head coach of all time in NFL history. Daniel Bullock's, Johnny Holland, Chris Kokrek are the names that are being floated around for internal hires.
Know nothing about any of them.
All right. Just wanted to throw it out there.
Yep.
Nelly?
Reminder that Nelly's NFL Notes is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. I'm doing this sponsorship so I can afford an apartment in the Bay Area someday. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. Los Angeles Superchargers offensive coordinator Greg Roman says he's got 1 point of emphasis for this new look offense, and it's going to be a running attack. He said, quote, "It can really help dictate the defenses if you have a strong running attack. If you talk to most defensive coordinators in this league and you get them off to the side when they're playing a really good running team, they're sweating a bit. They're sleeping a little less that week."
This is scary for these Denver Broncos because there is a new bully inside of the AFC West, and his name is Jim Harbaugh. And that's how he builds every single program franchise that he's been a part of, is they're going to play bully ball. And they're going to run the ball at you, and it's going to make Justin Herbert's job that much easier. And to me, this spells problems for Denver, which already has problems in the form of Patrick Mahomes in a dynastic run with the Chiefs.
And they also haven't been great against the run by themselves. So you're talking about what this can do for Patrick Mahomes, arguably greatest quarterback ever, or on the trajectory to be Justin Herbert, the most promising young quarterback in the league, just hasn't found his fit. Not the right head coach, not the right coordinator, but it seems if it doesn't work with Jim Harbaugh, Herbert's a bust, but I would assume Harbaugh makes that work. You're talking about what it can do for the quarterbacks. What he does for the running game there in Los Angeles, is it really going to be Austin Eckler? The dude knows how to tote the rock, and the Broncos don't have a defense as of right now that can stand up to it.
Blake Corum's going to get drafted early by the Chargers, and he is the dude. He is phenomenal. I thought that he and Ashton Genty, the running back at Boise State, who was one of the best in the country. Those two were different and can help an NFL franchise the minute that they arrive. And so I see that happening. I see Jim Harbaugh building this thing in a very similar image to how he built the 49ers to get to a Super Bowl. Greg Roman was his offensive coordinator. There's all kinds of just familiarity with how, Jim Harbaugh wants this run. Greg Roman is more of an NFL offensive line guy by trade. So he's going to call it that way. And Justin Herbert has not struggled statistically, but he hasn't been able to win big football games, and that's because the identity of a winning championship team is to run the football, stop the run, and win the turnover battle. That's exactly what Jim Harbaugh is going to make this about in Los Angeles.
Nelly, what's next?
You guys know I'm very environmentally conscious, so I'm going to recycle a story from earlier this week. Because, Mike, I wanted to get your thoughts on what Raiders head coach had to say on Maxx Crosby's podcast. They were talking about playing the Chiefs and how you stop Mahomes. And Coach Pierce said, what you got to do is you got to get physical with him. You got to beat him up. You got to get in his head. You got to attack him physically and emotionally. And he said that's what NBA teams did to Michael Jordan back in the day, right? You had the Jordan rules. So my question to you is, you've been on the other side of this. I mean, you're an offensive coordinator. You're a quarterbacks coach. You've probably watched your guys be in these physical situations before. Is there a way to game plan against that? Or is it just an occupational hazard you got to deal with?
Well, first off, you got to be able to hit Patrick Mahomes and hit him square. And very few athletes in the National Football League can deal with his elusiveness in and out of the pocket. That's a reality. What I do think is the model to slow down Mahomes, to beat the Chiefs, is to do what the Broncos did in both games against them. Play old school football, possess the ball on your offensive side of the ball, and keep Mahomes on the sideline as long as humanly possible. He loves when he gets the ball quickly. You watch his body language. He comes to life when he gets the ball back after a takeaway or a 3 and out. But when he has to watch the other team occupy the football for over 8 minutes in one possession, that's when you see Patrick Mahomes not be Patrick Mahomes.
Why is that? Is it just like the amount of time sitting on the side
and controlling the pace and dictating the pace of the game with the ball in his hands, not with the ball in the opposite teams? And I think that's important for the Broncos and how they build this thing. They found the answers, whether it was against the Chiefs regular season versus their postseason. We all know that there was a difference, but they found the answers, and it was a model that the Broncos were employing to get the best out of Russell Wilson, and frankly, it proved to be a really good model. That's why I was disappointed when it was all blown up with 3-4 weeks left in the season.
News out of New Orleans. The Saints are restructuring quarterback Derek Carr's contract in a move that's expected to give them an extra $23 million in salary cap relief. He's still under contract through the 2026 season. That's a 4-year deal that he signed with New Orleans last March, in March of 2023. It could be worth as much as $150 million if he plays that full contract out. But the first year wasn't exactly the happiest, the most harmonious of marriages down there with Derek Carr. Is it just because it was first year, figuring out growing pains, new coach, new system, or is Derek Carr's career truly on the downturn?
I think right now you'd have to say, based off the data that we were able to assemble from his time thus far in New Orleans, is that he is on the downswing. Do I still think he is one of the top 15 most talented passers in the National Football League? Absolutely, yes.
Like if you were to you go him versus Russ.
Yeah, he's a better passer.
Okay.
He is. He's a better on-schedule passer. I actually thought that he was somebody that might come into play for the Broncos. And, if he they cut ties in New Orleans with him, I do think that he would be somebody that I would say is in the top 3 of those non-draftable quarterbacks or non-drafted quarterbacks.
Nuggets will take on the Portland Trail Blazers tonight. Second leg of a back-to-back. They're in Portland, 7:30 p.m. pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You'll have In the Paint with Dan Tanner coming up at about 10:30. We'll preview that game, wrap this thing up with a pretty little bow, and let you know who won our $200 gift card to Altitude Authentics thanks to USA Hockey and National Hockey Jersey Day. It's Coach Sanford and Raj on 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company rolling along here as we wrap things up. Raj hanging out, filling in for Christopher Dempsey, Coach Sanford. We've got Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer behind the glass today. Special thanks to Mark Mosier, joined us at 10:20 to talk about the Avs. Their 2-1 loss to the Detroit Red Wings last night on the road. Nuggets had a big win over the horrible Washington Wizards. They also get to play another bad team tonight in the Portland Trailblazers, so looking for back-to-back W's there. They're just 2.5 games out of first place, are those Nuggets, Coach. You get another win tonight. You have a chance to move within one game in the loss column. First place and home court advantage throughout the Western Conference playoffs is very much within your reach. I don't think it's something that the Nuggets have to strive to go and get, but when you look at the discrepancy over the course of the year, home record to road record, it's always more important. Everyone talks about home ice advantage in the National Hockey League. It's no more, there's no more important home advantage than in the NBA playoffs. And I don't want them to stress themselves out to go get that 1 seed, but you cannot afford to lose to teams like Portland tonight if you want to go do that. I want them to play as many home games as possible. The West is way tougher than it was last year, and if it comes down to a Game 7 against Minnesota or Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns, I want it here in the Mile High City and not on the road.
I mean, I could not agree with that sentiment anymore. I think it's so important for these Nuggets to continue to do what Michael Malone set out to do in these last 26 games, which is, obviously stay healthy, which now you're seeing more quality out of the bench in last night's game, grow the bench, and continue to have your starting five play well together, and even different iterations of non-Jokic minutes, non-Jamal minutes. I think finding that chemistry and those units are going to be working together. I think if the byproduct is continuing to win these games at home, that you should win and continue to win close games against the opponents that you're going to be seeing in the playoffs. I think that the number 1 seed is not something that we should be afraid of going to get. In fact, if the byproduct of what Michael Malone has set out to do is the 1 seed, let's take it.
Well, it's funny because we had this conversation around the Avs when they were going after a President's Trophy, right? And it wasn't about getting the President's Trophy. It was about securing home ice advantage throughout the entirety of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And in that season, they fall in 6 games in round 2 for the 3rd straight year, that time to the Vegas Golden Knights. And what was the conversation afterwards? Well, probably shouldn't have gone so hard after that 1 seed, after the President's Trophy. You tired yourselves out. That's the balance that we're looking at right now with the Nuggets, is how much does home court advantage mean and how much does complete rest going into a title defense mean to you?
I think home court advantage is so critical. I really do, especially with the Western Conference being what it is this year and seeing what the Clippers are doing, the Suns are doing, the Timberwolves, the Thunder.
T-Wolves is the one that I look at and I go, I don't want to be in Minnesota for a Game 7.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want to mess with that for a second.
Yeah, in Minnesota, I mean, this is new for them. I mean, they haven't been there it's been a hot minute since the Timberwolves have had the opportunity to potentially host, playoff home court advantage. I mean, you're exactly right. So I do think that the 1 seed is going to be important. Is it critical? No. Health is more critical. But is it important? You bet.
The only other team in the Western Conference with 5 or fewer losses, it's Minnesota. So you're looking at 2 teams right now that dominate home court. And the top 4 seeds in each conference are always going to be better at home. But it's very clear in the West right now where OKC plays great at home, the Clippers play great at home, the Nuggets and Minnesota all play great at home. And then it's a drop-off when you get to 5, 6, 7, 8 with New Orleans, Dallas, Phoenix, and Sacramento when you're seeing double-digit losses on your home court. I understand that that's going to go hand in hand with, obviously winning more games as a higher seed. I just think that if you're going to take that data set and you look at it and you go, when it comes down to it, you're not, just like the Avs, you're not going 16-4 this year. Am I right?
I'll believe that when I see it.
I don't think you're going 16-4. It's not they don't have the same bench. They don't have the same vets that are coming off. Sure, you've got Reggie Jackson. You don't have Bruce Brown that can play 3 separate positions.
right? But you have Peyton Watson, a confident Peyton Watson,
Second-year player, man. He's
athletically,
green.
but athletically, he is phenomenal on both sides. I mean, he brings the ability to slash to the basket on the offensive side, and his length on the defensive side. He's a rim protector that can guard all 5 positions dang near at times. I mean, this guy is, I think, has been a tremendous revelation for these Nuggets in 2024.
Avs again, 2-1 loss last night at the Detroit Red Wings. This is a team that's starting to find itself right now. Chris Wagner's been up into the lineup playing as Logan O'Connor was injured. He came back. I thought LOC looked exactly how I expected him to. Hard on the forecheck. Didn't factor in on any goal last night. Obviously, the lone tally for the Avs is Nathan McKinnon's 34th. I still expect them to go out and make a move. I think they're going to make multiple moves this trade deadline coming up on March 8th. I don't think that they really need to go out and get a depth defenseman to get out and get a shot blocker. But if Chris Tanev comes at a price that doesn't cost you a first-round pick or doesn't cost you a guy like Richie, who's one of your top prospects there, I could see it. I still want them to go out, find yourself a second goaltender, find yourself, most importantly, your second-line center of the future. There's a chance that they get a Russian kid. Kovalenko is a son of a former Av who played in the late 90s. He's playing in the Continental League in Russia right now. That season's about to end. He wants to come over full-time next year, but there's an outside chance that the Avs could nab him and bring him in for a playoff run. The dude's a stud.
I like the sounds of that.
Nikolai Kovalenko. It's tough to find highlights on the guy, but he plays heavy. He plays mean. He's fast as all hell. He doesn't play a lot of center, but he can. He probably fits in more along the lines of like a middle 6 winger. I think he'd be a really sneaky like trade deadline acquisition that doesn't cost you anything.
Young.
He was a 2017 or 2018 draft pick, if I'm correct. He's just been over there in Russia playing. I think he's like 24 at this point. Yeah, he's 24.
24 years old.
24 years old, and he's been awesome for Torpedo in the K.
I think that'd be a great fit. I'll keep my eyes peeled for that one to materialize in the next 10 days.
That's a dark horse. Like that's like a deep cut that we're looking at. I hope that it actually happens. A lot of fans out there who are kind of like tapped into the Avs prospect system have heard his name this year, so just keep your eyes out for that. The players that I've said on this show that I want Sakic and McFarland to go out and get are like Morgan Frost of the Philadelphia Flyers, young second-line center from Philadelphia that just isn't finding a fit with John Tortorella. Casey Middlestat, who Mo said hasn't lived up to the hype of being a first-round pick by Buffalo all those years ago, but is 22 years old. Leading the Sabres in points right now, but doesn't have a home because they have so many depth centers that are already signed. He can't stay in Buffalo because of who they've already got on their payroll. You could go out and nab him. He looks like a guy to me that could be your next Arturi Lehkonen, where a team just doesn't have space and you go, we'll sauce you a second-round pick and a prospect. Just give him to us. And then you sign him to a 3 or 4 year bridge deal, and he plays great, and then he goes and makes JT Compher money in Detroit 4 years down the road.
Do these moves typically take place right up against the deadline, or do you think there's going to be a ton of activity over the next 5-6 days?
Sakic likes to get ahead of the trade deadline. They made two moves last year, if I'm correct. They've kind of ham and egged the actual trade deadline day. You saw 30 some odd trades last year. 2 years ago, 2 years ago, 50 trades. I think there were like 70 some odd trades 3 or 4 seasons ago. So, actually on that day is not something that Sakic and McFarland like to wait for. They'll get ahead of it. But I do expect them to make multiple moves.
You're Russian, playing in the Continental League.
Yes.
Kovalevsky?
Nikolai Kovalenko.
Kovalenko. Kovalenko, who has his rights?
Colorado.
Love it.
Yeah, he's your guy. He's free. If you want to bring him in, he's free. Just like I said, Zach Parise was free, although he did cost you a penny or two. No, Kovalenko is free. Free.
Bucko free. It's for me.
I love it.
That's the bottom line.
All right, Nelly, we're up against it. Let's have another jersey update and give away our $200 winner.
When you pull on that jersey, you represent yourself and your teammates. And a name on the front is a hell of a lot more important than the one on the back.
They're called sweaters, Z. Keep up.
All right, it's National Jersey Day across America, part of Hockey Week across America. Thanks to our friends at USA Hockey and Altitude Authentics. We're giving away $200 to AltitudeAuthentics.com, and all you had to do was go onto Twitter, find @AltitudeSR, see the pinned tweet, and take a photo of yourself in your favorite jersey, or just take a screenshot of your favorite jersey of all time and tag a friend. Over 125, I think we got 125, 130 photos that I'm sifting through right now. Some awesome ones. Landeskog Sweden jerseys, old Colorado Rockies throwbacks, Team Canada Sakic jerseys, Quebec Nordiques. They've been awesome. Coach, you've changed out your jersey 6 different times today. I'm ending the show in a Sharks jersey for some reason, although it's a nice circular pattern for me. Yeah. My first ever jersey, a teal San Jose Sharks jersey. No name.
What year?
Must have been 1995. 95, 96, something like that.
It's a good vintage of the Sharks jerseys.
It's a good vintage. All right, we've had a lot of fun with it today. Congratulations to our winner at ants_21. That's Antonio Nash. Congratulations. I'll send you a DM.
Yeah.
$200 to spend at altitudeauthentics.com. And that's going to do it for us today. Coach Mike Sanford.
Pay that man his money.
Absolutely love having you on. It was fun today.
A lot of fun. And you know what? With that 200 big ones that we just gave out, go buy yourself another jersey.
No doubt. National Hockey Jersey Day. For Coach Sanford, for Josh Grismer, Steve Nelson behind the glass, I love and appreciate you.
If you are born
and this guy
around water, you have a different way of life.
My name is Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Nuggets and Trailblazers, 7:30 p.m. right here on Denver's exclusive home for Nuggets basketball, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, Funky Friday. What is it? National Hockey Sweater Day.
Oh, what's he gonna do?
And our guy Grizz has 172 hockey sweaters.
Unbelievable.
It's so cool. We got Scotty in Portland. We're going to get the Nuggets. What a night last night. And get the hell out of town. Enough with you guys. Good to see you, Scotty. How you doing, my friends? Okay, well said. And our guy Mike Sanford, we're asking Mike just to hang on just a little bit. And Scotty,
maybe he's got a mock draft.
Well, I tell you what, I saw the CBS mock draft.
Yes.
It's my favorite one I've seen because it has the Broncos just moving up a little bit to number 9. But Scotty is for who you're taking a bit of a shine to, which is J.J. McCarthy. But we got Coach Mike Sanford here to dance all over your grave and tell us why J.J. McCarthy sucks.
Not a J.J. McCarthy guy.
What is wrong with you?
Not because he's already got an opinion about Michael Penix.
That's not true at all. I mean, the bottom line is that Michigan and their model of how they won football games was to do everything in their power to not have the game come down to J.J. McCarthy's right arm.
Okay, not to counter you already, but I see that narrative all the time, right? They do run a very traditional NFL offense, 2-3 tight ends all the time, and generally speaking, they're up by 2 or 3 touchdowns. Does that factor into this for you?
I think it does. I think more it's the overall evaluation of J.J. McCarthy, the prospect. First off, he's 6'3", weighs 202 pounds.
He'll put on weight.
I mean, he's had 3 years to do so in college. I mean, it wasn't like he was struggling for meals in Ann Arbor and they weren't feeding him well.
He's 21. Guys grow, they get bigger, they get stronger.
But you're wanting this guy to play and be your franchise quarterback, your starting quarterback. If you're going to move up to get him, which I don't think that's going to need to be the case, I don't think that J.J. McCarthy is going to get a top 10 grade across the league.
He is on fire. Scotty, why have you liked him as of late? What's the reason?
Because everybody else sucks, and he's younger than most of them, and he's a guy that plays more of a pro-style offense. I don't like any of them, and I really don't like Stinkum.
Well, I'll say this. You really don't like this year's draft class, then you will absolutely hate next year's draft class.
Is that right?
Despise it.
Really?
I mean, tell me who's ready to play in the National Football League.
You know what? If you put me on the spot right now, I probably couldn't name any of them.
I can tell you anybody except for Shedeur.
Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
It's the only one.
Yeah.
No, Mike doesn't like Shedeur. Look at that.
I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth, T-Mac.
I'm looking at him. His mouth is all tightened up.
He's pulling a Hastings.
But let's just call it like it is. There's a lot that needs to change in his game.
Yeah.
Tangibly in his film, his final year before the draft. And I'm talking about a lot. I mean, would you want to play offensive line for somebody that holds onto the ball that way?
Been there, done that. Not a fun life.
I mean, and you have to trust
those guys this year.
You got to trust what you've seen on film to this point.
Wait, hold on a second. It's been clear that the offensive linemen sucked this year.
Right.
It wasn't
it's always
Shedeur's
their fault. It's always those guys'
That's what we heard. That's what we saw. That's what the documentary told us.
That's always there. I mean, Tyler can attest to that. Like it's always the offensive lineman's fault. And in reality, I'd say that 75% of sacks league-wide, college football-wide are on the quarterback.
Your guy Penix.
Probably 100. But.
Your guy Penix is free-falling right now.
Yeah, and I just said,
what is going on there?
We just talked about it. He's free-falling in the eyes of who? The eyes of media, talking heads, prognosticators, people that do mock drafts in their mom's basement when they have chips that are all over their bare naked chest.
Yes.
I mean, this
is.
I mean, where is
Praise
he
the
falling?
Lord. Yes. Say it to us, Preacher Mike.
We
Keep
got
going.
To NFL
Shut up.
database, and it says that.
Shut up.
Oh, my God.
But it says that.
Shut up.
They're so confident in their mock drafts. It's mock 2.0, mock 3.0. Hell, what's grease-haired dude for the ESPN? He'll have 12 of them.
Kuiper.
Come on now.
All right, so take the mock drafts aside. Compare and contrast the two quarterbacks, Michael Penix and J.J. McCarthy. What do you like and what do you not like about those two guys?
I like in Michael Penix the full catalog of throws that he's made in games and doing it down the field, using the 15 to 22 yard sideline throws, which are out and comeback throws. He makes those time and time again. JJ McCarthy is incredibly inaccurate when he throws outside the numbers to the sideline, meaning like out throws, out breaks, which are huge in the NFL. If you're playing against teams that employ cover 3 and they're playing dividers, you have to be able to make that throw.
You know what's fun about this? The combine kind of matters this year.
It really matters.
Well, Penix is going to throw. Or is anybody else throwing? I know Michael Penix is going to throw at the combine. What about these other guys?
If they don't throw and he throws well, like to me, like at least in my mind, in my world, then the point is made. He is the best thrower of the football in this draft.
Mike, let me ask you this question, though, seriously. What's more important at the combine coming up for Penix? Is it his throwing or is it his medicals?
Medicals, 100%. And the medicals will be the only thing that gets me to retract my last 6 months of Michael Penix Jr. fandom.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Because I trust the tape. I believe in the tape. The tape is your resume, period. And I think his tape, minus the national championship game, which just call like it, they got their butts whooped by a better, more physical.
By J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, handing the football off to Blake Corum, which, by the way, I think he's one of the most underrated players in this draft.
That game felt insanely obvious that they did not want to put the ball in J.J. McCarthy's hands. Like, insanely
They didn't
obvious.
need to put it in his hands.
I do know, and it's a fair rebuttal, because when they've got a lead like that, it's a smart thing to do. But I'm telling you, you can just tell by the opportunities, like when you've got a Dan Campbell opportunity where you want to go steal the game, you want to take advantage of it. They just didn't ever take a chance with the dude that Jim Harbaugh does describe as the best quarterback in the history of Michigan football.
So you're saying, Tyler, when you got a big lead over the Komoda Whores at halftime, you should run it more than 6 times in the second half?
Who?
That's usually a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Here's one more thing I want to bring up about J.J. McCarthy.
Brilliant.
And I'm talking in the context of the Denver Broncos situation.
All right.
What did J.J. McCarthy, what was he known for in his pregame routine and rituals? Anybody know?
Big smile and
Did you ever watch?
sharp dresser.
Oh, he brushes his teeth with his left hand.
J.J. McCarthy, he does do that.
Yeah.
But J.J. McCarthy, before the game, in his preparation, in front of all the cameras, in front of everybody observing, he would do his meditation in the end zone.
Oh.
Which sounds
Dan
awesome.
Hawkins would love it.
Okay.
Which sounds awesome.
But
it
that's
sounds
a negative
cool
because
I've done that before as a play caller. There's been times where there's the stress of the situation, but I didn't do it out for everybody in the world
There's a
to
time
see
and a
me.
place.
Oh, you're
I did
saying
it in
he's
the
a-
locker room,
he's a-
in the back, like in a corner where nobody else could see
he's
me.
a look at me guy.
100%.
Hey, judgment is mine, saith the Lord.
And I'm not the Lord, but I have the ability and a microphone in front of me to judge a little bit right now. And my judgment is, how
Mike,
would that mesh with Sean Payton?
Did anybody go to his birthday party? What are we breaking down here, Mike? Where are we going here?
How would that mesh with Sean Payton?
Well, Sean Payton's a look at me guy. That's
Well,
who Sean Payton is.
According to Paul Allen, voice of the Vikings, Sean Payton loves him. That's the current report. Believe it if you want to, believe it if you don't want to. I don't care. But that is the report coming out that Sean Payton loves J.J. McCarthy.
All right, hold on, though. Let me just back up. Doesn't confidence and sort of the wanting of the spotlight go hand in hand with having security?
With the modern athlete?
Yes, and especially in that particular position.
I mean, if you're trying to recreate Drew Brees, that was not Drew Brees in any way, shape, or form. He was the ultimate teammate. He was the ultimate just.
What's appropriate confidence then?
I think your preparation being between you and your teammates, not, to show off in front of the world that I do something that nobody else in the history of football
you were
does.
down on Tebow then, huh?
I mean, look how it played out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let's keep it honest.
Worldwide
Russ has got a lot of
figure.
that stuff too. He absolutely does in his pregame stuff and going out to the 50-yard line. Look, I'm not going to break it down, but Russ has got a routine at the 50-yard line that I kind of feel like is a routine that should be done in privacy. If you understand what I'm saying, that if I go any further, it's going to sound bad. But there's certain things that should be. Well, yeah, yes. But like. I pray every single day. I would pray in between series. I literally would. But there's a time and place about it that, like, why you got to be right there? Like, why there?
Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm seeing these shots left and right. Go ahead, guys.
Mixed messages on that. One verse in the Bible says you should pray in your closet, right, in the privacy and sanctity. And then there's another one to say, be a witness and let your light shine on the hill like a like a house with lit on fire, right? So.
What's
he doing?
But I do think there's something.
What just happened? Should I pass the hat here? What are we doing here?
There is something to be said about guys that have unique routines that have to be done in a public forum.
Okay, all right. I see it all. I see all what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
It's their ideal of witnessing, I think. I don't care. I don't care as long as I don't see you, in the party club at 1:30 after I saw you kneeling at the 50-yard line at before the game.
Well, you did not have that problem. No.
You know what I sense though from all these guys, and I'm going to say something positive. See, I'm keeping it. They're leaders. I think all 6 of these guys, they're leaders. When you look at them, they're a little bit older, except for McCarthy, and they've all been.
How old is JJ?
21. He's by far the youngest in this draft, by far. We got guys.
What's Jaden Daniels?
Well, he's been like 5 years in college for sure. I'll look him up, but I think he's going to be like 23 as well, something along those lines. But they've all been real leaders on their team. You got me right now. I'll see if I can't look it up. And I like that. Jaden Daniels, 23. He just turned 23. Look at that, huh? So McCarthy is the youngest by far. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, the age of these guys? And they're all like Jaden Daniels, like 23, 24.
I think if you look at a situation where you need somebody to come in right now and be like your quarterback, like having gone through hard things in college, having gone through a journey in college is a good thing. Like I think if people are saying it's a bad thing to have a 24-year-old starting quarterback that's a rookie.
That's what I say. I mean, if you get a second contract out of him, great. You get one good contract, that's fantastic. Here's where I'm at with J.J. McCarthy. I can find, and this is not a good way to go about evaluating prospect, I fully admit it, but I can find something about all of these guys that is exciting. About every single one of them, I can find something that's exciting. Name something exciting about J.J. McCarthy. Name something that you're like, ooh, that's what he does different, or like better. That's unique.
He led his team to a national championship.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's pretty exciting.
So did A.J. McCarron.
We could go down a long list of
so did Bryce Young.
Well, hold on now. Don't say it's a team sport and it's all he's saying, and then when then a team has a problem, it's just one guy. So it's either the team's got an issue or the guy's got an issue. It's either the team is successful or the guy's successful.
I'm looking
right?
at.
We can't flip flop on either side of this, can we?
I'm looking at all their ages. Bo Nix turns 24 this weekend, so he turns 24. Penix is going to turn 24 in May. Caleb Williams is 22. He just turned 22. Drake May is young as well. He just turned 21. And Daniels is 23. So
to what you brought up there, D-Mac, about the intangible characteristics of this draft class, down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, everybody was raving about the leadership, preparation, and like in the classroom work of Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Like that is something that I think is a separator for him from a maturity standpoint. I think Bo Nix is a guy that has gained a lot of respect.
We know you love Penix, but if it became between McCarthy and Nix, you'd choose Nix?
I would. He has the body type to withstand what's going to be needed out of the position as a rookie starter, say here in Denver. I think he has I think both of them have the athleticism. And you brought up the point, what's exciting about J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy was a bit of a magician athletically early on in his career when he was starting to share time at Michigan with the quarterback that transferred away. There were 2 of them playing, went to Iowa, and he took over as the full-time starter. I'm drawing a blank on his name. But
Bill.
All right, so at number 12, who would you be willing to select at number 12?
I would actually move back.
No!
Yes, I would. No! I would move back. And I think Bo Nix is available if you move back in the first round.
So in other words, none. Like is that what you mean by that? Like there's none that you would feel good about selecting at number 12?
But you asked me between J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix. I thought that's what.
Well, and Michael Penix even.
Oh, Michael Penix, if his combine is what I think it's going to be, and he clears the medicals, then you're going to have to draft him at 12.
Are you going to the Is your wife kicking you out for the week?
It just depends. Big hall pass conversation decision coming up here in the next couple
I'd
days.
go for it. She's been awesome, by the way. And, what world-class ski resort are you going to be doing yard sales in this weekend? Because that's what all I see on video.
The yard sales are my 7 and 9-year-old boys. I'm out there getting air, grabbing, tail grabs, method airs. I'm doing everything.
Sure.
Hey, just look. Hey, it's documented on the worldwide interweb, man. You can just go take a good gander.
I saw you guys out at Crescent Butte.
Great, phenomenal place.
Oh, CB is fantastic. It's great.
Crescent Butte's awesome.
Oh, it is awesome.
It's like the
top to
best
bottom.
of Colorado, man. It's just
I call it the last true ski town in Colorado. It's the last sort of unincorporated, pure ski town.
I would put Steamboat maybe in that conversation.
Not anymore.
Really?
It used to be. Well, it's Steamboat is separated by the town 2 miles away is the mountain. CB is a little bit like that too because there's the mountain
It's
and
just
there's
smaller
town.
and more intimate. Steamboat's
gotten.
You know what? In my opinion, and it's been a long time, Breckenridge had that feel, and it doesn't.
Dude, Breckenridge is like Disney World now. Are you kidding me? Breckenridge is out of control.
When I got here in '91, Breckenridge had that little mountain feel. Right?
Nah, okay, well that is
So did Estes Park, and neither one of them places right now. It's tourist capital USA.
Mike, man, your energy, your excitement, I absolutely love it. I can't wait for the combine. Here we go. I hope you do go. You did a great job at the Senior Bowl, and it would be great to get your insights there. Down there at the
combine. The station will approve as long as they don't have to pay anything.
Yeah, they'll be all for you going. Yeah.
Michael Penix checks out clear. Draft him at number 12.
Yes.
All right.
Well, you're a lone wolf on that.
And I'll take it. I like being the lone wolf.
It's PhD on 92.5.
You mentioned Joker now with triple-double against 29 of the other teams that he's played against.
Correct.
He'll never get 30.
Unless he goes to another team.
Well, but he listen. No.
Well, that's how he could get it.
But no. I'm just telling you, no.
No.
Well, Marlo wasn't wrong. You know, it's funny that after the game, Jokic reveals he totally knew that Washington was the only team that he hadn't had a triple-double. Malone had no idea.
That actually is fascinating that Jokic was aware of that. All the things he is not aware of, and he was aware of that.
Scotty, I think Jokic is aware of a lot of things that we don't think he's aware of. I think he's very aware of tons of stuff. So, go ahead.
But you know what? We've asked that question before. Because didn't he have one of those soundboard doubles this year in Washington?
That's what he said. Yeah, he said that. He remembered.
I will say this. I think there's a whole lot that don't get by him, and he can sit there and say, play the. I don't. My English isn't what No, he is a lot smarter than everybody absolutely realizes.
Yeah, and here's what it is too. He ain't ever tired.
No,
he's listen. It was,
he was asked if he got enough rest. He said
goes,
no.
No.
Yeah. By the way, we should say for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, Nikola Jokic now has a triple-double against every single team in the NBA. Every single team. On top of that, did not miss a freaking shot. 100% did not miss a shot. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was 15-15-15 was more than that on perfect shooting, which has never happened in NBA history.
And if he didn't, if that game were close, dude, what would those numbers look like if he had to stay in that game?
He actually ended up playing a lot longer than I thought he needed to. But
he should have. Yeah,
I thought so. But
listen, it's another example. We're going to put a graphic on the pregame show tonight, and they're going to break it down and show how many. He's got 3 teams. He's only got 1. The Pacers, which he got his first one against the Pacers when they were there this year. Washington, obviously, last night. And he's only had 1 against New York, and yet his first 40-point game ever was in New York, right? But everybody else, I think he's got 10 against New Orleans. He's got 7 against Pop in San Antonio. Right? And if I'm not mistaken, and this goes for everybody else also, I don't think the list, because they have regular season stats and postseason stats. I think he has another 4 or 5 triple doubles in postseason.
Yeah. Look, I feel like we say this all the time. Like if Jamal Murray plays like that, they're unbeatable. If Michael Porter Jr. can get it together, they're unbeatable. Well, we got last night the one thing that we've been concerned about the entire season. One hell of a performance off the bench. Christian Brown, welcome back, dude. Peyton Watson, dude, yes. Even Zeke looked like he could play basketball. I mean,
4 blocks.
That you get a performance like that out of your bench, which has been the biggest concern. I don't know how anybody can beat him.
I saw a stat last night when they get 3 starters with 20 points. There's something like, God, I can't even remember the number, 27 and 3. Some crazy number like that. When they shoot over 50%, they're like 33 and 2 or 32 and 2.
Do you realize
they got some numbers, and guess what, guys? Last night they win the game. It was fairly easy.
Yeah,
they get 88 points in the paint. And this is why they were outscored again from the 3-point line by 30.
Oh, I know. They were terrible, and they were missing wide open threes, and it didn't matter. Had they just gone 37% from 3, they would have won by 30 plus.
They would have scored 140.
This is why you can't. The Wizards are really bad. I mean, like, they may be worse than Detroit. They are so bad.
You know what the Washington Wizards are? They're and for people who do this professionally and make a living on it, there's guys that are trying to fix their 69 Camaro or
I don't know if
that
it's
might be a
something
bad
to do with the road
example.
or not. It's just
Sorry about that. Random button. Sorry, Scotty. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, these guys that'll fix up. So they'll buy the car they're going to fix up. And then they'll buy a junker just for parts. They're called a part car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Washington is a part team because they got about 5 or 6 dudes. They got 2 or 3 dudes I wouldn't mind having in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
But I as a collection, it doesn't work together, which goes back. It goes back even to what you just talked about a while ago, kind of an offhand mark, D-Mac, on the draft quarterbacks coming out. They're leaders.
Yeah.
And the difference when you got a team that's a part team, which I'm seriously, they got 4 or 5 guys, 6 guys that would on this team would be outstanding and make Denver better. But as a collection, they don't work together. That means there's probably no leadership on that team. Jordan Poole, I can see why he probably got punched by by
Draymond Green.
Draymond Green, because I think he's a me guy, going to look out just for me. He doesn't make anybody around him better. I can see why, I guess LeBron wanted to get Kuzma out of L.A., that he's kind of just a me guy and is not in it with the team. But as a part, they're pretty good if you can now put them with leadership.
Oh, they got to be one of the softest teams in the league in terms of effort. I mean, you give up 88 points in the paint. Nice try. And Poole's coming off.
Dude, they're playing at one time. I think it was like 3 guards, a 2 guard, and a small forward. And you're trying. I mean, come on now. I mean, Michael Porter. He had 18 and a half.
Yeah.
Finishes with 22.
Yeah.
Which that's a whole discussion someday we need to get into.
Yeah.
His only 2 baskets were offensive rebounds in the second half. Putbacks.
Yeah, the Nuggets had 60 rebounds. They had 41 assists, 88 points in the paint, and they were terrible from 3, 7 of 31. And actually, the only reason that game was close at all is Washington was really good from 3. They shot 44.7%, and they lost by 20. You shot 44.7 from 3, and you lose by 20?
With how many attempts, too?
38.
Yeah, so you shot
That's
it 38 times and shot 45%. Come on now. You ain't supposed to lose that game.
No, I mean, if the Nuggets shot that percentage, the Nuggets had 31 shots, so it's within the same range. The Nuggets shot 44%. They would have won that game by 50.
Yeah. I don't quote me on this, but when Malone was asked about it after the game, about, seedings and everything else, he said basically what we were talking about yesterday. It's not about where you go into the playoffs in terms of seeding. It's about how you're playing at the time that you get into the playoffs. And Shanahan used to talk about it all the time. We got to be playing our best football in December. Well, on paper, it feels like the Nuggets have a great opportunity in front of them. They've got the 3rd easiest remaining schedule in the West.
They do.
You got guys coming off the bench playing good basketball. This is your opportunity, right? This is your opportunity to get all the momentum back.
We'll see if Malone, he says one thing on this. He's still calling a timeout in the 4th quarter when it got down to 16 points. I mean, Scotty, hey, listen, I love Coach Malone. I don't know if he's going to be able to help himself game in, game out to just sort of balance things. It's tricky to do, man. I mean, can you really pull that off?
No, and on one hand, it drives people crazy, but on the other hand, I understand from whence it comes.
Mm-hmm.
He wants them to play the right way the whole time, and even if you're the bench. Now here's where they're unique, and I've always said this. When I was in Atlanta, listen, we had a guy that started for the team named Dominique Wilkins. There wasn't no one else on the team, let alone anybody coming off the bench, who was going to do anything that cat was going to do. And you're running plays for that cat. I mean, he's in the Hall of Fame. He had 8 straight years where he averaged over 28 points and maybe shot 1 or 2 threes a game, right? So he's getting 28 the old-fashioned way, right? He's dunking on people. So the second unit come in, and guess what? The plays we're running as a starting unit for Dominique Wilkins ain't working for the second unit because guess what? You ain't got no Dominique Wilkins.
Right.
And the one thing I'd like to see now it could be more of a passing game, but that means there's got to be a lot of movement in that second unit. You can't just give it to Jamal and Reggie Jackson and say, here, beat somebody one-on-one. That'll work for a game or two here and there, but you're not going to sustain a lot of success doing that. I almost think you got to go to a complete different style or even be more demanding that, listen, we get up, it's got to be pass and cut. You pass and move, pass and screen away, pass and fake screen cut, whatever it might be. But you don't have Joker. You ain't running that. Zeke Naji ain't going to make plays. I don't know if he set more than 2 good screens, this year. He slips the screens, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But Joker puts that big 280-pound body on you. You stopping, right? I mean, you're going around it or underneath it, and guess what? Jamal with the 3. You're going over Jamal to the lane. Here's the big helps. Joker rolls. Here's a little pocket pass layup. Boom, boom, boom. You can't stop, but you ain't got that in the second unit. And so there's got to be more movement and almost a different style of play to an extent, not your philosophy of sharing the basketball, Knicks man open, whatever. Philosophy can stay the same. But that second unit, and that's why I thought Christian was better. He was mobile last night. And the games where he's not a purely skilled guy, and so you got to get him moving. And when he's moving, he can help you like he did last night.
My 87-year-old father's favorite athlete of all time was Bill Russell, and Coach Malone, because the Nuggets had 10 blocks. And I'll tell you, man, I don't know if anything gets the crowd going more. Maybe a big dunk, alley-oop, like some sort of thing. But a big block where that ball just gets swatted into the 5th row it charges the crowd up. But it provided this classic Michael Malone moment right here.
So yes, everybody likes somebody blocking a shot into the 3rd row, hitting the popcorn lady in the ass, but I would rather keep it in bounds and get out and run. And that we had really good examples of that tonight.
Well, cancel Mike Malone. Can't just cancel him right now.
The popcorn lady in the ass.
Hit her in the ass.
I thought that was hysterical.
And you know what? They only had one of those blocks. Everyone else kind of was in play, right?
Yeah.
But that one that went up into the popcorn lady.
I actually don't remember that one. Was that Peyton?
Oh, it was Peyton Watson.
Yeah,
it was
Peyton
awesome.
Watson caught Kispert, thought he was going to shoot a little left-hand layup. Peyton, almost like he could have caught that out of the air, and that thing I think landed in the first or second
Dude,
row.
it was such an awesome series because the one Joker missed a dunk. I don't know who that was that missed it. He misses a dunk, and then, his guy gets
19-year-old French guy.
Okay, and then the young guy, gets a rebound. It looks like he's got a clear path, and Peyton Watson just comes out and humiliates him.
Comes from out of bounds
because
he'd flown over the dunk guy. No, it was Avaya, the Israeli guy. Flew over him. He missed the dunk. Kispert gets it, goes. Peyton Watson's out of bounds, comes out of nowhere, and just, throws it away. Hey, by the way, and we didn't talk about it much, even on the broadcast. How about that behind the back to a cutting?
Insane. Insane.
Unbelievable.
Joker just does things that you cannot understand how it happens. And a bounce pass at that, He
had two almost
full court.
Yeah, get it with one hand, turn, throw it. The one to AG went so high in the air that was practically full court, and it was like, whoa, where is this going? Like AG was a receiver with a cornerback all over him. Like, it wasn't like AG was wide open. Like, he had a guy on him. The ball falls right to him. It was, it was a great night.
He had a 6'8" dude in Kuzma.
And it gets over it. How does he do? And the ball goes so high in the air, too. Listen, man, Christian Brown was great afterwards about Jokic. He goes, you just, nobody does that. Nobody can do this.
No.
And Jokic does it. Then he comes out and he goes, yeah, I'm still tired and whatever. And let's go. And, get me out of here.
Let's play back-to-back 3 and 4 nights after.
But
it also goes to a bigger discussion that we had yesterday that Joker mentioned, the demand of guys that are playing. Listen, the All-Stars are the guys playing your 35 minutes a game, right? Those are your All-Stars that played last weekend. And now you're having them have, no days off because we ought to get one of the PR people. What their demand is when they go to those things. They're at children's hospitals, community centers, bing and boom, da-da-da-ding, da-da-da-da, sign 500 balls, da-da-da. I mean, their time is, here's the game, go home, you got a day, you got 48 hours, go see an Avs game, right? I mean, it's boom, 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 boom. But now you see why a lot of these guys, after they've been there 2 or 3 times, they don't want to go.
Oh, I totally understand.
I get it.
I totally
get
it. But I'm not falling for like Jokic is too tired. He's going to no, he's going to be great. He's going to be great every
because
night.
He competes. Yeah.
He loves to compete. It's a challenge that night. The dude's in great shape. He's the best basketball player in the world. And yeah, even though it's the pathetic Wizards, we're in good shape. I just wonder.
Just a great team effort last night. That's what that was. Everybody contributed.
I'll just tell you, though, it is different this year because the West is way more competitive, and it's going to be much harder to get that top seed. And we'll see. We'll see how balanced
this is kind of the
things
last remaining tough stretch in the schedule, though, right? Scott, this is the last
3 out of 4?
Yeah.
Well, it's 3 out of 4, but they're all 3 winnable games if we're being super, super honest. You come home, you got a pretty good matchup when you get home. Sacramento again, right? When
Wednesday,
you get home,
yeah.
Wednesday.
Yep.
It's a terrible matchup.
And then you have a crazy road trip. Gosh, I don't even. They're playing San Antonio and Austin. You got Dallas on a trip. You're playing in Miami. And there's one other game somewhere in there. It's like, I mean, you're going boom, 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 flying like crazy.
Oh, yeah, that is weird. I'm looking at it. You're home against Toronto, at Miami on the 13th, then San Antonio on the 15th, at Dallas on the 17th, at Minnesota on the 19th. Oof, wow. Wow, you're all over the place there. But,
right? Isn't that crazy?
I don't know. San Antonio sucks. Dallas is playing really well right now.
They're playing San Antonio. How about this? They're playing San Antonio and Austin, Texas.
Huh? Why?
Yeah, that game. I have no idea why, but they're playing that game.
They're playing at UT.
Texas.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
Well, I don't know. Hey, I'll give you a little trivia.
The
University of Texas, I think until just a year ago, they may have got a new one. They built a brand new building called the Drum. That's what they called the building. The Drum is a round arena, looked like Madison Square Garden but smaller. First college team to go in and beat UT at home.
Arkansas.
Colorado.
Arkansas.
It's called Biased Trivia Questions with Obvious Answers by Scott Hastings.
that could be a segment. That could be. I could have a segment.
Just all the trivia is beyond. Even though we don't know the answer, it'll be beyond obvious what it is. All right. Hey, I heard Nate and Andy. They had some cool audio of Brandon Marshall ripping on Jay Cutler, and it's awesome. It's great, and I do think it sets an important tone for what the Broncos are going to do next. So we'll hear that coming up. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago this week, and how about the Chicken Bacon Ranch Pizza? Unbelievably good, and here's what Old Chicago does. Now, they are legendary in Colorado as they were founded in Boulder in 1976. But what they do is innovation with great taste. Every bite of flavor explosion. Ranch is the sauce. And listen, I'd try it. If you don't like it, maybe it's just not up your alley. Salads, calzones, burgers. What do you want? Fish and chips. Hey, it's Friday. Everything is great at Old Chicago. Put that delicious Old Chicago meal paired up with one of their 100 local and legendary beers. You got a weekend worth tasting. And whether it's in person at your neighborhood Old Chicago, what's up, Arapahoe and Parker, or takeout, Old Chicago's got you covered. Visit oldchicago.com for the nearest location. Download the Old Chicago app. Get $5 off your first order of $25. It's Old Chicago.
Day, a game behind the Bears in the NFC North. 2 timeouts for Chicago. Cutler's going to heave it. And there's Brandon Marshall. He gets out of bounds. 9 seconds to play.
Funky Friday. Jay Cutler, man.
Spoken Jay.
What was his 11? Where'd he go? Something like that, right?
Wait, what?
Draft pick. Jay Cutler.
I'll take your word for it. Sure. Sounds about right.
Your guy.
My guy.
You want to tell the suit story real quick?
You want
don't
to
have
make me
to
relive bad memories?
You don't have to.
You want to make me go through painful moments of my life in a public forum?
That's
what you want me to do.
I
my
love
rookie year.
I love the suit story.
When everybody's, I'm all excited. Brandon Marshall, the wide receiver, just bought the entire offensive line. A wide receiver just bought the entire offensive line. Custom molded earbuds. Like I'm talking
awesome.
like at least $600 a pop, right? These
awesome.
are like things that like artists are wearing on stage, right? My first year in the NFL, fired up about all my gifts. Jay Cutler. Time for Jay Cutler to give gifts, right?
Yeah.
Jay Cutler gets the offensive line together. Says, boys, I'm getting you custom suits. Awesome. Pretty cool. I haven't spent a whole lot of money on custom suits. Get a line. Everybody's going in and out. It's taking about 15 minutes a pop. Got to go in there, get measured and everything. I'm standing in line. I'm about the second to last dude that's going to go. I'm waiting my turn, respecting my peers, respecting my elders, right?
Yeah.
I finally my turn to enter the door. And Jay says, "Oh, it's for starters only." You couldn't afford the extra 2. There was only like 7 or 8 of us on the active lineup that year. Starters only.
Oh God, that's so great.
Thanks a lot, Jay.
I love that story. Here is, and I heard Nate and Andy play this yesterday, so props to them for finding the auto. But Brandon Marshall on Cutler.
You once named Kyle Orton as the best quarterback that you played with during your career. I'm curious, does that still stand today? And follow up, who was the worst?
Wow. I said that?
Is it funny? Yes.
I love you, Kyle, but no. I was trying to get the contract.
Yeah,
and get that $75,000 back. I swear. Golly. The best quarterback that I had in my career, I had 17 of them. I played 13 years in the NFL, 6 different teams. Ryan Fitzpatrick. Ryan Fitzpatrick was that guy. The worst quarterback that I played with. And listen, understand that there was just so much potential. And you know this, you're a Chicago guy. It was Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler should have won a Super Bowl. Jay Cutler had everything that it took to be, one of the most legendary quarterbacks. And so I would say Jay Cutler because he didn't reach half of his potential.
What was the problem with Jay Cutler, Scott? Where did Jay Cutler fall? You think so? You think it's as simple as that, huh?
Yeah. He was a diabetic. We all knew that.
Yeah.
And I believe, honestly, he had a drinking issue.
Interesting. Okay.
That's my opinion.
All right, so not leadership.
Tyler?
Yeah.
He definitely partied, don't get me wrong. I personally wouldn't have thought he had a drinking issue, like, per se, but he definitely partied a lot. So, I mean, is that tomato? I don't know. He was notorious at the Denver nightclubs. Matter of fact, go ahead.
Go finish it. I got 2 stories to finish, and then I'll tell you where I base my opinion.
Well, I was just going to say, he was so notorious that he had a house down in Parker, down in the Pinery, and but he also bought a bachelor pad downtown Denver because he didn't want to have to drive all the way back to Parker after he'd go out and party. But go ahead, what you got?
I go into one of my local watering holes, and I think it was a Raiders game. And Cutler is throwing the ball over. I think he had 2 or 3 picks in that game. Lose the game, whatever. We're used to that now. And I'm in the middle of the game going, oh, my gosh. Da, da, da. And the guy who was bartending owned the place. He goes, well, I'm not surprised. We had to call a family member at 2:30 in the morning to come pick him up last night. He was passed out in the corner on the table.
Yeah.
And the place wasn't too far from the Inverness, which I believe is where you guys used to camp out the night before the game.
Well,
so that's one. 2, a buddy of mine who was over at the Pro Bowl, one of the Pro Bowls he was got, coaches were talking at the game, because it was one of those games where they played in Hawaii and it's 100 and whatever, and humidity's whatever. The coaches, and this was told to a buddy of mine who was working with those coaches, they said everybody was keeping an eye on Jay. They thought he was going to die on the field. He was so hungover.
Dude, damn.
Well,
So
he was a partier.
That's my two reasons why. So I think alcohol got him.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he was a partier, but it was so much deeper than that. It was just it was a personality flaw for a professional football player. It was a personality flaw. He didn't have the competitive itch that it took, and Brandon Marshall couldn't be any more correct. Man, my rookie year, those two were on fire. I mean, on fire. I forget what game it was, but they actually broke the record for most catches for, like, Brandon caught the most balls in one game of all time, right? They were, and then we blew it all up. All I know about Jay, he just did not give a you-know-what about anything.
Isn't that crazy?
And that's what it comes down to. I mean, Jokic feels that way, but that's not who he is. Like sometimes you get that vibe when he says, I want to go back to Serbia, and, he doesn't know where his MVP trophies are. But that dude's got the competitive fire of the best. He's got the Mamba mentality, right? And Cutler just didn't have it. He didn't care. He didn't respect. I mean, you go down the laundry list. I heard Nate saying on his show yesterday that he thought if Mike Shanahan never got fired, Jay Cutler would have been a Hall of Famer. Nah. And I get where he's coming from, because it's Mike's guy, right? Like, if Mike drafted him, he would have figured it out. All those sorts of things. Dude, they would have give that another season. Those two would have been at each other's throats.
Well, I mean,
after hearing that statement right there, I'd love to play Craig in a game of Clue, because obviously he doesn't have one.
Because you're saying, well, listen, if alcohol was the major problem, it wasn't going to matter,
That's
who
my
the coach
opinion,
was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, listen, if you're not ready or prepared, you're a lousy teammate. And being a lousy teammate is going to have a lot of negative things. You're just not going to be at the top of your game. People are going to be talking about you behind your back, or maybe even to your face. It's going to be a toxic environment. Ain't no doubt about it.
Your starting quarterback cannot be clicky. It was like we were in middle school. Like he was clicky. He had a group of guys. Those were his guys. Yeah, Scheffler. And you know what? B. Marsh was in that clique for a long time.
He was for a while.
Yeah. I mean, he had this little group. But if you weren't in that group, it was like Mean Girls. That's seriously what it felt like in an NFL locker room.
It begs a really interesting question in sports. Ability, because if you just looked at Plummer and Cutler on the field together, it was like, it was obvious. It wasn't even close. But look how great of a leader Plummer was, and a team guy he was, even though he didn't have the abilities of Cutler. So where is that balance between talent and leadership? How low can you go in talent and still be a better option as a leader?
Well, let me ask this. I will say this to back Nate. Jay Cutler might have been one of the most talented quarterbacks, physically gifted quarterbacks they've ever had.
Yeah, wouldn't fight that one iota.
When you look, but it wasted potential. What's in the movie Bronx Tale, right? Wasted potential. Nothing in life worse than that. And I've seen so many guys. You go, boy, just to have his ability, to have his athleticism in my head. We've all as athletes have gone through that. You've probably gone through that, Tyler, as well. But there's guys like Tyler and myself who play a long time in their leagues because we have the proper mentality, to be honest with you, even though we're not maybe as gifted as some of these other guys. Jay Cutler should have been a Hall of Famer.
Right.
I mean, he had Hall of Fame talent, but he had a 10-cent brain, and he just, as Tyler just said, it wasn't his priority.
His talent, he made it like 12 years in the NFL, even with all the nonsense, even with the lack of care.
That's how good he was.
That's how talented Jay Cutler was.
And he had the greatest active B face in the NFL, right? I mean, his looks when a guy dropped a ball or ran a wrong route or something happened, I mean, that was a big thing, and they tried to work with him. Shanahan tried to work with him on that because, I mean, he had the most disgusted face and look ever of anybody that's ever played at the quarterback
Hey,
position.
real quick, though, just before we move on, there used to be this website called drunkenathlete.com. That's what it was. It was drunkenathlete.com, and all it was professional athletes passed out, whatever, in Vegas. I'm telling you, we used to put this up in the team meeting room. It would the whole website. We went from Jay Cutler to Kyle Orton. Jay Cutler and Kyle Orton
The
were
stars?
95% of drunkenathlete.com. 95%.
Yeah, but they could throw a football. Both of them.
Yeah.
They could both throw a football.
Kyle Orton good?
Orton was the complete opposite, though.
Kyle Orton might have been the worst quarterback Denver's ever had.
Nah, I'd fight that big time.
Yes.
He-
Worse.
he-
You can like him. He might have been a nice guy. You liked him. He was horrible as an NFL quarterback.
He just didn't. He cared in a different way. He didn't care in a different way than Cutler didn't care. It was
Very similar in their lack of care for football stuff.
Right.
But Orton was a plumber. That's what he was. He was a dude.
Yeah. I could see that. Okay, good stuff for sure. Okay, we now know where Russell Wilson's going to go. I think we know where Russell Wilson's going to go.
We do.
Wow, details next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Oh, man, what a day. What a day. What a day. Ow. Yeah. Woo. Oh, man. Nuggets taking care of business last night against a lousy Washington team. But whatever. Need to get them back in the mix. Avalanche. Oh, my God. That was frustrating. I
thought Ananen looked okay, though.
He had the game of his life.
Yeah.
He had the best game of his life last night. Wasn't his fault.
He's making a case. He's making a case for himself to stay in that role.
Yeah, deadline's coming up March 8th. This is the time that you listen to Good Raj, and he lists off like 15 hockey players I've never heard of in my life.
Tell me somebody I know, Good Raj. Tell me somebody I know.
I mean, the dude's knowledge of hockey is like through the roof, but I did not know one damn son of a gun he was talking about.
I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players' names.
You know, Rain Man was good at cards, too.
Well, that was a particular skill set that I would have loved to be friends with him for.
But you didn't want him to drive the car no matter how much he insisted that, he could do it. No, you didn't trust him.
Has anybody heard from
okay.
Lekkonen's dad lately?
That's a good question. You know what? We should keep that just on the radar. Like checking in with what he's saying over there.
Artturi Lehkonen, heard of him?
I don't know. He seems to get along okay with Mikko. But
that's not what I meant.
I'm talking mister. I'm talking daddy, though. I mean, is anybody rehashing what he said how many months ago and going, huh?
That is so funny, brother.
Hey, it just doesn't feel good. The Avalanche just don't feel good. They don't. There's so many things you look at the Nuggets and you feel like, yeah, I got confidence in that. And early on in the season, it felt like the Avalanche were on the exact same path. Like, yeah, that dude, whatever, bumps in the road, who cares? There's just enough warts going on right now that the team just does not feel good.
Well, we'll dig into the Avs here in just a little bit. Obviously, a great night for the old Nuggies, which was awesome. And now we see where Russell Wilson's going. We have Ocho Cinco, is that right? Okay, let's hear it from Chad Johnson.
Oh, Ocho.
Yeah. We got to work on the Steelers now. If a little birdie told me, I'm a little birdie told me,
okay,
and I said this many shows ago, if Russell Wilson coming on over there to the Steelers, Cleveland had Deshaun, well, the AFC gonna be hell.
Oh,
the AFC gonna be hell.
I think right now I saw on DraftKings the betting favorite is Justin Fields to end up in Pittsburgh.
No, he's going to Atlanta.
I always said I thought he would be Michael Vick 2.0.
That's a fun show. Just kind of.
Well, I'll tell you who the birdie is. The birdie is Russell Wilson's camp. That's where he wants to go.
Is that the birdie?
Yeah, it is. The birdie that everybody's talking about right now, Russell Wilson has identified the Pittsburgh Steelers as the team that he would like to go to. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not true. That doesn't mean that it's not likely to happen. But that is the camp, from what I've been told. That is the spot that Russell Wilson's camp would prefer to land in.
Okay, it's Pittsburgh. Everybody's saying Russell Wilson to Pittsburgh. Like, everybody.
Yeah, but when everybody starts saying that, like, you think the Pittsburgh Steelers are putting their info out there on the streets like that? They're not. No team does that. No. When you get that many people talking about it, you got to ask, where does the information come from? And again, it all adds up. It really does. I think Pittsburgh's a very logical destination for him.
Got it.
However, if Pittsburgh does have interest in having kind of been this in the free agent thing, which is if they do release him, he'll be, quote-unquote, a free agent, right? Teams that do have interest and want you, they'll reach out quick. Hey, listen, make sure when this happens, we'd love to have you here.
Yeah.
So I guarantee you there's been conversations.
I think he ends up in Pittsburgh.
Well, there's really only two spots on the surface that makes sense. It's Atlanta and it's Pittsburgh.
I think Atlanta gets
Raiders make sense also.
I think Atlanta gets Justin Fields.
Why?
They've got a quarterback whisperer now as their head coach.
You always say, name an offensive coach that is not a quarterback whisperer.
Well, they really did go in that direction rather than Belichick. It was interesting to see them, Belichick kind of, I want this, that, the other thing. Like, okay, we're gonna move on from you.
Wait,
I think
hold on. You say the Falcons have a quarterback whisperer as a head coach?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who the head coach is?
Not really.
Raheem Morris, a defensive guy.
Who am I thinking of then? I am wrong. Gosh darn it. Who am I? I'm thinking of that Delano. I never heard the. I thought he was. Never mind.
Defensive guy.
Okay. Oh, forget what I said. I get my coaches confused.
But keep giving me the reasons why it adds up.
Well, now it doesn't make any sense. No, I just think Atlanta's going to make that play. I think he's going to end up there. I think the Bears are going to move on. I think the Bears are going to take Caleb Williams. Things are sort of sorting themselves out. So I think Russ is down to one team. I think it's one team and one team only for Russ. That's it. I don't think he's going to go to the Raiders. I don't think he's going to go anywhere else. I think he's going to go to the Steelers. That's it. I think they're going to try to see if Russ can't get Kenny Pickett going. Like, they're not going to totally give up on Pickett. And if Russ just sucks, they'll probably move on from Pickett, and then they'll just suck it up, and then they'll, go to the quarterback lottery next year.
Yeah, the fascinating thing is going to be wherever Russ lands, what deal does he sign? Does he literally sign for a league minimum deal because he knows he's already collecting from the Denver Broncos? Do they give him a 2 or 3 year deal? I mean, look, you get – it's not simple when you sign a guy like Geno Smith and the Seahawks. They gave him a very friendly, team-friendly deal, but they're still kind of handcuffed by it right now. Matter of fact, they just had to guarantee his money, and then they had to restructure it, even though I believe Geno Smith was only making like $13 or $14 million per year, give or take. It gets complicated when you sign a guy like Russell Wilson on the deal that you're going to sign him to.
Trying to think of who I was thinking about.
T.J. Yates is the Falcons' new quarterback coach.
Yeah. That one is it. Oh, Dave Canales. That's who I was. Dave, he's with the Panthers.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. Oh, man, so close.
That was close.
So close.
Down there in the South somewhere.
So that's basically the situation. Russ is going to go to the Steelers. We all know it now. That's it. The end. He goes to the Steelers. You know what? You may cash on that. He may start. You might be right there. He may start for the Steelers in 2024.
I have no doubt about it. Russell Wilson will start for a team next season. I don't think it's just the Steelers, though. I mean, Atlanta makes just as much sense as Pittsburgh makes. There's no reason why one would make more sense than the other. And then maybe Russ has got to wait till the Justin Fields situation unfolds.
Everything is waiting on this Fields thing. Everything in the NFL. That is the biggest domino to fall.
But, I mean, free agency comes before the draft, and if the Justin Fields situation doesn't unfold until the draft, it'll be fascinating to see, does Russ find a landing point until that happens?
Probably not.
I would guess so, too.
I know Russ is like a competitor and wants to play and all this stuff. With that contract and all that money that is still coming his ways, go design clothes, bro.
Have
a nice life.
Scotty,
follow the wife around on concert tour,
dude.
Be a dad. Be a stay-home dad. Work on your entrepreneurial stuff.
Yep. And you know what? I said that same thing when I saw him at the All-Star game with his son. I know it's his stepson, but with Future getting shooting lessons from Steph Curry. And I was like, that's awesome. And then the security woman was like holding him back from like going out and videotaping his kid, just on the phone, like what every dad would do. And I was like, there you go. There's Russ, Dad Russ. That's awesome. And he can do that for everything.
But here's the thing. He's got I'm not telling you he's been bad with his money. I'm sure he's got great people and he's done nothing but make money. He has an insanely expensive life. He has a $38 million home.
You think he needs to work?
That lifestyle, it does not maintain itself.
Wait, did he not sell that joint in Seattle?
No, I just asked Kevin that.
So that's for sale?
He's got a $38 million home for sale in Seattle.
And now it's
$25 million home for sale here in Denver. He's got the San Diego home that's probably $15, $20 million, whatever you want to say.
Right.
And they do live in – look, Sierra makes a ton of money for sure. But they live a beautiful, big, big life. And when you have that, sometimes the things that you're talking about that he's enjoying with Future and everything else, that stuff does go away a little bit when you're no longer in the limelight.
According to Google, and Google's always correct.
Of course.
Russell's worth $165 million and Sierra's worth $20 million.
Is that I'm curious if that's how much he's earned or if that's what he's worth. But I mean, if he's worth that, he's okay. Yeah.
He said it said net worth.
Yeah, that includes like ownership. So that would.
Yeah, but that counts probably real estate.
Yes.
Value too, right?
Yeah.
That is fascinating about the cash situation for Russell Wilson to lead an opulent lifestyle.
It's like you can't go a couple of years without getting income in with a lifestyle like that.
Fascinating. That's interesting.
Yeah, a good thing next year he'll only make $42 million to sit home.
Okay, you got me.
Yeah, but Tyler's got a fair point. Like, like Patrick Ewing said back in the day, Scott, we make a lot, but we spend a lot. Like, everything's relative, I suppose. I'm not saying they're clipping coupons or anything, but
Dude,
I
bet you the
thought he had
property
sold
taxes
that.
alone on that Cherry Hills home close to $500,000.
Oof. That was the most expensive house by over $9 million in Denver real estate history. Like, it wasn't think about that. Think about all the rich people you guys know, the Cherry Hillers.
Put it into context for me. Mark Davis is building this super compound out in Vegas right now. The owner of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
$14 million. Right? like just put that in context, right?
I mean,
hey, and you wonder if it weren't for the ownership of the Raiders, how much money he got.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
I mean, being real honest. I will say this, and I don't know if we've ever talked about this, and overpaid for the house, paid too much, blah, blah, blah. It says to me he was committed and thought he really was going to be here forever.
Well, that's a fact.
No doubt. I agree.
believe him when he said he thought he was going to play another 10 years and win another 3 Super Bowls. He
Yeah,
believed that.
and then you get a house like that, like Peyton Manning, and that's your home. That's where you live. That is it. That's where your kids go to school and high school, and that's a wrap. It's a good life. They own that home out in San Diego too. You could really say, hey, this is going to be our life.
It is interesting, though, because San Diego was always going to be the home base, right? Like a secondary home, a $25 million secondary home when San Diego was home base.
Well, rich people, they live in the world. They don't really have a home address. It's just, 3 or 4 homes. You travel all the time.
Sounds so lonely and miserable, D-bag. I mean, that sounds like a terrible life.
I'd make it work. No dumb questions on the way, plus see-through baseball pants.
I love it.
These
pants are nuts.
Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, listen, once you hit your early, mid-30s, you start dropping 2 to 3% of your testosterone production. Okay, so it slips away gradually, but this might explain why the sex drive is down. And if that's down, are you really the best partner you could be? How is your relationship right now? Could it be as simple as you're just not what you once were? Because of low T, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help solve this problem. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. It's 10 questions, 2 minutes, yes or no. Listen, if this is the right way to go, you go in for a consult. Now, it's $99, but if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Love Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Get the love back in your life this weekend. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Get them in. You have a chance to win a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. It's a random drawing from everybody that throws it in. Baseball season. They got new uniforms coming out.
Pitchers and catchers.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, in the Rockies' first game this weekend?
No.
Well, I don't know.
well,
I
it
mean,
could be-
sometimes you come up with designs. They're cool. They're crazy. These ones are just nuts.
Oh, listen, before you get to the new ones, we have never asked D-Mac this. Dan Tanner knows my opinion. What is your thoughts on the vomit license plate jerseys?
You know, those I know what you're talking about, and that kind of goes with the pants, too.
Yeah, the green pants. The green pants, I don't mind the top if you wore them with white pants, but when you put the green pants on,
No.
you look like a minor league team at best.
The sublimated, that's what it's called, jerseys.
What does that mean?
It means that, like I'm wearing this hockey sweater right now, and everything is stitched in.
Okay.
But on these new jerseys, which is very popular amongst, youth baseball and other sports, it's sublimated, meaning it's just part of the jersey, nothing stitched in. All of the designs are it's all flat. It's all just part of the jersey. It's definitely like lighter material, so it's a little bit more breathable. It's like
You're taking a really long time to just say they're hideous.
Well, I'm just telling you the type you asked. That's
know.
that's the type of jersey they are. So it's not as heavy. Like I'm wearing this hockey sweater. Like the logos are sewed in. Everything feels heavy.
Right.
It's kind of weird to think like this really is a game jersey that guys wear.
But you're also playing in that sweater on frozen ice, frozen water.
Yeah, I get it,
Right?
but
it's probably gonna be a little heavy. You probably don't want light, breathable jerseys playing in a hockey rink, do you?
Well, but that's the design. These sublimated jerseys are just lighter. They're more That's all that stuff. That's kind of the rage. So I know what you're saying. It looks like minor league stuff because, well, that's where it's coming from. I mean, it's coming from like youth baseball and minor leagues and all that sort of stuff. And it's
Cheaper
coming
to make, probably.
Yeah. Whoever designed those needed to be fired. Just fire him now. Fire him in hindsight. Fire him too late. I don't care. Fire him.
And then you got the pants, which are now soft eggshell, but apparently they're see-through.
The pants are unbelievable. I don't understand what Major League Baseball was pushing these new pants, right? Players are going to love these brand new pants. I'm not sure what you could do with pants that are going to make the players love these pants, but when you say see-through, it is unbelievable. Like this is like a XXX. Like don't walk too close at these players. Unbelievable. Like what did they try these on anybody?
I don't know.
Have you guys seen all the photos of the Giants players?
I guess I actually haven't, but
oh my gosh,
really?
So they got the Giants like touching his toes, right? Like
how's that
bending
looking?
over, stretching. Got the rear end shot, looking like a Greek god. They got the Giants players sitting there just posing for their photos. Oh, you got a up close and personal view. Oh yeah, it's all there.
Okay, that's fascinating. I'm looking it up because I just definitely want to see some Giants in see-through pants.
But when you look it up,
Okay.
there's about
You
50
find 'em?
articles. 50 articles on how the players all hate these new pants.
Oh my God, that is just so funny. How do you actually make a mistake like this? How actually does it happen?
I'm looking at an article. Not safe for work. Pick of Giants.
All right, well, we'll see what happens with the.
There's Shohei. Got all of him.
All of them?
Yep, got all of it.
Okay. All right, worse. See-through baseball pants are what Scott Hastings used to wear in the 90s.
Oh, those are in trend now.
See-through pants.
Yeah.
Hold on. Look, this right here. I know these ain't the see-through pants, I don't think.
No.
You're just talking about the license plate uniforms.
I'm talking about how ugly those license plate uniforms are. And somebody with the Rockies thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, they should be fired.
I kind of like the shirts, not with the green.
You're out of your mind.
Doesn't matter.
There's nothing good about any part of that uniform. Nothing.
Well, I mean, that green and white just yell Rockies colors.
Yes, exactly what I think when I see that.
Yeah, but what's like yellow represents the Boston Red Sox when they do the city look? I mean, what's the yellow? Where's that coming from?
Nobody here knows what the yellow Boston Red Sox jerseys look like. Only a Red Sox fan.
I promise you, I have no clue. Yep.
Scotty, when you were wearing them shorts back in the day, did it feel like this is silly, or like, hey, look at me?
Why would it feel silly?
You can see my upper thigh.
When that's all we knew, and it didn't restrict the thigh and groin cohesion in the movement.
You know, it's funny you say that, Scott, because I look back on like when I was a youth, when I was growing up and seeing Carmelo and all those guys wearing shorts that are down like past their knees. It's like, how does that not get in the way of between the leg, all of that stuff?
It's stupid.
By the way, you do know that Scotty's look, that is the current trend, right?
With who?
Everyone.
No
kids.
way, not like that.
It's pretty
like
darn
with
close.
kids are wearing their shorts to the upper thigh.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
All right. I think it's a rough look. I mean, listen, I used to do it, of course, because like you say, that's just what everybody did. I used to pull my white socks up to,
I just bought some golf shorts that are about halfway down the thigh. Halfway. But those are actually the long one. Those are the long
How
end
short shorts would you wear right now, Scott, just in your daily life? Like, where does the short need to go?
Daisy Duke, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Around,
All right.
Starts there.
You're just being silly.
Underwear or no underwear?
What, the Daisy Dukes?
Well,
he's wearing a thong.
I've told you my best friend in high school, Daisy Duke story, right?
I'm not
Don't
sure.
recall.
Well, we had a summer job, and we were painting buildings or houses, and he was up on the ladder, and he's painting trim, and it turns out the trim of this house, two-story older building, the trim was pink, White House, pink trim, right around the windows.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm down in the lower window painting. I'm looking up above me. He's up on that ladder wearing his Daisy Duke paint pants with no drawers on.
Oh,
my Lord.
Yeah, good view.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to see something like that, go to Major League Baseball game this year because you can see all of that.
And if you've ever wanted to make a pink thing pinker, I did the duty.
This is No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
If you get a question into No Dumb Questions at any point during the week, you qualify for a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. Check them out at oldchicago.com. Thank you, Old Chicago. Scotty, you're in Portland. There's got to be something dumb in your brain.
It was something I looked at, and I started going back, and I noticed a trend, and I wanted to just ask this question. If you've noticed a trend, and then the bigger question, why? Everybody's seen those surprise engagement videos, right? Where some guy, like I just watched one, some Irish flight attendants walking down the coming off a flight, and her boyfriend's there, but a thing of roses, then he drops in his knee, right? We've all seen those videos, right?
Right.
How come the reaction of the recipients, the first reaction is 2 or 3 steps backwards? And in reality, should that not be a sign? I mean, think about that. You see these guys drop the knee, and the first thing the person does is getting proposed to. Oh, they step back 2 or 3 feet.
I'm so terrified. I'm so excited. I'm so happy about this marriage.
They
I
saw
got to bounce
monster.
back.
Saw a monster under the bed. So, in essence, is that like a big picture tell?
Well, dude, you're talking about Jumbotron engagements here. And, I've been criticized and people say, oh, DMAC, yell at a cloud again. But I just think every Jumbotron engagement is doomed.
All right, so there's the No Dumb Question. Send it in on the text line or on Twitch. What is like the most guaranteed way to know that it's going to be failed based off of how you ask them to marry you?
Jumbotron. And listen, I have firsthand experience here because my boy Matt, who went to Syracuse, engaged his lovely lady Julie, who went to Boston College, on a Jumbotron engagement during a BC-Syracuse game. And at first we thought, hey, that is awesome. Then we found out he didn't really like her. And he got enamored more with the way he was getting engaged rather than the person themselves. So to me, in my humble opinion, the bigger deal you make that moment, the less I think it's going to work out.
So you're saying do not ask somebody to marry you like you would ask them to go to prom in high school.
Don't you think some of
Yes.
those engagements, some of them I think are probably sincere and meant, but don't you think, especially when a guy sets it up, he just wants to put her in a position there's no way she can say no?
All of that. Yes, all of it. And listen, I'm being a little bit too serious here for something so silly, but I say if you play Don't Stop Believing, your team is about to lose, and if you have a Jumbotron engagement, if you make it past 3 years, it's a miracle.
All right, no dumb question. You ready?
Yeah.
What is the one video genre on social media that once it comes on, you're going deep into and just you're not watching one, you're watching 10?
Theft. Heist movies.
Oof.
The best.
No, I'm not talking about a movie. I'm talking like a little Instagram videos and stuff.
Oh.
Wait, what's the question?
Oh, okay. Boy,
What's the question?
I was on a
No, I wasn't being facetious. I was being serious.
like I'm getting pulled over by a cop, and then I'm giving the cop a hard time videos for a long time.
Yeah. I've been into those. I've gotten into those.
Like I know my rights videos, and I've gone down some weird wormholes on that one. Like, oh man.
And then after you watch a few of them, you realize, dude, you're just a turd. Right? I mean, eventually about the fourth video in, he goes, dude, you're just kind of a turd.
Yeah. It's just, you just want to see your ID. I mean, I get it. You don't have
there's
to.
There's a couple I've been on. One, I like this guy. I follow him all the time. Called SB Mowing. And it basically
Love that.
It's good.
I love that
mows
one.
Yards.
Yes.
Well, but that thing kind of serves two purposes. It's like a dude that's doing goodwill, like he's doing a good deed out in the community, and it's like satisfying. You want to know how satisfying it is, Scott? I actually downloaded a lawn mowing video game on my phone after watching that, and I am not going to lie to you. It was unbelievably satisfying. Just take a little lawnmower and a line back and forth. Sometimes you want to crisscross that thing. By the way, if you cut it 2 times in the same week, never cut it in the same pattern. This is common knowledge. Everybody needs to know this. But these are things you can learn.
I will take from my guy, the SB Mowing guy. I edged my front yard in the spring last year, and I used a couple of the techniques he uses.
Yeah, I've got
a little technique on that.
But the problem with that video, it makes it look like it takes about 3 minutes to do your whole
those
lawn.
videos are like 45 minutes long, actually. Like,
Yeah,
it's,
he'll do a video for 45 minutes, but in reality, it still took him. Sometimes it's a 2-day project.
Oh, I'm talking about like the 30-second videos. Knocks on the door.
Yeah, those are called shorts.
Well, I know. Wait, hold on. Timeout. No dumb question. You guys have spent 45 minutes watching a guy mow a lawn?
I have.
That is insane.
All right. Here's another no dumb question along the same lines. Most satisfying job that you do at home. That, like, if your wife asks you to do it, you'll be doing it for an hour and a half. What is the thing that you love to do at home the most?
God, sit on the couch and do nothing. I mean, the job I love to do at home.
Yeah. Something that you don't have to be asked. Something you don't have to be told to go do. It's power washing. That's the answer.
Power washing?
I mean, I will get that thing down on the ground. I mean, I will get every little inch. I'm not doing a gloss over on this thing. Nobody can crush a sidewalk like I can on a power washer.
All right, I guess. I wouldn't want to.
Hey, another little video. See if you guys have watched this. Have you seen the cats? And there's a couple of sites now on Instagram, especially. These dudes that make these like little shelters / cabins / whatever in the wood, and they do it all by hand. I mean, when they're cutting down the trees, and they're somehow making a thing, and then they're laying stuff on. I mean, they make like tiny houses that they could kind of live in. It's unbelievable. I saw one guy somewhere. Some guy somewhere built a sauna. He built a cabin, a shelter.
Yeah.
And then he built a sauna on the outside side of it in a separate building.
Hey, I got a buddy, like he's just a carpenter, like for fun, like not like a real carpenter. And he made a tiny house for himself in his backyard. And he's like, why do I have this tiny house? I don't want this tiny house. So he puts it up on Craigslist, sells the thing for $40,000. So then he starts building tiny houses, quits his job, and all he does now is he makes tiny houses in his backyard, and he'll sell them for $40,000 to $70,000.
Who's he selling them to?
Tiny people.
This is PhD on 92.5. The NFL has informed teams the 2024 salary cap will be $255.4 million. That is a $30.6 million increase from last year.
See, no problem. Move on from Russ with ease. No problem.
You are going to have very shortly $60 million a year quarterbacks. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah. How quickly would that happen? 2 years, 3 years max. We're not that far off at all. I mean, I think it was just like the last wave of quarterback contracts before it turned into this 40 to 45 number. It was about 20 to 25. I believe that's what Kirk Cousins signed for when he signed that fully guaranteed deal. And that's just 4 or 5 years ago. So the numbers are just going up. I don't think it's that far off. How far out are we from an NBA basketball player making 90, 100?
Man, I suppose it'll happen. I mean, it'll just get there and it'll just keep going up, I suppose. The problem is, though, do you think this number will translate to the other positions too? Where I could tell you, if you're a superstar basketball player, I don't care if you're a guard, forward, center, whatever, you're going to make that money. But if the salary cap goes up, which it is, the quarterback salary goes up, it is, do you think everybody's going to go up?
Yeah. Yeah, it will. I mean, it always goes together, and it's never going to be the same. There's always going to be a separation. But when one thing goes up, when the salary cap goes up, every position goes up. So, when you talk, like you asked me the other day about, like, how does it go in the locker room when if Shedeur Sanders gets $5 million to be on EA Sports or whatever, is there going to be animosity? Dude, you really should be rooting for it, because as soon as one goes up, it doesn't ever go backwards. That sets the new standard. And that's why a lot of times you do hear guys talking about it. When people want to take a hometown discount, NFLPA is all over you. Like, don't do it. We don't want you to do that, because now you're setting a bad precedent for the guys to come behind you.
Every sport, Tyler's absolutely right. Isn't it the NHL? Didn't they a few years ago, weren't the contracts going crazy, and a few years ago they went and like bottomed out contracts? It's the only pro sports thing where I've ever seen it go backwards.
Well, they got I don't know the finances of it, but they are probably the only pro league that the TV deal went backwards. Like, they went to a totally not, like, you couldn't find them.
$60 million quarterbacks. And you know what?
That's crazy.
You either got one or you don't. And you either is one or you ain't. And I think reasonably you're going to have to ask yourself, is that what you need just to get by? So either that answer is yes or no with the Broncos or any NFL team. And so I know I'm not trying to dog on Russ here, because, like, RG3, the numbers are great and he should be a Hall of Famer. And okay, fine. But what's your relative value to how much you're making? And that's why I do think money actually does matter. If you look at Nikola Jokic, Scotty, at what year do you think an NBA basketball player will make $90 million a year? How far away are we?
Well, you know what? I didn't think we'd ever get to 50, and in there, doesn't Curry make 50? And I'd ask the question: is Curry still worth the 50?
Of course not. And hold on. Again, it's relative.
See, this is where I struggle. Like I get it. Nobody can tangibly relate to a human being that's making $50 million a year. You can't understand it. Is he worth it? Yeah, he's worth it, because that's the value that he brings to your team. Is Russell Wilson not worth it? No, he was not worth it. But Steph Curry, I'd have a hard time fighting that. Like, how could you say Steph Curry isn't worth whatever he's getting paid?
All right, let me go. Is he the best player on his team?
Yeah.
Scotty?
Steph Curry?
Yep. Yeah. Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
Can they win a championship with him as the best player on the team?
Not anymore.
Then he's not worth it.
Oh.
It's bottom line.
Okay.
Not only, if you're going to get that kind of money, do you have to be the best player, you have to be the key cog in winning a championship. Period. In my opinion.
Well, Josh Allen ain't worth what he's getting paid then.
Wait a second.
We go way down that. You want to play that game? You just opened up a wormhole, buddy.
But you don't think Josh Allen is good enough to lead the Bills to a championship?
Hadn't done it yet.
I get it,
Lamar Jackson ain't worth it.
Whoa. It's about the potential of doing it. Not whether they've done it. So you don't think Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen have the potential to lead their team to a championship?
Sure. They got potential.
Well, that's what I'm asking Scotty about Steph Curry. Like, Scotty, you just think he's done? Like, that's a wrap?
No, I still think he's a top 100 shooter of all time. But I don't know if he can lead a team by himself. I'm not sure he ever could.
Oh,
I mean, their first
come on.
Hold on now. The first championship, Iguodala won the MVP. Two other championships, Kevin Durant won the MVP.
Well, I'm not going to define whether your value is based on a trophy at the end of the series. I mean,
you just did, though.
Oh, well, you got to have a key cog. I'm not saying you don't have to have other good players.
Well,
but you
when
can't.
they won it, and Iguodala won the MVP, Steph Curry, he's the reason you won the championship.
Exactly.
But I'm not so sure those ones Durant won it with Durant. He wasn't the reason they won it.
Hey, here's a good point on the text line. The brand plays into it. The value that he makes for his team. That has a huge factor into it. Do people come to Warriors games to watch him?
No doubt about it.
Yes, they do. Does the
this.
team make money because he is on the team? Yes, they do.
But don't you think the NBA is like that above all other leagues in? That the stars are more fan base driven than maybe in any other league.
Maybe. I mean, it's very, very tangible in the NBA. If the whole experience is an up close and personal experience in the NBA. Yeah. I think it trickles down in football and other sports, but probably not as directly.
Well, I just think if you're developing a team, an NFL team, can you win with Brock Purdy? I guess you can for a while, but at some point, if you can win with Brock Purdy, ain't Brock Purdy going to want $60 million a year too?
Yes, he will. When he gets to free agency, that will be the numbers that he's talking about.
All right. So if that's the case, then does that mean you cannot win without a $60 million guy or a guy that you could project to be a $60 million guy? Meaning,
maybe the projection's even bigger.
Well, I mean, I think the answer is pretty obvious. Like, yeah, you got to have a talented dude. You got to have a guy that's capable of doing that.
So the Seahawks are screwed with Geno Smith.
Yes.
And look, there's always going to be one-offs. There's always going to be the Trent Dilfers. Not always. I say that like it's commonplace. It's not commonplace. But you will find one-offs that get it done. But if you're asking about guys that you think could be in the hunt year in and year out, sure, you got to have a guy like that.
So then, logically, if you realize that this guy ain't it, you should move on for them right away. If there's no more potential for them to be that guy, and he's not that guy, why is that guy even on your team? Why do you even waste a second with them?
Let me ask this, and let's use Brock Purdy. Obviously, he's shown he's good enough to get you to a Super Bowl, right? As part of a team. As part of a unit, he was able to guide that team to a Super Bowl. If you don't think he's a guy that okay, everything else is failing and he can put the game on his shoulders, which I think we would all agree you can do that with Patrick Mahomes. You can put the game on his shoulder and he's going to come through. Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, John Elway, those guys are going to come through. If you don't think he's a guy, you've got to be drafting, like you say, D-Mac, a quarterback almost every year and see if you can hit another Brock Purdy guy that could slide in there with your $1 or $2 million a year salary and develop him, and who knows.
And that's a pretty tough standard, though, man. I mean,
I get it. I get it.
If you're asking me, would I rather have a guy like Patrick Mahomes that I can put the team on his back? Hell yeah, of course I would. Would I be willing to play ball with a Brock Purdy? Yep, I sure would. He just proved to me he can get his team to the Super Bowl.
How many running backs are better than Derrick Henry in the league?
Right now, there's probably 4 or 5.
Okay. Well, who's the best running back in the league?
How about 5 years ago, though? 4 years ago?
I mean,
he was the guy.
You just tell me whoever you think is the best running back in the league for this argument.
Josh Jacobs is up there.
Doesn't even matter. Josh Jacobs. Okay. How much you got to pay Josh Jacobs?
Well, again, it's a position that you got to be very, very careful with because of the shelf life.
The truth is,
quarterbacks, the shelf life is forever, though.
Right. The Josh Jacobs stuff, the other positions, whatever. You can clearly win a Super Bowl or be successful without Josh Jacobs. As good as Derrick Henry has been, where did it go? Who's better than Barry Sanders as a running back, seriously, in the past 30 years? What'd that add up to? It's just the reality of the situation that if you aren't that guy at quarterback or you don't have the potential to be that guy, there is no reason for you to be on that team. If the potential is there, okay, let's develop it. And this is why teams are so impatient with quarterbacks. That's why drafting a quarterback, in my opinion, in the second and third round is pointless unless the team is really going to commit to that second or third round guy. And I just don't think they are. You have a better shot, in my opinion, of taking a flyer on a dude, and maybe he's Brock Purdy, than just going half-hearted. So when Mike Sanford suggests the Broncos move back, that means they don't really love the guy. And why are we?
But that's the point. If you don't love the guy, you don't draft him higher.
Well, then you certainly wouldn't move back.
But you're arguing against yourself.
No way.
Hold
no
on.
Way.
If you don't love the guy, you do not draft him earlier just because you're going to say, quote unquote, we're going to commit to a guy that we don't love. You don't do that.
I agree. Don't draft him. But
if you don't love him, it's much safer gamble to move back, collect some ammunition, and if you're going to gamble on it, you gamble it while actually gaining value.
I think it's the stupidest thing in draft theory to move back to take a quarterback.
Well, you don't move back to take the quarterback, to be clear.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You move back because you want the value and because you don't love anybody. And then if you happen to be on the clock and there's a quarterback available, you might take him. But when you move back, you never do it with the intention of, I'm specifically moving back from number 12 to number 19 because I want to draft J.J. McCarthy at number 19.
Well, that's what Mike was suggesting.
He was suggesting they weren't worth the value.
All right. Okay. I think we're arguing we're on the same page here. I just think it's...
No, we're not.
No.
Okay.
No,
we're not on the same page.
You drop back because, like you said a while ago, you're not in love with any of them guys, and maybe you're not willing, because I think you're probably right, D, that if you draft a guy in the top 10, you better be committed. And you better be committed just like Justin Fields. I don't think he's ever going to be any good, but maybe Chicago did what they're supposed to do. Be committed to this guy and stick with him, and then see if maybe something finally catches on, and then then you got to make a decision. But if you don't love a guy but you know you need a position and you can move back and gain one or two other assets to help you fill the void of other positions, and then say, okay, let's take this guy and we'll see what we can get.
I just don't think you're ever winning a Super Bowl without either a guy who's the guy or a guy who could be the guy. I think this Stinkum, there you go, Scotty, you're doomed.
Well, then you just made the case for sure that you move on from Justin Fields. You want to talk about a room that's going to be damn near impossible to get 100% of the people on the same page? The Chicago Bears situation is so insane right now. I mean, you could come up with an incredible case for either way. You should draft Caleb Williams. He's the best quarterback on the board. You should draft Caleb Williams because you don't truly believe in Justin Fields. Then you could go the other angle. Are you kidding me? We got number one pick right now. We could move back to number 1 to number 3, get another first rounder. Then we got the number 9 pick. We can move back 2 more spots. We end up with 5 first-round draft picks, and we build the team around the quarterback. I don't know how they could get everybody on the same page out there.
And think about this too, Tyler. Say I do like Jalen or whatever the guy is, but I know everybody else is enamored with Caleb. Hey, let's move back, add more assets to our thing, and still get the guy we want in the first place. Teams will do that a lot in the draft too.
What we saw out of Nikola Jokic and what to expect for the Nuggets the rest of the way. A remarkable night at Ball Arena. That's coming up next. Hey, it's D-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Love Premier, 720-547-8009. Heard from my guy Reed at Premier today. Premier is at the home show, and they have exclusive offers. There you go. Mention my name, and you can qualify for all sorts of great stuff. See Premier Heating and Air at the Home Show. Premier, the name says it all. They're Denver's premier heating and air professionals. With their $49 furnace or AC tune-up, $1,000 trade-in towards new systems, 0% interest financing, and much more, they provide a great value with their premier service. All of their equipment comes with a 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's Premier Heating and Air. They've been so instrumental in making my home more efficient, saving me money, and just being comfortable. They can do the same for you. Use my name, DMAC, and you can get exclusive offers just for being an Altitude listener. Call them today, 720-547-8009. 720-547-8009. See them at the Home Show. Bring my name up, say hi to Reed and the guys, and check them out online at premieraircolorado.com.
You know what I mean? So, yes, everybody likes somebody blocking a shot into the third row, hitting the popcorn lady in the ass, but I would rather keep it in bounds and get out and run. And that we had really good examples of that tonight.
What was your favorite stat, Scotty, from last night's dominant win over the Washington Wizards?
Well, I've now called two of their best points in the paint games. They had 90 one time in a game in Sacramento, and I think they hit like four shots outside the paint all game. it was something like that.
Yeah, I didn't realize 88 last night was the highest points in the paint for any team this year in the NBA. How about that?
Yeah, it's the highest in the NBA.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if it's more on Denver or more on just Washington kind of defensively. They like I told you got a bunch of pieces. They're a parts car, and everybody's going to get theirs and make sure my numbers look good. So next year somebody else might want me. So I'm not sure they really focus on much defensively. I don't know. Most impressive stats. I think it's cool. I mean, it's only happened 2 other times. LeBron James and Russell Westbrook have got triple doubles against every other team. Now they got 30, but they've been mercenaries, right?
Right.
I mean, if you believe it now, what is it? 1, 2, 3 different teams. Cleveland twice, so 4 different moves for LeBron. Westbrook's been in what? He's been in Oklahoma City, Houston, Lakers, Clippers. He's been on 4 different teams.
Right.
Joker's done that with 1 team.
Well, and I got to wonder, Scott, have you ever called a game? I'm sure you've called a game where a guy was 100% for the field, where he had 6 points or whatever. Have you ever called a game where a dude had a triple-double and didn't miss a shot?
I think Joker? I mean, he missed one. Didn't Joker have a game this year like where he was 12 for 13 or 11 for? I think he's had 5 and 5, but I mean he's got 10 for 10. I mean he's 10 for 10.
Yeah.
And one of them he made. He was just. I could tell he thought he got by the guy, but he wasn't sure he's going to be able to make it. So he kind of threw it up there just to go get the rebound.
Yeah.
And it went in. I went, oh okay. he's one of them tonight.
All right, let me ask you a question about Jokic real quick. He almost had a triple-double at halftime. In fact, he threw an alley-oop to Michael Porter Jr., and it got deflected basically at the buzzer before the half. How many triple-doubles has Jokic had before halftime?
I think he leads the NBA for triple-doubles within 3 quarters. I know he still has the fastest triple-double in NBA history. Last night, because I kept the minutes he played in the first half, and he got the triple-double on minute 39 in the third quarter or something like that.
Right.
I had him at 1857 with that triple-double. I guarantee you that'll be now probably in the top 5 for sure. Fastest triple-double.
That's a fun stat.
Yeah, so that might be that'll be something to look into.
Tyler, what was the coolest thing you thought about last night's game?
Well, just big picture. It was the big-time contribution off the bench from just about everybody. I mean, Christian, Peyton, even Zeke got involved, had himself 4 blocks in the game. It's been the biggest concern as the season progresses. Can you win a championship with the lack of production you've had off the bench? And I feel like games like that can be the spark plug that absolutely solidifies things.
Does Christian Brown have his swag back?
I'll ask Scott that. I'm not sure.
He did last night.
But
he played exactly like he needs to do last night. He got 2 or 3 offensive. I mean, when's the last time we saw him run through the lane, jump, and snatch offensive rebounds like he was doing last night?
Yeah,
that was Christian from a year ago. Right?
You know, I asked Christian after the game. I said, "Well, what do you need to improve on from now to the end of the season?" And he goes, "We just got to focus on winning." It was a good answer, and it was very simple. And I think he's telling himself something too, like just play. That's how I took it, Scott. I just need to play. I need to play like we want to win and be aggressive. That's how I took that. Like he's been overthinking things, frankly. And last night it looks like he was just playing ball. You know where I think he got inspired? Check this out. So what do you do during the break? I mean, Jamal went and watched Volk get his face pounded in, and guys went to the beach or whatever. He went to see a buddy of his play at Grand Canyon University, who's balling out apparently at that level playing for that team. So he saw a couple of games down in the Phoenix area at GCU. I think he got kind of motivated by seeing his guy play with some reckless abandon. And he was like, yeah, the atmosphere down at GCU was unbelievable. It was great. I think that kind of got him going a little bit.
Yeah. I could see that happening for sure. Sometimes you just go back to your roots a little bit. Not that that's his roots. Not that Kansas is comparable to Grand Canyon University, but you go back to your roots, and then you see, what's the quickest way to get out of a slump in just about any sport? Contribute where you can and not try to force it anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it looked like for me. The at the end of the season last year, Christian Braun, he earned his buckets. He earned his points by hustle, by effort, by offensive rebounds, all those sorts of things. And you're not – it's going to be pretty tough to earn your way out of a slump by shooting your way out of a slump. So you go contribute where you can, and that's what I saw from him.
Yeah, listen, inspiration comes a different way. I think Malone did something to say, we forgot, and I'd forgotten that Christian had twisted his ankle early in training camp, missed all of training camp. I have seen him ice his feet and stuff all the time and ankles. So maybe just that rest finally shutting down for 6 days. But listen, you guys know this. Tyler, you could talk about this too because I think you've even talked about it with you. Fatigue to me has always been a more mental thing. Yeah. Right? You're tired. Listen, when you're in the middle of a season, you played 56 games, your body's tired. But your mind overcomes that. Listen, they're going to get 8, 10, 12 hours of sleep. And even though they jet lagged, you drink your water and your electrolytes and get your massage and do all the stuff you got to do. But it's when your head tells you that you're tired, right? Your mind is a powerful thing when it comes to anybody, but players especially. And I think his mind got tired. I think he put pressure on me. Bruce is gone. I've got to take that role. I got to be more than maybe I'm even capable of being. And now you're physically kind of banged up a little bit, and your mind's going, man, I just can't do this. I remember, I'll tell you guys a quick story. So I'm in Atlanta, and Willis Reed is my assistant coach one year. To me, one of the greatest assistant coaches I've ever had, and one of the great players of all time. He's assistant coach. He's showing us how to defend the post. He goes, Scott, come here, go here. I'm 25 or 6. I'm I'm in the prime, man. I am a baller. I wish I was taller.
I hear you, Skee-Lo. I hear you, Skee-Lo.
Thank you, dog. I posted up, and this guy is probably in his late 50s at the time, maybe even 60. I don't know. Late 50s anyway, mid-50s anyway. Lifts me up off the block with his knee and moves me about 4 feet outside the paint. And I'm doing everything not to move. I drove home that day from practice almost crying because in that one moment I said to myself, I can't play. I can't play in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyler, talk about this. When that crosses your mind, it's going to take a lot of work to get back.
Yeah.
And I think Christian Braun went through that this year.
You can get back from it, but it's not easy. And a lot of times guys never come back from it. But it a lot of times it comes in games when you're not pressing it. That's when it comes back to you.
So what a nice soft landing then to come back after the All-Star break, after dropping a couple games in a row. And, hey, man, it's like Stella got her groove back. I mean, here we go. Right. Christian got his groove back. But
now you got to answer it. And here's now the mental tough for tonight. Now answer that and win tonight. Because, listen,
that's
Portland plays hard. They haven't quit on Chauncey. They play hard. They, too, got some really nice young pieces. But you got to win this game. If you want to win first or second or third, in the West, you got to win games like tonight.
Hey,
back-to-back, tough travel, go.
Yeah, let me ask you about the travel real quick because, Jokic was relatively quick. But you got to go, right? You got to catch a plane, and you're wearing sweats, not a suit, because it is what it is. How exhausting, or maybe not exhausting, Scotty? You look good. You look pretty refreshed. I'm sure you got on that plane.
6 hours of sleep, yeah.
Well, how is?
I'll tell you our schedule last night.
All right.
This has been a weird travel thing for the Nuggets this year. So we get to the airport. We're not ready to screen you because we go through screening, TSA, and all that stuff. Not ready to screen you. We had to go back around the corner and sit for 20 or 30 minutes.
What time is this at? Midnight? 11? What time?
After the game, so this between probably 10:50 and 11:30. I think
Okay.
they want to try to be out there by 11:30. The pilots haven't made it in yet. So they had a plane, but no pilots. Yeah. So the pilots get there, finally, and then we get on board, and then something else is going on. We didn't.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I texted Julia last night. So the game got done, at 9:30? Do you imagine that about when they?
It was a
9:30,
fast
9:45?
game. It was like 2:03 on the game. It was a quick game. So start to 7. Yeah, you got done by 9:10, 9:15, something.
All right.
9:20.
So
I
9:10,
don't know.
9:15. I wrote her last night at 11:30. We had just got on the airplane ready to go.
Wow.
I wrote her again when I crawled into bed was at 2:30.
2:30.
So 2:30 when we got into bed, or when I got into bed last night. When I come back, I unpack my suits, I hang them up, get my music out, get it ready, I actually set the radio equipment up, bam, bam, bam. Probably got in sooner than that, but I got in bed physically at 2:30.
Why in the world do pro sports, NBA, NHL, create schedules like this?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Why do they do it? I don't get it.
And it's something that fans will never, ever be able to look at and understand how somebody can come out, look tired, you're a professional athlete, you're staying at the Ritz-Carlton. How hard can it be? You got a nice bed, right? Dude, this stuff adds up.
That's why that Kings loss at home.
I thought your hotel looks pretty nice. Look at that wallpaper behind you, Scott. That looks a nice hotel.
It looks just like a wallpaper my grandmother had in her dining room.
All right, so
Does anybody have wallpaper in their homes anymore?
What's that, Scotty?
I think they do, Tyler. Mostly now for accent walls.
Okay, all right.
My daughter just did her nursery, and one wall is wallpapered, so kind of an accent wall.
All right.
No dumb question we got to get into sometime for the show's over if we can. I don't even know if we got time. Have you guys stopped and taken a look at what they did? They changed again the playoff schedule for the NHL. Have you noticed that?
No. What have they done?
Well, because I've always thought compared to all the other sports league, the playoff schedule in the NHL has always been goofy, right? You reseed and then you reseed.
Yeah.
And then you reseed.
Yeah, I don't.
And
yeah.
they're basically doing something like that again this year, and I don't understand it completely. Maybe we'll get Raj or something on Monday.
Yeah.
But they're doing it now. Basically, you're going to have to play a couple of your teams in your division before you even, get ready to go to play to get to the Stanley Cup, right?
Okay.
And I asked my hockey guy why they do that. And he goes, "Want me to give you an honest answer?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Because Canada hockey teams suck so bad that the NHL does everything it can to make to make sure that they try to get into the Eastern and Western finals, at least Canadian teams."
Oh, that's interesting.
Right, and so they don't want the Canadian teams to be getting bumped out in the first round by, Edmonton playing Denver or Avalanche or Toronto playing the Lightning first. They want their Canadian teams to get to at least the conference championship games, and so they keep changing and playing with the playoffs to make sure that Canada is represented.
That's pretty interesting.
There's a script everywhere. Everyone's got a script.
Everyone's got one. All right, we'll get into the NFL and the Broncos script with Let's Football Go coming up next. Hey, it's T-Mac, and here we go. The end of the month is the best time to buy a Ford, Chevy, Buick, or GMC at Mike Maroney. Right now, you can get discounts up to $20,000, $20,000 off, or interest-free financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. That's a great deal. 0% for 72 months. This is at Mike Maroney Automotive. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you are sure to find the right vehicle at the right price with my great friends at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, When you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. Listen, find them this weekend. Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont. Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, MikeMaroneyColorado.com and tell him D-Mac sent you.
That's a keeper.
I don't know why I laughed at that so much, but
That's a keeper.
I just chuckled. MountainHighAppliance.com. You're the best. Locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. Dan, Bud, Tanner, bring the heat.
All right, D-Mac. So I just want to clear something up with you. You're in favor of the Broncos potentially moving up in the draft.
Yes.
I thought he
Is
was
that
in favor of
correct?
going back.
Yes.
So you would like to see them,
right? That's what you want?
No.
give up future picks to move up in this year's draft to select a quarterback. Am I correct on that?
You are correct. CBS's mock draft has it right in the sweet spot. I love it. Going from 12 to 9, taking J.J. McCarthy.
Okay.
Sign me up.
All right, got it. Let's hear from Jeff Legwold tell us why he thinks that's a terrible idea.
He'll agree.
The Broncos have made 3 draft picks inside the top 45 picks in the last 4 drafts combined. You know why they're in trouble. That's it right there. And people want them to send a boatload of picks to move up in the draft? Are you kidding me? This team has made 3 picks inside the top 45 in 4 drafts. And they don't have a second rounder this year. So the total is going to be 4 picks inside the top 45 in the last 5 drafts. So you tell me the quick solution that's waiting out there for the local franchise.
What's the question?
Man,
what's the question?
Is Jeff Legwold just calling D-Mac an idiot? I think that was the question.
If I would make the argument in a very kind, way, so Jeff wouldn't hang the phone up, that it doesn't really matter if you don't have the quarterback and you can't fart around. You can't choose when you suck. It is what it is, year in, year out. And so what? That would be my answer to Jeff. Is so what? Because the value of the quarterback is such that I really don't care if you're going to get, a backup linebacker or special teams guys because you have 3 number 4 picks. Who gives a crap? It's about getting that guy. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, you're wrong because there ain't this guy. If you ain't got this guy in this draft that you can get.
Well, how do you know you don't? How do you know that guy's not that guy? How do you know?
Because to quote your famous guest that you had on to start the show, your resume is the tape.
Yeah, I mean, here's
can't choose when you suck. It is what it is.
But you also can't choose when there's a quarterback you want to move up for. You can't choose if you like the guy or not. I mean, I guess you can convince yourself if you do. There's no one-size-fits-all approach to building a football team. I am not anti-moving up in the draft for a quarterback. Not at all. If there's a dude that you love, you want to move up, go get him, great. I'm all for it, and I'll be excited about it. But there are multiple ways. Look, math has changed. You asked me to help my kids solve their math problems. I don't understand how they go about this. I don't understand this new way of doing math. It doesn't make sense to me, right? But at the end of the day, their way of getting there, my way of getting there, it does get to an answer that is the same answer. Bill Belichick talked about it a lot. There's lots of ways to solve a problem, and it's not just a one-size-fits-all approach. So if there's a quarterback that you love that is worth it, do it. If there's not, I do agree that the best thing to do is to build the football team and to find the quarterback when there is one.
A quick question for both of you guys. Name me the team who drafted a quarterback in the top 10 who didn't love him at the moment they drafted him.
I don't know.
Correct. Every team at the moment of the draft loves the quarterback.
Sure.
So that whole concept is we don't take him if we don't love him. Every single time they do it, they love him.
Yeah, but when a team passes on one, it means that they didn't love him. So like the way you imply that is just because there's somebody available, you'll find somebody that you love. No, it doesn't work like that. You can't just find somebody that you love.
The lights are going out. It's 1:45. It is freaking semisonic closing time for the Broncos. Put on the beer goggles and figure it out.
See, now you're talking bad. Now you're talking dumb. That's where you make foolish draft decisions. Don't put the beer goggles on. Clear them out. Go take a shower.
Hey, a lot of bad decisions are made at closing time.
Yes, they are. Just ask Matt Prater.
Wow. That's a great training camp story, though. He's a great dude, and he's got his life together, so I don't feel bad for it. But it's that and the dude hiding in the wood chips at Shane Brothers.
That was a good one.
That's
I I did have a roommate my rookie year bring a lady home that he met 10 minutes before closing time at JD's Bait Shop. 10 minutes before closing time.
I bet he was the first ever to do that.
Said woman stole his playbook that night. Stole his playbook. Yeah.
Raiders fan. Dan, next story.
All right, so Nick Kosmider writes, picking up the $19.8 million fifth-year option for Patrick Surtain will be a no-brainer for the Broncos, but it could very well serve just as a placeholder for the long-term extension.
Yeah.
The fourth-year cornerback will be eligible to sign beginning this offseason. So here's your top 5 highest-paid corners currently in the NFL. Jair Alexander with the Packers, $21 million per. Denzel Ward with the Browns, $20.1. Jalen Ramsey with the Dolphins, 20. Marlon Humphrey with the Ravens, 19.5. And Saints quarterback Marshawn Lattimore, 19.4. So my question is, what are you expecting Patrick Surtain to make when he signs his long-term extension, and what do you think would be the right deal for the Broncos?
George Paton, when he goes to the great beyond, many years from now, on his tombstone will say, "Here lies George Paton. I drafted Patrick Surtain." Surtain, as long as George Paton has anything to do with it, will be the highest paid corner in the history of the NFL, period. The end. George Paton has staked his entire reputation on that, not the Russell Wilson deal. He'll run away from that quickly. So Pat Surtain will, if George Paton has anything to say, become the wealthiest cornerback ever.
Even if he's played on another team, D-Mac, he will be the highest paid corner ever. That's the way it'll work.
He ain't going to another team.
Well, but my point is, it's not just that the Broncos are valued like that. Wherever he goes, that's how free agency works. What you got to do to the value of Patrick Surtain, he becomes the highest paid player of all time. And then there'll be a new one next year.
Every year, right? It never stops. Every year, especially if salary caps keep going up. What's going to happen with this a la carte system they're going to go into place with as far as games go? You think they're going to do that in the NFL if it's going to lose money? So
what's great? The Broncos will have the highest paid cornerback and one of the highest paid safeties in the NFL. Not a winning season in 7 straight years, missed the playoffs for 8, but they'll have that going for them.
So let's get rid of good football players. That helps us.
Let's get under the cap and build it the right way.
Here's where I'll go with you on that, D-Mac. I'm all for giving those guys up, going cheap, getting under caps, saving money. If you're adding pieces that you can develop that will stop that trend you just mentioned.
Sure.
And listen, we keep and I understand where you're coming from, Darren. You're not going to win a Super Bowl if you don't have a star quarterback. Absolutely. Unfortunately, you're probably correct on that. But you also, unless you get a Patrick Mahomes, and this was probably the weakest Kansas City team that he's won a Super Bowl with, although defensively was pretty good. This team also has a whole lot of other holes. So
no doubt about it. No doubt about it. It's not like the road ends right there. But you can't even get in the car to start down the road if you ain't got him or he ain't gonna be him.
Well, there's plenty of logical reasons why you would trade Patrick Surtain. The finances alone is a reason why you would consider moving on from him. I get that. Hey, Scott, just random thought I had there as I'm hearing you talk about it. You got to have the quarterback to win a Super Bowl. Could you envision Russell Wilson ever winning a Super Bowl again?
Yeah.
Okay. I could not.
Were you hanging out with Jake Plummer in the mushroom farm?
Well, I don't think his skills have deteriorated as much as you have. I think you got to have the right system and the right team around him. We just talked about for a segment that Brock Purdy got to the Super Bowl. Is Brock Purdy more talented than Russ? I wouldn't say that he is.
Not talented, but he plays within the system far better.
Can I give you my
Let me ask you this. If Brock Purdy were playing for the Denver Broncos last 2 years, would he have played?
No. With Russ on the team? No.
Well, or forget anybody else. Would he have played for the Rams the last 2 years? Would he have played for Chicago the last 2 years? Would he play for Cincinnati?
Maybe Chicago.
No, I mean,
Cincinnati,
he needed the perfect situation. He needed the perfect luck, and he landed into the perfect luck.
So, and I think Russ would have to fall into the perfect luck. Yeah, I think he can still compete for a Super Bowl.
Can I give you my wicked hot mega take? My wicked hot take.
No.
Okay. Dan, next story.
No, it's wicked hot. I was always told don't ask a yes or no question
I
if
do
you don't want
respect
the
the way
answer
you.
no.
I do respect the way D-Mac just moved on, though.
Sure.
I mean, that was,
If you don't want me to do it,
Yeah.
I'll, just I won't make you
But
beg.
I mean,
Who
but,
cares?
but it
I'd
was
love to
gonna,
hear your wicked hot take.
But it was going to be a wicked take, wicked hot take.
I'll give it to you quick. Russell Wilson has a Dalton Reisner season, meaning he's not on a team but does get on a team later on. And he does play in the NFL, but not right off the bat.
Oh, so you agree with me? He'll start in the NFL next year.
He will, but it'll be in like week 7 or something. It'll go like Dalton Reisner. It'll be a Dalton Reisner sort of deal. How about that? Wicked, searing hot.
No, that's crazy. That dude will be on a team. He's not waiting till week 7 to get picked up.
November's going to be amazing for Russell Wilson. Next story, Dan Bud Tanner.
All right, fellas. After an up-and-down rookie campaign, Bijan Robinson said he has lofty goals for his second NFL season. He said, quote, "I want 2,000 yards rushing," Robinson told Sports Illustrated. He says, "I know those are big expectations. What we can do as an offense with all the weapons, our offensive line, with Zach being at the helm, it can be something special." Robinson was the 8th overall pick back in 2023. He did finish the year with 976 yards rushing and 487 yards receiving to go with 8 total touchdowns. But my question is, will we ever see another 2,000-yard season in the NFL from a running back?
Yeah, you will. I get the question. The game has changed. It's played different than it ever was before. But 100% you will. I mean, there will be unicorn players. There will be guys that you build your system around them because they're that talented. I mean, how many yards did Chris McCaffrey have last year on the ground? I don't know the answer to it, but I mean, when you got a guy like that, you will build your system around him. And certainly Bijan Robinson has got the talent to be a 2,000-yard rusher.
I think they will. I'm looking up Christian McCaffrey's numbers from last year. I think, gosh, they're playing 17 games, and 18 is going to be in the future, right? I mean, you got to believe. I mean, he had 1,459 yards last year.
5.4 per. It's good, really good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, really good. 272 carries. So let me do my 5th grade math here. Because that's really what it's all about. How many carries are you going to get per game? So let's go 272 divided by 17, and we got 16 carries a game. That's not crazy. I'd say, yeah, sure. I mean, you'd probably have to carry the ball what?
Christian was the leading rusher in the NFL last year at 1,459 yards also.
And he threw in another 564 receiving, so he's a 2,000-yard guy from scrimmage. I think you're going to I think every team would like to have a 2,000-yard guy from scrimmage, whether we devalue the running back or not. I think you'd kind of like to have a dude that's going to throw that many yards up for you.
So here it is, because I'm a brilliant mathematician. By the way, the kids, you know how they're going to learn math? Just doing what I just did. They're not going to have any clue.
That's what I keep telling them. Use a calculator.
iPhone. Like, who teaches cursive writing? What's the point?
I don't.
It looks pretty.
At 5.4 average, you would have to carry the ball for 2,000 yards, 21.7. I'll round up. 22 carries at 5.4 to break 2,000. So that's really the question. What running back is talented enough and durable enough in 17 games to actually run the ball 22 times, averaging 5.4? I actually think you could do it. I really do think you could do it.
That is a whole lot of carries, though. Holy cow.
It's a whole, or just keep.
If it's going to happen, it's not going to happen off that many carries. It's going to happen off some dude that's just like a LaShawn McCoy that was just insanely productive off the carries, because no team will be able to give a guy 21 carries per game.
Well, that means you're just going to have a higher average than 5.4.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
so,
he's just going to be explosive.
I mean, I guess go ahead, Seth.
And again, aren't they going to be looking for more two-way backs and just Derrick Henry carrying 35 times a game backs? I mean, I mean, McCaffrey had over 339 touches from the line of scrimmage. That's a pretty good number.
I'll give you I'll give you another red hot
take.
You're
not getting pounded. You're not getting pounded if you did it 339 just behind the center.
Who do you think has more rushing yards next year? Bijan Robinson or Blake Corum? Running back out of Michigan. Rookie.
Bijan.
Really?
Yeah, I'd go with Bijan.
I bet it's Blake Corum.
Why?
Because I think he's a stud, and I think you're just,
Dude, do you not remember Bijan's highlights coming out of
do.
college?
I remember him. I think Corum's better.
Absolute animal coming out of college.
Keep track of it.
You know what's funny? As I'm sitting here looking at the NFL rushing leaders, you asked me earlier in the show, who's better than Derrick Henry? And there's just this, there can't be that much tread left on the tires for Derrick Henry. It's just too much of a bruising style. Still was the second leading rusher in the NFL last year.
Who was the leading rusher, I guess?
Christian.
Well, it was Christian.
Yeah.
Huh? What was the highest average per carry? Was it Christian at 5.4?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. We will wait in silence until you find it.
Yeah, don't.
Okay. Scotty, what's your schedule today there in Portland?
Wicked hot schedule.
Yeah?
Oh, it's a wicked hot schedule.
Yeah?
We get to spend the night, which I appreciate.
Oh,
So
that's
I don't have to
good.
Pack everything up. Got a 4:30 bus. And then we do the hour before the game start pre-game.
Nuggets Live, I love it. What kind of hijinks do you have planned for that tonight?
I don't know. I'm pretty much Robin Williams and spontaneous when it comes to that.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson, then Christian McCaffrey.
Lamar Jackson?
5.5. And then Christian was 5.4.
That's asking a lot of a running back to give him the ball 22 times a game.
Yeah.
And then you have to average 5.4.
Everything's got to go right for that. I mean, you got to be winning
tough.
for the first quarter every single game.
That's going to be tough. Yeah.
Well, and think about this. And we could go back and look at this. Boy, we're doing a lot of math in this.
I know. It's
it's practically our specialty, though, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, math, got it.
Well, here you go. In the 3 years where Terrell Davis was just blowing people away, in the third year culminated into his 2008 rushing yards. Think about this for carries. 345, 369, 392. Any running back going to have them kind of numbers?
Nope.
Right.
Nope.
You know what? I talked myself out of it. My quick answer was yes. There might not ever be one again.
No, there might not.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
It doesn't. You got to be up by 2 touchdowns in the first quarter every single game.
All
you
right.
want to hear a crazy stat?
Can you tell us the crazy stat coming up next? Or does it...
Just real fast. 392 carries, 2,008 yards, 21 touchdowns. 21 rushing touchdowns for Terrell that year. By the way, 101 first down carries, which means he had over a quarter of the time he touched the ball, he was moving the chains for the team.
He's pretty good,
That's
wasn't
stupid.
he? Yeah, but hey,
got a gold jacket.
Yeah. After everybody realized that running backs' careers are microbursts, not lengthy.
Yeah.
He finally got it when everybody realized that. Because what was it, a 6-year career, really? The prime of TD?
Yeah.
So enjoy it while you got it. Cale Makar is sad. You'll hear that coming up next.
Oh.
Trying to get around. Taves leaves it for Kane. He scores. Avalanche get a point. They don't get two. And for the first time in 10 games, the Red Wings beat the Colorado Avalanche.
That sucked. But Scotty, they got a point. They did get a point.
Yeah. Yay.
Bedsy afterwards was just like, well, we got a point.
Well, my cousins both got a kiss at their prom.
That was a point.
Is that an Arkansas joke or a Kansas joke?
Yeah, that was kind of a subtle Arkansas.
No, I got where it was coming from, but just letting it set in for people. Here is depressed Cale Makar.
Yeah, I don't know if it's something to do with the road or not. It's just felt like we did enough tonight to be able to win, and just a bad mistake by me on the PK and
I know it's not the ending
that game. Yeah, I mean a little bit of both. A guy that's never satisfied with my play individually, but you got to find a lot of different ways to be better. Obviously, you're in a hole right now. You just got to dig yourself out. So that's all it is.
Can you say for Eustace and what he did for you guys tonight?
Yeah, he was awesome. He made some really big saves for us, and he definitely, if anybody gave us a chance to win, it was him. So kudos to him. He played really well for us tonight.
Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Dude, I think that's a really honest moment right there. I do, I don't feel bad for guys that make a lot of money, but when an athlete is sitting there and they just feel like, I just messed this all up, man.
Why do you always say that? Why do you always say you can't feel bad for somebody that makes a lot of money?
Because that's how fans are. And
is that how you are?
That's how fans are. Yes, and that's how I am too. But I have a human side of me that sits there and looks at this. I really respect Cale Makar. You know why? That dude doesn't hide. He is the one guy. He is the most dependable guy night in, night out for the Avalanche who will sit there.
He's Justin Simmons.
And answer those questions, good or bad. I have a lot of respect for him, and I think he's heartfelt with that.
Don't sleep on that because there's a lot that aren't.
Most aren't. Most aren't.
A lot of them, and they're guys that need to be responsible for the team, or at least their voice needs to be responsible for the team that you don't see. And basketball is bad at. When I did football was bad too. Them dudes would hide in the training room.
Yep.
This team flat out has a power play issue. Eustace is, good for him because that sounds like a dude that's hearing all the noise, and he's trying to put that to rest.
He had a great game last night.
Had a fantastic game.
Yep.
I don't feel good. I'm curious what Moshe had to say this morning. I didn't hear it, but I just I don't.
It's okay, boys. You got a point. You're on the road, boys.
And I am curious if that's what the take is, because I'm struggling to get myself to the point where I could just continue to write off the concerns with the Colorado Avalanche. It just there feels like a lot. This is starting to feel like a year that there's just too much weird, bad stuff that you haven't been able to overcome, and you couldn't put it to rest. You have little moments where guys like Eustace has a great game, right? And we'll see if he can continue that. They've yet to put my concerns to rest.
22-5 at home, bro. 22-5 at home with the Maple Leafs, who are a good Canadian team.
Do they play every game at home?
They do. They do not. They
that'd be cool if they did.
They don't. But you can't ignore what they've done at home. It's a weird thing because if you want to say they're a really good team, there's numbers to point in that direction. If you want to say they don't got it, you can look over in that direction. So what direction do you want to look at?
Well, I'll tell you this, to your point. They are lethal at home. And absolutely, despite my concerns, they are a team that you will not want to play in the first round of the playoffs no matter what they've been doing.
Who are the Nuggets on the road right now, Scott? Oh, by the way, we're hearing Jamal's not playing tonight. We got Grizz said that he's officially out.
KCP doubtful.
Well, here
or was it questionable? Questionable or doubtful? I thought it was doubtful.
I haven't even looked at the NBA injury report.
I don't know, but Jamal's out. But Jamal's out with that shin thing. It's a back-to-back thing. I mean, I get that.
Is it shin splints? What is going on with Jamal?
Well, that's what I thought it was.
Shin splints?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's different.
You ever had shin splints?
Nope.
Dude, it doesn't go away. Ever.
Oh, okay, and that's why
never, ever, ever goes away.
these guys only have a couple more back-to-backs. So, I mean, if you want to rest Jamal on the back end of back-to-backs, fine by me. I don't care. That sounds like a smart move to me.
I'm going to look at bilateral.
Well, quite frankly, they should probably just sit down KCP also. I mean, I know it's a finger deal. That's a little bit different. But, man, now's the time. If you need anybody to get some rest and recover, now's the time because you're going to be running out of time down the road.
Yeah, then you may struggle against the good old Portland Trailblazers tonight on the back-to-back. You may have a harder game than you suspected. And that could be the case. Could be the case.
They should still
Well,
win.
you don't want to get a bilateral tibial fracture.
Bilateral tibia inflammation. Is that what it is?
It's something. It's a shin splint or something.
Bilateral. Would that mean both shins?
Don't worry about
if
it.
it was just one. If it was just lateral,
No.
is that one shin?
It's one shin.
So what's the bi mean?
I don't know.
It's the tibia and the fibia.
Listen, it's amazing,
They're both inflamed?
dude. It's amazing how much math we did. Do not ask about biology.
Dude, our show is PhD. We are the doctors. We got to know this stuff.
That's it.
Yeah, you know, basically when you look at bilateral tibia inflammation, it says shin splints.
There you go.
Oh, shin splints.
I'm glad we got there.
You had shin splints, Scott?
Yeah, they're miserable.
Not fun. It's like turf toe. Like when you hear somebody has turf toe, you're like, oh, what do you mean? You can't play through a little
Hey.
inflammation in your toe?
Yeah, right.
It's crippling.
You ever have anal fissures?
Oh my God.
Jeez.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's that's a running injury.
I don't know. Those baseball players look like it now.
Yeah. Well, you could tell.
Running injury sounds like that would be more of a sitting problem.
Rhymes was sitting.
Wait, so is that hemorrhoids?
I thought it was.
Wait, there's a difference.
There is a
I
difference.
thought you were playing here.
Oh,
this
no.
is like a real injury that you had?
Dude,
Anal fissures?
I was in good shape. I was signed up for the Boston Marathon. About 3 weeks before the race, I couldn't go more than 2 miles. It was unreal.
Running caused it?
Yep.
It's a complete crap.
Sounds like you didn't wipe.
Dude,
no.
Stop. It was repetitive use injury and
Boy.
Well,
running.
Once again.
With
cow.
running.
Once again.
Wow.
You got
I
it
gotta
from
tap
running.
out of this.
Okay.
I'm gonna sit back.
Running.
You guys cancel yourselves.
Okay, Scott. It's a medical thing. Why it's not. That's it. It's running. Scott, you got some advice for everybody this weekend?
Got anal fissure advice?
Take care of your
There's
anal
gonna be
fissures.
There's going to be people in our lives that have certain ailments that are easy to make fun of.
Yeah. And it is your duty.
To do better.
Yeah.
What we need to do better as a society.
Yeah.
And it's a perfect opportunity for me.
Uh-huh.
Never let them down.
Don't judge. Don't judge.
Nate and Andy, you come.
Listen.
Yeah, what?
Just listen.
Okay.
Don't judge.
All right.
Yeah. So, hey, D-Mac.
Yeah.
Whatever floats your Walford, brother.
It was repetitive use and running.
You have anal fissures.
Nate and Andy are coming up next.
Hey, all right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are joining you live today from Ball Arena, high atop the Loud House, where tonight your Colorado Mammoth will take on the New York Riptide. Not the Peptides, the Riptide.
The Peptides are at Tyler's place.
Yes.
Revitalize Health.
Sure.
There's a location opening by me out there in Littleton.
I don't think they have a lacrosse team.
Are you, let me ask you real quick, are you psyched about their star player?
I'm psyched. Yes. Totally. The Peptides or the Riptide?
Have you not looked up who the star player is? You're not going to be able to deal with the name of the star player. That's all I'm going to say right now.
Let's have it. What
Jeff
is
Teat.
Teat?
Jeff Teat.
T-E-E-T?
Jeff Teat, deadly accurate.
Deadly accurate?
Deadly accurate.
I don't know, man. I heard Teat kind of sucks.
Well, if you pull on what's that old pull on the chain?
Yeah.
He's seriously maybe the most fun young player in the league.
Teat?
Jeff Teat. Fantastic.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Couldn't wait to tell you who was rolling into Ball Arena today.
Does he get a lot of assists? Will he feed the teammates?
Yes.
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 Okay.
You know what? Fun stat.
Yeah.
He's got 8 straight games of hat tricks.
8 consecutive hat tricks for Teat.
Now, see, that's cool. 12 assists, they ain't worried about. 8 straight hat tricks, that's a lot of chapeaus on the floor.
I defend my terrible
I know.
lacrosse
You and I know
question
it has to come up every time, though.
to this day.
No, listen. You are a stat guy. You find good information
I think
there.
12 assists is
so
impressive.
you said, that's a big fat number.
That's a lot of...
That's not the Heinteat number. That's the big number.
That's a lot of dimes.
And our guy Ryan Lee was like, eh.
Our guy Nikola Jokic had 15 of those dimes last night. That I was impressed with.
Should the NBA go to the second assist?
Uh,
No. The answer is no.
Well, they actually, in some statistical measures, Andy, they do. For example, like in the points created is one of the new metrics that is getting regularly used in the NBA these days. That gets into points that were created off of your buckets, off of your assists, off of hockey assists, and you're going to love this one, off of screen assists. Can't get enough of the screen assist, so it will surprise you not at all to find out Nikola Jokic is, as is the case with most metrics, the very best in the NBA. Nikola Jokic, points created leader this season in the league, and oftentimes those guys, you know what they win? MVP awards.
Looks like he's on his way.
He sure is. Last night, Nikola Jokic, whew, that's efficient. 21 points on 10 shots because he made all 10 of his shots last night. He pulled down 19 rebounds. He had himself 15 assists in the victory last night. Didn't miss a free throw. That was the only knock against Nikola last night. 1 of 2 at the stripe, and the Nuggets destroyed the Washington Wizards, who are barely a professional basketball team at this point.
Yeah, so I disappeared on everybody yesterday to go to a brisket class.
You did. You disappeared into the ether.
It was well worth it, I assure you.
Good.
Had we been in studio, I would have brought you some of the leftovers.
You didn't want to run that through the X-ray machine
I
here
didn't
at
know
Ball
how they
Arena?
respond to that. What's this dead cow in your bag, sir?
They're X-raying some livestock
I
carcass.
should have, right? I got dead cow for Jeff Teat night. You're right. You're darn right I do.
Jeff Teat.
But anyway, yeah. So that was fantastic. Proud Souls, check them out. Not a paid endorsement. Just go check them out. But you and I ought to go. I was thinking you and I ought to go. It was a buddy night there. You, me, and Spring could have sat there.
You didn't have any buddies.
I didn't. I was the old loser by himself. And of course, I got there a little late. And I've got to, excuse me, as I go to the middle of the row. But
I know. I was left to just host our radio show.
Hey, I heard what you were putting out. I was more so excited about the barbecue. Although I will say, I hope you guys kept some of the more nonverbal, actually they were verbal reactions from Kevin Garnett.
Yes.
When they were talking about the Nuggets not missing the first round, he gave you another round of, whoa.
You didn't like a good Comrade Kreckman rant about Nick Saban last night?
That one I missed.
No, it was
that I had made it to the place.
You would have enjoyed it.
And I was knee deep in fat. No, so I watched the Avs.
Let me tell you, good points made all over the place.
I'm sure the texters gave you a hearty high five.
Without a doubt.
I didn't. So I saw the second half of the game.
Of the Nuggets game?
Which meant I didn't see a lot of the starters. I was like, wow, this is really going the way everybody kind of hoped.
That game last night was absolutely ridiculous, which you can count on when you're going to be playing the Washington Wizards. When you're playing a team and it's February and they don't have double-digit wins, you can count on a lot of absurdity. The fun part about last night's game is that Jordan Poole was moved to the bench, okay? Jordan Poole is now coming off the bench for the Washington Wizards. They still played him 30 minutes.
Sure.
And that was
got to play somebody, Nate.
That was their mistake, was giving Jordan Poole 30 minutes last night to go for 18 points on 17 shots.
Look, you got to shoot your way out of a slump sometimes. Somebody told me that.
Sometimes you got to shoot yourself so deeply into the slump.
Or you got to just put the guy on the bench.
You can just Grand Canyon your way.
See, Steph Curry doing that to get out of the slump, we're all for.
Yeah. Jordan
Not
Poole.
Steph Curry? Although the guy does think he is Steph Curry. Remember, I think the final straw, wasn't the final straw with him where he actually took the end-of-game shot instead of getting it over to Steph Curry?
Right, just fired
And the
it.
Warriors like, all right, your self-awareness is poor. We're going to go ahead and move you.
Remember when they gave him a huge contract extension like 2 weeks after Draymond punched him in the face?
Yeah, that was odd.
That was an odd one.
I think it did embolden him to take 18 shots, only to score 17 points.
Last night,
What's
though,
that number, though? What's that yearly number for him?
It's north of 30. Yeah, he's doing great. Jordan Poole's doing excellent for himself. Did you see the play where he inbounded the ball directly to Jamal Murray? Like not even he jumped in the passing lane. Jordan Poole was inbounding from underneath his own basket, and Jamal Murray was standing like 4 feet away from him, and Jordan Poole was just kind of like, here, you have this.
Sometimes you fool a guy. He didn't see it coming.
Here,
Unfortunately for Jordan, he did see it coming.
You take this.
So he took the ball, and he went the other direction.
Also, last night, notable because we got some Jay Huff minutes last night. I was very excited to get some Jay Huff minutes in my life last night. It's always good whenever we get one of those nights. Jay Huff, who looks like a taller version of Levon Helm from The Last Waltz. I know that's a deep pull, but still. Jay Huff got himself 4 minutes last night. He got a bucket. It was good to see.
Good for Jay Huff.
Way to go, Jay Huff.
Who, the last Jay there's a lot of Jays that I guess I should remember. But when you said Jay Huff, I mixed Aubrey Huff with Jay Buhner and thought of Seattle Slugger Jay Buhner with his little half goatee on the bottom. Remember Jay Buhner?
They traded Jay Buhner. The Yankees traded Jay Buhner for Ken Phelps.
Did they?
Yeah, the Yankees. Steinbrenner's baseball people loved Ken Phelps' bat. Loved Ken Phelps' bat.
How'd that work out? Like Jordan Poole?
The hell did you trade Jay Buhner for? Jay Buhner had a nice career, by the way.
He did. Bald as a newborn baby.
Very much so.
He could really hit the ball.
Jay Huff's got a lot more hair than Jay Buhner.
He was fun, right? Wasn't he part of the Griffey Rodriguez Jay Buhner Mariners?
Jay Buhner was a nice big league
was
player.
The big unit on that one?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe he might have crossed into that as well. Yeah, there was man. God, you want to go down a rabbit hole.
It's Friday. Why not? Jeff Teets in the house. Let's talk Seattle Mariners. There's some connection. I'm positive of it.
Between Teat and the Mariners. The 0-1 Mariners were the club 116 games. They won 116. They were 116-46, and they did not win the World Series. That's
they get
tough.
out of the first round? So they were the Dodgers of their time.
They lost in the ALCS. They lost in 5 to the Yankees. It was it was sort of along the lines. Remember the let's see, we got the 16-0 Patriots, didn't win a Super Bowl. 73-win Warriors, did not win an NBA championship. We had that Lightning team from a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they got swept. Wasn't it Columbus Spring?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got swept by the BJs. Yeah, just knocked them directly out in 4 games. That was a President's Trophy winning Lightning team.
It was.
That year in a 1-8 upset right there. But yeah, 0-1 Mariners.
You're not going to mention the Dodgers? Seriously, where did the Dodgers how many games did the Dodgers win last year? Like 140?
Yeah.
They went like 140 and 22. It was incredible. And then they got knocked out.
150 and 12.
It's a lot of winning.
That's quite a bit of winning. and yet the Dodgers kind of did what they do in the postseason, don't they? Uh-huh. Yeah, they continue to be better at it than everybody else until the playoffs begin, and then they turn into absolute pumpkins. But yeah, 116, 0-1 Mariners. Yeah, do you want to remember some guys on the 0-1 Mariners?
Well, we named a few.
I can. John Olerud over at first base.
Now, hold on. Was Cirillo on that team?
Ooh, he was not.
Okay.
No.
That's too bad.
Brett Boone at second.
The Booner!
Yeah, Brett Boone hit 37 home runs that year. Don't ask any questions.
Now, hold on. Now, so Aaron was the one that played on the Yankees, though, right? Brother Aaron?
Yes.
Aaron Boone?
Yes.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Managed the Yankees as well. Ichiro that season, by the way.
Ichiro.
838 on the OPS. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Ichiro is eligible for the Hall of Fame next year.
I think you're right.
I believe he is. Who's going to be the jackass that doesn't give a unanimous vote to Ichiro?
10 of them.
You think it's going to be 10?
You know.
I'll be stunned if it's that many.
You know.
One dude won't.
I bet you can we call it multiple? How many is multiple?
He's
up to 5.
Honestly, Andy, he might be the biggest no-brainer Hall of Famer of our lifetime. He might be. Like, what could you possibly dispute with Ichiro? The man had 3,000 hits in the major leagues after having spent a good chunk of his prime playing in another country.
I don't disagree with you. He's a lot of fun, but there's always that guy. I felt like you were selling me a mortgage there for a minute, too.
Mm-hmm.
It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of – who was that guy?
You got to get on these rates now.
I think they're gone. I don't think he's on anymore.
You got to get to him,
but
right?
he told you.
Yeah. We'll talk to Dan Hyatt about this coming up at 3:45.
Ichiro and the Mariners?
Biggest no-brainer.
Give me
for
the whole
Baseball
batting
Hall of Fame.
order seriously. So we had Ichiro with Griffey, with Buhner.
Griffey was not on that club. He was
it just became less fun.
Cincinnati Red by then. Edgar Martinez was on that club.
Now hold on, was A-Rod out of there by that time?
Alex Rodriguez was a Texas Ranger by
Are
that
you
point.
old enough to remember that Alex Rodriguez stopped here in town and did allow the Rockies to wine and dine him?
Did he really?
Yeah, went to Ruth Chris.
That's a good
had
move.
a steak.
That's a good meal. Jamie Moyer, 38-year-old Jamie Moyer, 20-6 with a 3.43 that season for the mighty 2001 Seattle Mariners.
If Moyer knew he was going to eventually be a Rocky, would he have retired after that season?
This is it. This is as good as it gets. You know what's crazy? What was Moyer? He was a Rocky 11 years after that?
Yeah, he was like his mid-40s. Guy was on his
late
way
40s.
to 50.
He was in his late 40s, and then Mike, don't call me Giancarlo Stanton, ended his career with one swing. The hardest hit ball that we'll ever see in our lifetime. He broke the scoreboard.
Yeah, hey, no one forgets. There's some where you win Rocky moments, but they're like that one right there that doesn't go the Rockies' way.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that thing was out of the park in 0.3 seconds.
How many times have the Rockies been piazza'd? I can't even count the way, both for the Mets and the Dodgers. By the way, the Junior Mammoth are practicing, and looking at this practice, if you'd like to get your kids some playing time, they appear to not have goalies.
Is Teat scouting this practice?
I don't know that he's here yet.
Okay.
He's probably walking downtown, taking in the fine weather.
When Teat rolls into Ball Arena, do the cameras, do they do that like the fashion walk on him as he walks in like he's James Harden?
Whose cameras? Because the answer is yes.
Okay, cool.
All the socials do show the fit.
Have you ever seen when those happen, by the way, in real life?
Oh, yeah. I've been one where I got off the Bronco bus a few years ago, and the guy ran up and was like, and literally cussed at me. I was like, hey.
You think you were going to be Peyton Manning?
Hey, stupid. You think they're all here this early, dummy? This your first day there, Howie?
He was all ready to film Von Miller walking in.
You think that Von Miller and Peyton Manning are on the first bus of the day, you moron? Ain't my fault.
A couple of years ago, I was in the tunnel, and Chris Paul was doing one of those. And the camera guys, like, they're serious, man, because that's technique. They're moving backwards, they're low, and they're shooting upwards.
They got a steady guy
for the
behind
dramatic shot. Yeah, and I almost bumped into the camera guy. They were not pleased with me.
Don't you ruin my walk-in shot. Yeah, there's only 9 other guys you could get, but yeah, you're right.
But sure, why don't you film 78-year-old Chris Paul? It's Gregman and Lindahl. It is a Ska Friday. It's also Teat Night. We got a lot going on. We'll chat Nuggets with our buddy Dan Hyatt coming up at 3:45. Jeff Legwald at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Andy, the Broncos, they found some money in the couch cushions.
Yeah.
Woo!
Boy, the NFL did a bunch of teams a favor.
Let's get into some of that. We got the high five today. We got a lot going on. We're live at Ball Arena tonight. The Mammoth and the Riptide, not the Peptides, on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, Scott Friday, everybody, with Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. With you till 6 today. We're live at Ball Arena. Andy Lindahl will be on the call tonight. Mammoth and Riptide right here on Altitude Television. That is where you will catch that one this evening.
And ESPN Plus.
I believe are you guys on the Deuce tonight with the Nuggets in action?
We are.
In
Good
Portland?
call.
Deuce
Yeah.
in it tonight? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where they will be, but that's where you can catch the Mammoth this evening, and Andy will be on the call. And 7 o'clock start?
7 o'clock, we face off right there at that circle.
Okay, gonna be
There,
good.
Nate.
You
Right in the middle of the M.
You don't want
Underneath the
to
tusk.
miss it. It's right there near the tusk. Yes. As we are high atop Ball Arena here today, Andy. NFL salary cap. Interesting things happening with the NFL salary cap. So most of the salary cap projections that the NFL has been going off of over the cap, Spotrac, the various different sites that sort of track this, assumed that the NFL would see about a roughly 8% growth year over year in the salary cap because that's generally what they do. Here's the thing. The league announced today, and apparently this news was a surprise even to those working inside NFL organizations, that the salary cap will be at $255.4 million for the upcoming season. That's a $31 million increase from last year, a 14% jump year over year. According to the league, they said the unprecedented $30 million increase per club in this year's salary cap, the result of the full repayment of all amounts advanced by the clubs and deferred by the players during the COVID pandemic, as well as an extraordinary increase in media revenue for the 2024 season. Always nice to get that explosion in media revenue.
Yeah. How do you think Adam Silver felt reading that?
Thank you, Amazon. So, yes, this has immediate and practical implications for the Denver Broncos. We had roughly been projecting this team to be about anywhere from 24 to 27 million estimated over the cap. As it stands right now, the Broncos, as of today, according to the website overthecap.com, are 10.7 million over the salary cap. Boy, that changes an awful lot of things for this team. And we sort of ran the numbers, honestly, what feels like a couple of months ago now, after the Broncos were eliminated from the upcoming season, and looking at the amount of players the Broncos would have to either restructure, trade, or outright release in order to get compliant with the league's salary cap. Suddenly, Andy, that list is not nearly so long for this team. The Broncos really can be much more judicious in their decision-making, deciding on what they want to do.
They can, and yet I don't know. So I texted you guys earlier because I want to explain this part. Because when I saw the $30 million, I was like, all right, that puts them back to even.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is where you think about eating the whole Russ bundle at once.
The $85 million.
But you had said, because everybody had already they had already projected about an $8 to $9 million jump in the cap, and so that's why they're still $11 million over instead of being even.
Sure.
The earlier numbers we were going off of was with what was, a much smaller jump in the cap projected. So I don't think you can do the Russ thing all at once, even with that extra money in there. Even though that'd be rather the way I'd want to go, but you got to have money for players. But when it comes to a Garrett Bowles, when it comes to a Courtland Sutton, when it comes to a Jerry Jeudy, when it comes to a who else have we talked about? Maybe you keep DJ Jones around because I don't think you really have a replacement for him, and I think he's just got 1 year left on his deal.
Yep.
But Justin Simmons, now again, Simmons probably stays here. I'm not trying to root Simmons out of town necessarily. I just like to see the guy get to go play for a contender, and I don't think you're going to be that next year. But I still think you need to get younger, Nate. I still think you need to, I still think you do some of what we talked about. I think you try to, maybe it's shop at Courtland, shop at Jerry Jeudy, see what you can get for those guys. This doesn't.
I think shopping Jerry Judy's the no-brainer.
Well, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I would tell you, though, Nate, they still need to acquire picks however they can, right? Just because you maybe don't have to part with as many people as you thought, I still think you look at it. You're still you're in the bottom third of age in the league, and that's not where you want to be for the success rate.
I mean, here's the thing, Andy, is the candidates that I brought up and these are the names that I've been banging now for months. Garrett Bowles, Justin Simmons, Tim Patrick, DJ Jones, Cortland Sutton. Okay? Those are the veteran deals screaming in your face of, boy, you would get some big-time cap savings out of being rid of these guys. It's also, in Garrett Bowles, a 32-year-old tackle with multiple leg injuries in recent years. In Justin Simmons, a 31-year-old safety, missed 7 games the last 2 years. And Tim Patrick, a 31-year-old wide receiver who hasn't played a snap since 2021. In DJ Jones, 29 and he's good. In Cortland Sutton, a guy that's still, even despite a good year and 10 touchdowns, he was barely top 50 in almost any other statistical category for a wide receiver in the NFL, and that guy's your number 1 as we sit here right now. What we're talking about here is a bunch of dudes that, even with this new information, Andy, by the time the Broncos are ready to be good, and we believe once again there will be a day where the Denver Broncos will win and go to the playoffs and contend. We would like to believe that is humanly possible again in our sad and bleak existences on this planet. But you want to still probably be done with these guys and get the overhaul going.
Well, and get the money back for next year, because again, at this rate, you're still going to have a $50 million cap hit for Russ. Now, who knows? Maybe next year this jumps up again if Amazon goes shelling out all this money again, to get a couple of these games that they want, like that Friday night in Costa Rica or wherever they're going to play. Where are they playing? They added the third.
It's Latvia. It's
Brazil.
Yeah, they did add the third international game. It's not Costa Rica, but is it Spain?
The Ivory Coast, okay. Andy. It's the Horn of
Brazil.
Africa
Thank
is
you.
finally
All right.
getting an NFL game.
Yes. All right. Amazon's going to pay a lot of money for that. It'll be the Friday after the Thursday night opener. If it's $150 million or whatever it is, that maybe adds a few more dollars in there. But at the end of the day, like you said, look, we've laid out what needs to happen. You just got to go about doing it. The Cortland Sutton thing, I almost want to pause you right there. Let's talk about Cortland Sutton for a second. He's a Russ guy, right?
I don't think so.
I think he's a Russ guy, and I don't know if Sean's going to want a Russ guy around.
I don't think
they didn't play.
I don't think Russ guys exist.
Well, then I just think you're fooling yourself. I think he was a Russ guy.
Uh-huh.
I think there's a reason why he didn't play the second half of that Raider game, and we never got a reason as to why.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
you can convince yourself of that. I know people from inside the locker room that would tell you differently.
I would dispute that.
Okay.
And my dispute
based on what?
My dispute would be that a dude is not going to derail his own NFL career because he likes playing with the NFL's 41st best quarterback.
I'm not telling you he's going to do it. I think if Sean Payton perceived anybody liking Russ more than him, he's going to get him out the door.
Mm-hmm. I mean, probably as a dude to hang out with. Wouldn't most guys rather hang out with Russ than Sean Payton?
I don't look. I'm
What's the
not sure
question?
I'm not sure there's a winner in that. when you're talking about dudes being dudes, as Adazio used to love to say, I don't think either guy's getting a vote.
I mean, Russ has all those bathrooms though. When you stop by his house,
but is there valet parking? Have you ever been to a good rich guy house where the parking can be rather? There's a healthy walk to the front door.
I've never had my car valeted at a private residence.
You haven't?
No.
Oh, you're not living then. You know what that means? You know what that means when you have that happen? You're getting some pretty good sized shrimp. There will be an appetizer. There will be people walking around.
Have you had the Ranger valeted at a home?
Now I kind of need to, don't
Toss it over
Don't
to
I
him?
need to yeah.
I don't want to see a scratch on that
Put
thing.
that in a good spot. I should do that. I don't know the rich guy well. I'll just tell you this. I'm lucky enough to have one of my mentors owns an oil company.
Okay.
So, yes, I've been to the party that's been
You've been to
described.
T. Boone Pickens' home before?
Yes.
Okay.
He's let me in. This same person.
Or at the Exxon Mobil compound?
This same person actually had a big a big condo on what's the street the Macy's Day Parade is on? It literally was like a block
Fifth
down
Avenue
from the Macy's.
Okay.
You could see, isn't it Central Park that's across the street?
Did you see Woody Woodpecker from
the
apartment?
I went to the apartment during the Super Bowl 48, and there was no Woody Woodpecker balloons just being
what a
run
rip-off.
around the city. I mean, I'd like to one day. That was when I sat down and he goes, this media thing.
How have you never dropped that you're pals with an oil baron before?
Never came up. Until now that I wanted to know. Russ is a rich guy that I imagine valet parks, and when have we talked about
Have
rich
you
guy
been on a
parties?
Bond yacht and we don't know about this?
No. Come on. This right here, this upper body ain't going to be allowed on a Bond
Have you
yacht.
ever gone on safari and hunted elephant?
with the little helmet thing? No, I haven't.
No? Okay.
Nor an island.
Have you ever flown to dinner on a private helicopter?
No.
Okay.
I have attended a wedding in a vineyard.
A wedding in a vineyard.
Good
for you, bud.
Paso Robles.
It was the oil baron's wedding?
They own a vineyard.
So you have an oil baron. He owns a vineyard.
I don't know that he'd want to be called the Baron.
You said he owns an oil company.
Yeah, he does.
If you own an oil company, you're a baron.
Okay.
You have entered into that sphere.
What, we're in Clue? So certain professions make you a Clue character? That's what you're telling me?
You're friends with an oligarch is what you're telling me right now.
Come again? I don't watch the show Ozarks. What are you talking about?
This guy got Putin on speed dial? What's going on right now? No?
Met him at the Denver Athletic Club.
Okay.
He was real big into
he took a shining to you?
Not cricket. What's the other thing squash.
Okay.
I almost called it cabbage.
Okay.
I knew it was a vegetable.
So you played squash with an oil baron?
No, I watched his kids while they played squash.
Ah, okay.
Have you ever played? They get like hella serious about it. Same with badminton. We had like Olympian badmintons at the Denver Athletic Club. Badminton players, they were very serious.
I had a good friend that played very competitive squash. He wasn't a baron.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I topped out at racquetball. I didn't get any more intense than any of that.
You ever done the handball? That'd be a way to bond with Jake Plummer.
With Jake Plummer, yeah. I like the other handball, the one that's like like soccer with the hands. I
bet you do.
That's. Who doesn't? I mean, let's be honest. It's there. But no,
I know we had that too.
The one
with
from
the big
Olympics
goals. With the big goals.
That game is.
It's like water polo on your feet.
If Nikola Jokic played that sport,
doesn't he dabble in that? I thought
water
that's where
polo.
he got some of this from.
Water polo and handball.
I promise you, he plays a little handball.
Nikola Jokic. If that sport paid what the NBA does,
right?
Nikola Jokic would be the world's greatest.
I've told you. Adam Foote once told me in the locker room. We were all just BSing, and he told
chatting
me,
about oil barons,
chatting about the oil baron that I know. He said he would have played this version of lacrosse had it paid the same money. He loved this, and I could see it. All they do is just beat the snot out of each other. That seems like a good time to Adam Foote.
I would say so.
Adam Foote, who had never a problem putting your face into the board to send a message, if you were Brendan Shanahan in particular, he would handle this well.
Should your oil baron friend purchase an NFL team?
No, I don't think that's quite in the cards.
Oh, okay. Okay. So there's a limit. There's a baron ceiling.
Probably.
Okay. All right.
What are the levels of baron now? You know what I mean?
I just know as soon as if you own if you own the oil field.
Sure.
Okay. If you've got the drills, you're the baron.
Okay.
Yes, you
That's
are
fair
that
enough.
guy. I can't believe this has never come up before. This has never come up off air before. I'm learning it on air, and I'm stunned.
When did you want me to drop it?
You tell me the most innocuous, useless things all the time. This is actually interesting, and you were just holding this in your back pocket.
Of all the crap you've made me sit through.
I've heard anecdotes that
I didn't
not
ask
only did
for.
they don't end, they never needed
Yes.
to start.
Here's a little tip for you when you're telling these stories. have a point. It makes it so much more interesting for the listener.
I have an oil baron friend. I opened with that. Are you kidding me?
He's the guy that when we were in New York, I was sitting in his posh apartment.
Yes.
Just having a snack.
What were the snacks?
I don't remember.
Caviar?
No, I think
dodo eggs.
Yeah, he and his wife took me out to dinner.
Ostrich
so I don't
burger?
think we ate too much there yet. But yeah, they. He told me point blank. He goes, this media thing. Thought you were stupid for it. And I was like, oh, you were the one guy that believed in me. That feels good. He goes, I never thought it'd work out for you, kid.
And yet here we
Yeah,
are.
here we are.
We are America's 20th favorite afternoon sports duo.
But only in the major markets.
We are.
The middle markets ain't ready for this.
Maybe that knocks us
They
down a
don't
little
even
bit,
know
actually.
what Ska Friday is.
It is Craigman and Lindahl. Our buddy Dan Hyatt, NBA statistician extraordinaire. He has got 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 Nugget stat you do not need to know, and we do that next.
Back the other way is Ty Jones. Reverse side layup won't go. Rebound Christian Brown. Outlet pass Watson by himself. Dog! Hard! 2 hands! Right on the melon of Kyle Kuzma. Denver leads it by 27. A foul as well on Kuzma. Sheesh.
The poor Kuzma melon. Nuggets blast the Wizards last night. Nikola Jokic, 4th career triple-double, where he did not miss a single field goal attempt. He was a perfect 10 of 10 from the field last night, 19 rebounds and 15 assists. Just an unbelievable performance. By the way, as our buddy Dan Hyatt, who we'll talk to here in just a moment, points out, last night the first game in NBA history with a triple-double of 20-15-15 and a perfect field goal percentage with at least 10 field goal attempts. So that's not even a first since Wilt. That's a first since ever. Joining us right now to talk about these Denver Nuggets ahead of tonight's matchup on the road in Portland, it is our pal, NBA statistician extraordinaire, definitely not a Baron. It is Dan Hyatt. Hi, Dan.
You guys, the last 20 minutes for me have been, you talk about rabbit holes. I fell into one. I cannot get out of it. You understand the Baron story was great and everything. The Baron is like the lowest level of peerage that there is, Andy. It's like Duke, then Marquess, then Earl, and then like a Viscount, and then a Baron. Like
a Viscount?
I'm not that impressed.
Listen, Dan. The 3 of us would only get to play Joker. So before we go knocking the Baron ranking.
All right, that's fair.
And I didn't label him a Baron, by the way. That's our friend Nate.
But is he trying to work his way up to Viscount?
Yeah, could be.
He's got work to do. You know, the other portion of my rabbit hole here was looking into Jeff Teat and seeing if there were any actual connections with the Mariners. There aren't, as far as I can tell. You know, as I'm doing this, also I'm trying to do Nugget statistics to get ready for tonight's game. But more importantly,
trying to do actual work.
No, this is way better. There's only one major league player ever from where Teat's from, which is Brampton, Ontario. And that's Zach Pop. He's a pitcher. He pitches now for the Blue Jays. There's only one NBA player who's ever been from Brampton, Ontario, and that's former point guard Tyler Ennis. But let me tell you something. When you Google Pop, Teat, and Ennis, you get all sorts of malware notifications on your computer.
I'm going to need you to send me those so I can use them for the game tonight. We may have to include you into something else. I will tell you, though, it's amazing that if you watch the indoor game, Dan, you'd probably figure it out in about 2 seconds because the similarities between basketball and the indoor lacrosse game are it's basically the same, only you're allowed to cross-check somebody in the kidney until they bleed.
And then the difference is in the NBA, down in the paint, you can cross-check Jokic all you want and scrape up and rip up his skin, but you will not get called, and that's
no
okay.
calls.
Right.
Yeah, it's a Velociraptor talon, I'm convinced, that made the long scar that's on the arm.
All right. Dan Hyatt, let's dive into this.
You've had enough of his rabbit hole?
Of Viscounts?
Yeah.
Someone's got to pull me out.
Yeah. Listen, Colonel Mustard, don't you go getting after anybody now.
That's Viscount Mustard. 130 to 110 last night over the Washington Wizards. Nikola Jokic, just a comical stat line that he put up last night in the victory. All right, let's dive into it a little bit, Dan. Give us a Nugget statistic. First game after the break. Now they're getting set for Portland tonight. Give us a Nugget statistic we need to know.
Well, again, just trying not to geek all over everything here. The Jokic game last night was great because you've got, again, first ever, right, with the 20-15-15 and perfect field goal percentage. He does this frequently. Christian Brown at the end of the game said, this is not normal, but we're kind of getting used to this. The stats all at the end of the game were what were great. And again, even just a triple-double with a perfect shooting percentage, Nicola's got 3 where there's at least 10 shots. Wilt's got 2, and no one else in history has any. But the thing that was so interesting about last night's game was Jokic on the court, 132 offensive rating. That's very good. That's well above league average. Off the court, 97. Very bad. And if you watch that end of the game, that was probably the negative takeaway was that the Wizards hit 3 straight threes at some point with about 8 to go. And it was a 17-point game. It wasn't really within reach, but Malone got upset. He put Jokic in, and then in 4 minutes, Jokic had 4 points, 2 assists, and a rebound, and then left, and they were back up by 24. So it's again, tonight's going to be one of those things where Jokic is your security blanket, but without Murray in the game, because he's going to sit with the second game of a back-to-back and a knee injury, Jokic's differential on the court, which is now almost approaching 20. When you look at the net rating, is almost double that of any other player that we've seen in the tracking era, which goes back to 2015.
Nikola Jokic +7 in 353 of the fourth quarter last night, exactly to your point.
Yep.
He came in, he made the game completely out of reach, and he got the hell back out of there. The brilliance of Nikola Jokic. By the way, the on-off net rating from last night is absolutely absurd. All right, Dan, what's next?
Well, I was going to dive into a little bit about the team itself. 37-19, they're only one game behind last year's pace, which was the best pace they'd ever had. So, again, it feels a little bit different this year because at this time last year, they were 5 games up on Memphis after the break in first place. And this year, they're fourth, 2.5. And you've got the Thunder and you've got the Wolves and the Clippers ahead of them. But the stat that is important to know, again, tonight is that you're allowed to rest Murray because even though Reggie Jackson did not have a great game last night, they are 8-7 without Jamal this year. And when Reggie plays in Jamal's place, he's averaging 17 points per game and almost 6 assists per game. Murray averages 20 and 6. So you had Malone before the break or during the break kind of say, hey, we're going to go with our rotation, a playoff rotation. Last night was different because they were blowing out the Wizards, so you did see Strother and Holiday and a whole lot of Jay Huff. But Reggie Jackson, to be able to step in and do what Murray does or at least be able to fill that gap when he's out, is a really important stat to know. He's going to get another chance tonight, and I think he'll show you kind of what he can do and how Malone trusts that point guard depth.
Biggest thing we need to solve is the Reggie and Jamal combination when they actually play together. But, sort of to that point, and Dan, this is a point I've been hammering home, is that there's a very real possibility, KCP's got the hamstring. Jamal just, again, he's got a number of maladies that he's sort of dealing with. Last year, this team I don't think they had a single game missed because of injury in the entire postseason. Like, chances are, and the Nuggets have designs on going to a Western Conference Finals, going to an NBA Finals. That may not be the case. There is the possibility of a world where you might have to play a playoff game without Jamal Murray, and if that is the case, those are reassuring numbers right there on Reggie Jackson. Okay, our buddy Dan Hyatt, NBA statistician extraordinaire. This is where it gets good. Tell me in addition to the Duke and Viscount and Barron power rankings, tell me the Nugget stat I don't need to know.
Well, again, as I was preparing for this, I did not realize Murray wasn't going to play. So I was going to tell you that the most points that any player has ever scored on their 27th birthday, which is what it is today for Murray, was Dominique Wilkins, who scored 53 back in 1987. But Murray's not playing. So I went back and looked at the most points ever scored on a February 23rd of any year. And it just happens to be our good friend Tiny Archibald, and it happened to be in 1972, the Cincinnati Royals, but it was against the Portland Trail Blazers. And the only reason I find that remotely interesting is because Jokic, again, without Murray, his numbers are really through the roof. You talk about Doncic averaging 34, Embiid was up over 30 before he got hurt. Jokic has a chance to put up a huge amount of points tonight without Murray in there. He's had a 41-point game on a Murray birthday before. But a stat you really don't need to know, and we'll forget the second we're done talking here, is 55 is the record for most points ever scored on a February 23rd, Jamal Murray's birthday.
Tiny Archibald.
All right, so here's what I need you to find out, and I need those athletes, Dan, somehow. I need to acquire them from you. But now I'm curious, has anyone ever, because Jamal turns 27, same as his jersey number. Has anyone ever scored, like, for the hat trick? Turns 27. If he would have scored 27 and he wears 27, now you got something.
That's something right there.
There we go. That'll eat up the next 20, 30 minutes of my life, and I'll get back to you guys.
That is what we need to know. By the way, what was that number on Dominique? 53 on his 27th birthday?
50. He scored 53, Dominique.
Okay. 53. Yep. So Neek 53 on his 27th birthday. That's the most a player has ever scored on their 27th birthday. But Nate Tiny Archibald holds the all-time February 23rd record with 55 points. Scored against the Portland Trail Blazers. So there you go. Nikola can go and beat that tonight, even though I don't think he's going to play in the fourth quarter. Dan Hyatt, beautifully done as always, my friend. The Viscount Dan Hyatt. Thanks, buddy.
Ichiro, first ballot Hall of Famer, and boys, the rest of your weekend, good luck.
There we go. That's Dan Hyatt for you, right there. Mm-hmm.
Thanks for having me on,
Dominique,
guys, and good luck.
His 27th birthday goes for 53.
You didn't expect the Fouts jumping in there at the end?
I didn't.
I like when your own show catches you off guard so often.
It happens a couple times an hour. Cool,
Carl.
Honestly. Okay. We'll take a break, and when we come back, Andy, major league clubs, they're always trying to get more dongs in the lineup, but this is ridiculous. We got to talk about this next. Nate Craigman and Andy Lindahl, Nuggets Blazers tonight. You'll have it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avalanche fall last night in Detroit. Got a point on the road, but they only scored a goal in falling 2-1 in overtime to Dylan Larkin and the Wings.
Real quick.
Yeah.
And Spring, you want to jump in, do so too. Spring hosted Between the Pipes. Go out and see them. They're going to be at Rhinehouse coming up tomorrow night. Huh? How about that?
Live Between the Pipes.
Live Between the Pipes.
And you're
at
not even
Rhinehouse.
standing between two Major League Baseball players.
You're not.
No.
Hey, we'll get to that.
Mm-hmm.
With the way Noonan's played, I'm less worried about backup goaltender. The Avs need to do
He was
some
good
stuff.
last night.
Yeah. Well, he's looked at, I think, his last 2 starts. They need to do some stuff at the deadline, but I'm becoming more comfortable with let's just ride with the Noonan, and you got to get the scoring going, man. Got to get the scoring going somehow.
Yeah, they need to score more goals. There's just
not good, Clark.
It's the absence of Val Nichushkin has just had massive domino effects on this team. There is no doubt about that, and the inability of anybody to improve that second line from the center position with any kind of consistency. It's a problem.
And it's Onanen. I'm sorry, it's Onanen. Before anybody texts in.
No, I liked.
You and I were used to Eustace and Noonan.
I liked you giving it the Caddyshack read.
Yes,
that was
yeah,
good.
Eustace Onanen.
Noonan. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Look, man, he played well enough to win. He stopped a flurry of shots from the Red Wings late in the period. And then the defensive breakdowns sometimes just drive me crazy. I mean, where one guy, look, that's overtime hockey in some ways, but man.
All right, Andy.
Yes, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's talk about your.
Let's talk about
what's
this.
with your league there, Kreckman?
My league.
What era of baseball are we going to call this?
Yeah, this is good question right there. Yeah,
you got the steroid era.
Yeah, well, you got
the dead ball era.
So does that make this the live balls era?
Listen,
it very well could be. Mm-hmm.
You're gonna know everyone's religion by the time this season's over.
So Major League Baseball has turned to the partnership between Nike and Fanatics to produce new Major League uniforms this year, and the clubs and have had this run out for them by this company or this partnership, whatever you want to call it, the Nike Vapor Premier uniforms. Okay, Nike Vapor Premier, which
Vapor being the key word here.
When we first got a look at these, and I remember seeing stuff about this a few weeks ago. And I'm not the biggest uniform nerd by any stretch, but even I was like, those look terrible. And the biggest reason being was, especially on the back of the jersey, the nameplates and the numbers were so small. Well, it turns out part of the reason is because the fabric is so light that the embroidered on, the patches, have to be smaller. Otherwise, like, the weight ratio is off.
Sagging it down.
On the uniform.
Yeah.
Which maybe should have been their first indication. Don't make a baseball uniform out of newspaper. But they pushed ahead. And the other issue here with the Nike Vapor Premier uniforms is the pants.
The pants are the big problem.
And when you have
you
this
won't be looking at the name.
Lighter, moisture wicking fabric, it also turns out to be a bit translucent.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny memes going around. For anybody that, back in the day when Inside Edition wanted to show you the Rob Lowe tape,
yeah,
they utilized black squares to cover up all the bits and pieces. We're all going to have
it's
baseball.
Like Ned Flanders
Apple,
in the shower.
Yeah, Apple TV better get the squares or the digitized products ready because these pants are so breathable, they are not leaving anything to the imagination.
So the least of their concerns right now are that when the uniforms are tucked in, you can very easily see the pockets on the inside of the pants, and you see, because the jerseys are longer, because they're meant to be tucked in, you can see a perfect outline of the bottom of the baseball jersey inside the pant, including like the tag that's on the bottom of the jersey and the tail, which essentially makes it so Major League Baseball players look like they're wearing diapers.
Yes.
That's maybe
That's the least of the problems.
That's the least of the issue. The other thing that has popped up on numerous occasions, most notably recently, with a picture of young Giants infielder Casey Schmidt that was tweeted out by a Giants reporter, is, Andy, a full appearance of, I wish I had a better term to use, we're just going to call it his moose knuckle. And it was right there for the entire internet to look at.
Yeah.
Some people call him the moose.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, no. Yeah, this is this is an issue.
Full brain, Andy.
Yeah, I think everybody was thankful that they made the attempt to make a more breathable. It just keeps reminding me of the
Costanza.
Seinfeld episode. of
Cotton is
Costanza
king
with his cotton uniforms. I'm sure in the summer they wouldn't mind the concept of the material. But they're going to end up putting on more layers to make sure everything. They're going to have to issue that you wear jock straps. That's going to become, again, standard fare in these pants.
So the players have been to this point, Andy. They've had to wear these uniforms like for team pictures and everything, because you take 1 billion pictures in spring training, right? You got to take all the program and the promotional and the baseball cards and everything else. You got to take 1,000 pictures of these guys, and so they're all walking around wearing the diapers right now, and they're taking these pictures and showing God knows what else in these photos, and then these players, like to a man, have been saying, like, yeah, I immediately go and I put on last year's pants to go work out, to go and practice. Some players have even said, have admitted to, yeah, I had to go find a Dick's Sporting Goods and like buy some baseball pants. Like, these are major league players. This stuff gets issued to them. They're given equipment, okay? And they're like, I got to go get some different pants. This isn't going to work out for me. This is what's happening right now in Major League Baseball. The Players Association is beside themselves right now in complaining about this entire thing. Meanwhile, Commissioner Rob Manfred, who is completely unable to ever dislodge his head from his own anus, Rob Manfred said the uniforms are designed to be performance wear as opposed to what's been traditionally worn, so they're going to be different, and also adding that anytime there is something new, people are just going to find something to complain about.
No, Rob. Okay? Yes, you're right. New uniforms are a talk show topic dream, right? Because people have an opinion about it. So to that point, you're not wrong. You are never going to put out a uniform that everybody loves.
Sure.
But, sir,
that's not the issue.
This is not what we're complaining about. You would not allow – you're not allowed to put these on TV per FCC regulations the way this is going right now. You thought the Janet Jackson issue at the Super Bowl was a problem?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
And what are they going to do when there's a rain game? They haven't even got them wet yet. Sooner or later, someone's going to play in the rain. We are going to have it. It's going to be Flashdance on the diamond.
You thought it was too much to see Usher's nipples at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be 18 nipples out there for everyone to see. Everyone's going to want to play catcher. They're all going to be fighting to have a chest protector on.
Have you seen Date Night? The movie Date Night?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're all going to be like Steve Carell, just begging them to put shirts and clothes on.
Uh-huh. Yep, this is what Major League Baseball is dealing with right now.
And for Manfred to not even seem to know that it's an anatomy problem, Commissioner.
Well, the other issue here
this
too,
is not
Andy,
about whether you like the cut or not.
Is or whether the names look stupid. The other issue that baseball has on this one is that at least the Major League Baseball players are human beings that are in their athletic prime.
Sure.
These pants are also going to be given to the managers and the pitching coaches, the base coaches.
Yes.
And some of these individuals, and, I'm not one here to judge. I'm a 43-year-old guy, but sometimes you reach a stage of age and, you let your physical fitness go a little bit. All right. And
they tend to be older. How old is Dusty Baker? Isn't he in his 70s?
I believe so,
The
yes.
human body changes at that point.
I'm sure Bud Black is not.
Yeah.
And Bud's even kept it right and tight. He's a silver fox, but still, I would imagine Bud Black does not want everybody. Now, he can wear the darker top because managers can get away with that. But when it comes to the pants, we're going to see a lot of managerial butt cracks this year, Andy.
Look, dude, they're going to have to – this may end the pitching mound visit. You're not going to be able to wheel any of these dudes out there to visit the mound.
He's not in the best of shape right now.
Yeah, the walk takes long enough. You're not going to be able to,
Why's that manager got a towel wrapped around his waist? What is going on right now?
Boy, gravity's really affected a lot of things.
He's wearing a robe.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
Sure.
I've heard wanting to be comfortable at work, but this is a little much. Yeah.
This is a pony.
This is what Major League Baseball is dealing with right now.
They've got to change it before the regular season, right? They're trying to put these games on ESPN right now.
They're having concerns
I've
about
had 2 days of spring training games.
Supply chain issues of being able to supply the clubs.
So you just go with last
the
year's
uniforms
pants,
necessary.
Don't you have to just go with last year's pants?
I hope the clubs all still have them. I hope everybody hung on to all of their old equipment. I can imagine a few of these. I wouldn't be surprised if the Oakland A's didn't go out and hawk these things on eBay the second the season ends. So,
well, according to some of your pictures, guys are holding their own equipment in the pictures.
Fisher family can go make themselves a quick 11 Gs or whatever at the end of the year. I have no idea, but yeah, this is a boat we're talking about right now. And by the way, these uniforms will be captured for posterity in all of the official team photographs for the 2024 Major League.
Yeah, but
season.
at least you're zoomed out. We're in the era of 4K. Everything's going to have to be a Zoom call shot the way this is going.
Just stay back of the camera, folks. Stay with the wide shot. That's how we're watching baseball this year, apparently. I tell you what, man, nobody's talking about who showed up in the best shape of their life this spring training.
Because we all know.
Exactly. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, hey, Jeff Legwold's got more Bronco money to spend. How's he going to do it? We'll find out next. Scott Friday, Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are live at Ball Arena today. The Mammoth and the Riptide. Catch it on Altitude 2 this evening, over on Altitude 1, I suppose, as it were. The Nuggets will take on the Blazers in Portland. No Jamal Murray this evening, sitting the second night of a back-to-back. Only 2 back-to-backs remaining in this regular season before we conclude this thing for the Denver Nuggets and get into the postseason. Joining us right now, we got him some cash. It's our buddy Jeff Legwold here with you on a Friday afternoon, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Leggy, the NFL, they just dug a bunch of dough out of the couch cushions today. Man, salary cap jumping up 14% this year. These teams are flush. For the Broncos themselves, as you start to look at it, how is this going to change the way they do business in the coming weeks and how much business they have to do in the coming weeks?
Well, in the big picture, Nate, I don't think it changes their overall umbrella philosophy, which was they were not going to be in the first wave aggressively in free agency. I don't think it changes that. But it does help a little bit. The projection of about $20 million over was cap people in the league thinking the cap was going to be 249, 250, right in there. So they did get that boost because it was $5 million or so better after the. I don't think everybody in the league, even some of the cap people I know, expected the COVID money to be totally wiped off the books. All the money that was deferred and advanced, all of those things during COVID was off the books now. And then with the big boost they got was selling the playoff game and the streaming, exclusive streaming, and all of those revenues were huge. So, yeah, that's why you saw such a big jump. But the big piece of that was the COVID money going off the books. And it gives the Broncos a little more wiggle room. They're 13 roughly over the cap, with their top 51 right now. That's not awful, like, oh, my God, awful, but it's not great either. So it still puts them in a place where they've got to do some things to even participate in free agency, let alone participate in a big way. You know what I mean? They just to break even, they got to do some things in the next few weeks. And, if they do the old term signing or, salary into signing bonus and all of those things, that's great for now, but it does kick the can down the road a little bit. And, they have to consider doing that and delaying the solution or, cutting guys or telling guys it's pay cut or else.
So, Leggy, when you take a look at the Broncos cap situation right now, and I'll throw 5 names out there that sort of jump off the page as the cap-saving candidates for this team. In no particular order, Garrett Bowles, Justin Simmons, Cortland Sutton, Tim Patrick, DJ Jones. And those are dudes entering last years of deals and guys that can offer up considerable cap savings. Does this put the Broncos in a place where they can essentially pick and choose and maybe shrink that list a little bit versus having to have a, for lack of a better term, mass bloodletting? Now it's just sort of a slow leak, if you will.
Yeah, Nate, I mean, again, they're looking for contracts without any guaranteed money left or as little guaranteed money left as possible.
Yeah.
Tim Patrick, obviously a candidate for that, and Bowles, obviously a candidate for that. But again, asking guys to give money back is always, dicey. And, I will say, whether we like it or not, it did resonate with some guys in the locker room, the Russell Wilson thing, and that I think the team is in a position, but they are going to have to make some tough choices. They can't do anything right now when free agency opens, so they've got to do something. But those names are good names. I mean, my question when a team is in this position, my question is always, will the talent you get in the wake of those decisions be as good as what you let go? And in some cases it will be, and in some cases it won't. And, you know, the Broncos are going to have to hope they have more cases where it is rather than it isn't. You know, the draft is really strong at tackle, so maybe that's a consideration they give when they make a decision about a Garrett Bowles. Like, you can find a 12-year tackle at 12 in this draft. It will be possible if you get it right. And so that kind of thing, that's where they're at right now. That's what the meetings they've had before the combine are for. You know, what's the level of replacement we can get if we make these decisions? And that's where they're at. But I think your 5 names are the ballpark where even they will have started as well.
Okay, so next year is going to be the big hit on the Russ salary when it seems like the inevitable happens and he gets released. Is there a chance there's another good jump next year if Amazon pays for these games again? I mean, what could there be? Could they get a little bit surprised by that as well, and could that affect this year's decision-making?
You know, Andy, they'll get a jump because, you know, they're the hottest ticket in media rights going right now. But the COVID money was a big, big jump of this in the equation. All the things that were quietly not talked about during COVID, you know, money being deferred and, you know, things being pushed out, you know, advanced, money deferred when there were no crowds in the stadium. And teams were operating at a far different economic plane where they are now. So that money was a big part of this jump, and that won't be there next year. But there will be a jump, you know, but it'll probably be closer to the usual single-digit % jump, you know, 5-6%, something like that. But so they won't get a ton of help next year, but, you know, they'll get a little. And, you know, I guess the idea is if you're the Broncos and you get a little younger this year, that makes the hit a little easier next year as well.
Jeff Legwold is with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Jeff, Patrick Surtain is extension eligible this offseason. We also got the franchise tag numbers or fifth-year option numbers this year, so we got to look at what that could potentially look like. We have to assume that a massive contract extension is coming Surtain's way, short of the blockbuster of blockbusters that would happen this offseason, which doesn't feel terribly likely. So that being the case, play both sides for me, Jeff. Be Patrick Surtain's agent and be the Broncos. Where do these conversations start?
Well, for the Broncos, you're always going to sell the idea money in hand right now. You know, you're not. Now, it's not something we talk about a lot, but the franchise numbers are tiered even in there, and he's at the highest one because he went to multiple Pro Bowls during the rookie contract. So he is at the highest possible tender he can be. He is at the franchise player number for his rookie option because of what he's done on the field. So that tells you where he is economically if you're his agent already. You know, the agent and Surtain are always going to believe their leverage is only going to go up as he plays the way he plays. But injury is always the consideration. And when guys sign the extension before they hit the market, you know, that's usually an indicator that the team has been fair with the market value and that the players decided, I like this. You know, I like my $100 million in hand right now rather than rolling the dice. You know, one thing that the fifth-year option is guaranteed, that 19.8, the minute the Broncos engage it, is guaranteed. So he knows he has that in that case. But I think the Broncos, to get him to sign an extension, are going to have to show they are still on the upswing a bit and that they will meet the market value or even bump it a bit, which they've done. You know, when they signed Bowles early, I think it was October or November of that season when they signed Bowles, you know, they gave him the market. And you know, Cortland Sutton got probably as good or better than he would have gotten in the market when he signed early. So they've done this in the past, but they're really going to have to do it for him to get him to sign early. At least most of the agents and players I know believe the market is the greatest pressure and leverage you can have, is that one team that absolutely has to have you and is willing to go big. You know, you have to, if you're going to sign a guy early, you got to show them that you've already done that you're that team, that you're the team that's willing to do that.
All right, the hot name this week, and I've asked you about him in the past, but I feel like every week you get a couple more nuggets on each of these players. J.J. McCarthy is the guy. What are you thinking about J.J. McCarthy? And if not him, anybody else catching your eye outside of him, Jeff, as far as the quarterbacks go?
Well, you know, the quarterbacks are, I think overall, as I talk to scouts moving forward here, and I even, you know, I looked at them, I spent a lot of time last week and some this week on them too, all the quarterbacks. I think McCarthy, I think for a lot of fans, that feels like the guy they could get. And that, you know, at 12, that you wouldn't have to go crazy. Now, you're overdrafting him at 12. That's just a fact, and you're going to have to accept that if you're the Broncos. At least most of the teams I know think that would be an overdraft at 12. Teams feel like they need more information, and it's information they may not get. You know, he's played 40 games, I believe, in his career, and by my count, 27 of those, including all the freshman part-time stuff, 27 of the 40, he's had 15 or fewer completions. That's not a lot of action in today's college football, and not a lot of action outside the numbers. The vast majority of his throws outside, and the college hashes are wider, obviously, but outside the numbers, most of that, almost all of it, is a roll right into his arm side action. You don't have a lot, almost nothing to the left, and those types of things. So he's really a half-field thrower in the eyes of an evaluator. And I think that's where it is right now. He's a half-field player, and that's a lot of developmental things that have to happen. But physically, yeah, he's an NFL quarterback. You know, he can move. He's tough. He's strong. He played for a coach that's hard to play for. He played for a coach that was a quarterback, no less. And Harbaugh really likes him and has told people in the league he really likes him. He's been public about that. But to think you have all the information you need as an evaluator and say, yeah, that's a slam dunk at 12, I'm not sure you're going to have it. You're going to have to decide what's he going to be 2 years from now. I don't think, in my eyes, look, and I know, I use the phrase Timmy the sports writer, but I get it. I am that. But I don't think he plays as a rookie in almost any scenario that I would see in the league. But that's not why you draft a prospect at quarterback. You're looking long-term. And long-term, you have to decide, will he evolve in the other part of that field? Because he's going to have to do it with his eyes, because his arm is okay. You know, we hear a lot about arm talent. I would put it slightly above, you know, the mid-range. You know, it's pretty strong. When he sees it and he fires it between the numbers, it looks really good. Outside the numbers, it drifts and he sails a lot of things because I think he's trying to throw the heater.
And a big part of the issue right here, when you look at a guy like him, Leggy, is, you know, you play in that Harbaugh, in that Michigan offense, and, you know, it's motion heavy, it's shift heavy. It's a cool ass offense, actually. I loved watching Michigan play this year, but it's the fact that he averaged 24 dropbacks a game. It's, you know, you see the good things that you talk about. You see the arm, you see the mechanics, you see the size, you see the athleticism. Like, it's all NFL stuff right there. It's just, no matter what, you're evaluating a small sample size because of what he played in. And so the question is, like, these teams are going to have to probably, I think with J.J. McCarthy, project way more than know exactly what they're getting.
I think they have to project about a lot more things. The Big Ten, is not the SEC in terms of coverage looks and the athleticism at corner. You know, in the SEC, you know,
except when you
look
play
at
Illinois,
Daniels,
obviously.
Yeah, obviously. When you look at Daniels, you know, he's facing NFL quality corners in far more games than anybody else, you know. And for McCarthy example, and I'm not, you know, it's not apples to apples, but when I watched Stroud last year, I saw recognition, I saw vision, I saw processing, and McCarthy has a lot of one-read throws, and you're not going to see that because it's not available to see.
Right.
So you're not going to have as many snaps where you say, okay, I saw him process this against a cover 4. I saw him process this against a cover 2. I saw him process this against a man under. You don't have as many of those situations because you didn't face him or he wasn't put in those positions. That's what I mean. There's a lot of half-field throws where he takes the snap, he instantly moves to his right, and the throw is hit the drag right before the guy hits the sideline. And that's not processing, really. You're looking at the receiver the whole way, and if he's open, you throw it, and if he's not, you don't. And you don't have those snaps, and that's going to be the issue for even the best evaluators because you're guessing. And unfortunately, as much as you'd like to put him in those situations in a pro day situation, you're not going to be allowed to. You know, his agent won't let you put him in a squirrely spot at his pro day to see how it looks. So you're going to have to guess on some of those things, and you do that anyway. I'm not saying you don't, but there are far fewer examples, is what I'm saying, than Stroud or Daniels or even Drake May. Had so many dropbacks, over so many years, you're going to have those opportunities to see how he reacted.
Hey, real quick, your stat of the week, I don't think Nate's heard it.
Ooh.
Drop it on Nate about the top 45 picks. Nate and I have been talking about the trade back, collect some picks, and add some talent. Why do they need talent, Leggy? Tell me about how many times they've picked in the top 45 the last few years.
This is, I was messing around as always, but because of all the action they've had and all the change they've had, the Broncos have had 3 draft picks in the top 45 in the last 4 drafts combined. And that's just not the world you want to live in the salary cap NFL.
Surtain, Javonte Williams, Jerry
and
Jeudy, correct?
Yeah, those are the 3. And this year they don't have a 2, so they only have 1 pick in the top 60, whatever, this year right now.
Yeah.
So they would go. If they do nothing, they will go to 5 drafts with 4 picks inside the top 45, and I just don't see how you do very well in the salary cap NFL with that kind of action. It just makes, whatever you think of Russell Wilson, it just makes the decision of doing it and then not sticking with it even more painful because now you're, and people want him to trade up again. That would be 2 1s and 2 2s at minimum. So you'd be talking about trading 9 first or second round picks in a 3-year span. I just don't, I can't even wrap my head around how a team would do that and think they're going to compete over the long haul.
By the way, little bit of cherry picking, but KJ Hamler was a 46th pick.
Ooh,
Jeff.
right there.
right
there.
there. So close.
Almost made it.
Nate, I know you love numbers, but that's why the stat is top 45. And I would ask you, Nate, not the cherry pick, but is KJ Hamler still with the Broncos?
I couldn't tell you what team is KJ Hamler on.
He's
in Buffalo. Yeah, he's in Buffalo. That's right. Hey.
We were wondering, do we have Isaiah McKenzie part 2?
Leggy, that's game recognizing game right there, though. I appreciate that. Top 45. Not as though KJ Hamler helps the argument in any way. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. He is doing the draft prep, doing God's work right now for all of us. Leggy, good stuff,
off
buddy.
to Indy next week.
Ooh, combining. All right, we're gonna get the we're gonna get the inside dirt from Jeff Legwold next week.
Do that. There's your stat. 36 6-7 years of a week in Indy. That's a lot of hotel nights. Just add that up for a minute.
A lot of shrimp.
There you go.
A lot of St. Elmo's.
That's a lot of it's a lot of Marriott points right there, Leggy. Good stuff, buddy. Thank you.
Wow, happy ska.
All right.
Yeah, that's right.
Jeff Legwald with us there on a Ska Friday on the Craigman and Lindahl show. Yes, the Broncos. The projections are a lot nicer for this team these days. Andy, you asked, and you shall receive greatest performances, at least symmetrically, on 27th birthdays in NBA history. I have another basketball stat you don't need to know coming up next. Craigman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you on a Ska Friday. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at 5 p.m. And NFL teams have money to spend. Plus, we're hoping to have a conversation with former WWE World Tag Team Champion Devon Dudley. Going to stop by the booth today. He'll be hosting Rumble in the Loud House tonight after the Mammoth beat down the Riptides here at Ball Arena.
I am curious to talk to him. Now, we're going to let Spring jump in a little bit, too, as Spring is the wrestling expert.
Mark Springer is, yes, he is our guru. He is our baron of wrestling knowledge.
You know what I'm curious to see? How he walks in. You know,
okay.
Like you always know an old football player when you see him.
Ooh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Ooh, yeah.
And as Spring has prepped us, he apparently wrestled in one of the most epic WrestleManias ever.
WrestleMania 17, tables, ladders, and chairs match. The Dudley Boys, the Hardy Boys, and Edge and Christian.
Dude.
It sounds awful.
It does. Like, again, that's why I'm curious how he's holding up. And the guys that'll be wrestling tonight are kind of on the local circuit, if you will.
Yes.
After the game tonight, again, Mammoth play Jeff Teat and the New York Riptide. Teat, seriously, is one of the funnest young players in this league. He's worth coming out for. The Mammoth need the Loud House support.
Get in here. Jump on that Teat.
Yes. We need the energy up because the boys need this one tonight. But, yeah, after the game, I've watched some of this. I told you, our band opened for one of these events back in the day. And it was wild, man. I was like, wow, how much are you guys – because I thought it was insane to get paid like $200, I think it was, a game to play in one of those local arena football leagues.
Yeah.
I was like, $200 a game, are you sure? The wrestlers, I'm like, why? What are you doing,
Jason, the
son?
dream is painful, man. It's painful.
None of this looks like it feels very good.
I have interviewed a number of pro wrestlers in my day. None of my conversations more memorable than when I got to interview Mick Foley. Mick Foley, this was a guy that, to look at him, quite frankly, it was a little like Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
To look at him and you were like, that guy's not the best in the world. Are you kidding me? When you looked at Mick Foley, and yet that dude, his willingness to do the most bat bleep insane stuff, to get choke slammed through the top of the cage and everything else, to fall on the thumbtacks, to go toppling off of the giant step ladders that guy did, and to have survived it all, absolutely unbelievable. But the guy just, he was insane. He was absolutely insane. And he was, Mick Foley was famous as being the guy where, like, the stuff that he did terrified the other greatest professional wrestlers in the world. They thought he was crazy. And those guys are all certifiably nuts.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
This will be interesting. All right. You've got synergy for me on a birthday with scoring?
Okay. So our buddy Dan Hyatt earlier in the show pointed out that Jamal Murray, number 27, would not get an opportunity, because tonight is his 27th birthday, would not get an opportunity to score 27 points on his 27th birthday as a number 27. Jamal is out for this game, sitting out the second night of a back-to-back because of bilateral tibial inflammation, a.k.a. his shins hurt.
Thank you.
All right. But Dan Hyatt has updated us. NBA statistician extraordinaire, friend of the program. Dan Hyatt has pointed out there have been 4 players in NBA history to score exactly 27 points on their 27th birthday.
Really?
Here we go. Here's the list. This is the NBA's 27 club, which is a lot more fun than music's 27 club. Giannis did it.
Okay.
Vlade Divac did it.
Okay.
The great Benoit Benjamin.
Who could forget him?
Dropped 27 on his 27th birthday. And Pistons legend, and I believe Scott Hastings' pal, Mark Aguirre.
Yeah.
27 on his 27th birthday. Vlade, by the way, did it February 3rd, 1995. He scored 27 on his 27th birthday against your Denver Nuggets.
But nobody wore 27.
None of them were
Nobody
number
pulled the true hat trick
27. Yes, none of
Oh,
them.
Jamal, it could have been special tonight, man.
Missed opportunity. But like we said, his shins hurt. So happy birthday, Jamal Murray. Enjoy your night off from having to play basketball. Last night in the NBA, Couple of great games in the Western Conference. First off, Pelicans get a nice victory over Houston. That was huge. The Thunder beating the Clippers at home. God, the Thunder looked great in that matchup last night against L.A., beating that team by 22 points inside their own building. And the Dallas Mavericks, who are another team that's playing out of their mind, I believe behind 41 points from Luka Doncic, 9 rebounds, 11 assists. They downed the Phoenix Suns 123-113. But one of the more notable things that happened was what went down before the game even started. So it just so happened that last night an NBA reporter was filming the Phoenix Suns as they were running onto the floor in Dallas last night. And two fans that were seated near the tunnel where the Suns players were running onto the floor, one of them decided to heckle the Phoenix Suns and specifically Kevin Durant as he was going onto the floor. Now, I think normally pro athletes get, hey, we're gonna get heckled every now and then. All right? Part of the job. People pay their money and they yell things at us. In this specific instance, though, there was nobody really seated around these people. And one of these particular Mavericks fans decided that they wanted to call Kevin Durant the word for a female dog. Okay? The old B word.
Yep.
Decided to drop that one on Kevin Durant. The thing that they didn't anticipate is that Kevin Durant would want to continue the conversation.
He heard it.
He heard it.
And like you said, it was pretty much an empty arena.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing about it is it was a couple, and I believe it was the lady that decided to yell the word at Kevin Durant.
I believe it was. And so Durant stopped and wheeled around on his heels and said, I'm going to go have a conversation with these people. And the conversation was captured on Twitter. The audio's not great, otherwise we would play it here on the show. But I'll paraphrase it for you. First off, as Durant turns around and faces these people, the woman who we're anticipating is the one to have called Kevin Durant the derogatory term, she decides she's going to go for the handshake.
She puts the hand out like they're going to high five after she called him that.
Kevin Durant does not reciprocate.
Right.
He is not here for the handshake.
Now, he's not yelling, because if he was, we would have picked it up.
Yes. He's very calm. She then tries to, once the handshake isn't coming immediately, she's trying to sort of coerce him, coax him into the handshake, waggle him in a little bit. And again, Durant not going for it.
Yeah, it felt like you could hear her going, oh, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Mm-hmm.
And he was not like, no, I'm not taking it that way.
So the conversation then goes to, for whatever reason, the male companion of said lady is explaining to Kevin Durant that the woman's brother and his best friend had died 4 years ago.
Okay. I'm sorry for your loss, but that doesn't mean you need to call Kevin Durant the B word.
Which is exactly what Durant said. So you call me the B word? Confusion on the part of Kevin Durant that somebody that he has never met died 4 years ago.
And this has, again,
4 years ago.
How this event led us to this encounter.
Yeah.
Nobody quite sees the.
And then the piece de resistance of the exchange between Kevin Durant and these two, and of what I could tell, seemed to be hammered Mavericks fans, was the guy says to Kevin Durant, I host a podcast about sports. To which the moment those words come out of his mouth, Durant turns around and it's just like, I'm done with these people.
Yeah. There isn't a coherent thought at all.
You don't understand. I'm a podcaster.
Hey, I'm allowed to do this.
You don't get it.
Yeah.
I have a half dozen subscribers.
6.
Good for you, bud.
Maybe 3.
What's this
Don't
guy's
be
deal?
that fan.
To Steve's Hot Takes with a Z.
Yeah. So people, and just so people know, Security was going to remove the people. Kevin Durant said, you don't need to bother.
Durant stopped
He's like,
security.
Yeah, he was like, whatever.
Let the drunk people
Yeah.
drunk.
You're going to have to deal with them later on the way out anyway, right? Wasn't this pregame?
It was pregame.
Like, how are you? Boy, you really pregamed in parking lot yourself, didn't
Uh-huh. They must have been tailgating. Uh-huh.
Tailgating. Shotgun and beers is what I think they were doing.
Also, like, two disappointments in this. Number one, if you want to insult Kevin Durant, you don't yell at him in the arena, you tweet at him.
Sure.
Okay? That's how you piss off Durant, and then you get one of his burners firing back at you. Okay?
Yes.
Kevin Durant is a NBA gajillionaire, and yet he's super petty and just hangs out and talks bleep with people on Twitter, which is one thing that I love about Kevin Durant. The other thing about it is this is so lame. That's what you do? You call him the B? Come up with something.
Yeah.
Okay?
Be
Say something
clever.
that's going to cut through. Hey, Durant, what team are you going to ring chase on next?
Yeah.
Okay? How much longer are you going to be a Sun? All right? Like, it's not that hard to come up with something to mock these guys with.
Yeah, do you need some Depends tonight? You're old. I love this. The texter, like Jim Carrey when he's running through the airport in Dumb and Dumber. Don't worry, I'm a podcaster. Has his podcaster's badge.
Durant was just like, I'm not talking to this guy.
I'm done. Yeah.
It was quite the exchange.
And the funny thing was, Durant's people were filming it, and they weren't.
Right.
I can't believe a phone didn't come out. At some point,
Exactly.
but I think they were probably too drunk to realize.
It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show. We got football news next. All right, Craigman and Lindahl, we're very pleased to be joined right now in the booth tonight out here at Ball Arena after the Mammoth beat down the Riptide at Ball Arena. Rumble in the Loud House. That's right. We have got Rocky Mountain Pro Wrestling, a battle royale coming up tonight after the game. And the man who will be hosting this event, emceeing the event, WWE legend, former WWE World Tag Team Champion of the Dudley Boys, Devon Dudley, joins us. Devon, how are you, sir?
I'm good. Not bad at all. Just coming to Denver in this cold weather from Florida. Not good, brother.
Now, hold on. You're a Hall of Famer. Is that the Hall of Fame ring?
Yeah, that's the Hall of Fame
Can you
ring.
show that to the Twitch audience?
There you go. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Dudley Boys. All right. So, Devon, tell us. You know, the days of crashing through tables are in the past for you. What are you doing with this event tonight, and what do you tell the young wrestlers that are trying to get into the game?
Well, it's not really over for me. I made a comeback in September with my partner Bubba.
Nice.
In TNA Impact, which was very cool, and they asked me to re-sign again with them. So there might be a chance that me and Bubba might be seeing the ring again together as a tag team.
Hell
again.
yeah.
Not letting out any secrets, there's a chance that we might do it again one more time.
What are you doing to get ready for that?
Pray. I was out for 7 years before we did the reunion in September, and after the match was over, it felt like a mad truck had hit me. I mean, it was rough. It was rough, but I got through it. It was cool.
Well, you were the guy. I mean, the Dudley Boys. April 1st, 2001, WrestleMania 17. And the tables, ladders, and chairs match that you guys engaged in with the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian. You know, our producer is a wrestling head. He's like, this thing was legendary. And the other expression that he gave us was, this thing took years off these guys' lives.
It did.
That match that day, as you guys prepared for it, as you went into it, when you were in the middle of it, number one, did it occur to you that what you were doing was going to be legendary, that was going to be remembered forever? And number two, didn't you just kind of look around and go, this is insane?
Well, I don't think anybody realizes how good a match is going to be until after it's over, because you don't know what the outcome could be with inside that match. I just know it was 6 young guys at the time wanting to steal the show, which is something what we did. I mean, we were going against The Undertaker, Big Show, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock. I mean, the list goes on and on. Triple H. All of those guys were on the show, and we were like, how can we top that? How can we stand out? And when we were told we were going to be in a TLC match, there we go. We got it, and we went and did it. We did our thing. It definitely took some years off our career. I know I'm dealing with it now. You know, my back issues and things like that. But other than that, I wouldn't change anything what I did. It was really, truly a remarkable time during that era. And I had a great time with everybody that was in the company at that time, from Stone Cold Steve Austin to The Rock, Triple H. I mean, they were all great to me.
Okay, so we're talking with Devon Dudley. Get on down here to the Mammoth game. He's going to be signing autographs before the game for a bit. We'll rumble at the Loud House. And then the Mammoth need to beat this New York team because we're having some struggles here so far. I've got to ask you: Have you ever gotten up? I don't know whether it was to get up on a ladder. I guess I'll put it this way: Did you ever do something that you got caught up in the moment, and then after the match you thought, "Why did I do that?" or "Holy cow, that didn't go the way I thought it would"?
I think it was my whole career.
Okay.
Not that I knew it was going to go the way I thought. Well, no, that's true too, because I would have never thought that I would have raised the bar the way I did and to be as successful. We all want that and pray for it to happen, but how many of us truly can believe that that could truly happen? And when it started with me, I was just grateful. I'm a very biblical man. Both parents are reverends. So I knew that if I prayed and kept to my, guns and did what I was supposed to do, that it would pay off in the long run. So it did, but I just didn't know the level of success that I was having was going to reach that level.
How many times you jump out of the ring? Like, to me, what you do in the ring is enough, crazy enough, but how many times did you, whatever, the table on the side or whatever it was?
Well, not that many. I mean, you got to remember, I was 6'2", 280, 290 pounds at the time of the height of my career. And that's too big to be jumping out some damn ring. I don't care if somebody's there to break your fall or not. That's way too big.
So tell us, give us the fundamentals on this, because the Dudley boys, you guys, it was give me the table, all right? That was your thing.
Yell
and,
it. We've already got people requesting you to yell it. And Devon, get the table.
And for you guys, what are the finer points for going through a table, for putting a guy through a table and going through a table yourself? Give us the fundamentals on this.
Well, what I like the best is that when we're putting somebody through a table, I'm not the one going through it. It can be a very scary thing at times.
Mm-hmm.
But, you go in there with the aspects of hoping that nobody gets really hurt bad, because you need to wake up and, go to the next town and do the same thing over and over again. So that was one thing we were all grateful for. We wanted to make sure that what we were doing in there was safe.
Yeah.
And that the fans would enjoy themselves and really gravitate to what we were doing in there.
So have you ever followed the exploits of Bills Mafia, the fans of the Buffalo Bills? So these people, and quite frankly, Devon, I mean, this is kind of your fault, let's be honest. These people like to get extremely inebriated and jump through tables before they go and cheer on their favorite football team. Have you seen these videos?
Yeah.
Are you aware of this? And how would you advise anybody that's thinking about going through a table?
I've seen it.
Yeah.
And I've shaken my head. Number one, you're doing it in Buffalo, which is probably worse than the weather out here during the winter time. And number two, you're cold. So why would I want to have somebody put me through a table? It's going to hurt 10 times more.
Is there a certain height? See, again, I keep thinking, I can't get over what you guys jump from, what it's turned into. What's your favorite moment of your career?
I mean, again, I guess it'd have to be the TLC match.
What is it?
I mean, again, that's the most memorable one. We have people still talking. That was over 30 years ago, and people still talk about it, and people still rave about it. And although you have this new generation that are using tables, ladders, and chairs in a specific match called a TLC match, we still get told no one beats you guys.
Yeah.
What we did was storytelling, and then we used the weapons at the same time, but we made sure it made sense and that the people not only can gravitate to it but understand what we were doing and the risks that were involved. And so it was one of those things where we're very proud and honored. To this day, they are still talking about it, because we all know nowadays it can get lost. And if you're not on TV or doing what you're doing now, regardless of what you did in the past, it's forgotten. But people haven't forgotten about it.
I am curious. So football players used to tell me they wouldn't feel good after a game day till Thursday, right? 3-4 days after the game. How about for you for a match? Like you said, you got to get on the bus, go to the next town. When do you feel right again?
You don't. I mean, your body, again, I used to tell people all the time, every time I got up in the morning, I hurt. And regardless if we went 3 or 4 days without it, the worst thing is being off for 2 or 3 weeks and letting the company give you off that amount of time and then going back in the ring after that. Because now your body's conditioned for those 3 weeks to be like, okay, it's recuperating time. Your body's good. Then all of a sudden you put your body back in shock again. That's hard.
All right, Devon Dudley, before I let you go, we're going to throw it back to the shop. Our guy, Mark Springer, is, I would argue, the Front Range's foremost professional wrestling expert and a longtime fan of yours. So rather than us two dopes keep talking, we're going to have an actual wrestling guy ask a question to Devon Dudley. Go ahead, Spring.
Devon, I have an easy one for you, maybe a cliche one, but I am still curious. What is your Mount Rushmore of tag teams all time, and do you put your tag team, the Dudley Boys, do you put your own tag team in your own Mount Rushmore? I mean, I believe you are 9-time WWE Tag Team Champions. You are 25-time major tag team champions between ECW, WWE, TNA, and even New Japan Pro Wrestling. Are you going to put yourself in your own Mount Rushmore?
No. Just like when people, we were voted the greatest tag team in the history of this business. I say no, we're not. I say we're the greatest tag team of our era because there were so many people that came before us that we idolize. And if we hadn't gotten in the ring with them, how can we call ourselves the greatest of all time when we never did it with them, like the legendary Road Warriors? That was a dream match for us that we wanted, But the unfortunate part is Hawk passed away, and we weren't able to do that. So my Mount Rushmore would probably be the Road Warriors. It would probably be also the Four Horsemen, Tully and Arn. The British Bulldogs.
Yeah.
And
You can put yourself in there. It's okay to change your mind.
I'd say the Hart Foundation.
Who's
Hart Foundation.
Who's the best
Wow.
tag team going today?
I'm going to say that when they were together, the Usos. The Usos were great. I love the way, not only because they took our finishing move and made it their own, but just the chemistry that they had in there and what they were doing at that time. I thought it was phenomenal. And I wish that Bubba and I would have wrestled them, the Usos now, as opposed to the Usos when we came back in 2015. The 2015 Usos were young. They were just getting their feet wet. Now, they seem like seasoned vets.
Man,
Ones up.
demolition
Put
on the
those ones
outside
up,
looking
Devon.
in.
You only got 4.
Good stuff right there. Devon Dudley, guys, he's going to be hosting Rumble in the Loud House tonight after the Mammoth and the Riptides. Rocky Mountain Pro Wrestling, they'll have a battle royale. Devon Dudley, you and Bubba getting back to work, man. Best of luck going forward. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you guys for having me. Had fun. If I can just deal with this cold weather in the air.
It's not even that cold right now, man. This is beautiful weather.
Get out before Tuesday.
From what I heard, yes.
All right, Devon Dudley. It's
Thank you,
Greg and
guys.
Lindahl. Hey, thanks again to our new friend Devon Dudley who stopped by today.
He's like so nice.
9-time WWE World Tag Team Champion. Yes, he was very pleasant.
How come it's always the big dudes you wouldn't pay to mess with are the nicest guys?
He was very kind. Good stuff right there with Devon Dudley, legend from the Dudley Boys. Again, WrestleMania 17.
Hey. Whew. I told you. Did I tell you in the break? I can't remember if I told you break or on air. I wanted to see how he walked in, and we all took a picture with him. You could tell, man, that guy's put some trauma on his body.
Wow. Yeah, wow. Human bodies are not meant to do what pro wrestlers do.
No,
they're really not. Human bodies really aren't meant to do what NFL players do. And yet they go out and they do it. And yet human bodies tolerate Jordan Poole. Let's talk about Jordan Poole for a minute.
Are you sure? Who?
That's true.
You think the Wiz are having a good time with that?
Paycheck sure does. So Jordan Poole, who, by the way, last night was relegated to the bench.
Sure, but not long enough.
Not nearly long enough. So the Wizards, their interim coach, Brian Keefe, announces last night before the start of the game that Jordan Poole is going to be moved to the bench.
Okay.
Jordan Poole, who is Jordan Poole is essentially who the Wizards got in the Bradley Beal trade.
Right.
Like
with a fat contract.
They got Chris Paul, but then they flipped Chris Paul to the Warriors, and that ended in Jordan Poole. That's really why they did that move, okay? They wanted Jordan Poole.
Which once upon a time, for 2 weeks, Jordan was a pretty good shooter.
Jordan Poole, Andy, is a dude that if you look back at his career, he got paid off of the 2022 postseason. And in particular, he came out of the gates against the Nuggets in the first 3 games of that series. He went for 30, 29, and 27 points. He hit 13 threes in those 3 games. The Warriors jumped out to a 3-0 lead on the Nuggets, and they were destroying Denver in that series. If you remember the last 2 games of that series, Nuggets kind of solved them, but it was way too late, and Jokic just didn't have enough help around him in that series with Jamal and MPJ banged up. And Jordan Poole, he was unbelievable. He couldn't miss. And the Warriors go on to win a title, and it's not that Poole was necessarily bad the rest of that postseason, but those first 3 games against the Nuggets, he was just lights out. He was killing them. And after that championship, Draymond punches him, and Draymond is sent away. And then a couple of weeks later, Jordan Poole gets a massive contract extension from the Golden State Warriors. And very quickly, the Golden State Warriors realized, oh, this was a terrible idea. We shouldn't.
We've made a grave mistake.
Have done this, to the point where he's, like you talked about before, he's taking clutch shots instead of Steph. Jordan Poole is just an absolute nightmare. And he gets shipped off basically to NBA Siberia, which is the Washington Wizards, and they decide last night, you know what, we're gonna bring you off the bench, Jordan Poole. The problem was they still played him 30 minutes. Which, that's probably 30 minutes too much to be playing Jordan Poole. He did, Andy, score 18 points on 4 of 17 shooting. 4 of 17 shooting. Oh! And he had, 18 points on 17 shots. Not exactly the model of efficiency. And Jordan Poole last night, amongst his stat line, he had 2 turnovers in the game. And those turnovers happened about a minute apart in terms of actual game time. Let's just celebrate Jordan Poole's participation in the Nuggets' victory last night. We start with roughly 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Jordan Poole is inbounding from underneath his own basket. Jason Kosmiski on the call.
How many block shots does Denver have as a team is the question here. Let's see here. Is that 14? That's the 14th block shot for Denver. Inbound is stolen by Jamal Murray. You hurry, you get a 2-for-1. Got to shoot it. Shovel pass off over to Holiday. Down low to Najee. Doc, 2 hands.
Okay. Did Kaz see, again, you showed the highlight.
Yeah.
You need to put it on Twitch. He literally just gave it to Jamal.
I know technically in the box score it says stolen by Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
No, the ball was given to him.
Right.
Okay? Like, it wasn't as though Jamal jumped into a passing lane.
No, he was right there.
Yeah, no, Jordan Poole threw the ball right to him.
He could be seen.
He just gave the ball to Jamal Murray. And Jamal was like, cool, thank you, and turned around and ran the floor, and it ends with a Zeke Nnaji dunk.
That's like when a QB throws a pick and the linebacker's literally right there. Here it is on Twitch.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Even his teammate is like,
he just sort
what
of
the?
drops it at the feet of Jamal Murray.
And then there's two guys. And then he doesn't even hustle. Like, you know what he was doing? Good on Spring to put that up. Look at this. This is where he changed his mind.
Stop crap.
No. Except he'd already thrown the ball. And then he pulls his hands back as if that's not going to help my guy.
His teammate didn't even go for the ball.
No, because he turned away thinking he wasn't going to get it.
This thing is nowhere close to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there. And there he goes.
So that's with 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter. We now begin the fourth. And again, Jordan Poole is still on the court. And this is now his next turnover. And again, this one leading to a Nuggets run out. This one wasn't as egregious, but it was still terrible. Spring?
Remember, front game of a back-to-back. You'd love to leave Jokic and Gordon on the bench here, but you still have to take care of business against the Wizards. Poole goes to the left hand, swatted away from behind by Holiday. He's got a breakaway. Dunk right-handed, Justin Holiday. Denver back in the lead by 20.
This is one where Justin Holiday was just like, I'm going to let him go by me, and then I'm going to swat the ball behind him. It's like he's the older brother messing with his little brother in the driveway.
Move. We've all done that.
Like, hey, go ahead, thank you. And he did that to an NBA player in Jordan Poole. He gets the run out. Reggie throws it. Justin Holiday, by the way, that was kind of a sick dunk. He cocked that thing back. He threw that down. Yeah, that was Jordan Poole's participation in that game last night, in addition to being an inefficient 4 of 17 from the floor. Jordan Poole, Andy, I will make this point. I don't think Jordan Poole is the worst player in the NBA, but I do think that Jordan Poole is a guy that, like, the most likely, he's sort of like this era's JaVale McGee, most likely to end up on Shackton, most likely to do something that is just – it's not even that it's bad, it's that it's hilarious and bad.
The inbound pass that Jamal stole is the equivalent of what he is right now. Because, again, it's made funnier by the pull the hands back like you're trying not to touch it from going out of bounds.
Right.
You threw it.
You inbounded it.
You touched it last until the other guy got it.
Yeah. This is a guy that got himself a 4-year, $128 million contract basically off of what he did in 3 games against the Nuggets.
That JaVale McGee comp, prior to – did he win a title with somebody finally? Late career? You know what? I'm thinking of when he came back to the Nuggets and we were all impressed with how mature he'd been and all that. Like, JaVale has turned the narrative on him a little bit.
JaVale's a 3-time champ.
Really? With who?
He's a 3-time champ.
Golden State?
Golden State and the Lakers.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, JaVale was the guy that it was what the bleep was that as you watched the game.
Uh-huh.
What is that guy doing?
Uh-huh.
You don't even have to have watched a lot of basketball to have gone, what was that?
Exactly.
There's not a person out there that saw the pass to the wrong uniform. If that was your first NBA game you witnessed last night, you were wondering what the bleep did that guy just do.
Look, man, like there are like physical freaks in professional sports that just at times are prone to the biggest brain farts. It's what's different is when it's a guy like Jordan Poole and you're like, oh, this defines your game, really. Like I think in a lot of ways, Andy, I do think that Jordan Poole is sort of this era's J.R. Smith.
There's another good one.
Now J.R. never hit the jackpot the way that Jordan Poole did, at least in terms of his salary. But JR was a guy, Andy, we watched him, man. It was like, this guy's one of the best athletes I've ever seen with my own eyes. The size, the power, the explosiveness. I mean, JR could jump out of the gym. JR was a guy that, like, I watched him after practice, just shooting half-court shots, flick of the wrist. It wasn't like he was heaving them, you know? It was as though he was shooting a free throw. He was just that damn strong. The problem was that, you know, upstairs, you were wondering what the hell is this guy thinking most of the time.
He could get on one. Like, he would get on a red-hot three-point streak, kind of like Jordan Poole, and you'd think, man, if you could just bottle that right there.
Right.
But then the next game, he couldn't throw it in the ocean, right? Him and
never stopped him from shooting.
JR's, he had, again, the similarities to that comp are spot on.
Yeah.
He and Chris Anderson, though, were a lot of fun. J.R. Smith and Chris Anderson were a lot of fun.
It's Craigman and
when
Lindahl.
They were, Nuggets.
We are out here at Bowl Arena. We got the Mammoth and the Riptides coming up tonight here.
You're making it plural.
Riptide.
It's Riptide.
It's our Riptide.
It's
a
right
single
there.
Riptide.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not letting them all in.
It's not multiple Riptides.
It's not peptides.
Okay. It's not
a
peptides.
Riptide.
It's a Riptide.
If I say peptides tonight.
Or Riptides.
No, peptides. I'm texting you.
But here's my question, though, okay? The team is the Riptide.
Yeah.
But
is there a Riptide in New York, by the way?
There's a lot of water.
But a Riptide?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
There's numerous players that, if there's many members of the Riptide, what would you call those guys?
The Tide.
Aren't they Riptides?
Sure.
Okay.
But there's an avalanche, but we call them the Avs.
Yeah, we call them the Avs. So are these
we
guys,
don't go the Av.
Are these guys the Rips?
They could be the Rips.
They could be the Rips.
They could just be the Tides.
They could be the Tides.
Or
They're the
Jeff
Riptide.
Teats.
Either way, that's coming up tonight right here at Ball Arena. Plus, Rumble in the Loud House is after this one this evening.
What would your wrestling name be? The Baron?
That's what I'd go for now, yes.
Nate the Baron.
Cosplay as an oil baron.
You would have a monocle and a top hat.
I don't have a manager. I have a lobbyist.
You'd rip it off all the times. You'd wear those baseball pants out.
My finishing move would be the pipeline.
The oil digger.
That would be, yes. As we learned, if you're just joining the Craigman and Lindahl show, by the way, here this afternoon, we learned earlier today that Andy Lindahl is friends with an oil baron, and somehow, even though we're Denver's longest-running afternoon sports duo, I've never heard this story before.
It happens. Look, I got to keep the mystery in this relationship
you really
going.
do, man. Yes, Andy is friends with an oil baron.
Wait, it's not like you and I talk about the stocks we're about to trade or the oil industry we want to be a part of, where I had an easy opening to go, well, my oil guy tells me.
I was talking to my oil guy before.
Nor do we discuss wines that I would bring up his vineyard.
You got a vineyard guy.
They're the same guy.
Your oil guy and your vineyard guy.
Should we see if they'll Airbnb that apartment on Fifth Avenue to us?
Yes.
You wanna do that?
This felt like an odd one to keep in the pocket. That's all. Andy is friends with an oil baron. We learned that today here on the show.
How many other? I got a lot of rich friends. What do you want? What do you want to know?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
For you.
Yes. Ain't paying off for me, pal.
What else?
Yeah. Guess what? Still doing afternoon radio for you.
You got a defense contractor you're hanging out with that I don't know about?
Yeah. I know a guy that built some satellites. No big deal.
You do have a friend that has a space station? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Sure. Got a shuttle.
He's got one of those penis rockets like Jeff Bezos.
That the baseball pants can't hide.
Whoa. These are all again, I'm going to
It's been a heck of a Friday. We've covered a lot.
We sure have today here on the show.
You know what I got? I got a brisket guy and now a recipe. That's Andy's area. My oil baron friend is getting someone else to make the brisket.
You should text it to the oil guy. Maybe I was going to say he can give it to his chef. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a Friday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the Nuggets have the Blazers tonight without the services of Jamal Murray. What chance does this game have of getting interesting? We'll talk about that next. Going to hit that weekend preview before we're done here on a Friday afternoon, on a Ska Friday afternoon. We got the Nuggets and Blazers tonight at 8 o'clock. Here's the injury update for this game. For Denver, no Jamal Murray. Bilateral tibia inflammation. You're going to keep seeing that injury designation for Jamal Murray. Here's the thing. That means he has shin splints, okay? And Jamal Murray will sit out the second night of a back-to-back. KCP is questionable for this evening, the listed injury being a right finger sprain. They're playing a Portland Trailblazers team that is bad to begin with. Chauncey Billups' squad has only won 15 games all season long, but their backcourt, we're going to call it thin. Sure, the Nuggets don't have Jamal Murray, but the Blazers tonight will be without Shaedon Sharpe, Malcolm Brogdon, and Scoot Henderson in this game this evening. So, yeah, I would say the Nuggets have a bit of an advantage. Plus, our buddy Dan Hyatt pointed out today earlier in the show, Reggie Jackson is averaging 18 points a game in the nights when Jamal is out. So, yes, even though the team is only 8-7 this year without Jamal Murray, the production has still been generally pretty good when Reggie Jackson has moved into the starting lineup. So, yeah, Nuggets, we talked about it going into the back-to-back, and it continues to be the case. They won and covered easily last night against the Wizards and should be able to do so again this evening on the road at Portland. One other note real quick, Andy, last night Nikola Jokic gets the triple-double against the final team that he had to get one against, and that was the Washington Wizards. His first career triple-double against Washington. He is the fourth player in NBA history to have a triple-double against every other team in the NBA.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool for him, and hopefully he never gets one against the Denver Nuggets. Those are Michael Malone's thoughts after the game, obviously. And from what we played the audio earlier in the week where he said, I'm not leaving Denver, so I doubt it'll happen. He's going to be the MVP. Unfortunately, we have to revisit some takes from about 3 weeks ago. Are you ready to put more of your money on Nikola than Nathan? Because Austin Matthews, with the goal pace he's on,
scored again last night.
And I heard you bring it up to spring yesterday, where he got to 50 in like 40 games or whatever.
Scored again last night.
Man,
he can't be stopped.
Yeah. Even Paul Bissonnette said on TNT Wednesday that if he continues, like they're saying he may get to 70. If he gets to 70, he'll be the Hart Trophy winner.
There is a three-headed race between Nathan McKinnon, Austin Matthews, and Nikita Kucherov this year. Plus, I'm not going to say Connor McDavid's done yet because the Oilers, speaking of oil, they have been a damn machine, okay? That man's the Oilers Baron right there. By the way, for Jokic, really quickly, the 2015 and 15 triple-double last night, he had 19 rebounds, actually, 21 points. But it is the first ever in NBA history with at least 10 field goal attempts, shooting 100% from the field. So Nikola Jokic is, he's carving out his own categories. Like, there's a lot of the first since Oscar Robertson or Russell Westbrook, LeBron James, Wilt Chamberlain, all those things that Jokic has been able to do. He's carving out new ones really quickly. I saw this thrown out as a topic between Wemby and Chet, because Jokic is never going to get this one. Between Wemby and Chet, are we going to see the first ever quadruple double in NBA history, being able to do it with 10 blocks in a game?
Maybe.
Wemby would be the most obvious candidate, man.
You think even over Chet?
Oh, either one of them, though. They're both huge.
Wemby has had human beings.
I think Wemby's had a couple of 10-block games already so far this season. It's asking a lot. It's doing an awful lot in a game, but it has the potential. The other big note of the day was that the NFL salary cap is better than teams expected. Andy, over the cap has Denver $10.7 million over. We were thinking they were going to be in the neighborhood of $27 million over the cap. Sounds like, should Denver want to, more of their cap casualty type of guys could stick around. Plus, theoretically, Andy, this makes the eventual Russell Wilson divorce not as bad.
Let me ask you this, because I didn't get a chance to ask Leggy this. You a little surprised we haven't had any Bronco movement on the player front? A couple teams have already started that.
Right.
I believe the Bears released a couple of players. A few teams are.
Miami let go of Emmanuel Ogbah today.
That's right.
Yep.
A center was released by one of the teams.
Nothing yet from the Broncos.
Now, again, Sean Payton had told us at the Monday, was it this past Monday, or was it 2 Mondays ago, whatever it was, that's when they were going to get in their meetings. We know the NFL world will descend upon Indianapolis next week for the Combine. That's where trades get talked about, and let's be honest, a couple under-the-table free agent deals get worked out and all that kind of stuff. Are you surprised, though, that we've not heard of any Bronco player movement at all?
I guess a little bit, because we know how much they have to do, but they have a clearer picture as of today. Andy, who is your guess? Who is the most likely cap casualty? Who's the first cap casualty we're going to hear of on this team?
All right, Nate. And then, again, Russ aside, because everyone knows that's coming.
And we're speculating.
And that's not a cap casualty. It's adding problems to your cap. See, Nate, I would go Garrett Bowles, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say the same name.
But to me, then they've got to draft a tackle.
Right.
And then I don't think you're playing this game of let's go trade up. And I don't know, maybe they go and sign some old veteran. But to me, if you're going to get rid of Garrett Bowles, then you better go get a young guy to take his place.
I will not stand for the Alex Palczewski disrespect that continues.
You know what's kind of
show.
funny? I like that you said that. He was a bit intriguing till he hurt himself last year.
I think
there were a couple people whispering he might beat out Bowles eventually.
I think they like him.
Oh, I definitely know they do.
Yeah, and the price is right on that guy, undrafted rookie free agent out of Illinois, who was on the roster last year but was barely healthy.
All right, way too early prediction out of you. What do you think happens with Courtland Sutton?
I don't think he's a Bronco next year. I do believe that this organization is really going to, because this is one thing that this new number gives you, is it gives you a lot more options. And if Sean Payton wants to completely rework his receiver room, he can do so. Jerry Jeudy is just an absolutely obvious trade candidate, and I think this team has to move him for whatever they can get going into the draft. They just desperately need picks. Jerry Jeudy has to be traded this offseason. I think that Courtland Sutton, again, because of what he could potentially return on the trade market, teams will like him as a red zone target, even though his numbers were honestly just kind of okay for this season.
He was the highlight reel.
Right, but he made
there wasn't a lot of substance
phenomenal
behind
catches. The problem with Courtland Sutton, and this is the general problem with the Broncos roster, is if Courtland Sutton is your number two, or even some teams number three, boy, you feel great about your receiver room. He's not good enough to be a number one, and that's what he was here in Denver, and he just hasn't been the same player since the injury. And with that, Mark Springer, give me that weekend preview.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole.
Yeah.
Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game?
Yeah, you better believe you want to go watch the game. Tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 8 o'clock Nuggets in Portland to take on the Blazers without the services of Jamal Murray. But the Blazers are banged up, as we covered. Nuggets 9.5, 10-point favorites in this matchup. Second night of a back-to-back. The big one for the weekend, Andy, is Sunday afternoon, 5 o'clock on the road at Golden State. That is the must-see TV game right there. The Avs will be back at it tomorrow, playing host to Austin Matthews and the Toronto Maple Leafs right here at Ball Arena. We'll drop the puck at 5 o'clock. Connor will have the call for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. In college hockey, DU has got Miami, Ohio, this evening at 7 o'clock, tomorrow at 6 p.m. College buckets, CSU is on the road at UNLV tomorrow. Buffs had the midweek bye. They will take on Utah at 7 o'clock tomorrow night up in Boulder. They're pretty much all must wins the rest of the way for the Buffs. Air Force is on the road at New Mexico. That could be ugly. And Wyoming will take on Boise State. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of our friends in Laramie after the tragedy on 287 and the unfortunate loss of life of 3 swimmers and divers from the University of Wyoming. And we wrap things up today, Andy, with the Mammoth and the New York Riptide tonight, 7 o'clock, right here at Ball Arena. Give me the prediction, Andy. What's going on tonight?
Ooh, scoreboard guys are having fun. They had 15-13 earlier.
Yeah.
16-14 now. Both these teams put up pretty good goal numbers their last game. I'm going to call it Mammoth got to have this one, and I think the altitude may bother these New York guys. I'm going to go ahead and call it a 12-10 victory for your Mammoth.
How many goals out of Teat tonight?
Teat gets 4.
Teat gets 4. It's a busy litter. That's
well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? By the way, is this an oil baron tie?
They got to eat.
This is a skinny tie.
It's a very thin tie.
What's going on with the tie?
You have a very thin tie.
Are they trying to make my face look fatter?
I noticed you went with the orange. Can you go with the piano key next time?
This is not mine. And you know it.
The thin tie. You look very good. You look television ready.
Hey, even with the thin tie? I'm going to have to talk to somebody about the thin tie.
I did notice you kept the lawn mowing shoes on.
I did. These are my Jordans.
He's very comfortable.
Do you realize that for all this TV we talk about, my face is, by FCC regulations, only on the broadcast about 30 seconds?
But it takes up a lot of it.
Hey, I'm the Hannibal Lecter of this sucker. Wasn't that your stat? Only in the movie 10 minutes or whatever?
That's right. That's right. That's it. That's going to do it for us here this afternoon. Thanks again to Devon Dudley for stopping by. Thanks to Jeff Legwell. Thanks to Dan Hyatt. They were all with us today on the show, and everybody was terrific. Mark Springer back at the shop doing God's work as he always does. For Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. Again, Nuggets Blazers with pregame coverage starting at 7:30 tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Blitz is next. So long.